My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and it is just after 3:11 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. I will be bringing you live coverage, and I do not have the luxury today of being able to do much of a summary because as you hear my voice, the bombs fall on northern Israel. It is only 9 p.m. on the East Coast. As you look out over the city of Boston, and we say a prayer for those impacted by the ongoing developments around the world. Hello, this is Grant Smith Ellis reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston. It is 3:12 p.m. Eastern U.S. Wartime, Wednesday, March 12th, 2026. As I go live, I did my best to get live as soon as I could. Hello, Miss Missy. Hello, Maritime Slave. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Naomi, my dear friend. Hello, Nikki and Nick's Trek and Tiffany Bob. It is so good to see all of you. As I go live for you this evening, you are watching scenes of the rockets raining down on northern Israel just 20 or 30 minutes ago. As we begin the day's coverage, there is no time to even review the litany of events that took place last night, from the terrorist attack on the bus in Switzerland, where the man set himself on fire, killing at least six innocent civilians and burning the entire bus to the ground, to the developments in Israel, where Tel Aviv was shelled very hard overnight, to the developments in Qatar, where Doha was shelled, to the developments in Bahrain, where the U.S. bases were shelled, to the developments in Kuwait, where the U.S. base was shelled, to the developments in the capital of Bahrain, Manama, where overnight, about 18 hours ago, the Millennium Tower Hotel was struck, and an entire floor is going on. An entire floor is gone. Simultaneously, going back to Friday, March 5th, 2026, there was a very serious incident in a graveyard in the east of Lebanon in Nabi Shiit. So we're talking 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, March 5th. 2026, okay? Now, Nabi Shiit is on the eastern border of Lebanon, near Syria, a little bit north of Israel. Now, if you know anything about Syria, you'll know that Bashar al-Assad, the pro-Iranian leader of Syria, fell a few years ago. So, therefore, the Syrian army is allowing the IDF to land helicopters circa about 9:30 to 10 p.m. Friday, March 5th, 2026. Now, as those paratroopers land in Syria and head towards the town of Nabi Shiit on Friday, March 5th, 2026, local time around 10:30, they're ambushed in a cemetery in Nabi Shiit by Hezbollah. Now, this in turn causes there to be a massive air war over Nabi Shiit in the east of Lebanon, Friday, March 6, 2026. Then, about 4 hours later in Beirut at 2 a.m. local time, Saturday, March 6, 2026, there was an hour-and-a-half gun battle in downtown Beirut that I caught on the AP feed, as did Craig Bowden from this chat. That was completely blacked out from every single channel, including Al Jazeera Arabic, Al Jazeera English, Al Mayadeen, Al Arabia, every single channel covering this area blacked out that gun battle. Then, the next day, or maybe 2 days later, on about March 8th or so, Israel bombed the, what is it called? It's the hotel in the east of Israel, the Ramada. Israel bombed the Ramada Hotel in the east of Beirut, right along the sea in Lebanon. That, in turn, led to the death of 4 Quds Force commanders from Iran's Revolutionary National Guard. Shockingly, Iran then went to the UN yesterday and complained that Israel killed their, quote, diplomats in Beirut in that strike. Now, here's the thing that's a little weird about this. If you know anything about the geopolitical constellation of the current conflict from the perspective of my Major League Baseball analogy, you know that Iran is like the Major League club, okay? And then below them you have 3 like minor league teams. You have the, speaking very generally, there's more militias involved than just these, but these are the big ones. The single A farm team is called the Blood Guardians. Their name is they're like the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. They've been shelling U.S. bases in Erbil, and then what's that town in the south there? Basra in the south of Iraq, and they've also been shelling U.S. Victory Base in Baghdad. And then the Iranians tried to shell U.S. Victory Base last night, but they missed, and they hit a civilian home because they're kind of bad. That was not a good shot by the Iranians, and the people of Baghdad are very mad about that, but I don't have time to talk about that. I'm very sorry about that news, though, and I pray that the innocents did not get harmed. Now, second, okay, so you got the single A farm team, which are called the Blood Guardians. They're the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Okay, they're like Iran's single A farm team. And then the double A farm team is the Houthis in Yemen. Now, we got to talk about the Houthis in Yemen a little bit, because what you got to understand, we won't go all the way back to the 80s when Mr. Houthi was expelled from the Lebanese parliament, and then he went up into the mountains and tried to form a resistance group, kind of like Fidel Castro in 51 to 59 when he was trying to overthrow Batista. Except the revolution in Yemen didn't really take 9 years. It's actually never been succeeded. To this day, Mr. Houthi, well, he's dead, but the people who took up his namesake up in the north, Yemen, they kind of like started this whole movement, and now Yemen doesn't really have a government. It's kind of a failed state like Lebanon, but in the desert. But it's near a very, very important thing called like the Shabaz al-Bab Strait. I might be getting that wrong. The point is, there's a very important strait. Like the Strait of Hormuz is very important between Iran and the southern tip of Saudi Arabia over near like Oman and Djibouti. I'm pretty sure it might actually be Djibouti's on the other side. Don't listen to me about Djibouti. I just like saying the word Djibouti. The point is, okay, so you got one strait that Iran has sort of control over, and then you got another strait that like touches Yemen that Yemen has control over. So the Houthis, like, Yemen is a divided, failed state. Okay, you got the Yemenese National Congress, or National Council, which is consistent of two factions which are both in favor of Saudi Arabia. Then you got the Houthis, who are basically like, only around because of the Iranians. The Iranians fund the Houthis. The Iranians like supply the Houthis. The Iranians, help out the Houthis. Okay, so the Houthis are the double A farm team down in Yemen. Now, they've been sending missiles up. Now, you would think to yourself, there's no way this random group of militias in Yemen can hit Israel starting in October of 2023. Yes, they can. They have all their missiles from the Iranians because, Yemen's on a port, so you just kind of bring the missiles into Yemen, then Yemen kind of fires them at Israel. So that's been going on for a year and a half. Now, the problem is, this morning there was an attack in Oman. I don't know if it was the Iranian drone that hit the oil refinery in Oman, or if it was the Yemenese Houthis that hit the oil refinery in Oman. The point is, just think of the Houthis like the double A farm team. Now, the triple A farm team is called the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon, okay? That is Hezbollah. Now, here's really my culminating point here. I'm a little bit worried that what we're seeing in southern Lebanon, like north of the Blue Line, which is under the sort of scope of UN Resolution 1701, which deals with the peacekeeping efforts between Israel and Lebanon in that area. What I'm a little bit worried about is Lebanon, which also has a failed government. So just understand, after the Lebanese Civil War, although this really goes back to 1949, and then the Yom Kippur War of 1967, and then kind of this convoluted peace settlement between the government of Lebanon and Hezbollah and the UN and Israel, and then there was quiet for a while, and then there was this kind of uptick in fighting in the 90s, which has just been persistent ever since. So my point is, Hezbollah, unlike Hamas, Hezbollah, when it fights against Israel, has about 200,000 rockets. They have cruise missiles, they have regular rockets, they have all these fancy drones, they have anti-aircraft weapons, they have large and small arms that they use on the ground, they blow up tanks. They blew up 3 Makaba tanks in Qaim just 2 days ago. I watched one of the tanks get blown up. I cannot believe the Lebanese villages at like 2 in the morning just stand there and film the Hezbollah fighters firing anti-tank rockets at the Makaba tanks, but they do. You'd be surprised. Citizens in war in Lebanon, they are just balls there. Same thing with the citizens in Iran and the citizens in, not really Israel because they're under military blackout, but like most citizens I've noticed, especially the man in Beirut last night who just got bombed in his apartment. He was in an apartment building and it got bombed and the bomb fell through his ceiling. He just kind of walked up to the bomb and filmed the unexploded munition. I was a little concerned about his well-being. There's kind of like this level of just, once you're in a war zone, you stop caring. And I think once you like just hear bombs all the time, which I kind of understand, so they just walk right up to the bombs. I highly recommend, if you are in Lebanon, you not walk right up to the bombs. All right, so in any event, this fighting between the culminating point here is my erudite and informed and cogent analysis as Grant Smith Ellis is that I'm worried that Iran is actually fighting combat operations on the ground in the Lebanese theater. And I'm very concerned that, like, the south of the Litani River in Lebanon, like, there's a lot of border villages, like both Lebanese border villages, Qaim being one of them. It's actually called Al-Qaim. I'm not saying it wrong, but it's Khim. There's like Sur, which is spelled Tyre. It's not tire, it's Sur. Okay, there's Sur in the south, and then there's a bunch of villages in the north of Israel as well. Kayet Shemona is one of them, I believe, and Haifa's right up there as well. So there is going to be a very wild night. I pray for the people of Israel. You're literally watching the most recent round of rockets, so you got to understand, like, there's Lebanon, right, and Beirut's in the middle. Okay, Syria's in its east, and the water's in the west. Okay, south of Lebanon, you got the Litani River. Then you got like 5 kilometers. Then you got the blue line, which is the line of demarcation between Israel and Lebanon. And then south of that, you got like a bunch of border villages, okay? And then to the like west of the border villages in North Israel, you got Haifa. Haifa's like on the water. It's a very nice city. The point is, that's what we got going on tonight. The sirens are wailing, and there's a bunch of attacks going on. My name is Grant Smithella. Sorry I couldn't look down in the comments while I was doing the overview. I slept like 10 hours last night, so the more I sleep, the more cogent and erudite I can be in my overview of the ongoing situations. Now I have to take us live. I wish I could show you more videos last night. We saw space lasers. Israel fired the lasers. They have lasers, interceptors from the Iron Dome. It looks like Star Wars. You don't understand. Lynn, my dear friend, God bless you. Lynn is in the doctor today. If you've never met Lynn, she's our chat mom. So the chat mom is, at the doctor. So we have to pray for Lynn. God bless you, Lynn. We all love you dearly. You're very appreciated, and we hope your doctor's appointment goes well. If you're just tuning in, unfortunately, there is not going to be a recap today of the developments yesterday, which came hard and fast. We have to go immediately live. I will now show you the latest footage coming in from over northern Israel in the past 20 minutes, 30 minutes, right as we went live.
No!
This was the last 30 minutes. Again, last 30 minutes. This is coming in from Lebanon towards Israel. Yes, Nick Trek. The Israelis have space laser interceptors. Wow. That's Hezbollah shelling northern Israel. That's the most intense round of Hezbollah. So you're seeing the rockets come from Lebanon, go over these people's heads. This is probably a village in southern Lebanon, maybe Qaim. I can't tell exactly. You're watching the Hezbollah rockets come down over southern Lebanon and strike northern Israel. This was the last, I'd say, like 5 minutes. Maybe 30 minutes, excuse me. And there's a hit. Multiple hits on northern Israel. You're just watching a rocket barrage. God bless you, DCA LA2. God bless you, my dear friend. So again, this is within the last. We're hitting the ground immediately today. There's going to be no build-up. There is going to be no time for a recap. There's not going to be any sort of anticipation. We are talking like live now. It's going to be a very long night. Iran and Hezbollah are not out of weapons by a long shot. Like northern Israel is under heavy bombardment, and the thing is, it became a political issue. It's so unfortunate. The Israeli government at the beginning of this conflict told the settlers in northern Israel not to leave. And then the problem is it became like Hezbollah had way more weapons, and they were like, Israel thought they were going to treat southern Lebanon and Beirut like Gaza. Hamas is not Hezbollah. Hezbollah has Gaza. It's hard to get weapons into. I've been covering these wars for a while. A lot of the Al Jazeera journalists follow me. I'm like a subject matter expert somewhat. So if you've never watched before, that's why I'm able to just relay all this. Hamas is not Hezbollah. Hamas was getting their weapons in like an open air prison. There was only like 2 border crossings, and they had to use tunnels. Lebanon's an open-air country. You can get anything you want. Hello, Alpha Omega, my dear friend. Hello, Bunny. It's so good to see you. God bless you all. Island Girl, it's good to see you. So we have an active situation right now, the heaviest night of shelling I have seen. This is the footage coming in 30 minutes ago. You're looking at what is really a microcosm of the manifestation between the difference between Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel thought that they were going to be able to do a ground incursion starting like last Friday around like 10 p.m. on the Syrian border with 4 paratrooper regiments. They definitely weren't going in to get a man named Ron who was in the IDF and disappeared over Lebanon in 1986. What was actually going on was they were trying to like conquer territory like south of the Litani River. They were going to try to take the territory all the way up to Beirut. And the problem is Hezbollah is like not Hezbollah. It turned out to be the IRGC. You know, like there's that meme where you like take off the mask and it's like surprise. Well, surprise, it wasn't Hezbollah. It was Iran the whole time, and now the IRGC is protecting Lebanese territory. And yeah, I don't really know what's going to happen. I'm a little bit worried that neither Iran nor Israel really care about the people of Lebanon. A priest died yesterday. The Pope, Mr. Pope Leo, was on the stairs in the Vatican today, and he was talking about the Pope that we talked about, the priest we talked about the other day. The very nice man. We saw him ringing his bells in the Lebanese church. It turned out he was way more of a hero than it sounds. He got a warning to leave his village. He was one of the only Christian priests in the Eastern Church that has been aligned with the Rome from the beginning. And so this nice priest, he's a Christian priest, he believes in Jesus, and he was told by Israel that his village might get hit because Hezbollah was there, but he didn't want to leave his villages. Hezbollah is not Christian. Lebanon has a lot of different faiths like Christians and Muslims and some Jewish people. So maybe not a lot of Jewish people, but definitely some Christians. And so this very nice priest stayed in his village, and I thought that what happened was he was with his villagers kind of sheltering and they got hit by shrapnel. No, it turns out that some of his flock who were Christians kind of got injured by like an explosion, and he went to them. He didn't just shelter with them after they were hit. He went into the line of fire. This very brave Christian priest in southern Lebanon 3 days ago, he got a call. They told him we're being hit. Some people were injured, and he went to them, and then he died. There was follow-up fighting. It's unclear exactly who hit him or how. But the point is, he was a hero. He was a very brave man who laid his life down so those people, those Christians in southern Lebanon wouldn't die alone. And the Pope talked about him today. It was a very nice message from Pope Leo, and we will listen to it. God bless Pope Leo. It was very nice of him to do that. A lot of people die in war without anyone ever saying their name. You must understand that. Even priests and paramedics and, babies, they just die and no one ever says their name. But this priest, Mr. Pope Leo, he said his name today, and I will show you that video. It was a very honorable act by the priest. Now, the priest was not a partisan in the conflict. He probably would be willing to express his love to both sides, and even Hezbollah. But he doesn't have any weapons, and he didn't just sit in a church protecting people. He sat and he ran to his people, his very scared people, and he heard they were injured. He couldn't do very much for them. I'm sure he's not a doctor. He just was going to pray for them in case they were dying and give them the last rites. And then he died doing that, which is a very heroic thing. It's more than heroism. It's kind of a very, very quiet act of sort of selfless service. It's what the priesthood represents at its very best. A lot of people, they get so mad at the church because, the church did some bad things, and I was really mad at those priests because then they took away the ability for the world to see what the good priests are doing and what they were doing. It really disgraced a lot of the work that those priests were doing. It makes me very sad. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Allow me just to show you the remarks from Pope Francis about this dear priest. I think his name was Father Eddie. He was a nice man in Lebanon. He was a priest affiliated with the Pope. He was one of the few Eastern Christian churches that stayed part of one of the only. He was the only Eastern Christian church that stayed true to the Roman Catholic Church of the Pope, even after the schism following the Council of Trent in 1374. I think that had to do with Constantinople. I don't really remember. It was a very complicated time in history. It was after the Council of Nicaea. That was in like 1123. And then there was the schism in the Council of Trent, where like the Eastern and Western versions of the church kind of emerged. And this was one of the few Christian denominations that, despite being like nominally in the Eastern sort of right, is actually loyal to the Pope, which is very impressive. So let me show you the Pope's remarks today. I was tweeting a lot today. A very lot happened very quickly. I'm going to try to get you the Vatican News Service. I would like His Holiness the Pope to be able to say a few words. I'll show you the paramedic in Lebanon. His name was, he was also killed, Yusuf Asaf, God rest his soul. He was a very good man. I will show you now Mr. Pope Francis speaking about Pierre Al-Iraqi. Okay, this is Mr. Pope Leo, I'm sorry. I was so used to it being Pope Francis for so long. It's hard to adjust. You will forgive me.
Oggi all'Al-Qayaha in Libano i funerali di padre Pierre Al-Iraqi. Parroco maronita di uno dei villaggi cristiani nel sud di Libano, che in questi giorni stanno vivendo ancora una volta il dramma della guerra. Sono vicino a tutto il popolo libanese in questo momento di grave prova. In arabo, al-Rahi significa pastore. Padre Pierre è stato un vero pastore che è rimasto sempre accanto al suo popolo con l'amore e il sacrificio di Gesù buon pastore. Non appena ha sentito che alcuni parrocchiani erano rimasti feriti da un bombardamento, senza esitazione è corso ad aiutarli. Voglia il Signore che il suo sangue sparso sia seme di pace per l'amato Libano. Cari fratelli e sorelle, continuiamo a pregare per la pace in Iran e in tutto il Medio Oriente, in particolare per le numerose vittime civili, tra cui molti bambini innocenti. Possa la nostra preghiera essere conforto per chi soffre e seme di speranza per il futuro.
Pope Leo, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Craig, my dear friend. This was Pope Leo spreading a message honoring, I mean, it's really an incredible thing of Mr. Pope Leo to do, the Holy Father, to honor the sacrifice of Father Pierre El-Rahi, one of the the first Christian priest to fall in the war. It was a very, very, very nice. 3:33:33. Craig, it is a sign, my dear friend. Your arrival was a sign. Allow me to show you the moment a Hezbollah member of parliament was thrown out of the father's funeral today. He was not allowed to go. So this is a Hezbollah's member in parliament. He tried to attend the father's funeral today, and the local people said, no, we don't want you to be there. Yeah, so that's the people in Lebanon telling the Hezbollah member of parliament that he can't come to the father's funeral. Okay? And then let me show you the funeral for Father Pierre. This was Father's funeral. May God rest his soul. It was hard to get this footage, but may God rest his soul. It's a scene the world should never see. That is the casket of a Catholic Mennonite priest, the only order of the Eastern Christian Church to stay loyal to the Pope. I'm a Catholic, so all faiths are welcome here, though. But that is a scene the world should never see. It is a priest's casket. I mean, it is being honored. Please do not get me wrong. It's a different kind of funeral than we have in the United States. That is a very honorable, like the people of that village of Lebanon are like treating this man like he was one of their heroes, their national heroes. It may seem a little odd for Western audiences that the funeral is so sort of honorific. It seems a little loud, but in Lebanon, that is a very high honor. Those people loved that man, and it's a sad scene. Please don't take the juxtaposition of their honorary. They're honoring Mr. Father there with that noise. It's a very solemn scene that the world should not see. Those are images of a father's casket, a Catholic priest casket, killed in war, being buried in his village in Lebanon. Just not something the world should ever see. Now, speaking of Lebanon and Hezbollah and Father Pierre, who gave his life for his people, he was and will remain a saint. Absolutely, Naomi, and God bless that man. I'm now going to show you Hezbollah within the last hour, publishing footage from yesterday, and they are, in a lot of regards, like their sort of aggression and Israel's response is what got Father caught in the crossfire. It's not an individual Saad's responsibility. It's just, I want to warn you, this is from Hezbollah, and you should take it as like a statement from a combatant in the war, and it is simply that. You are going to watch the kill chain, not a father, thank God. Hezbollah would never like celebrate the killing of a priest. Neither would Israel, to both of their credit. I promise you, like Hezbollah, if they killed a Christian priest, would not go out there and be like celebrating. They would just not do that. They really wouldn't. I'm telling you right now. Same thing with Israel. If Israel like killed a Christian priest, they would never go out there and being like, yeah, we killed him. No, they both would feel terrible about it, I promise you. So just, I need to be very fair about that. And then I also now, again, want to disclaim, you're going to watch footage from Hezbollah. It could be loud. This is about their attack yesterday on Israel overnight.
בלי אזעקה, בלי כלום.
So what you just saw is footage from Hezbollah. I'll take you through it. That's the entire kill chain. That is the missile on the launcher. That is the missile being driven. Okay, it needs to like be mounted. It has to have a radar system with it. That is the missile primed. They have something written on it. It's probably like, I don't know, Naomi might be able to help. I think I saw it translated earlier. I think it says, quote, death to non-believers. I think that's what it says. I'm not 100% positive, but yeah, I think it says something like death to non-believers. So that's the missile primed, okay? So it went from its like storage facility to primed in the launching position. They're not showing us the radar. It has to have a radar device around it or it's useless, but they're hiding that. They're like censoring the bottom of the footage so you can't use this for intel purposes, but it's still like they reveal stuff about like their tactical operations just by trying to brag. So you're always looking for things like what type of missiles are they launching, like how long is the missile, when was it produced, when was the like missile like launcher produced, where are they, like can you figure out like based on the cloud formation like where they fired this from. Like you can see they have like pictures on like the bottom of the launcher. You can see it has some cables down here. All like they're getting smarter. Notice how they're censoring the sky too. Like Hezbollah realizes you can use this for OPSEC. You can compromise their OPSEC with just a cloud formation. So they're like, they censor just enough of the skyline, just enough of the cloud. Like they know you can use it against them. So they're trying to do like active counter intel by censoring the video, but also showing you their rocket. Like they want you to know that they have lots of rockets and can just fire them, but they don't want you to be able to geolocate where in Lebanon they are firing them from. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised based on this last one if this was the one that fired from next to the Lebanese army base. So there's this wall here. I'm pretty sure that's a wall. And there's this like footage that shows like Hezbollah launching exactly that kind of rocket from right next to a Lebanese army base. No, it's not. I wish I could say it's AI. It is not. Welcome to the channel, Jamiroquai. It's not. It is. It's Hezbollah. They send like operatives with cameras out in the field. I happen to be an expert in southern Lebanon. Ali Hashim and Zina Kador both follow me on X. So, hello, driver. Dear, God bless you, dear friend. So what we're looking at here, and I'm just telling you, like I'm somewhat useful. I think what you're most likely looking at is the launch that took place yesterday in the morning Lebanon time, so Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. I think right to the right of this is a Lebanese Air Force or Army base. They're actually not on the base. They're about 10 feet to the left of it. And it was a big deal because the Lebanese Army has a very, very kind of like staunch position that they do not support Hezbollah. Like the formal state of Lebanon does not support Hezbollah. But they're kind of letting them like shoot rockets from right next to their bases. And I'm telling you, based on my analysis of every piece of footage I've seen, this wall, they kind of left it, they kind of fucked up a little bit. This wall right here, because they left it uncensored, it looks almost exactly like the wall to the west, 10 feet to the west of the Lebanese Air Force Base that we watched yesterday, the specific footage. The sky matches like the trail on the rockets. Now, there were actually like 14 launches in this barrage, and they only showed the first one. But my point is, I think based on just this, I can geolocate this footage and tell you it's to like 10 feet to the west of a Lebanese army base in Lebanon, the actual Lebanese army base. Yeah, I just watched that other footage yesterday. One of the Lebanese army soldiers stupidly recorded it and uploaded it. So I was able to like see uncensored like this specific Hezbollah launch into Israel. So anyway, somebody should tell the IDF this is definitely that launch. I don't know. We have some friends here in Israel. They can let the rep people know. But yeah, I was watching that. So now I don't. Yeah, I think this is another one from that salvo. See, that same wall is there, and they're trying to censor it, but I don't know where they are. This one might be different. I can't tell. Nope, same wall. This was that 14 missile barrage. I'm telling you. See that same wall. Now what they did was, and this is why Israel keeps telling its people to please do not film the impact of the Hezbollah rockets or the Iranian rockets, because what Hezbollah does, not only do they use it for tactical intel purposes to determine where the rocket launches are for the interceptors, they also put it in their propaganda. I'm telling you, I'm an expert in this region. You are looking at 45 minutes ago Hezbollah propaganda. So like they're begging you, like the Israeli government is begging you, please do not upload footage, because Hezbollah takes it and then they use it to like brag about their kill chain. You just saw the rocket from its launcher going up in the air. There were actually 14 of them. It was fired from right next to a Lebanese army base, actually. And now you're seeing the impact. And Hezbollah likes to be able to show what's called the kill chain So when you upload those pieces of footage, you're giving Hezbollah propaganda. That's why they ask you not to do it. I am a war journalist, so I have an obligation to cover what I see. But realistically, I should only be getting footage from like people with eSIMs in the Palestinian territories, and then like maybe Al Jazeera and Al Arabia's like night cams over the city. Like if Israeli citizens are sending footage, like it's compromising your domestic security. I just want to let you know that. This is the strike, by the way, that's going to cause absolute hell. America and Israel shelled the main data center of the bank. Now, what's really wild, I'll have this post read out for you. America and Israel didn't shell the bank. This is actually a data center that used to be used and then got moved, and within hours of it becoming operational, we shelled it again. Iran has thus threatened to attack all the banks in Qatar. So take a listen.
Conversation. Single quote. Some of the received messages. The new computer building of Omid Sapar Services on Hakim Highway, opposite Abo Atash Park, was hit with pinpoint accuracy. They only targeted the server section. That means they even knew where the servers were located in the building. This company, after the Sapar Bank hack, with the help of Tosin Company, recovered some of the lost data. A citizen who sent the photo today wrote, "This place was the main data center until the 12-day war. After it was hacked, the entire data center was moved elsewhere. Then, after Sapar was hacked again the night before last, it was decided that this building would become the main data center, and around 1:15 a.m., it was hit. The servers in the ground floor and basement level of the building are completely destroyed. If you look closely out there, those are the data center cooling systems." Wednesday, March 10th. I mean, the person who sent the photo had such precise information. I really don't get how someone knows who's gone and who's come, and what they've decided, and why.
Because it's a really good source inside Iran. Hello. So, yep, that is... Now, in response to this, Iran has threatened to attack all the banks in Qatar. So if you're in Qatar and you're like, why is... if you're in Qatar and you're like, why is the bank not working? It's because they shut down their banks because Iran's going to attack all the banks. Now, about 2 hours ago, maybe 2.5, this was the attack in Oman.
صور أولية قبل قليل من الاستهداف كما
This is Al Arabia from Saudi Arabia, but the attack is in Oman. It was on an oil field, like a port, an oil tank at a port.
الوقود في ميناء صلالة دون تسجيل إصابات. هذا ما تفيد به الآن وكالة الأنباء العمانية، ولم تفد ربما المصادر حتى الآن للوكالة عن مصدر هذه المسيرات التي أدت إلى وقوع هذا الهجوم وارتفاع أعمدة الدخان والحرائق. يبدو حرائق كبيرة اندلعت في خزانات الوقود كما نتابع في الصورة، صور منذ قليل من ميناء صلالة في عمان، والذي يتعرض لهجوم بمسيرات أصابت خزانات الوقود في الميناء. تقول وكالة الأنباء العمانية أن هذا الهجوم لم يؤدي إلى وقوع إصابات، ولكن بحسب الصور التي نتابعها ربما أحدث أضرارا في خزانات الوقود، ربما أضرار كبيرة. كنا نتابع في بعض الصور اندلاع حرائق في خزانات الوقود إثر هذا الاستهداف بمسيرات، تقول وكالة الأنباء العمانية.
So, that is Oman. Just now, those of you who speak Arabic. Now, in more serious issues, that was very serious, but in more very serious issues in terms of the scope of the damage, this is southern Beirut as the citizens woke up this morning. God bless you, island girl. I am so glad you feel safe here, my dear friend. And then our friend Naomi translated the last video. The commentator was just talking about the smoke and fire. No injuries reported. So it was more of an attack on oil infrastructure in Oman. Thank you very much for that, my dear friend Naomi. God bless you for your help. Naomi is translator towel, and then what was the great name Nikki came up with? I forget what it was. It was something like a pun on translator towel. You'll have to remind me, but it was wonderful. Yes, take a moment to say thank you if you see Naomi in the chat translating. She's a wonderful super towel. But what you are looking at on your screen is the destruction in just one neighborhood of southern Beirut as a result of Israel and Hezbollah fighting in the city, probably Iran as well. Interpret towel. Yes, our dear friend Naomi, she is the interpret towel. It is the greatest. It is the greatest title that can be bestowed. It is a very high honor in the realm of towels. Naomi has been knighted the interpret towel. She's the official court interpreter. You know, you just go around and be like, I'm the court interpreter. You know, that's it. When you come to Boston, you can be like, it's okay, I'm the court interpreter. Everyone will understand. You got to say, yeah, the court interpret towel. You know. You got to draw like only when you're in Boston. Around the world, you're the interpret towel, but in Boston, you're the interpret towel or the court interpreter. You know. And then when we say kid, we like as a term of endearment, you call people like instead of brother, you say kid. You don't say kid, you say ked with K-E-H-D. So you're the interpret towel, ked. You know, that's a very warm term of endearment from someone from Boston. Hello, Lex Animate, my good friend. God bless you. I hope you are doing well. I have to get us updated to lab. I just wanted to show you the extent of the damage in southern Beirut so that you can see when we watch the bombs drop. It is not just orange on a screen. It is real lives and real humans and real buildings and real apartments. Every one of them with a story to tell that has seen children grow, height marks on the door, pictures from school, every single thing you would have in a life. That is exactly what I want you to understand via this coverage. I don't want you to glorify it. I don't want you to be consumed by it. I just want you to know it is not entertainment, although I do use a little bit of that to dull the trauma on your brain. I've been reading some literature about kind of buffering the like very intense footage with pictures of like whales and baby goats. It helps your brain. But I don't want you to glorify it. I don't want you to think it's entertainment. I want you to know the human toll and make informed decisions regarding your governments around the world based on accurate information. That's all I've ever wanted. God bless all of you and may God protect the innocent. Here's an update from a Fox News reporter who should not be where he is right now. He was there 5 hours ago. I was saying to myself in my head, like, do you not know the region? Like, why are you there right now? No one is standing there right now. Not Zena, not anyone. Like, you should not be there. He's literally on the border fence between Israel and Lebanon. I bet he didn't know how bad it was going to be tonight. I pray for his safety.
The Lebanese border, just beyond the security fence here, that is Lebanon. And the village in the distance, it's kind of hard to see. That's along a ridgeline. That was, I'm told, a Hezbollah stronghold after the attacks on October 7th. Hezbollah firing RPGs, anti-tank missiles, rockets on all of these communities in northern Israel that are now coming under attack once again by Hezbollah, since Hezbollah joined the fight on March 2nd, before then, when the United States and Israel launched the joint strikes on Iran. Since then, just in the time that I've actually been here today, we've seen and heard IAF fighter jets overhead, an Apache attack chopper. There's also been warnings about incoming Hezbollah attack drones. I hear a fighter jet. I heard some artillery a little while ago in the distance. But the IDF is hitting back, attacking Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon and southern Beirut. But the residents here, they've all returned to their homes, their communities, Metula, Kiryat Shmona, and some of the kibbutzim around here. I spoke to one resident who told me that he and his family have no plans on leaving, that they're not under any mandatory evacuations orders, nor will they. But again, Hezbollah continues to target this area, central Israel, Tel Aviv, even parts of Jerusalem.
Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for those of you just tuning in. Someone mentioned they were from California and went to kindergarten in Boston, or from up in San Francisco. You know, I'll tell you, it's kind of like when a Boston boy goes out to San Francisco. My friends, they run this very nice internet company in a church out in your city. And one time I came out to give a speech there, And, you know, it's a very nice, like, company. My friend Brewster runs it. He's a very nice man. And we talked about West Coast Hotel Fee Parish from 1937 and also Connecticut Life Insurance v. Johnson from 1939 and the usurpation of the Fourth Amendment. I think Cory Doctorow was there that day, or he was giving a speech. So we were talking about the 14th Amendment. And Cory always likes to talk about the 14th Amendment. He's a very smart man. We get into debate sometimes about the 14th Amendment. I like Cory. But my point is, I have very fond memories about San Francisco because I went out there one time to visit my friend Brewster. The company is the Internet Archive, and they have this very nice set of offices in the church. And I stayed in Japantown, and I got to visit all these very nice people, and I got to meet some very smart people, and then I gave a nice little talk about the Hegelian dialectic, and I gave a talk about the Overton window. It was very nice. You can find it on YouTube. My point is, I have very fond memories of San Francisco. I also stayed in this hotel one time with my dad there, called the Mark Hopkins or something. It was on top of a big hill. And then we went to dinner at the restaurant, and I could see all of San Francisco. You have a very nice city. I like to go to cities and then go to very tall restaurants and just look out over the people. So anyway, I like San Francisco. I hope to come back one day. I'd like to see my friend Brewster. He has a very nice kind of like staff, and they're all librarians. You should see all those librarians. I've never seen a happier group of librarians in my entire life than over at the Internet Archive. Yeah, my friend Brewster's a nice man. He's very nice to Anna Aaron. Aaron was my friend. Well, I don't want to get too much into it. Aaron created Reddit, you know. Reddit was a nice site. I was there when it came about and all that. Anyway, so yeah, you can look up my talks on the Internet Archive. I'll have to come out and visit my friend Brewster and the Internet Archive again sometime. They have a very nice building. I don't really understand why they put a bunch of librarians in the church, but you know, it's a very beautiful church. You go in the amphitheater. It's kind of like a church dedicated to like internet servers. I don't really know how to explain it. Oh, thank you, Janai. I'm glad I got to tell that story. And I'm sorry for taking a bit of a 5-minute pause. That last report, I was very worried about that man. He should not be there right now because I'm going to show you exactly what happened. By the way, I have a very sad piece of footage. Before the attack in Switzerland, 24 hours before that, there was an attack in Belgium on a Jewish temple. I can now tell you that an Islamic group that has never been heard from before, called the Rights Owners, has taken credit, and as proof, they posted this video. It's loud. It's loud. This is the actual attacker who is free in Belgium. He firebombed a synagogue and filmed it. So listen, I'm really worried at this point that the Swiss event wasn't an isolated event. Again, this is the actual terrorist. I think it's more of like a warfighter who bombed a Jewish temple, firebombed a Jewish temple in Belgium. They have not caught the guy. The Belgian prosecutors are looking for this man, and he's just out there and like taunting them. He released this like 2 hours ago, or they. I don't really know who they is. Whatever this is, I mean, I think our government's probably looking into it, but like whatever this is like this new group. So I don't exactly know what it is. I've never seen it before. I don't know if it's tied to Iran. I don't know if it's like a splinter cell. It's not a lone wolf thing, though. It's not like none of the attacks in Dallas, in New York, in Switzerland, in Belgium, none of them are lone wolves. Yeah. Craig, that's what I'm saying. If you look at this logo, I don't know if any of you like do this kind of intel work. I'll just kind of put it out there. I have a lot to cover. But like this logo is like new. It's like within the last hour. Nobody really knows what it is. It's this very new group. Even like the chatter on like the Arabic wires. It's called the Rights Owners. No, I think this is likely Iran. I think this is probably what Iran's gonna use as their like call sign for like European terrorist attacks, like state-sponsored attacks on civilian populations. during the war. I'm 90% sure, but I have only seen one of these, so I can't confirm it. But I just want you to remember this logo in case we see it again. They're called the Rights Owners. That might be true. Listen, ST Sergeant Morneman, State Morneman, ST Morneman. You might be right, but as of now, we only have like 45 minutes of intel, and this is the first time anyone in the world has seen this logo, so yeah, I'm not really sure. I can't attribute it yet. I'm just telling you, this was 30 minutes ago, and it would be very nice to get more information about why this group is doing that. Alright, so this is District 11 in Tehran. There's a lot of bombing. This might be loud. I want to warn you, this is Tehran. Banner for sleeper cells was my first thought exactly, but I can't confirm it. This is Tehran. And then I'll show you the other update about Tehran. This is Tehran. Those are drones being shot at by anti-aircraft fire. Now, the first report I got from Tehran, where it is nighttime, was that. And then I started seeing this. Like footage of Israeli drones in the past, I'd say like hour, actually obtaining air superiority over this was the picture, by the way, from, if you were wondering, this was from Oman. This was one of the ships on the water looking up at the explosions that you looked at earlier in Oman. I do have the moment of the hit as well in Oman. That was right now. There's a member of a Thai crew in the Strait of Hormuz after an attack this afternoon. There's all the C-7. There's the U.S. Air Force C-17A Global Master Traffic over the past 7 days. That's it all mapped out. I have to go relatively quickly so we can get live because of the active situation in northern Israel. Here's air defenses over Tehran over tonight. This was very intense fighting right now over Tehran. A lot of Israeli drones. This is tonight in Tehran. You're looking at Turanian air defense. It's Tehran. Very intense air battle over Tehran. Oh, God bless you, James Oliver. We are so lucky to have you. James Oliver says, got you closer to the goal. You really seem without agenda and truly caring for all. Appreciate your time to inform us. God bless you, sir. That's all I could ever hope to accomplish, and it's our honor to have you with us. Again, you're listening to Tehran Tonight. You're listening to a very active air war over Tehran tonight. Those are air defenses firing at Israeli drones, which now are hovering over Tehran. Alright, now I have the actual footage of the strike in Oman. This was hard to get. It's loud. I want to warn you, this is the actual strike in Oman. That's the drone. It's very loud. Again, very rare footage here. You're watching an Iranian drone hit the oil refinery in Oman. This was just 3 hours ago. I mean, I can't believe this man actually got that footage. I mean, he didn't get it. He didn't know what he was catching, but he pretty much nailed it. It's just incredible. They're all lucky to be alive. There were no reported injuries. This was, as you can see, the point of the strikes is not to hurt people, at least this one. It's to impact the oil infrastructure. So, yeah, very real. All right, let's take a listen to this comms between Israeli air pilots and American air pilots.
Mobile 97.
Go for 97.
It is a great honor for us to fight with you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Likewise, gentlemen. Please be safe out there. Strike hard. See ya.
Okay, that was comms from an Israeli pilot to an American pilot. Let's take a look at, these are the drones over Tehran tonight. These are Israeli drones over Tehran, like 1 hour ago. So this is footage over Tehran tonight. The reason it's important is these are Israeli drones just hovering. And I'm sure the Iranian pilots, by the way, say strike hard to each other too. It's just kind of I think a war fighter terminology. Israeli drones flying over Tehran freely. This is the sign that they have air superiority, that the Iranian air defenses are gone. So that is it's not the people we want, it to save them from these fallen angels. Jenny, welcome. God bless you. Welcome to the channel. Alright, and then this was a very concerning flash from ABC News like an hour and a half ago. I'm just going to read it. I did not break this. They did. Quote, FBI warns police in California. This is from ABC like 2 hours ago. FBI warns police in California that Iran wants to retaliate for U.S. attacks by launching drones against West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by ABC News. Yes, Jamiroquai, I think there is like Iranian air defense trying to shoot down the drones, and the drones are just avoiding it. And then, again, this is a flash from ABC News, literally like an hour and a half ago. I don't know why, like, law enforcement got this order. Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of like information flying around. Standing Stones, you know, I will review it, my dear friend. But what I have up on the screen now is a flash from ABC News. I do not know why. Craig, I can see you. I can see your messages, my dear friend. God bless you. But I want to let you know, this was from ABC News 2.5 hours ago. Take it for what it is. I didn't write the story. I'm not with ABC News. I don't know why ABC News thinks that Iran is going to attack California. I don't know why the police were warned about this, but you should know. This isn't just some random account saying it. It's like ABC News, so I think you should probably know about this if you're in California. Alright, so I'll continue. This is the most recent interceptions over northern Israel right now, about an hour ago. I'm delaying some of the footage. Oh, it's loud. These are the interceptions. Hashim Karim, God bless you, my friend. Salam alaikum to you, my dear brother. God bless you. So again, latest over northern Israel 30 minutes ago. I am holding some footage right now. because of the recent wave of attacks in the north. I will show you again. This is within the last 30 minutes. There was a very, very heavy wave of Hezbollah shelling in the north. Here are the impacts. I held it for as long as I could. Very heavy Hezbollah shelling in the north of Israel tonight. Oh, City vs. Real. Keep me posted. You know I used to be a City fan. My dear friend Hashim, back in the day. When I watched Kun Aguero score that goal against QPR. It was really epic. This is the latest wave of interceptions in Israel. Didn't actually show the intercept, but it was intercepted. Here's a shell in one of the northern settlements in Israel. Oh, God bless you, Hashim. Here's one of the shells that fell in one of the settlements in northern Israel just an hour ago. It, thank God, did not explode, but look where it fell, between fuel tanks. That is a Hezbollah warhead, active. It's an interceptor head, actually, that fell, active, trying to intercept a Hezbollah missile. This is an Israeli interceptor, active, that fell next to gas cans in the north and did not explode. And then here's the footage from the skies above Haifa earlier tonight. This was about an hour ago. Alright, these were the alerts when the last wave hit, and then this was one of the impacts in the north. Alright. We saw that one. And then this is the barrage now. You're listening to audio of the Hezbollah attacks on the north. And you're seeing where they're hitting. One more time, this is a journalist that's actually on the front lines. So that's all live footage within the past hour. Here's more rocket fire in the north of Israel in the past hour. Very serious wave of strikes. Very serious wave of strikes by Hezbollah in the north of Israel. That was the footage inside the house. More footage. One of the strikes in the north. One of the Hezbollah hits in the last hour in the north. That was the Hezbollah barrage in the last hour. Yeah, it's too many missiles for Israel to deal with. It's a lot. The moon is real. Yes. Naomi, I proved the other day that birds are real. I'm going to fly up to the moon for you, my friend. I'll lasso it for you, Naomi. Scenes from hell indeed. Goncello, my dear friend. I'll show you another impact in the north just within the last hour. But I also have to lasso Naomi the moon, so give me a minute. Huge impacts. Huge impacts in the north. This is I'm delaying some of the footage, but there is serious damage in the north of Israel. This was March 11th, 10 p.m. local time. Very serious hits. Hezbollah is shelling the north. And Israel it's probably the hardest night of shelling from Hezbollah of the war. And then I'm gonna now take you live. Okay, so that was the updates to like an hour ago. I have to delay a little bit with the amount of shelling that's going on right now in Israel. It's just not there is just, if I show you it live, it can compromise security. So I'm doing my best to delay, but I make the choice about how much I want to delay. Only me. There's no censorship. All right, I'm gonna take you live now. Give me 1 second. Al Jazeera's player is not very good these days.
كانت هناك عملية استنفار واسعة النطاق في سماء مدينة
I can't tell where he is. He might be in. I'll let you listen.
بالإضافة إلى نهرية في عقاب تسلل سرب من المسيرات إلى مناطق واسعة في الشمال الإسرائيلي، بالإضافة إلى نقاط عدة في منطقة كريات شموني وغيرها من مناطق الجليل. حزب الله أطلق سربا من المسيرات بشكل مكثف خلال الدقائق الماضية باتجاه هذه المناطق الجغرافية المتباعدة. كذلك أطلق الحزب قبل قليل عددا من القذائف الصاروخية باتجاه بلدة المطلي وغيرها من المستوطنات والكيبوتسات الإسرائيلية على الحدود اللبنانية الإسرائيلية. هذا يأتي في أعقاب أيضا استهداف حزب الله لمناطق الشمال الإسرائيلي بنحو 100 صاروخ كما أشارت وسائل إعلام إسرائيلية مختلفة. جاء ذلك بالتزامن أيضا مع صاروخ أطلقته إيران باتجاه هذه المنطقة، منطقة وسط إسرائيل، وشاهدنا الدفاعات الجوية الإسرائيلية والصواريخ الإيرانية في سماء مدينة تل أبيب ووسط إسرائيل بعد دوي صفارات الإنذار بشكل مكثف. الجيش الإسرائيلي قبل قليل في بيان قال إن الجيش سيرد الصاع صاعين على عملية العصف المأكول التي أطلقها حزب الله، وقال إن الآتي أعظم. يبدو أن هذا الآتي هو الذي يحصل في هذه الأثناء على وجه التحديد، وربما خطوات إضافية تتخذ لاحقا، إلا أن الجيش أعلن بأنه أو أخطر سكان الضاحية الجنوبية وقال إن عليهم الخروج من الضاحية وعدم العودة إليها مجددا حتى إنذار آخر من قبل الجيش.
Alright, I'm going to show you the latest suburbs. There's very intense shelling in Beirut. Hello, State fan. I got it. I nailed it, my friend. God bless you. We have a very active situation in Beirut and in northern Israel. There are intense strikes on northern Israel by Hezbollah in the past hour. I'm showing you now the latest footage from southern Beirut. It could be very loud. Oh, it's loud. Get ready. It's going to be very loud. I'm going to restart. It's going to be loud. This is southern Beirut now. Oh, this is very active bombing in Beirut. Very active.
5 غارات حد الآن، 5 غارات توزعت مناطق كبيرة في الضاحية الجنوبية وفي بيروت. الغارة الجديدة في بيروت، هذه الغارة في بيروت، أولى الغارات في بيروت.
Alright, so this is Beirut. I will show you the damage now from this wave of bombings. It is extensive. There are immense fires burning. This is in retaliation probably for Hezbollah's attack last hour. There are intense fires burning. So first of all, here's where Hezbollah struck. Okay, so Hezbollah has successfully hit 4 times in northern Israel. Hello, that one girl, Melly. We have a very active developing situation. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be. It is coming up on 4:19 p.m. Eastern War Time, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. It is probably coming up on 11:19 p.m. local time in Tel Aviv, if I had to guess, in Israel. There have been multiple Hezbollah strikes on northern Israel and multiple confirmed hits on Haifa after an intense wave of shelling in the last hour. In return, Israel did this to Beirut. I repeat, you are about to see pictures from downtown Beirut in the last 2 minutes. This is just one scene. Yes. In Bahrain. Oh my God. Oh goodness. We pray for you, 666 Ray of Light. I will monitor it right now. I'm hearing reports of an attack in Bahrain.
بناية الحج وجفال بناية عمير فطار اللي بلزقة اللي نازل هاي بناية الحج وهيدي بناية أمير فطار بناية أمير فطار كلها نازلة على الأرض ما في منها شيء هاي بناية الحج وجفال.
This is from on the ground in Lebanon. I hear there are reports of explosions in Bahrain.
بناية الحج وهيدي بناية أمير فطار بناية أمير فطار كلها
It is
نازلة
11:20
ما في
p.m.
منها شيء هاي بناية الحج وجفال بناية أمير فطار اللي بلزقة اللي نازل.
Reports. This is in Beirut. I am also hearing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 11:20 p.m. local time in Bahrain. We pray for the people of Bahrain as there are reports of explosions just now in Bahrain. Just now, I'm going to show you as well more scenes just coming in from on the ground in Lebanon, where Israel has just retaliated against Hezbollah by causing massive damage in the south of the city. You are looking at the latest footage from on the ground in South Lebanon. Excuse me, South Beirut in Lebanon, which is technically in the south of Lebanon. And then I'm going to show you more footage from on the ground just now. Israel has seriously struck Beirut. Sirens in Kuwait. Indigo, welcome to the channel. God bless you. I'm showing you the scenes of the impact in downtown Beirut right now. And then I have a very serious update from the port in Oman. I have a very serious update. 1 second, from the port in Oman, which is still on fire. All right, we've seen some hypersonic Fatah 1 and 2s, but this is the port in Oman right now. That fire, that attack that Iran did earlier on Oman, it has set the entire oil depot on fire. It is still burning. Hours later. Security sources tell MTV Lebanon Israel will escalate its actions intensely tonight in Lebanon. Saudi breaking 12 minutes ago from Al Arabia. Saudi civil defense alert issued for end of danger in Al Kharaj governance. So there was an attack on Saudi Arabia that just passed. Kuwaiti air defense breaking. Kuwaiti air defense are currently intercepting. Come on, Kuwaiti air defense. There is so much going on. This is very intense. So there are sirens sounding in Kuwait as well. So I'm going to read you the update from the Kuwaiti air defense. There are multiple sirens sounding in northern Israel still, and you are watching the latest footage from Oman. Okay, Oman is still burning. There was a strike on the Furaja oil storage facility in UAE. I have the footage right now of interceptors being fired. This was in the UAE just minutes ago. This is a night, ladies and gentlemen, this is a night that the history books may remember. I'm going to show you right now an Iranian attack on the Fujahara oil storage facility in the UAE, and you are watching Patriot interceptors go up trying to stop the attack. Chinese sailors are filming the attack. 拦截导弹失败了，我天，失败了，我操！哎呦，富加拉呀，这是。That is a strike on the UAE. 我靠 ，shit！ 我的天，又一个拦截导弹，快走！大家快看，又来了！我靠，2个拦截导弹！我靠，2个，又来一个导弹！ 我靠，不要脸了！
哎，成功！我靠，又没成功！哎呦，这拦截导弹连着2个，又炸了。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11。
Active shelling right now in Lebanon. Artillery shelling by Israel.
16、17、18、19。
Again, you're looking at scenes over UAE.
22、23、24。
Targeting of Iranian Kurdish opposition in Erbil.
29、30、31、32。
Extensive strikes right now on southern Beirut across the region.
这有点远呢。哇！
Oh my goodness. I'm going to bring you live to an Al Mayadeen report right now on the ground. I believe this is South Lebanon. This is, hold please, this is on the ground in Suta. This is Al Mayadeen on the ground in Suta. I believe this is in Lebanon.
الساعة والربع من الآن نفذت الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية آخر غاراتها في منطقة البقاع وتحديدا في البقاع الشمالي. الغارة استهدفت منزل مؤلف من طابقين على يمين أوتوستراد المؤدي بين بعلبك والهرمل
20 minutes ago.
200 متر من مدخل بلدة شعد. أي هنا تعتبر المنطقة هي المنطقة الفاصلة بين بلدة شعد وبلدة يونين. الغارة في الواقع استهدفت منزل يعود لعائلة آل طحان وهرعت على الفور أجهزة الإسعاف والإنقاذ من دفاع مدني وهيئة صحية إسلامية وصليب أحمر لبناني، بالإضافة إلى طوق أمني ينفذه الجيش اللبناني لكي يسمح لعناصر الإنقاذ والإسعاف بالتدخل بأريحية. حتى الساعة نتحدث عن حصيلة ما شاهدناه ورصدناه انتشال 3 جسامين لشهداء نحن وهنا، بالإضافة إلى قبل وصولنا كان هناك نقل ل4 أشخاص، أحدهم هو شهيد و3 إصابات. إذن حتى الساعة ما مجموعه هو 4 شهداء و3 جرحى. 2 من هؤلاء الجرحى هو في حالة حرجة جدا. سوف أترككم للصورة حيث تستمر أعمال البحث والإنقاذ، وما زالت الأعمال البحث مستمرة على الأقل على شخصين، ومن الممكن أن يكون العدد أكبر وصولا إلى 3 أو 4، لأنه كل من كانوا في المنزل إما شهداء إما أصيبوا إصابات بليغة، فلم يكن يوجد شخص يتم سؤاله عن عدد المفقودين يعني بالضبط، وبالتالي بالحد الأدنى هناك شخصين ما زالا تحت الأنقاض، وربما يرتفع هذا العدد إلى 3 أو 4. أي أن هناك المعطيات بحسب الأهالي وبحسب فرق البحث والإنقاذ هم أبلغوا بالتأكيد عن 9 أشخاص، ولكن ربما يرتفع هذا العدد إلى 11 أو 12 شخصا. وبالتالي عمليات البحث والإنقاذ يعني بدأت منذ ساعة من الآن، تم على إثرها نقل 7 أشخاص من هنا. هؤلاء ال7 توزعوا بين 4 شهداء و3 جرحى. بطبيعة الأحوال حسين، هذه المنطقة هي تقع شمالي قضاء بعلبك، لم يوجه إليها إنذارات طوال فترة هذا العدوان الذي مضى عليه 10 أيام باتجاه لبنان. كان الجيش الإسرائيلي قد وجه إنذارات لمناطق تقع جنوب قضاء بعلبك، وتحديدا إلى بلدة النبيشيت ومحيطها، بالإضافة إلى جنوب مدينة بعلبك المباشر. أي نتحدث عن 3 مناطق جغرافية هي دورس وبريتال، بالإضافة إلى منطقة مجدلون. هذه المناطق بالفعل تلقت موجات من الغارات، كان أعنفها طبعا في بلدة النبيشيت.
Okay, so for those of you who are wondering, that report said that Israel struck a family's home. This is in, I believe, South Lebanon. 3 to 4 people are dead, 3 people are injured, and there are people still missing. Okay, so this is the latest update. We express a thank you to Naomi wonderful towel translator. God bless you. And this is an intense night. The channel has been covering this conflict for 13 days, 12 days, 24 hours the first day, 12 hours a day for the subsequent 11 to 12 days. A staple of the channel has been an ethos of compassion and understanding, especially in the chat. I realize there's 180 countries, a lot of different perspectives, but we're very welcoming. If it ever gets to a point where you're discussing ideas and you may vociferously disagree, just focus on the ideas. That's all I ask, you know. You're debating another human, and that other human might have something to say that you don't really understand and find hurtful. But then you'll learn that they're just a human. Maybe they really like God or Jesus or the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. One of our dear friends worships trees. She's a pagan. She taught me all about how pagans aren't new Canaanites, you know. And, you know, I think there really are some evil people out there, but none of you are in chat. You're all very wonderful humans, so just remember that, and God bless each and every one of you. And if I need to, I can show you pictures of little baby goats or whales. Apparently that reduces trauma, and then just, you know, people talk about how they love the baby goats and the penguins. I mean, my friend Lynn wants to own a penguin. She's always wanted to go to Antarctica and just kind of like, well, I mean Greenland. And she wants me to get her a penguin. I'm going to do that for her. She deserves a penguin. I'm going to show you the latest update now from a civilian plane attempting to land at one of the airports in Beirut amid the shelling. This is a civilian airplane flying into Beirut right now, like 20 minutes ago. Forever human. I know, Electron Arts, God bless you, my friend. I like the saying, though, we're all forever human. Again, that is the bravest civilian pilot you will ever see. He is flying through Beirut that is bombed so hard you can't see where you're going. He's just flying into Beirut. That is a civilian pilot on live camera on Al Arabia flying into Beirut's airport. Jesus does love us all, as do I. Metal, and I love you all. You're all very wonderful. Again, you are watching a civilian pilot 20 minutes ago fly into Beirut's airport during the most intense night of shelling of the war. He just is like YOLO. He's truly YOLOing it. We talk about YOLOing, Carpe Diem. We don't know the meaning of the word. Hi, Joy. How are you? God bless you, my dear friend. We're watching Joy during the most intense night of shelling in Beirut of the war. A pilot YOLO. It's a civilian pilot. He's just like, I'm flying into Beirut. I'm going to go save that man and his goats. You don't understand. There's a whole flock of goats that was paraded up from southern Lebanon. They're somewhere in the north. We must find them. Hashtag save the goats. I bet that plane's going in to save the goats. The point is, that is a brave pilot. While I wait to show you more distressing images, I'm going to show you this pilot just flying into Beirut 20 minutes ago. He does not care. There are bombs falling everywhere. You want to see what he flew into? I'll show you what he flew into. I'm going to show you right now. This was what this man just flew into. I'm going to show you the scenes over southern Beirut. And this man, not the actual impacts, I'm going to show you what this man just flew into. This was that plane. Literally, this is the airport he just flew into. I want to show you the scene around him.
خمس غارات حد الآن، 5 غارات توزعت مناطق كبيرة في الضاحية الجنوبية وفي بيروت. الغارة الجديدة في بيروت، هذه الغارة في بيروت.
Okay.
وليس فقط مضيق هرمز في حال اختارت الولايات المتحدة التصعيد أكثر.
حسن، نعم. المنطقة التي تدور فيها الحرب، وبالتالي تقول إيران أن
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Unmuted. Before I take you back to Al Jazeera Arabic, I want to show you the latest Al Jazeera Arabic report from over Haifa. That's why I had the audio muted. I was going to bring you back to Al Jazeera Arabic. Instead, I'm going to show you this latest scenes over Haifa from Al Jazeera Arabic 25 minutes ago. Again, Haifa 25 minutes ago. Again, I was showing that this is the latest footage from Haifa just 25 minutes ago. This was covered by Al Jazeera Arabic. What came first, the chicken or the egg? That's a good question. What if they're autopoietic? Tiffany Bob. You know, have you considered that chickens and eggs are sui generis? Then they just actually self-generated and neither the chicken nor the egg came first? That's clearly the answer. They're just autopoietic entities, you know? That's why no one could figure out the chicken and the egg problem. They just forgot about autopoiestasis. A common error in science, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go over to Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm so glad I could solve that for you, by the way, Tiffany Bob. I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera Arabic now, where we have the latest statement from the IRGC. Let me take you back to the beginning of this statement. This is the latest statement from the IRGC. Give me 1 second, please. And they have it translated into Arabic from Farsi. So this is the latest statement from the IRGC. 1 second. This is the latest statement from Iran's IRGC. It's going to be translated into Arabic from Farsi live.
Likely course of action العمل الممكن الأكثر احتمالا أو الموست dangerous course of action العمل الممكن الأكثر خطورة. بالإجابة على سؤالك هذا الموست dangerous course of action هذا العمل الممكن الأكثر خطورة. لذلك الناتو بدأ يتحرك بقيادة فرنسية لتمديد مهمة الناتو الموجودة أصلا في البحر الأحمر وباب المندد لتمديدها للوصول إلى مضيق هرمز في هذه المنطقة اللي حتى يتم تأمين القطع البحرية على أقل تقدير تأمين حاملات النفط التي تعبر هذا المضيق. لا ننسى نقطة وسيلة غاية في الأهمية أن هناك جهدا استخباريا وجهد عسكري عالي جدا أمريكي موجود في هذه المنطقة في التحديد في جزيرة كيف.
The statement from the IRGC will start in 1 second.
5 أيام. هذا الجهد على ما يبدو يتزامن مع جهد قائد القيادة الوسطى الأمريكية الأدميرال براد كوبر الذي تحدث عن أن من المحتمل أن يتم إنزال قوات برية واستخدام ورقة القوات البرية. هنا لم يكن يعني أو لا يعني القوات البرية التقليدية بالدبابات والناقلات بقدر ما قد تكون قوات خاصة أو عمليات إبرار من البحر إلى البر في هذه الجزيرة بالتحديد التي يبدو أن عيون الجانب الأمريكي موجودة على هذه الجزيرة لتأمين المنطقة من أي محاولات اعتداء إيرانية على منطقة أو على مضيق باب المندب. أعتقد أن هذه الجزيرة ستكون موطئ قدم، جزيرة كيش، لأي تحرك أمريكي نحو الداخل الإيراني، نحو مضيق هرمز، ونحو 90% من نفط إيران في جزيرة خرج.
بالعودة إلى الحديث عن موضوع الألغام، وهذا ما هو حديث الساعة الآن، فحال ما إذا بالفعل زرعت إيران الكثير من الألغام هناك، ما القدرات التي يجب توفرها لنزع هذه الألغام من جهة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أو من القوى الدولية البحرية؟
هناك مدمرة مرافقة لUSS لينكولن، هذه المدمرة معنية بعملية كسح الألغام، هذا أولا. اثنين، لا ننسى أن عملية الدوريات الجوية هي عمليات واردة كافحة أي تقرب من قبل القطاع البحرية الإيرانية المتبقية بعد عملية تدمير الجزء الأكبر منها، وبالتالي يمكن العمليات الدوريات الجوية أن تتغلب على ذلك. والأمر الآخر والأهم أن إيران تتبع تكتيك الزوارق السريعة في اصطياد وتدمير أو استهداف، على أقل تقدير لو يتم تدمير لكن استهداف ناقلات النفط، لكن بالتالي يمكن مكافحة هذه الزوارق السريعة من خلال هذه الدوريات الجوية التي أشرنا لها قبل قليل.
شكرا جزيلا لك العقيد الركن نضال أبو زيد، الخبير العسكري والاستراتيجي. إذن بهذا نكون قد وصلنا إلى نهاية هذه الفقرة. نعود الآن من جديد إلى غرفة الأخبار معك نشوان.
شكرا جزيلا لك. مشاهدينا الهجمات على إيران، معنا هنا في الاستوديو الدكتور سليم.
اليوم تم على كل السماء والأرض
تقع عند من نقاط
لا تبدل بالمعنى.
Oh my God, this is very frustrating. 1 second.
أن أمام ترامب
تحت
في إطار ما يقوله الجيش الإسرائيلي عن ذلك إلى موضوع التنسيق مع الهجمات الإيرانية.
بالطبع يوم ما يقوم
البيان الصادر عن جلسة مجلس الأمن اليوم، وهذا القرار الذي تقدمت به الدول الخليجية مع الأردن، أذهب إلى أصبح قرار في مجلس الأمن الدولي بهذا العدد من
أنت من مرحب
تم تدمير
تخطيطات.
Oh, this is the worst player. Al Jazeera has the worst player. I'm sorry for getting frustrated, but I need to hear what they said. 1 second. This is the latest statement from the IRGC. Sorry for the impatience with this terrible player. I don't know who they thought, if they thought they were helping, but they're not. Sorry about that. I'm going to get you the latest statement from the IRGC. Here, you're going to hear something.
بعد تدمير هذه الرادارات سوف يكون هناك تأثير كبير على قدرة مواجهة الهجمات الصاروخية. وفي الليلة 21 من شهر رمضان المبارك انطلقت الموجة 36 بينما وتم استهداف مجموعة من قواعد أمريكا في المنطقة، تم تدمير البنى التحتية العملياتية في هذه المنطقة. الموجة 36 أيضا برمز يا أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام في الليلة الماضية، وبينما وضع المؤمنون القرآن على رؤوسهم ودعوا لهم تم تنفيذ الموجة، وبهذه الموجة الثقيلة انتقاما من أمريكا ومن الكيان الصهيوني قاتل الأطفال وانتقاما للمواطنين الأبرياء، تم استخدام في هذه الموجة أكبر عدد من صواريخ خرمشهر الثقيلة على دفعات وبشكل مستمر. وتم استهداف قلب تل أبيب ومركز الاتصالات في حايلو في جنوب تل أبيب تم استهدافه للمرة الثانية، والمراكز العسكرية في القدس الغربية وبئر يعقوب، وكذلك قواعد أمريكية في أربيل. والأسطول الخامس في هذه المنطقة كانت تحت نيران القوات المسلحة الإيرانية. العمليات القوية للقوات في حرس الثورة الإسلامية في الموجة 38 وبرمز يا حيدر الكرار تم إطلاق هجمات نحو القواعد الأمريكية وتدميرها. إطلاق الصواريخ نحو تم مقتل عدد ملحوظ وجرح عدد كبير من القوات الأمريكية في القواعد الأمريكية في الكويت. البنى التحتية في ميناء سلمان بصفته مكان استقرار الأسطول الخامس للقوات الأمريكية تم استهدافته بصواريخ باليستية ومسيرات هجومية، وكذلك مجموعة من منظومات الباتريوت ومقار الاستقرار للجيش الأمريكي في موقع محمد الأحمد العسكري تمت إصابتها. قبل ذلك أيضا الموجة قبل لحظات الموجة 39 أيضا تم تنفيذها. هذه الموجة فيها تم استهداف القواعد الأمريكية الإرهابية في الخليج الفارسي، وكذلك الأمر تم استهداف سفينة إكسبريس روم والتابعة للكيان الصهيوني وهي متوقفة في مكانها، ومضيق هرمز. ومن دون أي لحظة لا نغفل عن مراقبته من قبل القوات البحرية في حرس الثورة، والمعتدون الأمريكيون وشركائهم ليس لهم الحق في المرور، والهجمات لقواتنا سوف تستمر بشكل واسع بالصواريخ والطائرات المسيرة، ونشكر قواتنا على هذه العمليات. الجمهورية الإسلامية في دفاعها عن استقلالها وسيادتها لن تتراجع أبدا، ومن نصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
إذا تابعنا هذا البيان للمتحدث باسم مقر خاتم الأنبياء الإيراني الذي تحدث
Okay, so that was the latest.
العمليات الإيرانية.
That was the latest from the IRGC. It was as much of the Arabic statement as I could get you from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They release it in Farsi. What you just heard there was Al Jazeera Arabic translating it into Arabic. Depending on the pace of activity, sometimes people will summarize. I would just issue just a reminder to you all, there's a lot of different viewpoints and countries and faiths in here. This is a very active night. There was just a serious amount of shelling on northern Israel, including Haifa. The port of Oman is burning. It has been burning for the past 12 hours. It is literally on fire. And then I'm going to take you live to Al Jazeera English to determine if Mr. President Trump is going to speak. So give me 1 second. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up on 5 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. There is an intense night of shelling. Here's Mr. President live. Here's Mr. President live.
And we're here today with the men and women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Verst Logistics. Verst Logistics. Good company. Just met a lot of the people that run it. They're good people. They love you. They love you, actually. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't think I'd be here. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here. And this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company.
It's a paraphrase. The IRGC is going after Israel's defense systems and radars. The IRGC says this is revenge because of, quote, the Israeli killers of children. They use the word Zionist. And then, quote, they're coming after USA bases. Quote, they said they wounded a ton of American soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, pray for the innocents, pray for the troops of the United States. We have no idea of the actual casualty figures. I'm going to go back to Mr. President Trump now. That was, again, the translation of the most recent statement from the IRGC. Very rough paraphrase. God bless you to Naomi for translating. Americans, I hope you realize how invaluable it is, and I hope you take a second to say thank you to our wonderful translator, Naomi, who has been so kind to offer their time and summarize what was just a very concerning update from the IRGC. Please, I should let you know, that just came out. It came out in Farsi. It was translated to Arabic by Al Jazeera Arabic, and only because of the wonderful Naomi does the English-speaking world have any idea what the IRGC just said. So God bless you, Naomi. We all are very grateful for you, and you are loved and appreciated, my dear friend. Back to Mr. President.
And like the people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all up politicians, and I'd always hear that, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. It's the first group of the Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through. But you have to say, we're cutting taxes. They say, we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe. But they were going to raise your taxes more than any. It was the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut. And now again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. All
right, we will keep an eye on Mr. President Trump, but here's the latest statement from Bahrain. Quote, from the Bahraini Defense Forces. Quote, the General Command of the Bahrain Defense Forces announces that the air defense systems of the Bahrain Defense Force, by the grace of God, followed by the unwavering vigilance of its men, continue to confront successive waves of sinful Iranian terrorist aggressions targeting the Kingdom of Bahrain. Ladies and gentlemen, although I will keep an eye on Mr. President Trump, I need to let you know that the developments right now in the news world are coming so hard and fast that I have somewhat of a duty. While I will monitor what Mr. President Trump is talking about, I have a duty to show you these most recent updates for our friends in Bahrain. I have this statement from the Bahraini Defense Forces just now, the General Command of the Bahraini Defense Forces. Your Bahraini Defense Forces would like to let you know that they continue to confront successive waves of attacks from the, quote, with unwavering vigilance from the sinful, quote, Iranian terrorist aggressions targeting the Kingdom of Bahrain. Okay, this is the most recent statement put out just now. Ladies and gentlemen, more drones just now from Hezbollah towards the north of Israel. I must interrupt, Mr. President. I would never do such a thing normally, but there is just such a rapid series of attacks unfolding across Lebanon and Bahrain and Oman and Saudi Arabia and Tehran and Israel that I must monitor live. I do not have time, unfortunately. Here is the live footage. Here is the actual footage from the down drone that was targeting the American base in Erbil. Okay, that is live footage on the ground. That is the down drone that was just that is burning in Erbil, Iraq.
وسط أربيل قرب فندق. هذه هي الصور التي تظهر الآن لهذه المشاهد.
Okay, and then I'll show you now the actual moment of impact of the drone. That's the moment of impact of the drone hitting in Erbil. It's up here. Okay, that was in Erbil, Iraq. The fire is burning now. Now I need to show you the latest scenes from downtown Beirut. Now. This is now. God bless those people. And there is serious bombing of Beirut. Look at that. The whole building is gone. Please, if you are in Lebanon, leave Beirut. Get out now. That whole building is gone. This is 15 minutes ago. The shelling is so heavy in Beirut that entire buildings are being brought to rubble.
بناية مطعم كبسة بشارع عبد النور.
I have the latest pictures from I have the latest statement from the IRCG. They have launched the 40th wave of Operation True Promise. I have the statement for you now. I will flash. This is a flash. Normally when I flash something, it's because I'm very concerned. I have to flash, like, there are so many big news events that I don't use the word flash for once in a decade. I use it for, like, more important than breaking news, and we just have to go with that. Flash. I'm going to read you the statement now. I'm going to have my British man read it because my voice, I have to save my voice because I don't know what tonight may yet bring. All right, let me make sure that I'm showing you what you need to see. Hold on. Yes, okay, I'm going to have this read out for you now. Take it away, Mr. British man, please. This is the latest from the IRGC. Read by a British man. Nope. I'm going to have it read out for you there.
Confirmation. The IRGC Aerospace Force has launched the 40th wave of Operation True Promise 4, conducted under the slogan, O Commander of the Faithful, peace be upon him, marking the culmination of the three-day, Yar Ali, strike cycle that began with the 37th wave. The operation represents one of the most diverse and high-volume deployments of the campaign, employing a mix of Fatah 1, Kubar Shekan, Khorramshahr 4, Emad, and Qadr missiles across multiple strategic theaters while implementing the 1-ton class warhead mandate on key targets. The strike sequence combined layered missile rolls to pressure different segments of the enemy defense architecture. Fatah 1 hypersonic missiles were used to trigger the early depletion of Arrow 3 interceptors over Tel Aviv, while Kubar Shekan systems carried heavy warheads toward defense industry targets in Haifa. Khorramshahr 4 missiles formed the heavy kinetic anchor of the operation, striking Al-Kaj, Prince Sultan Air Base, to disrupt the regional F-15 command hub. While Emad and Qadr missiles were launched in larger volumes toward Al-Quds and Al-Azraq Air Base to saturate integrated air defense layers. Targets in Tel Aviv, Al-Quds, and Haifa, alongside American bases such as Al-Azraq Air Base and Al-Kaj, were struck within the same operational cycle. The wave was carried out in coordination with Islamic resistance forces across the region, integrating their activity into the broader operational framework of True Promise 4.
I knew it. I knew it. Who was here yesterday? Listen to that sentence. This wave was carried out in coordination with the Islamic resistance forces across the region, integrating their activity into the broader operational framework of True Promise 4. The Hezbollah and rubbing it in our faces. Do understand? Do understand? They are just rubbing it in our faces. They're now just telling us they were doing it. But I knew it. I knew it, ladies and gentlemen. I know. Nikki, I'll tell you, history will demarcate that on yesterday's stream. I said that the farm system was in play. I told the Americans about the AA system, about the single A system, about the AAA system. I even talked about the Parsocs and the Lowell Spinners. You don't understand. I went deep into my repertoire of analogous syllogisms. I had to teach the American people, and now Iran has come out and said it. This was like 60 seconds ago. You don't understand. You don't understand. I am a prescient towel. Let me run up into the Congress and yell at them. I will yell at the Congress. I will say, how dare you, Congress? You have forsaken my peoples. Put me up there and let me yell at them. I got lots of things to yell at Congress about. Rep Luna can have a hug, though. She's very nice. She retweets me and stuff like that. So Rep Luna can have a hug. But everybody else I want to yell at, especially the damn Democrats, peace-loving Democrats. It's not muted. If your sound goes out, just refresh. It's not you. It's a YouTube issue. If your sound goes out, just refresh. You won't be able to hear this, but if you ever run into that, just refresh your stream. It's your client kind of looping a little bit. So if you ever like lose sound, but other people say they can hear, just refresh. Kind of like refresh your client, either on your phone. It mostly happens on phones. It's kind of a YouTube issue, so it's not your fault. But it can happen from time to time, especially if you watch for a long time. So you just kind of refresh the feed. You'll become an expert in it. You can do it in like 5 seconds. You won't miss very much at all. Alright, I'm going to show you the, this could be loud, I'm going to show you the actual footage of the IRGC's wave. This is the actual footage. I'm going to show this to you. It could be loud. You're getting a volume on, and it could be loud. Well, I guess you don't. Oh, here we go. It could be loud. So, I'm just telling you, they're not done. They haven't even used their biggest missiles. I think these are the Fatahs. I'm telling you right now, they just launched hypersonic strikes, and they're going to do it again right now. It's very bad out there. God bless you, Standing Stones, and your puppy. I say hello to the little puppy. Hello, little puppy. The man on the TV is talking to you. Hello, Nunya. We have a very serious situation. You just watched, literally 30 seconds ago, Iran confirmed that they are coordinating their attacks across the region. I have to write this up for the people of the world. Give me 1 second. Oh, sorry, it's going to be loud. 1 second. Iran's IRGC has just confirmed that they are coordinating their strikes with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Blood Guardians in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen. The most recent Iranian wave has just started, and it is massive. God protect the innocents. This is going to be a really bad night. May God protect the innocents, ladies and gentlemen. You pray, if you do pray. Maybe you don't, but I will pray for them. That's something that we can all agree on. We pray for the innocents. I tell you, my dear friend Alpha and Omega yesterday, he was saying in a very beautiful way that I could never replicate, and it's a sort of syntactical precision and just absolute eloquence, that the child of our enemies, if they were to become our responsibility, we would all take them under our wing. And that is a very beautiful statement, said in words that I will never be able to replicate, because Alpha and Omega has a way with words. But needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, that is something upon which we can all agree. We pray for the innocents and for the children caught in the paths of this war. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming past 5:03 p.m. Eastern War Time, Wednesday, March 11, 2026, during what could be the most intense night of this conflict. I will take us back live now. Mr. President Trump did not actually talk about the war. He just addressed his supporters. He is, okay, Mr. President Trump says Iran doesn't know what the hell hit them. They didn't expect anything like this. Let's listen now.
It's back, and it's roaring back.
Let's go back a few minutes.
Construction jobs in China uses a lot of...
Mr. President Trump is not talking about Iran right now. He's talking about the domestic economy. We're going to listen now into Al Jazeera Arabic, and I'm going to show you pictures on Twitter. I'm going to show you live pictures from Al Jazeera Arabic as I talk to you, actually. A lot of you speak Arabic. Oh, very bad situation in Beirut. It's in ruins. Oh no. The U.S. base in Soleimania has been targeted.
الأردني حاز على دعم 135 دولة بشكل غير مسبوق.
Iranians are chanting death to Bashi and death to the dictator.
آخر مرة كان
as U.S. drones, as Israeli drones circle.
دولة 135 وهو هذا ربما الذي ركز عليه المندوب الأمريكي حين تحدث مفسرا يعني سبب تصويت الولايات المتحدة وطبعا دعمها لذلك القرار الخليجي الذي يدين إيران ويؤكد حق دول الخليج والأردن الأصيل في الدفاع عن النفس وفق ميثاق الأمم المتحدة بالقول أن إيران تشن هجمات عشوائية على دول المنطقة إضافة إلى قبرص والأردن والعراق وطبعا دول الخليج، وأن هذه الهجمات تستهدف منشآت مدنية، وأن إيران كانت في طريقها إلى امتلاك سلاح نووي، وأن مجلس الأمن كان يجب أن يتحدث بصوت واحد كما فعل بالفعل. وكانت هذه دعوة من دول الخليج حين تحدث مندوبيها للصحفيين قبل التصويت داعين للتأكيد على حق هذه الدول في الدفاع عن النفس ودعم القرار الذي مر بالفعل وتم تبنيه. دول الخليج في كلماتها سمعنا طبعا من مندوب البحرين وهي الدولة التي قدمت هذا المشروع الذي أصبح قرار نيابة عن دول الخليج والأردن، وقال إن دول الخليج تعرضت لهجمات وأنه هذا انتهاك للقانون الدولي، داعين إيران لاحترام القانون الدولي، الكف عن هذه الهجمات واحترام سيادة هذه الدول على أراضيها، وأن ما تقوم به إيران هو يهز هذه المنطقة التي تعد من العصب الأساسي لاقتصاد العالم، منطقة الخليج، خصوصا فيما يتعلق فيما يحدث في مضيق هرمز وما إلى ذلك، وأن دول الخليج لم تكن تريد هذه الحرب.
So I had a question about what does the Iranian Air Force like, or what are their interceptor capabilities look like? Sergeant Schlutzy? You're going to have to show me the phonetics. It's like Schultz, I think it's Schultz, which is like a really fun name to pronounce, but I have to learn how to pronounce it. Phonetics are hard for me. I'm a simple Southern man. A lot of people know that I'm not actually a Southern man, but God bless you, Sergeant, either way, so. Let me show you, there was a question about what Iran's interceptor capabilities are right now, so I'm going to show you the most recent piece of tech, the most recent update I have. So this is an Ilbit Hermes 900, which is like an MQ-9 Reaper drone being shot down over the city of Kerman in Iran. It appears that Iran is using a possible KM QUAEM 118, which is a GAHEM GHAEMM 118 SHORAD SHORAD surface-to-air missile to target the drones. So it appears they don't really use their Air Force, they use this kind of thing, which you may recognize. I don't know, I'm not a ballistics missile expert, or like an expert in whatever the hell this footage is, you know what I'm saying? I'm just a mere towel. So maybe that's like, you recognize it and you're like, oh yeah, I see how they're shooting down our drones. Well, that's how they're doing it. Hello in Lebanese, you are super towel. So this is how Iran is shooting down our drones. Now, I'm not a military expert, so I can't, like, I'm showing this because we have a lot of veterans who know what the military, like what it looks like when Iran uses like a certain weapon. And this is a leak from within Iran's like defensive systems of their radar, of their like kind of active like cameras showing them shooting down one of our drones. So if you have any like sort of insights, I mean, you don't have to tell us, but you may have had questions about like, okay, like how are they getting our boys? Like what are they firing at us? This is what they're firing at us. They seem to be surface-to-air missiles. Now, I don't really know if they're like good surface-to-air missiles. I'm not a ballistics missile expert. I'm a towel. But you all out there might be looking at this like, oh wow, okay, I understand. First of all, how did Grant get this footage? And I don't really know. I just have a lot of good sources. But this is an Iranian sort of camera on one of their ballistic missile interceptor systems. And that's one of the Israeli or American drones. I think it's an Israeli drone being shot down. So if you get any tactical information, 12 drones shot down yesterday. If you get any tactical information from this, maybe it can tell you what you need to know. But I'm not really, as I said, a ballistic expert. But maybe Sergeant knows things about what this means. I don't really know. But this is their capabilities right now, like as of like an hour ago. So I don't know. What does this tell us? The gentleman who played Schultz was a World War II vet. Oh, I love that, Sergeant. My grandfather was a Navy vet from the World War II, as I mentioned to you. The wool uniform did him in. He used to always laugh when he told that story. He loved America very much. But he couldn't really fight on the Navy ship. They were very firm on the wool uniform, and it damn near killed the poor man. He worked on the base instead. I gotta watch more of Hogan's Hero. No such thing as just an infantryman. I don't believe in that term, jarhead. I think infantrymen are the most brave and honorable members of our army. You see an infantryman, and you mean infantryman, they will go to the lengths for you I'd never seen. You know, I saw a lawyer give up an opportunity to be in JAG so he could be an infantryman because he loved his troops so much. He was a commissioned officer, or maybe a non-commissioned officer. I don't really know. I'm not in the army. But the point is, that you got to understand how noble it is to be an infantryman. You're the tip of the spear. You're knowingly going into the most dangerous types of battles. It's the most honorable service to our country. And I've seen men in the infantry care so much about their sort of battalions or regiments. I'm not really sure. I'm not in the military. I've seen them turn up the opportunity to make hundreds of thousands of dollars and go be one of them JAG officers are like really like important members of the military because they wanted to stay with their troops and go into the field. That's how honorable the infantry is. They're loyal. They really care about each other. They're very honorable men. Never underestimate the importance of the service of the infantry. I've seen it firsthand. Now, I've never been in the army because I'm sewn in half from one hip to the other. It's a long story. I probably should not have been sewn in half from one hip to the other. But God bless every single member of our armed forces, but in particular, Sergeant, the infantry. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'm glad I got to say that. But either way, I know a lot of you can't like talk about what you know about like seeing this because it's very classified Iranian military footage. But like Nick can probably tell you like as of 1 hour ago, based on your analysis, like the nature of the Iranian capabilities to hurt our boys. Hello, Naomi. So this is the most recent footage from 20 minutes ago. There are Israeli drones flying over Iran, and this is from Kermen, Kermen. It's an active intercept by an Iranian surface-to-air missile, and we're using it to, in real time, analyze Iranian defensive capabilities to take down our boys. We're having an American talk. Yeah, I don't know much about him either. So, Sergeant Schultz, Sergeant, it's not so much the drone. We're interested in the drone, but what the value of this footage is it's classified Iranian defense footage, and I don't know a lot about surface-to-air missiles. Someone out there might. Like, it's just a very specific thing to know about. But this is footage of, like, the Iranian defensive systems, their camera attached to one of their defensive interceptor missiles. This is what the biggest threat to our boys is on the ground, and girls. I saw an Air Force pilot who was a lady the other day. She looked like she was a boss. The point is, this is the biggest threat to our guys and girls in the sky. If they fly over Iran, they don't really have an Air Force. Yeah, it's either an MQ-9 Reaper drone or the Israeli-like version of it, which is very similar. But the reason this is very valuable is, one, you're probably not going to see this footage like ever again. It's a leak from inside the Iranian like security state. But furthermore, like, yes, I saw that 1-0 State fan. We covered that earlier. That was on ABC News, flashed about the warning to Californians, law enforcement in California by the FBI about potential Iranian drone attacks on California. But yes, to bring you quickly up to speed, this is a very rare piece of footage right now. Like, Iran is facing drone incursions from Israel and the U.S., and probably airplane incursions and bomber incursions. They don't really have an air force per se. What they have is what you're looking at right now. That's an Israeli drone, probably a clone of the MQ-9 Reaper, being shot down. It doesn't have a person in it. Don't worry, these drones like get shot down all the time. There's no person in it. But so nobody died in this strike. My point is, what we're using it for is to analyze the way the Iranians, their defensive capabilities as of like 1 hour ago. So they have the ability of, I'd say, like surface-to-air shoot-down capability, and it looks pretty accurate for at least targeting a slow-moving drone. I'm not sure if it could hit our boys like and girls in like our F-22s. I can't judge that based on just this footage because I can't adjudicate the relative speed of the interceptor missile. All I can really tell you is like, yeah, they still have defensive capabilities, but it doesn't look like Air Force planes. I think the original question was like, is Iran using Air Force planes right now to like stop our boys and girls and our drones? No. They're more like they have a network of defensive interceptor missiles that appear to be surface-to-air missiles, and they just kind of like target our boys and girls with them and shoot them. So that is concerning. I did, Mimi, my good friend. God bless you. Yes, I got some sleep. I am fully rested. And good thing, Mimi. It was like I heard the call from God last night to get like 8 to 10 hours. I slept till like 11 a.m. my time today, and it turned out to be very necessary because we have a very active situation in the region. I put on my Southern man voice to make sure I'm nice and calm and to people. I noticed that the tone of my voice, like the chat, like the fervor of the chat, like whether people are like lovable towards each other or like very intense, is very correlated to the tone of my voice. So I'm using my Southern man voice. It's very charming. I'm a very nice Southern man. When Kevin from South Boston gets here, he'll tell you, I'm a very nice Southern man. Here are the most recent scenes from Tehran where drones are flying over and you're hearing people chant death to the Bashi and death to the dictator. You are listening to people in Tehran. As Israeli drones circle, they are chanting, death to the dictator and death to the Bashi. Listen with your own ears. Again, you're hearing the sounds of downtown Tehran tonight, where in Farsi they are chanting death to the Bashi and death to the dictator as the drones circle from Israel. They've lost their air defenses in Tehran. That's like what Gaza sounds like. Do you understand? That's what a place that has no ability to protect itself sounds like. Drone becomes psychological warfare because they just fly the drone over you all night. Imagine if you had to sleep with just buzz just all the time. And it's not just a buzz, it's like a buzzing, like a mechanical bee that can bomb you. So I know what Israel did to the Palestinians. Okay? I know what they did to them. And the Iranians know that they risk being turned into Gaza. Nikki, we're close. We are close. Like, I'm telling you, just air superiority does not guarantee victory, but there's like progressions in a war, and one of the biggest check boxes in the very, like, normally it's the beginning, but this war is unlike any other war I've ever seen, obviously. The first big box in victory is total, complete air superiority, not local air superiority. Local air superiority is where you like have certain areas you can fly into. Total and complete air superiority is where you at will control the airspace of the enemy country. Now, you must understand, Iran is a 1.6 million square kilometer country. In fact, its western region is 680,000 square kilometers alone. So it's a very big, like, to say you have total and complete air superiority over 1.6 million square kilometers, it's like an incredible feat. And Tehran is like in the western part of Iran. You got to get through like the whole, eastern part. You got to get through like the whole western desert. And then like you get to Tehran. So you have air superiority over probably like 2/3 of the country, probably more, if you can fly drones over Tehran. That's what it means. God bless you, Rigged Outcome. Thank you. It is kind of like a very important measure of the war, which is why tonight could be very important. And Iran's going to absolutely lash out. You can't just fly drones over a foreign capital. Oh, it's way bigger than Texas. It's Iran as a country is huge. It's probably like from Texas to Canada. I don't know, like, as Westerners, we don't always understand. It's not your fault. So there's something called the Mercator projection map. Like, a long time ago, someone made a decision about a map where it, like, they changed the size of the countries on the map to make it look kind of like more Western-centric. It's a big debate in, like, the study of maps. I'm not a cartologist, frankly. I'm Mateo, but I'm well aware of the debate in the cartologist community about the Mercator projection map. Now, if you actually look at a real map of the world, like, America is very small. Like, it is not very big. Africa is like 7 times the size of the North America. Okay, Africa is huge. Okay, Iran is like half of Africa. Okay, so like we are comparatively a very small country by land mass size. The only reason Americans think we're a very big country, which I know 3,000 miles seems like a lot, it is a very big country, but we're not as big as we think we are because the map you've been taught your whole life is a lie. Now, I know you're going to say, Grant, the map is not a lie. No, I have some bad news. The birds are real, okay? The moon is real. I checked, I lassoed it for my dear friend Naomi. She wanted to make sure it was real. You know what is not real? The map. Yes, that was the secret. Hashtag maps are not real. The map is not real. So anyway, the point is, Iran's a very big country. Hashtag maps are not real. That's going to be my new hashtag. Free the goats and maps are not real. This is your 5-minute like mental break. By the way, I cannot show you war footage for like an hour straight. Every hour I have to take 5 minutes. I read trauma research. The point is, hashtag the maps are not real. Hashtag the maps are not real. I'm starting a trend. The maps are not real. All right, that was the end of your mental break. I'm sorry. Here's the targeting of U.S. bases in Suleimania tonight, which I believe is in Iraq.
تصویرشون که دوازانی اول ليه بقول تصویرشون که دوازانی اول ليه بقول تصویر.
Yeah, exactly. So how long, sorry, this is the targeting of U.S. bases in Iraq. How long makes a great point. The reason why the Mercator projection map is good is that it's about like circumnavigating the globe. You have to use circumlocution when you're flying. It's very complicated. You don't fly in a straight line around the world. You fly in a circle. The shortest point between two points on the globe is not a straight line. It's actually like a semicircle, which if you think about it makes sense because we live on a sphere. But the point is, the reason why we use the Mercator projection is it's kind of about like flight, like planning. Kinda. But also, it's definitely a little bit just like biased towards making the like Western world look bigger. That's my theory. It's kind of like buying a big truck. You know how Americans buy big trucks even though they don't have a job that requires big trucks? Okay, so, you know, sometimes when you feel like, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to get into the details, but there's a saying in America about people who drive big trucks. Now, those of you, I'm not talking about like semi-trailers. I'm talking about like those big annoying trucks on the road you can't see around them. I just hate them. Now, if you need it for work, I understand. But if you just have one, there's a saying we have in America about someone who drives a big truck. I don't really want to say the second half of the saying, but that's always why I thought we did that thing with the maps. We were just a little bit like self-conscious. You know what I'm saying? It's like driving a big truck. That was my opinion of the Mercator projection anyway. All right, let me show you the latest scenes from southern Beirut 4 minutes ago, probably 10 minutes ago now. It's going to be loud. Very loud. Noise warning. Very loud noise warning.
إذا مشاهدينا، غارتين عنيفتين جدا أطلقها جيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، ونشاهد يعني أعمدة الدخان تتصاعد من أكثر من مكان، وأرفقت بطبعا رشقات الرصاص الخطاب. زهراء تفضلي.
يعني هذا المشهد لربما لأول مرة في هذه الحرب نراه في الضاحية الجنوبية. أعمدة الدخان تتصاعد من أكثر من نقطة، نتحدث عن 6 غارات لربما في أقل من 20 دقيقة. هنالك إحدى هذه الغارات سمعنا صوت الغارات الأخيرة لربما تكون يعني في أكثر من صاروخ شنها جيش العدو الإسرائيلي من الطيران الحربي. نستطيع أن نرى وميض الآن النيران، ألسنة النيران تتصاعد جراء إحدى هذه الغارات.
Again, that's the latest from Beirut. No Goat Man news. I believe the Goat Man is probably in northern Lebanon. Now, Yolanda, I am grateful that you have kept the Goat Man, in your thoughts. We are going to find the Goat Man. I will reach out to my people in Lebanon personally, and I will say to them, listen, there's a man with like 150 goats. He was like moving up the middle of the road in Beirut a few days ago. Can you just tell me where the goats are? I got all these people in like 180 countries that are very worried about the goats. I'll try to get you an update, Yolanda, okay? Now, if you have people, Yolanda, in northern Lebanon, you can help me too. Like, it's more than just me and you, my dear Yolanda, who are concerned about this man's goats, okay? There's like 50 people in the chat who want these goats to be okay. There's like 100. There's a baby goat in the back. You don't understand, the little baby goat. I want to make sure the baby goat's okay. Yolanda, I need to be honest with you. If I were in Beirut, I would have been helping those goats. At that time, I would have got a baby carriage for the little baby goat. I would have put the baby goat in a carriage and I would have fed it. And I would have like given it some milk and pushed it. I would have pet it the whole way up to the journey up to northern Lebanon. I would have stopped everything that I was doing. I wouldn't have even gone live. I would have not done any reporting. I would have just focused all my efforts on that single baby goat. I'm not kidding though. If I were just like in Beirut and I saw that happening, I would have been like, all right, I need a baby stroller, some milk in a bottle, if goats even drink like regular human milk. I don't know. I would talk to somebody who knows about goats and then ask them for the appropriate milk for a goat. And then I would get it some carrots or whatever the hell goats eat. And then I would pet it. I would put it in the baby carriage. I would get it a blanket and a pillow. And I would make sure it could rest, and then I would put the blanket over the goat, and I would give it a pillow, and then I would give it some food, and then I don't think it could really like drink the milk, but I would put the milk near it, and I would give it a stuffed animal, and then I would walk with it. I would take that goat in that baby carriage as far north as I could. Ideally, I would try to negotiate with the goat man so we could kind of like get the goats to a safe place. I'd help him find like safe harbor for the goats. I don't know if they have like goat churches where you can give the goats sanctuary. I don't know how that works. I'm not a shepherd. But the point is, I have this plan if we locate the goats. But needless to say, if I had been there, I would have put all my energy. I would have been singularly focused on that baby goat. He was limping. Okay, I would have put him in the carriage. I would have put him with a little blankie. I would have given him a very nice stuffed animal because, goats like stuffed animals. I figure I would have given him Pete Bunny towel. That's how much I would have protected this goat. I would have let him hold Pete Bunny towel. I would have brought Pete Bunny towel into the war zone and let this little goat hold him for comfort. But I would have told the little goat, you cannot eat Pete Bunny towel. If you eat him, I will be very mad. I love you dearly, little goat. I'm giving my life for you, and I'm pushing you up to northern Lebanon. But if you eat Pete Bunny towel, all bets are off. You may not eat him, and then I would watch him closely so he doesn't nibble on Pete Bunny towel. And then, the point is, I would push that little goat to northern Lebanon. So, there you go. I'm just telling you, I have a plan. It was a great story. Oh, don't worry, Yolanda. It's okay that you don't have connections in Lebanon. I do. I am going to find those goats. I'm going to find I can't help them, but I'm going to tell you all how they are. I will literally send an email. I've never done this before to my colleagues, and I will say to them, listen, we have some people who are very concerned about the goats. Now I need to take you live to Al Jazeera Arabic because there's a very serious series of developments going on. And although I will give you sort of mental breaks every hour for 10 minutes, I don't have the luxury of doing that a lot tonight, but you will pray my indulgence. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming up on 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. God bless you all for your support and kindness and compassion to each other.
اللحظة أيضا هناك خطة حصر السلاح في يد الدولة اللبنانية التي نفذت خلال العام الماضي وخلال الأشهر الماضية. في هذه الأثناء نسمع قصفا مدفعيا في محيط أو في القطاع الأوسط من جنوب لبنان. سأفصل فيه ربطا بما كنا قد رصدناه أيضا خلال الساعات القليلة الماضية. تركز هذا القصف باتجاه القوزح، حنين، بيت ليف، وكلها قابلة لنا، فيرميش متاخمة لنا حقيقة. نعم. وكنا أيضا رصدنا إطلاق قنابل مضيئة عادة ما تستخدم للإضاءة على المكان ولرصد أي تحركات، أيضا بالتزامن مع هذه التطورات في هذه الجبهة. جبهة أخرى هي يرون لناحية شرق رميش كانت في مضمار استهدافات القذائف المدفعية، وأيضا رصدنا تحركات فيها واشتباكات.
No, I have an update from the Kuwaiti Minister of Defense 15 minutes ago. The official spokesperson for the Kuwaiti Air Defense. Kuwaiti Air Defense intercepted a number of ballistic missiles that penetrated the airspace heading towards the south of the country. No damage reported. With God's grace, no damage reported in Kuwait during the most recent round of strikes. We pray for the people of Kuwait. Oh, Jenny, they're actually goats, my dear friend. I don't know if you saw this, Jenny. There was a goat farmer. He was driven up from the south of the Litani River up through Beirut because of the shelling. It was a night and a half ago. He had 150 goats. There were actual goats. We're not kidding you. It was 100. We use it as like a palate cleanser during traumatic scenes. I sometimes show animals to help people relax their minds. There was a farmer, a shepherd, with 150 goats in the middle of Beirut, walking them up the street to get them away from southern Lebanon. I don't know where he was, at Qaim or whatever before that. He's just walking them north, and we got the video. There was nothing really going on in the video. He was just ringing the bell, and the goats were walking up the road. And then I was talking about how at the end of the pack of goats, or whatever you call a herd of goats, there was a little baby goat with an injured foot. And I was saying I literally wanted to take the baby goat so he didn't have to walk on his hurt foot and put it in a baby carriage so I could push him to North Lebanon. So, you know, I just wanted to let you know we're actually talking about, like, there's this, like, very large pack of goats. I'm not kidding you. It is 150 of them. We lost track of them, like, 2 days ago, heading through the center of Beirut. We got videos of them because I have sources in Lebanon, and we want to know where the goats are. So yes, Jenny, God bless you. We are actually talking about, like, 150 goats that are somewhere north of Beirut. We hope they're safe. Like, I'm actually not kidding, although I have a lot of things to report on. One of the things I have on my pinned list in my mind of things I want to follow up on is the location of these goats, just because I want to make sure they're okay. That you don't just every day see a herd of 150 goats walking through the middle of Beirut fleeing a war, and I was worried about them. Hashtag save the goats.
جزيرة فاطمة خميسة أيضا معها نستعرض الوضع في ظل يوم أيضا شهد تصعيدا وعمليات مكثفة من قبل ومنسقة من قبل حزب الله والجانب الإيراني. فاطمة.
صحيح عبد القادر، نستطيع القول أنه منذ نحو 3 ساعات وصفارات الإنذار لا تتوقف في مناطق شمال إسرائيل جراء العمليات التي ينفذها حزب الله تباعا باتجاه هذه المواقع، آخرها تسلل مسيرة في منطقة نهارية بالجليل الغربي. وحتى هذه اللحظة هنالك دوي لصفارات الإنذار في هذا المنطقة بشكل واسع. سبق ذلك أن كان هنالك أيضا عملية مزدوجة لإطلاق المسيرات والصواريخ دفعة واحدة باتجاه البلدات الحدودية الإسرائيلية.
Breaking, a U.S. oil tanker has been hit in the waters near Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk, 5:34 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. I repeat, a U.S. oil tanker has been hit in the waters near Iraq. ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, flashing. A U.S. oil tanker has been hit in the waters near Iraq. I repeat, from the war desk, 5:34 p.m. Eastern Time, a U.S. oil tanker has been hit not in the Strait of Hormuz, not in the Al-Shabaab Strait, in the territorial waters of Iraq. You are watching live now a U.S. oil tanker burning in the territorial waters of Iraq, struck in the last 10 minutes. I repeat, a U.S. oil tanker burning not in the Strait of Hormuz, not in the Al-Shabaab Strait, but in Iraqi territorial waters. You are looking live, hello Liam, you are looking live at a U.S. oil tanker burning in Iraqi territorial water within the last 10 minutes. I repeat, this is footage. The American tanker has gone down. I repeat, the American oil tanker has sunk. It is not around anymore. I'm telling you right now that the American oil tanker, whatever it was, if someone wants to bring up the maritime data, the American oil tanker that was hit off of Iraq is gone. All those people are dead. God rest their souls. I can't believe what I'm looking at. I'm telling you that the oil tanker off the coast of Iraq, it is American flagged. It has gone down. I repeat, none of those people lived. The ship has not survived. That entire ship is gone. The water is burning. Do you understand that the water around the ship is on fire? That is an American oil tanker in not the Strait of Hormuz near Iran, not the Al-Shabaab Strait, ladies and gentlemen, near Yemen. That is Iraqi territorial water. You are watching the initial moments when the ship was hit. Okay? No ships nowhere are safe. The oil, like the world oil supplies are done. They are being decimated. Like people are going to be afraid to ship oil. I'm telling you, and this ship is gone. It does not. You are about to see oil prices absolutely spike. This wave is targeting international energy infrastructure and energy ships, and they don't survive. Like when you hit an oil ship, it's not a limited strike. It burns. It's oil. I'm telling you. This situation is escalating rapidly. That is 10 minutes ago in Iraqi territorial waters. You are looking at an American flag tanker burning to the ground. It burning to the sea. In fact, the sea is burning. Let me just rephrase. Ladies and gentlemen, the seas are on fire. Okay? I'm not kidding you. The seas are burning. Yes, I'm not exaggerating. I am the antithesis of a fearmonger. I am telling you that after the hit on that American-flagged oil tanker in the waters of Iraq, that the seas are burning because the oil from the tanker is slipping into the water, but it doesn't mix with the water, so it just burns. You are watching the ocean burn. That's not even a sentence that you're supposed to be able to say. The ocean is burning. I repeat, the Iraqi territorial waters are burning. Not just the ship. The ocean itself is burning. Yes, it is lakes of flames. You are looking at actually like burning water. The tanker was called the Stena Imperative. I repeat, flash. The tanker was the Stena Imperative. You are looking at absolutely impossible pictures, although I'm sure that I'm going to say that phrase 15 times to you tonight. Right now, past 5:38 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026, you are looking at the waters of Iraq on fire. Not just the U.S.-flagged oil tanker burning, and all of those people are dead. May God rest their souls. All of them are dead. The water, I don't know if it's a sea or an ocean, because I don't know Iraqi territorial waters as good as I should. The water is burning. The water is literally burning. Our oceans, it's not just that there's pollution. They're literally burning now. The oceans are burning. I don't know what to tell you. It's day 12 of this war. And it has crescendoed to the point where the oceans are burning. I've seen a lot of things over the past 12 days. I truly do not believe my eyes. I do not believe I am reporting to you that the oceans are burning because Iran blew up an American oil tanker, and they're in Iraqi territorial waters, mind you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching what is literally, I mean, you would be forgiven for thinking that this is the apocalypse. It's not the apocalypse. I just want to tell you, my soul tells me it's not the apocalypse. If that makes you feel better, I'll let you know if I get to that point. You're not looking at the apocalypse, but you're looking at scenes that, you could be forgiven for thinking are apocalyptic in nature, because most of the time the oceans don't burn. That's just not something like water. You use water to put out fires. You tend to not burn the water. It's like those two things don't normally mix unless you create a substance or find one in the earth. I mean, oil's really just like carbon, methane, and hydrogen, I'm pretty sure. Carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen. Unless you put that substance in a refined form on the water. Or it springs up through a well in a river in the middle of Pennsylvania, and then you skim it and drill oil wells and then invent oil and then nearly destroy the entire world. Anyway, my point is, unless you put those specific substances on the water in massive amounts and then blow them up with a bomb, you can't really set the ocean on fire. I mean, generally, water is resistant to being set on fire. It's kind of a truism of human science. You can't go into your bathtub and try to set it on fire. That wouldn't really work. You would if I took my lighter into the bathtub and tried to light it on fire, it would not actually light the bathtub on fire. It would just go out, and then my lighter wouldn't work for 2 days. I've never tried to do that, but one time I let my lighter get wet in the rain, and then it didn't work for 2 days. So water and fire don't really mix. So if the water is on fire, I would just like to let you know we have reached a serious situation. I mean, it's almost an impossibly serious situation. I've seen some things. I know I've seen some things in my life. And I am trying to confirm this, by the way, always, by the way, with all footage. Whenever you see footage like this, the first thing you want to ask is, do I have different angles? Do I have different perspectives? Do I have a report from the Maritime Trade Office? Do I have a report from local civilians? Am I getting confirmation that this was a ship that was hit? I do not know the nationality of the crew. I will update for you as soon as I get further information about casualty figures, about the nationality of the crew, about specifically on what body of water this vessel was located in Iraq or near Iraq. Wow, Hashim Kareem, ladies and gentlemen, this will seem juxtaposed, but I have a sports update. Ladies and gentlemen, per our sports reporter on the ground, I have an update for those of you who follow the UEFA Champions League. The final out of the Bernabeu tonight, ladies and gentlemen, in the world of European soccer, the Manchester City squad has fallen to a well-equipped and absolutely dominant Real Madrid side, 3-0, the final at the Bernabeu tonight. That is from sports reporter, Tal News Network sports reporter Hashim Kareem. He is on the ground delivering us that live update from the Bernabeu as bombs rain through the Middle East. Those of you who do follow the Champions League, the update for those of you, again, following the Champions League, I believe it's a semifinal. Yes, according to Hashim Kareem, sports reporter for Tal News Network, the Real Madrid has crushed Man City at the Bernabeu 3-0. Poor form from City indeed. And I don't know if this was the first or second leg. I'll get a more extensive report from sports reporter Hashim Kareem for Tal News Network in just a minute. Thank you for your attention to this important Real Madrid and Man City related update out of the Bernabeu in central Madrid. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we're adding sports reports, to the Tal News Network. We're going to add all sorts of reports. You can be whatever kind of reporter you want. Just take on a role and just report things. I'm now going to report, so a lot of the Real Madrid fans are going to be very pleased. I'm now going to report for you again in a more serious tone from Burj Al Barajash. This is the southern suburb of Beirut just 24 minutes ago.
واحد هاي بناية أبو حسن وشو الموتور بالأرض هاي بناية أبو حسن هاي البناية اللي بوجهه واحد هاي بناية أبو حسن وشو الموتور بالأرض هاي بناية أبو حسن هاي البناية اللي بوجهه واحد هاي بناية أبو حسن شو الموتور بالارض.
Actually, let me give you an update right now. This is the first of two legs out of the Bernabeu. We actually have an incredible game going on. Valverde for Real Madrid scored a hat trick against Man City, ladies and gentlemen, in the first half. It's the 86th minute at the Bernabeu right now. Man City has just been absolutely dominated in the first of two legs of the Champions League round of 16. I thought it was the semis. I'm sorry. Please forgive the correction. I haven't been following European soccer. In the round of 16, leg 1 of 2, Real Madrid, this is the home leg for Real Madrid. So no away goals for City, 3 home goals for Real Madrid, all coming from F. Valverde. I don't remember his first name. Valverde scoring 3 goals in a matter of just 22 minutes at the Bernabeu this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Scoring in the 20th, the 27th, and the 42nd, blanking City heading into the 87th minute, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping my eye on the Dome of the Rock. Again, Man City in a difficult position. They will have to not only score 4 goals at home, or at least 3 goals, they'll have to blank sheet Madrid. If they do not get an away goal, Man City is in perilous position. Real Madrid almost guaranteed to go through there. Unless City makes it rain goals at the Etihad on the return leg, Real Madrid in a commanding position. If they can close out the final 3 minutes at the Bernabeu without another goal from City, that'll deprive the citizens, they call themselves, I just call them Man City, that'll deprive City back to their, forgive the cuss, but they're called S-H-I-T-T-Y, shitty when they play like this, back to the days of 2014 where they couldn't buy a goal if they wanted one, ladies and gentlemen. And now you see why I don't watch soccer, because I get really mad when Man City does poorly. You don't understand. It is no longer the days of Kun Aguero and Edin Dzeko and Gabriel Jesus. No, it is a City team that couldn't buy a goal in the center of Madrid tonight as the seconds tick away and the minutes close in on the 90th. City does not score even one away goal in the Bernabeu. I'm going to take a look at the Dome of the Rock now. Thank you for that indulgence. I was showing you live pictures from Lebanon. Yes, Towel absolutely has enough knowledge to tell you about the history of European football dating back to at least Hillsborough. God rest those people's soul. I can take you probably back to the FA Cup of 1956. I can tell you a little bit about England's World Cup victory. I want to say it was in 6-6. Maybe 6-2. I don't remember. I can tell it was a really cool victory though. I can tell you all about the past 7 World Cups. I watched them all. I watched the one in South Africa. I really didn't like those horns. It really pissed me off. Vuvuzelas. We can't be having those on the broadcast. It pisses me off. I have very sensitive hearing. I watched the 2014 World Cup. I think that was in Brazil. Oh my God, yeah, Germany absolutely railed Brazil in the final 7-1. The Brazilian people were very sad. I didn't watch the 2018 one as much. I don't remember where that one was. I think that one was... Where was that one? I don't remember. It wasn't that one a winter one? I don't remember where that one was. It wasn't very interesting. I don't know. I had a lot going on in my life. The point is, I stopped watching in 2015. I got pretty bored with European soccer. There was too much financial doping. Once there was the introduction of massive amounts of non-local money into European soccer, in particular in the UK, I just hated it. It was my hatred of European soccer came to be embodied in the phrase that someone said on Reddit once, which was some guy said I support Sheikh Al Mansour's financial portfolio, and they were trying to justify why they should be a New York City Football Club fan if they also like Man City. And I was like, bro, this has jumped the shark. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I am not watching this nonsense. So I stopped watching it. I still have a lot of respect for people who really like European football and who follow their clubs. I love people who follow Millwall and Newcastle and Aston Villa and Liverpool and City and Man United. I love all the history of the clubs and the culture of the clubs, and I love their traversals through Europe. I love learning about the Barca Stadium. I love learning about Real Madrid. I love learning about, for example, City's got this really good striker now named Erling Haaland. When he first came on the scene, I'll tell you, he came out of this Norwegian league, and I used to follow these people on Twitter that were talking about the Norwegian League, and they were like, you got to watch this man, Erling Haaland. Now he's a really good soccer player. He jumps in the air, kind of ninja kicks the ball. He's a little bit of a magician. So anyway, my point is, yeah, I know lots about European soccer. I like to follow Germany. I love the way the German league is set up. I really don't like how that Red Bull team does it. I think that was a bit of an insult to the nature of German football, if you ask me. I really love the fan ownership provisions in the German Bundesliga. It's a testament to the integrity of the sport, you know what I'm saying? I watch Serie A from time to time, but after that whole Juve relegation scandal in 2006 with Berlusconi, and it was before the Bunga Bunga parties, God bless us. But my point is, I lost a little bit of faith in the integrity of the Italian sports leagues. I'm telling you, bro, it's a little bit dirty there. You can't really trust all the outcomes of matches there. You know, I don't want to get into any specific names of organizations that are international in nature and may undermine the integrity of Italian professional football. I have no further comment on that issue. But I like watching that. I used to watch the African Cup of Nations back when Yaya Toure, he was really good, was on City. I would watch Cote d'Ivoire play in the African Cup of Nations so I could keep an eye on the winter sort of development of the players on the City squad. And so, I know a lot about African football, and I know a lot about European football. I don't know as much about Argentinian football. I know a little bit about Boca. I really like how Boca Juniors has the flat wall in their stadium. I watch some of the Boca Junior games sometimes. It's somewhat okay. They talk really fast on the broadcast. I try to learn Spanish that way. And, so I know a lot about European soccer, and I really appreciate all of you giving, well, it's European football. I appreciate you giving me the time to tell you about that. I know a lot about the Red Sox, too, and the Patriots, and, I know a lot about a lot of things, but I really like European football, so I know a lot about all the clubs and all the leagues and the second tier. I even follow the second tier of English football and the third tier. Sometimes I play Football Manager, and I take, Bath all the way up the tiers. You gotta understand. I bring in, the really good players and put them on Bath, and I just try to bring Bath City Football Club to the top of the pyramid. So yeah, I know about the French sides too. I used to watch Mbappe, but the problem is you can't really watch French football because other than PSG and Marseille, and there's one or two clubs that kind of fight PSG, bro, the Parisians just run the table, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I know a lot about all the leagues. I even watched the Dutch league. I've been to Ajax's stadium. I saw Ian Robin's last game. You don't understand. Yeah, Bath City. Got to take them to the top of the Prem. I was trying to get Bath City into the UCL. You don't understand. All of you are oh my God, he's a savant. Oh my God, he actually knows everything about every country. Oh my God, he can just go into countries and just go to football stadiums and they just are oh, okay, you're American, you American. Yeah, I know. I'm a towel. I'm sorry for doing another break. My brain is just overwhelmed with the pace of events tonight, and you all really like soccer, so we'll go live again. I blame you all for loving soccer, European football so much, okay? It's your fault, not my fault.
العسكري إنما ممكن ذهب الأمر إلى ما هو أبعد، إلى عملية التنسيق الكامل. يعني كأننا جبهة واحدة، كأننا جيش واحد، فرقة قيادة لواء، قيادة فرقة، قيادة كتيبة تتعامل مع بعضها البعض. حتى في ضمن الجيش الواحد لا يمكن أن يكون التنسيق إلى هذا الحد. وبالفعل هناك مفاجآت حصلت على هذا الموضوع. يعني من الواضح أن حزب الله خلال السنة الماضية بعد حرب الإسناد، بعد الضربات التي تعرض له، لم يكن ليلعب. ربما كان يلعب على الدولة اللبنانية بمعنى أنه ترك جنوب الليطاني، لكن يتبين في هذه اللحظة أنه لا يزال موجودا في جنوب الليطاني وفي الأماكن بالذات التي يقولون أنه خرج منها. وبالتالي اليوم أعتقد أننا بلغنا مرحلة يمكن القول أنها الأصعب على الإطلاق. إلى أين ستذهب؟ لا أحد يستطيع أن يتوقع، لكن من الواضح أن هذا الموضوع لا ينعكس فقط على حزب الله، على إسرائيل، إنما على كل التركيبة اللبنانية والكيان اللبناني وباتت تهدده.
عن هذه المرحلة وصفتها بالأصعب سيد أمين، أسأل سيد أو العميد حسن جوني فيما يتعلق بهذا المعطى عسكريا. صواريخ أكثر، الحرس الثوري يقول كنا عملية مقابل عملية، الآن سيكون قصف متواصل. شاهدنا هذا الكم مما أطلقه حزب الله في الساعات الماضية، وبالتالي طبعا أيضا شاهدنا طائرات البي واحد أيضا تنطلق وقيل بأنها تنطلق. وبالتالي ماذا عن المشهد عسكريا في هذه الساعات؟
يعني باختصار أو بشكل مبدئي عندما ترى الصورة بشكل إجمالي أستطيع أن نقول أننا لا نزال أمام توازن قتالي في هذا الاشتباك الكبير في المنطقة ما بين إيران وحزب الله من جهة والولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل من جهة أخرى. يعني لا تزال الأسلحة الإيرانية وصواريخ حزب الله أيضا تسقط في الأراضي الإسرائيلية وهي مؤثرة وفعالة.
Okay, pause. I have the latest pictures from the ship in southern Iraq. Oh, Celtic Linda, my dear friend, you are so kind. And yes, Mad P, we pray for you, my dear friend, and your cat, and God bless you. You rest tonight, and we will be with you. It's going to be an intense night, and know that a lot of your Tau friends are praying for you. Celtic Linda, my friend, it is so good to see you. Yes, God bless the innocents, Mad P, absolutely, and you know our thoughts are with them. They're talking, we have a translation from Naomi, who has translated Tao on Al Jazeera. They're talking about bringing the war to Lebanese soil, which I believe is exactly the analysis we have been predicting. Thank you, Naomi Tao. And yes, absolutely a prayer for the, absolutely a prayer for the innocents. Hashim, we will have to see a a match together, my friend. Even if we can't see the World Cup, I will come to you. We can pick any club. Barcelona. We will go see a football match. It'll be wonderful, my dear friend. We can bring Craig. Craig, have you ever wanted to go to Europe and see a football match, my dear friend Craig? Let's just go. We'll go meet Hashim in Barcelona. We'll watch a nice football match. It'll be great. Hello, Petty LaBelle, my dear friend. Hello, Professor. How are you? It is great to see you. Professor, did you know you single-handedly got me to stop cussing? Folks, if you don't know Professor in the chat, Professor single-handedly, it's not like Professor was mean. Professor so I'm a very religious man. And I try to live up to the standards of the Bible. And now I blame Father Jack at BC. He's the president of BC now. Now, Father Jack was a good friend of mine a long time ago. And Father Jack, let's just say Father Jack likes to cuss. It's an open secret. Listen, don't blame me for the fact that I know about this. Father Jack will just cuss at like convocation or in orientation. So don't blame me. Like, there's a lot of people that know about this. But so, you know, I kind of maybe I got some bad influences from the priests who liked to cuss when I was a little younger. It's not my fault. I was like, well, if Father Jack can cuss, then I suppose I can cuss. So I just want to let you all know, Professor said, I remembered I was talking to a lot of countries and cussing is very uncouth. So Professor just said one line like 8 days ago, and just that one line was enough to get me to stop cussing. So God bless you, Professor. Know you are appreciated. All of you are appreciated, and my thoughts with all of you. I'm very grateful. Hello, Mahid Guzani. Mahid, I know that these are intense times. God bless you. You are welcome to your opinions, but we try to show compassion because what if there are innocents that are hurt? You know, we just try to pray for them. Jenny, you have a great time. We will be here. And I'm now going to show you the latest pictures of the tanker. I'm trying to break this up due to the intensity of the night. Yes, I'm telling you, Hashim, we will see a soccer match. I would love that so much. A football match. I would be very happy. These are the latest pictures. Here's the update. Here's the update I have for you. Okay, so this is Qasr, Ummkasr in southern Iraq. Okay, this is Qasr, Qasr, Kasar in southern Iraq. Okay, this is the ship on fire right now.
الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن. الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن. الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن.
Again, this is the latest footage of the tanker.
الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن. الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن.
I do not believe that they're. So again, you're looking at the newest footage. I'll let you hear the Arabic, but you're looking at the newest footage from southern Iraq of a tanker and the ocean burning.
الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن. الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن. الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن.
Again, allowing for translation.
الله يستر ان شاء الله. الله يستر جنرال حسن.
I'm going to show you now on the map where this was. Alright, so I don't know that much about it. Oh, there is a waterway there. So it's a river, kinda. I don't know where the river goes. I'm not an expert in southern Iraq. Now, if you happen to know people from Iraq, I think you should pray for them. Pray for all the people of Iraq. This is this base, okay? Let me show you it one more time. I just saw it. It's like right here. Alright? It's like Kusar. It's like right here. Okay, it's around this. It's not Basra. It's like Kusar. Let me go back to it one more time. Hold on. It's right here. Okay? It's this. So, this is where the ship is on fire. So, you see how it's kind of like near Kuwait? It's at the intersection of like Kuwait and like Iraq. Okay? So, it's like very close to Iran. Oh my God. Wait a minute. That's literally on the border of Iran and Iraq. So that's Iran right here. And that's Iran's border. And the closest city in Iraq to Iran is Basra. So like if there's going to be a war with like Iran and America, you realize it's going to be right here, right? And the strike, that ship is burning right here. I don't exactly island. I don't know if it's like off the coast of Shermania or near Faliakia Island, or if it's closer to Kuwait City. It's like it's somewhere in this vicinity. You see this kind of like thing? That's Iran over here. Like literally, Iran is literally right here. Like I'm pretty sure that is a city in Iran. One second. I'm pretty sure that's actually Iran. Yeah, it is. So like this, do you see this right here? Like the Shaft al-Arab Strait, that is Iran. Abadan, Khorramshahr, these are in Iran. And then you got Basra, which is the closest Iraqi city to Iran right here. And then this ship, this American ship apparently is burning right here. This is like, I don't know if it's in the waterway of the strait. Yeah, it's right near the Kuwaiti border, and it's right near the Iranian-Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. There's like this, it's this very weird strip of land that gives Iraq, so I didn't even know Iraq had like access to the water, because if you think about Iraq, like territorially, I was like, what the hell? Like, Iraq doesn't really have like a water like port. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm thinking of Iraq, like, up here. I'm like, where is there, do they have a lake? So they do have some big lakes. But I was like, where does Iraq have, like a water, like a fresh water port? Like, where is that? And then I go over here. It's actually the Persian Gulf. Iraq has, they must have fought like hell to get this. They have this, like, small access to the Persian Gulf right between Kuwait and Iran. Okay, it's between the cities of Abadan in Iran and Kuwait City. There's like it's a specific word when you're surrounded by like water on one side and then land on the other two that's not yours, but it's like, it's not like a peninsula because it's like your land is on the other side. It might be an oblast, like an enclave oblast. It's like where you're surrounded by water on one side and then foreign territory on two sides and your territory on one side. It's like a very specific like type of landmass. Like where this attack occurred is very geostrategically sensitive. And there was definitely a war so that Iraq could get this specific like thing. It's like access to water like this, like the ocean or the Gulf, is incredibly valuable. Okay, it's like one of the most valuable things for a country. You don't want to be landlocked as a country. It's like one of the worst positions to be in. Yeah, an isthmus. Yeah, I think it is an isthmus. I think Panama is an isthmus. Let me just check to make sure that that's the correct word. Isthmus. It's a great word. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land bordered by water on both sides that connects two larger land masses. Close. What is a piece of land surrounded by two other countries and one piece of water, but also the host country directly called? I'll tell you right now. It's called a penne exclave. Oh my God, this is so cool. This is so cool. A piece of land that is bordered by two other countries on its landward side, bordered by a body of water on another side, and connected directly to a host or parent country is technically called a penne exclave or a functional exclave. Oh, I've learned a new word. Oh, this is one of the greatest moments of my day. I'm sorry, I know there's a lot going on, but I don't get to learn new words very often. A penne, I'm going to tell you right now in chat. I've never known this. So this is called a penne exclave, okay? When you have, it was close to an isthmus. An isthmus is water on two sides, okay? Very, very close. This is called a penne exclave, okay? It's a piece of land that is bordered by two other countries on its landward side. So this is Iraqi territory bordered by Kuwait on the west and Iran on the east. And then it has to have a body of water on another side, in this case the Persian Gulf. And then it has to be connected directly to its host country, which is Iraq. So this is called a penne exclave. Let me see if I can fix the buffering. It may just have been the Google Maps. Google Maps pulls in a lot of data. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and the word of the day is penne exclave. A lot of learning going on, yeah, a whole lot of learning going on. But in unfortunate news, again, setting aside that we geolocated where this is, setting aside the 5 minutes of learning about the word penne exclave, which is important for the geostrategic implications of where this attack occurred, which is directly between the Iranian and Kuwaiti border in a strip of land called a penne exclave belonging to Iraq, south of Basra. I believe so, Standing Stones.
الله يستر إن شاء الله الله يستر جال حسن.
Yes, the Iraq war, remember the Iraq-Iran war, which Hashim Karim, thank you for that reminder. There was a direct war between Iraq and Iran, and it lasted 9 years. Don't forget that. They share a border.
الله يستر إن شاء الله الله يستر جال حسن. الله يستر إن شاء الله الله يستر مشان الحسن.
Don Isthmus is my least favorite isthmus. I think that might have been Don Imus, but you can call him Don Isthmus. Why not? You know, there's some intense things going on. Again, there is a oil tanker believed to be U.S. flagged. I cannot confirm that. On fire south of Basra in Iraq, which is it's on the Persian Gulf. That's where it's on fire. Okay, the ship is gone. The ship does not exist anymore. There are dead people from that ship. God rest their souls. We pray for them. There was a very serious attack. The water is burning around the ship. The ocean is on fire. I can now confirm for you that the ocean is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S.-Iran war as of 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, March 11, 2026, has devolved to the point where Iran is bombing so intensely that a flagged vessel believed to be of U.S. origin is burning south of Basra, Iraq, in the Persian Gulf. Literally, the Persian Gulf. I'm going to say a sentence that is not rhetorical. When I say the Persian Gulf is on fire, I do not just mean all 14 countries that have been bombed. I'm telling you that the actual waters of the Persian Gulf are on fire. I repeat, the waters themselves, not the Persian Gulf region, the actual waters of the Persian Gulf are burning. The Persian Gulf itself, the body of water, you are not mishearing me, that is not a ship on land at a dock. That is a ship in the Persian Gulf. The waters themselves of the Persian Gulf are burning. I did get your pun reference. How long I did indeed. You made a great pun reference. But I am not, in terms of my reference with my pun, I'm not joking. It is not an allegory. You are looking at the waters of the Persian Gulf, the waters of the Persian Gulf itself burning. Yes, and the impact on marine life and the oil slicks. This is a catastrophe. It is an ecological, just this one attack is an ecological catastrophe. It is a microcosm of the damage from this war. And at the same time, it is also horrific because the Persian Gulf, the waters of the body of water are on fire. Water is not supposed to burn. As much as I reiterate this, I am not being alarmist. I'm telling you that water is not supposed to burn. And I am about to show you video of water burning. That is not just the ship burning, that is the water around it burning.
الله يستر إن شاء الله الله يستر مشان الحسن.
It's very yes, a guerrilla war on the planet is a good way to say it, Miss Missy. You have very precise words for very horrifying situations, and that is a gift, my dear friend. Don't you ever forget it. I'm going to take us live on Al Jazeera Arabic now. Hopefully we can get an update about this tanker. They're still in they're showing the tanker. No, maybe they're not. They're still in Lebanon now.
بالإضافة إلى ذلك كان هنالك أيضا عدد من العمليات المزدوجة حيث قام الحزب بإطلاق الصواريخ والمسيرات باتجاه أهداف في شمال إسرائيل. بالمجمل نتحدث عن
Oh damn, I have more footage of this tanker. Listen, this is very bad. I know, but I'm not really sure if anyone could have survived this. This is like Americans will take this. Every country takes attacks on their people very seriously. Oh, God bless you, Miss Missy. But for Americans, they will see this and they're going to be very mad if any civilians died. That's the ship. That's HD footage. That is the ship right now. Oh my God. God bless. Oh my God. Oh my God. May God protect those people. Oh my God. I do not mean to take the Lord's name in vain, but that is an unimaginable. I'm not taking it in vain. Actually, oh my word. That is an unfathomable scene.
طبعا هذا نسبيتين مو وحده ولد.
Two tankers have been hit. I repeat, according to the Iraqi civil authority, quote, 2 foreign tankers carrying Iraqi fuel were attacked within the territorial waters of Iraq within the last hour, causing both to catch fire in the Persian Gulf. Quote, a total of 25 crew members on board the vessels have so far been evacuated by authorities in Iraq. There is no confirmation on casualties or death figures. Again, quote, quoting an Israeli port official, excuse me, not Israeli, I can't believe I have to switch to Iraqi, quoting an Iraqi port official in the last 15 minutes, it is just past 6:15 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. 2 foreign tankers carrying Iraqi fuel oil were attacked within the territorial waters of Iraq within the last hour, causing both to catch fire in the Persian Gulf. A total of 25 crew members on board the vessels have so far been evacuated by authorities in Iraq. Hashim Kareem asks, Grant, is there any way we can use other renewable resources, anything that can substitute oil, petrol? I mean, electric has been a game changer in cars. Yes, Hashim, my dear friend, I agree. It's like a waning exercise, though, because, like, in raw terms, there's 8 gallons of oil in every tire. To produce like a single tire, you need to use 8 gallons of oil, like the equivalent. So everything is dependent on not just like oil as a product to like in the oil, but to make almost everything, like we rely on it. It's like a fundamental backbone of the economy because it is required to produce things. Even electric batteries take oil to produce. So we're in this like very tough situation. But also there are new sources of oil. Like we need to reduce dependence on oil like traditionally like taken out of the ground via wells. They're working on that, but nothing will ever, and by the way, oil does not ever run out. Peak oil is a lie. Peak oil is a lie to like artificial, you know how like diamonds have a fake value? Peak oil is fake. Oil is an unlimited natural resource. It's like water. Think of oil as like the water of under the earth. They just lie to people about it. The OPEC invented peak oil as a term in the 70s to convince people that there was a limited oil petroleum reserve. There's not. There's a limited amount of it drilled at any one time. But the lakes of oil and how deep they have been found, it's almost unfathomable. There is so much oil and it runs so deep that like our planet under the planet is there's probably as much if not more oil than there are oceans. So yeah, no, I think unfortunately it's gonna oil will be around forever. How we get it has to change though. We can't be transporting it like this, and it's very inefficient. It's an old world kind of supply chain. We got to figure out how to like just keep it under the earth, like move it around from reservoir to reservoir, like in giant pipes under the earth, and then you bring the oil up like for the purpose. You don't need to be transporting it in a refined state. It like is inefficient, it's slow, it's pointless. Like we are past that point. But I can't fix the global energy markets right now. But that's just how I would do it. I would like, but I'm also not a scientist or a geologist or an archaeologist or an oil expert. That's just what I would do. I would link up the underground oil reservoirs with kind of pipes and networks, kind of like we do with the undersea internet cables. And I would transport the like crude oil that way. And then you don't have to deal with the problem. Do you know why Venezuela has such a big impact on what's going on in Iran? Do you know why we actually like invaded Venezuela? You know what Iran has a lot of? Very sludgy oil. And Iran can't really like move its oil around. So it needs a special kind of product. It needs this thing called like a thinning agent. I only learned about this yesterday from someone who wrote a nice report about it. They were very smart. So it needs a special kind of thinning agent, and you can only really get it in Venezuela. It's another type of oil. Like you take like thin, like blonde oil and put it into the sludge oil, and then you can move the. Oh no, it's the other way around. Venezuela has this very thick type of sludge oil, and the thinning agent for Venezuela to be able to transport its oil in pipelines comes only from Iran. So you know, we got Venezuela's oil. It's a lot of oil. But I think Mr. President Trump and others maybe want the thinning agent. Like Iranian oil is very useful for thinning out Venezuelan oil. That's what I've come to understand. But I'm not an oil expert. I'm Italian. I need to get my other coffee. I'm losing a little bit of energy. Take a listen to Al Jazeera Arabic. They're probably live in Beirut. Oh, wait a minute. This might be Iraq.
حافظ لنا معك متابعة حالما توفرت معلومات أكثر عن هذا الاستهداف لهاتين ناقلتين في المياه الإقليمية العراقية. وكما ذكرت هما ناقلتان أجنبيتان كانتا تنقلان وقودا من العراق، وجرى إنقاذ 25 بحارا أجنبيا إثر هذا الاستهداف. طبعا حتى الآن لم يتم تأكيد إن كان استهداف أو كان أمرا آخر. نشاهد الصور والنيران تلتهب هاتين الناقلتين الأجنبيتين في المياه الإقليمية العراقية. نرصد الوضع أيضا في إيران من طهران. معنا من هناك مراسل الجزيرة عبد الفتاح فايد. كيف هو الوضع وماذا عن آخر البيانات الصادرة من الجانب الإيراني؟ عبد الفتاح.
نعم عبد القادر، إذا ما بدأنا بالتطور الأخير الخاص بالناقلات النفط في الخليج، فنذكر بأن مقر ختم الأنبياء المركزي الإيراني، وهو هيئة عسكرية تابعة للقوات المسلحة الإيرانية ولهيئة الأركان الإيرانية، كان قد أعلن اليوم أنه استهدف ناقلتي نفط أجنبيتين في مياه الخليج حاولتا تعملان لصالح العدو الأمريكي الإسرائيلي كما قال، وحاولتا عبور مضيق هرمز دون إذن. وبالتالي هذا يأتي في سياق على ما يبدو استهداف أو على الأقل استخدام لورقة النفط وورقة الاقتصاد التي على ما يبدو باتت ورقة رابحة بالنسبة للإيرانيين، وربما هي التي دفعت الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب للخروج بحديث مطول محاولا تهدئة روع أسواق النفط بعدما قفزت الأسعار إلى قرابة $120 لتعود مجددا بعد تصريحات الرئيس الأمريكي وتصريحات وزير الدفاع.
I have a video of the crew of the ship that was targeted. One of the crews. I don't know if this was after the targeting or not. We might need some help from our dear translators. Al Jazeera Arabic isn't even on this yet. They really need to get on this. This is a very important situation. Here's a video of the crew from one of the ship that was targeted. I don't know what flag it was flying. Here's a video of the crew from one of the two ships that was just targeted in Iraqi territorial waters.
علشان عايزين يطفوا الحريقه يبعتوا اي حد يطفي الحريقه دي ولا اي حد مسؤول يعني يقدر يطفي عشان خاطر بالنسبه للبيت طول ما هي ماشيه في البحر كده ممكن تروح على مراكب تانيه. علشان عايزين يطفوا الحريقه يبعتوا اي حد يطفي الحريقه دي ولا اي حد مسؤول يعني يقدر يطفي عشان خاطر بالنسبه للبيت طول ما هي ماشيه في البحر كده ممكن تروح على مراكب تانيه.
Playing again so people can hear what they're saying.
علشان عايزين يطفوا الحريقه يبعتوا اي حد يطفي الحريقه دي ولا اي حد مسؤول يعني يقدر يطفي عشان خاطر بالنسبه للبيت طول ما هي ماشيه في البحر كده ممكن تروح على مراكب تانيه. علشان عايزين يطفوا الحريقه يبعتوا اي حد يطفي الحريقه دي ولا اي حد مسؤول يعني يقدر يطفي عشان خاطر بالنسبه للبيت طول ما هي ماشيه في البحر كده.
Okay, so the man speaking is with the crew of one of the ships, and he's telling them what they are going to be doing until they can get safe. Okay, I have a flash just now from the Kuwaiti army. Okay, this was at 6:18 p.m. Eastern 5 minutes ago. There are some serious attacks flying around the region tonight. I have not seen this pace of attacks in this region for days. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Again, this is happening every 5 minutes in Kuwait. We just saw a few of these a few minutes ago. Here's the most recent update from Kuwait. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently responding to hostile missile and drone threats. The General Staff of the Kuwaiti Armed Forces confirms that any explosions that may be heard are the result of air defense systems intercepting hostile targets. The public is urged to adhere to safety and security instructions issued by the relevant authorities. Again, 5 minutes ago from the Kuwaiti Army. Okay, Kuwait is right near that situation in Iraq, near the tankers. There is a very real situation on the Iranian-Kuwaiti border. I wish I had better updates for you. Here is the most recent statement from Qatar's permanent representative to the UN, H.E. Shakida Alamban Al-Thani, and we're going to now listen to these remarks right now. This is Qatar's permanent representative to the UN speaking 15 minutes ago.
Regarding the principled position of the Gulf Cooperation Council member states and Jordan, who are the primary co-sponsors of the draft resolution that will be considered this afternoon in the Council. We have tabled this resolution following the unprovoked and illegal attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran on our countries, including the state of Qatar. These attacks, which we strongly condemned, is a flagrant violation of our national sovereignty, a direct assault on our security and the integrity of our territory, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. I will not delve into the specifics of the resolution once more, but this draft addresses the fundamental principles of international law and the UN Charter, and the considerable number of co-sponsors from the wider UN membership highlights this reality. Consequently, we expect the Council to respond to this call in fulfilling its responsibilities with a clear demand that these attacks by Iran must cease immediately. I would like to put these attacks into perspective and share some facts. As of last night, the Islamic Republic of Iran has launched at the territory of the state of Qatar a total of 151 ballistic missiles, of which 140 were intercepted. A total of 9 cruise missiles, of which a number of were intercepted. A total of 111 drones, of which 91 were intercepted. No casualties have been
incoming in Israel. Incoming early alerts in Israel. No sirens yet. Early alerts in Israel.
Armed forces and air defense. Let us be clear. These attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran have targeted our sovereign territory. Endangered
missile launch.
Population.
Missile launch. Iranian missile launch. Breaking. Iranian missile launch reported on Israeli Channel 10. Iranian missile launch reported on Israel's Channel 10. I'm going to get you the live cams now. Please hold. Breaking missile launch reported on Israel's Channel 10. I'm going to bring up the live cams now. I have not heard any sirens yet, but I did hear the initial kind of beep beep of the alert, which is normally the notification of the launch. Hold on. No, I don't want that one. I picked the wrong one. That's that. You're hearing it on my microphone. You're going to hear it on your stream in 1 second. This is the skyline. There it is. Those are the early warning alerts. Sirens, air raid over Tel Aviv right now. They're not in the center. They're about 5 miles from Tel Aviv. I can hear the sirens. They're not in the center, so it's just like a distant wail. This is live. The only audio you're hearing is Tel Aviv skyline. So Tel Aviv, we can hear some of the sirens, and that's a bus. That is not a siren. You're about to. These messages are texts. They're early warning alerts. IDF ballistic missile launches towards Israel incoming. Ballistic missile launches towards Israel incoming. Pray for the people of Israel right now. Right now. Launch from Iran detected. Incoming! Those are ballistic missile interceptors. Loud. Folks, there is active fire over Tel Aviv right now. Cover your ears. That is a ballistic missile interceptor. Oh my word. Folks, prepare yourself. Incoming now in Tel Aviv. I just heard the ballistic missile interceptor go up. Home command alerts going out now. Folks in Israel, please follow the instructions of your local civil authorities. There are definitely interceptors firing. Folks, I hear drones. The planes are scrambling over Tel Aviv. The jets, I can hear them. Oh, that was an intercept. Oh my word. You are listening live to the sounds of Tel Aviv. No air raid sirens yet, but very loud intercepts. Oh my word. That is a plane. Those are jets in the sky over Tel Aviv. I tell you right now, that is what you're listening to. Combination of jets and interceptor missiles flying through the sky. Listening very... At 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. Folks, 5 minutes. Estimate of roughly 5 minutes, and there's already interceptors going up from Tel Aviv. We're monitoring live. This is a live feed. God bless those people, and may we pray for them. There might be people you chatted with in here in the line of fire. We'll watch carefully now and live in real time. You are listening live to the sounds of central Tel Aviv. There has just been a ballistic missile launch from Iran towards Israel. Yes, we pray for the people of Israel. Here it comes. Red alert in Jerusalem. Red alert in Jerusalem. Red alert in the holy city. I repeat, red alert in Jerusalem. Hypersonic incoming. Hypersonic incoming. I repeat, hypersonic missile incoming. Red alert in Jerusalem. Folks, red alert in Jerusalem. Hypersonic missile fire incoming. Sirens incoming. Red alerts in Jerusalem. I'm not sure. I believe these hypersonics are coming from Iran. It could start any second. Hello, Slinky Socks, my friend. You have arrived at quite a moment. God bless you, and may we pray. The hypersonic missiles are about to come into Tel Aviv and central Israel. Those are drones monitoring over Tel Aviv. The audio you're hearing is Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. There are 2 KC-135s above Tel Aviv right now. All those alerts incoming near Gaza. Red alert, 239 red alerts. Red alert, 239 red alerts in Israel. 239 red alerts simultaneously. 239 red alerts simultaneously. Hello, everyone. Hello, folks. If you're just tuning in, 239 red alerts simultaneously right now in Israel. 239 simultaneous red alerts. We have not heard the wail of sirens yet. You are listening live to the skies over Tel Aviv. I'm going to check the Jerusalem cam for you as well now. It is quiet. But the alerts are normally 5 minutes before the actual potential hits. There has been 2 interceptions over central Israel near Jerusalem. No sirens in Tel Aviv yet, which is a good sign. That just because there's an early alert doesn't mean the missile actually gets close enough to Tel Aviv to sound the siren. So you listen for the sound of the siren. I have the Jerusalem camera up on my phone. I'm also listening to that. There were sirens in Jerusalem 2 minutes ago. I'll play it for you now. This was 3 minutes ago in Jerusalem. God bless you, Ryan. This was Jerusalem 3 minutes ago. You just listened to the alert over Jerusalem 3 minutes ago. The sirens did not sound in Tel Aviv. It looks like the direction of the fire was Jerusalem. But you are listening to Tel Aviv live. I'm going to take the Jerusalem camera. Give me 1 second. And I'm going to show you what just happened in Jerusalem. I try to leave it on a little bit of a lag, but this is too important. So I'm going to show you, again, Jerusalem on a 5-minute delay. Thank you for your patience. 5-minute delay. It is going to be loud, I'm warning you. You're going to hear the actual air raids and see how it played out.
Making SOPs can definitely make you want to smash your computer. That was until I found Scribe.
Right, here's my honest review of Scribe, aka the tool that...
We didn't really need this. Alright, so now you're going to listen to Jerusalem from 3 minutes ago. I repeat, this was from 3 minutes ago. It is not live. 3 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago now. Okay? It is going to be loud. This was the Holy City 3 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago. Those are interceptors that just fired over Jerusalem just 5 minutes ago. Let me pause and show you those interceptors firing on the full screen. We had a request. Give me 1 second. Again, these are interceptors firing. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the full screen. All right, these are interceptors firing, okay, over the Holy City just now. Okay, these are interceptors firing 7 minutes ago over the Holy City. The scenes in Jerusalem after the strikes you just heard. I don't know if those strikes or interceptions, but those were very real attacks over the holy city of Jerusalem by Iran just 6 minutes ago. You're now watching live as they've moved the Jerusalem camera. Nothing over Tel Aviv for now, and we pray, thank God. The last round of intercepts were over the holy city of Jerusalem. Which obviously will bring about its own level of concerns. No confirmed hits of any kind. I believe we do see some ambulance traffic. Again, this is the Jerusalem live cam. We do see a little bit of police traffic, okay? So you're seeing a police car driving through Jerusalem after that last round. Okay? That's a police car that was just driving through the downtown of Jerusalem. The footage zooms out a little bit. This is going back live. So things have calmed down. But after that last round of fire near the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, the cameraman did pull away. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I will now bring you back to the main feed. As you can see from those images, that was an intense series of interceptors. The last round of attacks, although it set off 239 simultaneous red alerts in Israel, the actual intercepts were over Jerusalem. I showed you them. We're now monitoring the holy city. 8 red alerts declared. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 red alerts declared in the north of Israel. Potential drone incursions right now in the north. 8 red alerts right now in the north. 12 red alerts. Ladies and gentlemen, the number has grown to 12. 13 red alerts. Drones probably from Lebanon in the north. Maybe near Haifa, maybe near the villages. 13 red alerts currently sounding. I do not believe there are any over Jerusalem. I'm going to mute this. 13 red alerts. Let's take a listen live on the other camera. It looks like the alerts are currently in the north of Israel. So I'm monitoring the Tel Aviv camera. And then you also have some cameras that look into the north, but it's not easy to get cameras in the north. They're mostly villages. The IDF has said that Iran has launched a new wave of ballistic missiles against Israel, but that was maybe 20 minutes ago. I think that was the last round. I don't know how many rounds there are going to be. Yoram, thank you very much. God bless you, sir. I'm going to open this right now. Wow. Yes, I heard reports Qom hit with the Moab, the mother of all bomb. Let's take a look at this hit on Combs with a potential Moab. This may be very loud. This was a hit earlier today on Iran with a 30,000, I believe it's 30,000 kiloton. It's the largest bomb in the American Army. It's called a Moab, the mother of all bombs. It's a bunker buster. It's the drone alarms from Lebanon. Thank you very much, Yoram. I saw it was only 13, whereas the last round was 295, so I will keep that up. You read this one, Tiffany? This strike on Qom was from 2017? Okay. Yeah, I did see a very big explosion in Qom today, at Qoms, but I can't independently verify. However, that's a very big explosion. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm monitoring the Jerusalem skyline. Let's take a listen. It is quiet. I think I'm actually able to monitor this relatively easily, because when alerts fly, I can kind of see the chats in the different places. But there is a lot going on. I may need like a few minutes of letting Al Jazeera play here in order to like figure out what's going on the Twitter. I am one man, by the way. I rely on all of you. You're very grateful. I'm very grateful to you for all that you share in chat. Let's take a look at what Al Jazeera English has got going on. Give me 1 second. Iran will not be participating in the World Cup. I'm sorry to say that Iran has announced it will not be participating in the World Cup. I agree, Yoram. I heard it is going to be much more intense. The name of the cameras you watch, Slinky Socks, that is just the Associated Press camera for Jerusalem, so you can just type in the Associated Press. You'll be able to pull that up. They have a bunch of different feeds. And then the other one is Intel Cams Live, but you have to click on their channel and then pick the one for the Middle East. But the Associated Press is probably the best quality. Intel Cams Live is better for audio, but they both have benefits. And the Associated Press feed is censored, but if you listen to it live, you'll be able to see it before they can censor it. Let's take a listen to Al Jazeera Arabic.
الداخل الإسرائيلي من خلال أن تكون الاستهدافات استهدافات مشتركة.
They're not taking anything live. We'll take a listen to Al Jazeera English.
All three of their group matches are scheduled in the United States. Iranian football fans remain banned from entering the U.S. under a travel ban announced by the Trump administration in December. Let's bring you up to date with some of the day's other news now. 4 people have been killed in Ukraine in the latest exchange of drone fire with Russia. 2 died and several were wounded in the eastern city of Kharkiv. Ukraine's second largest city, just 30 kilometers from the border, has been encircled and under constant attack throughout the 4-year conflict. There were further casualties when a car was hit by a drone in the Russian-occupied part of the southern Zaporizhia region. Soldiers have been deployed to the streets of South Africa's biggest city in an effort to help police fight gang violence and illegal mining. Last month, President Cyril Ramaphosa warned he would use the army against organized crime, which he called the greatest threat to democracy and to the country's economic development. Soldiers were seen jumping from vehicles and entering apartment blocks as the military moved through the suburbs of Johannesburg. Palestinian families in the occupied West Bank are in mourning after a surge in attacks by Israeli settlers. They say the violence has intensified since Israel and the U.S. launched a joint offensive against Iran.
So I'm not exactly sure if this is verified or not, but here's the reports I have coming out of Tel Aviv. I did not see this on the cameras, But if you take a look, this is what I have for you here. This was coming up on the camera just now. I'm not exactly sure, like, if it was just because there was no sirens wailing, but this is the report from Tel Aviv 15 minutes ago. I didn't actually see this. No sirens in Tel Aviv, but lots of rockets. But I would think, like, people would have heard this. Again, fact-checking this, I cannot confirm it. Does this look like Tel Aviv? I mean, it looks like the skyline, but does it look, you know, does it sound, does anything in the Arabic or the Hebrew, does anything sound off? Oh, I didn't stop. I stopped the Al Jazeera Arabic because I got video from Tel Aviv, but I can't confirm this is recent. Old video. Thank you very much. Unreposted. This is exactly what I verify. How about this? This was also just posted. Center of Israel. This might be Jerusalem. You sure this is old? And of course, my dear friend Craig, I'm here. So this is another video reportedly from outside of Tel Aviv about 15 minutes ago. Again, maybe, again, a different angle. This is purportedly from Tel Aviv. Now I have a low altitude interception from over central Israel 20 minutes ago. This is a reported low altitude interception minutes ago over central Israel. Thank you, Yoram. I agree. I got a sense it was a little outdated. This is from central Israel. I don't know if it's closer to the holy city. This was reportedly from 10 minutes ago. Looking to fact check this. So, again, trying to confirm whether this could possibly be... No, that was real. Listen, I don't know how you didn't hear it, Yoram, but there might be areas of Tel Aviv that you didn't hear. I have the footage from Al Arabia. Air raids did, the sirens did. Yeah, I agree, Yoram. I think that was from central Israel. This, however, was Tel Aviv 28 minutes ago, Yoram. This is Al Arabia. Confirmed. Confirmed over Tel Aviv. This happened. Confirmed. This was over Tel Aviv. This did happen. All those were real videos from tonight. And this is all now. This is tonight over Tel Aviv, 28 minutes ago. Maybe a little bit longer. They had to upload it, but this is real. I want to repeat, this is from Al Arabia tonight. That was Tel Aviv. Thank you, Ram. So again, this is Al Arabia over Tel Aviv 30 minutes ago. I didn't even see it on the cameras. Yeah, it's legit. Thank you, Yoram. Yep, and this is legit. I'm telling you, I don't know how, folks. I don't know what's going on in Tel Aviv or what's happening, but this is 28 minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago over Tel Aviv. So again, we are praying for the people of Israel, but I just want to confirm at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, okay, which I'll give you the time in Tel Aviv. It was exactly 12:30 a.m. in Tel Aviv. This was the sky. Okay, I'm going to repeat it for you one more time. I repeat, Al Arabia from Saudi Arabia captured this at 12:30 a.m. local time, Thursday, March 12th, 2026 over Tel Aviv. This is confirmed. Yoram, I think it's because it's Saudi Arabian time. They might be an hour ahead or 2 hours ahead. Yoram, they're exactly 1 hour ahead. So again, this was Al Arabia. This was aired at 1:30 a.m. It was 22:30 GMT. All right, 22:30 GMT. It was 1:30 a.m. in Saudi Arabia, so it was half an hour ago, which is 12:30 a.m. in Tel Aviv Thursday. So again, all those videos we saw are real because it correlates to the curve of that missile. Those are interceptors. And so again, this is Al Arabia from Saudi Arabia. It's one of the few places that will actually show a camera over Tel Aviv. I'm going to show it to you one more time. It's the only footage I can get from Tel Aviv that I know is legit because it's a very real station. I don't think you're in denial, my dear friend. I just think the way the city's set up, you might have just been in an area where this didn't, it was in a very kind of central quadrant. You just might be in the north. I don't want to pinpoint you. You just might be in an area where it didn't happen. And it was a very low altitude interception. What it looks like is it's a bunch of missiles from Tel Aviv firing south towards Jerusalem. Because the holy city is just a little bit south of Tel Aviv. So it looks like Tel Aviv wasn't under attack. The attack was on Jerusalem. And Israel sent the interceptors out of Tel Aviv to get the missiles over Jerusalem. Just repeating the footage. This was Tel Aviv, 12:30 a.m. local time. The attack was not on Tel Aviv, just to repeat. It looks like the attack was on the holy city of Jerusalem, and Israel fired interceptors, very good ones, in fact. You're going to see one go up that's really fast in about 1 second. It's very fast. That one right there is really fast. That's not a normal interceptor. It's one of the fast ones. It's going to get something. It's really worried about something. Yeah, you see how it kind of chases up into the sky? That must have been a hypersonic missile strike. So my opinion is Jerusalem has probably been targeted. I cannot confirm any hits on Jerusalem, but yeah, it doesn't look like Tel Aviv was targeted, my dear friend Yoram. It looks like the target was Jerusalem, and the Tel Aviv missiles were used to facilitate interceptions over Jerusalem, but only the Jerusalem KM caught what was going on. I'm going to take Al Jazeera Arabic live now.
العاصمة الإيرانية طهران
From Tehran.
وأوقعت قتلى وفقا لما أعلنته السلطات الإيرانية. كان آخر الضحايا قد سقطوا في هجوم إسرائيلي أمريكي كما أعلن عن ذلك مقر خاتم الأنبياء على مدينة تبريز أيضا إلى الغرب من إيران، وبالتالي هي هجمات وهجمات مضادة على مدار الساعة. الإيرانيون أيضا أعلنوا عن تمكنهم من إسقاط عدد من المسيرات الأمريكية الإسرائيلية خاصة فوق محافظة كرمان، وبالتالي هي هجمات مضادة وارتفاع ملحوظ في وتيرة العمليات العسكرية الميدانية. طبعا هذا الأمر يتواصل.
I'm switching to Al Arabia. I think there was a hit. I can't tell exactly where it is. I'm going to bring up Al Arabia right now. I want to repeat Al Arabia. I believe we might have a hit. I do not speak Arabic, but I'm going to bring up Al Arabia right now. I want to repeat. I believe it is possible that there may have been a hit. I cannot tell what this even is because I do not speak Arabic very well. I only speak like the Qatari dialect of Arabic a little bit. I'm going to bring on the Al Jazeera Arabic, Al Arabia English live stream. Actually, they don't even do it on their YouTube channel, so I have to do it on their website where their player is very high quality. Please give me 1 second to reduce it because it always wants to go to the highest quality. Oh, it's very frustrating. We really don't need, we just don't need that level of quality. You don't understand. Don't they understand people in the Arabic world can't even load that much quality? I don't know what city this is. I'm going to show it to you live now. This is the images I have. I do not know what is on fire.
لبنان بحسب مراسلة الحدث غارة إسرائيلية على ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. إذن مشاهدينا غارة إسرائيلية على ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية، أعمدة الدخان تتصاعد من ضاحية بيروت. كما تتابعون على الشاشة هذه هي الصورة من ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. نستمع إلى الصوت الطبيعي.
Trying to figure out what city this is. This is Al Arabia from Saudi Arabia.
إذن تتابعون الآن مشاهدينا
Southern Beirut hit by Israel. Thank you very much. This is live over Southern Beirut. It's from Saudi Arabia.
ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية تعرضت
This is Southern Beirut.
إسرائيلي بحسب مراسلة الحدث. وكان الجيش الإسرائيلي قد توعد كتائب حزب الله بأن يرد ساعين بعد بيانه الأخير يعني قيامه بعملية عسكرية مزدوجة وثنائية بين حزب الله والحرس الثوري الإيراني استهداف شمال إسرائيل. إسرائيل توعدت بالحقيقة خلال ساعات كان هنالك أخبار متوقعة بأن قد يشن الجيش الإسرائيلي عملية برية، أن يتوغل في الأراضي اللبنانية وأن يرد بشكل قوي بليلة.
From Saudi Arabia, so I pray your indulgence.
عنيفة ستكون على حزب الله كما حصل أو أقوى مما حصل يوم أمس. لكن على الجانب الآخر أعود إلى العراق. مصادر عراقية قصف يستهدف اللواء 15 بالحشد الشعبي بكركوك بمحافظة كركوك. إذن قصف جوي يستهدف اللواء 15 بالحشد الشعبي في محافظة كركوك. ومحافظ أربيل وميت خوشناو يقول 17.
Dubai has been hit, ladies and gentlemen. Creek Harbor, I believe, in Dubai has been hit. I repeat, Creek Harbor in Dubai, I believe, has been hit. I'm going to try to bring it up for you on your screen now. Give me 1 second. Going to have to open up a new tab for this. I believe Creek Harbor in Dubai has been hit. I do not have confirmation. Again, I want to repeat, I believe Creek Harbor in Dubai has been hit. I'm going to bring this up on your screen now. This is the latest from Creek Harbor. I do not know if it is actually in Dubai. Again, the latest footage from Creek Harbor shows a burning sort of like floor of what looks to be a hotel. So I'm repeating, ladies and gentlemen, this is Creek Harbor, which I believe is in Dubai. Okay, this is the latest footage from on the ground. I believe Dubai has just been hit. I repeat, I believe Dubai has just been hit. You are looking at footage of what I believe is Creek Harbor. I don't actually I've never been to Dubai. But if you are from Dubai or have seen the area, I believe this is a hotel, or I believe this might be an apartment building. This is the latest footage just coming in 10 minutes ago. I believe Dubai has been hit. I repeat, I believe Dubai has been hit. This is footage coming on the ground, coming in right now. This is the Creek Harbor, I believe, neighborhood. I cannot confirm this footage. It is only initial footage. It does look like a targeted strike in Dubai. Again, I'm going to show you the specific hit. Okay, hold on. It looks like an apartment building in Dubai is actively, or a hotel, I cannot tell, or a commercial building is actively on fire. Okay, this is the latest footage from out of Dubai. Erbil has been hit again. I repeat, the American base in Erbil has been hit again. I repeat, the American base in Erbil, Iraq has been hit again. I'm going to show you footage from the last 8 minutes. Again, Erbil base in Iraq. The last 10 minutes. God bless you, Miss Missy. You are wonderful. I appreciate your understanding. You are so compassionate. Rockets fired from Lebanon have landed in Barak, which I believe is a northern settlement. According to Israeli media, this is the rockets falling in Bnei Barak, which is northern Israel. And this is footage from, I believe, one of the northern settlements, Bnei Barak. I'm now going to take us back to Al Arabia. This is in Arabic. This is about the tanker, I think. Yes, the tanker. They finally got to the tanker.
باتجاه منطقة الانتظار في الخليج، وكذلك هناك أيضا شاحنات ناقلات نفط أخرى أيضا بعضها ينتظر التحميل وأخرى محملة بالنفط الخام.
نبقي عيننا على الأخبار العاجلة، وسنعود لك فيما لو استجدت أي أخبار من البصرة. سعد قصي مراسلنا في جنوب العراق، البصر بالتحديد، شكرا جزيلا لك سعد. من مشارف ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية معنا مراسلة الحدث رينا دويهي لتطلعنا على آخر التفاصيل حول القصف الإسرائيلي.
Not the easiest feed to get loaded. It's not the best stream.
على ضاحية بيروت الجنوبية. إليك رينا.
I love the Al Arabia coverage, but their player is like exceptionally tough to work. Their English stream they only offer in 1080p. The Arabic feed, because the Arabic world doesn't have as good internet, they offer in 240, but like they just downscale it and it can't really do 240. It just tries to do 1080 and 240. It's very like they should just use YouTube. Maybe they want to control like the whole thing, but it's not a very good web player.
وأنت تتحدثين شاهدنا وميضا على الشاشة رينا، ويبدو أنه ضربة ثانية وغارة ثانية يعني خلال تقريبا 5 دقائق أو 6 دقائق.
المميض يعني يسبق الدوي، فبالتالي ما رأيناه سوية كان وميض هذه الغارة ثم دويها ثم ألسنة الدخان التي تتصاعد الآن، ولكن يصعب تحديدها لأنها تتماهى مع الظلام الدامس فوق الضاحية.
طيب أين يتركز القصف اليوم؟ في أي أحياء بالضبط؟
القصف اليوم يتركز بطبيعة الحال.
It's good journalism, but a bad player. That's all I can say about that. It really is decent journalism. They have some of the best feeds. They have some of the better coverage, but it's just not. It's not really like functional for our purposes because their player is just not really what I need. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you're just tuning in, it is just past 7:18 Eastern U.S. wartime. Wednesday, March 11th, 2025. There is a lot going on. This has been a very intense night. There are multiple attacks. I am attempting to track them. The most recent round of attacks towards Israel was in the holy city of Jerusalem. I'm now going to check in with Al Jazeera English Live and Al Jazeera Arabic Live, which is a little more stable.
But at about 3 a.m. Local time on Wednesday, it was trying to get through that waterway, that very narrow waterway, and it was hit by a drone. 3 crewmen are missing and 20 had to be...
Hold on, I'm going to back this report up. Just 2 minutes, please. Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
Those mini submarines.
By 135 countries. 13 Security Council members voted in favor, while Russia and China abstained.
اعتماد هذا القرار اليوم.
The adoption of this resolution today sends a clear message, a united message from the Security Council that missile attacks and drone attacks perpetrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran and that target a number of regional states, including the Kingdom of Bahrain, these actions are completely rejected and are flagrant violations of the Charter of the United Nations and international law and the principles of good neighborliness.
The Iranian ambassador to the UN told the Security Council more than 1,300 civilians have been killed and over 17,000 injured in Iran since the start of the war. He condemned the countries that voted in favor of the resolution.
We thank Russia and China for their constructive efforts. Those members that voted in favor of this resolution, particularly the European members of the Council, including France, United Kingdom, Greece, Denmark, and Latvia, have demonstrated that their repeated claims of defending the UN Charter and the principles of international law are nothing more than empty words and hollow rhetoric.
The spokesman for Iran's army says its attacks have caused extensive damage to U.S. bases across the region.
A large number of U.S. forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, was attacked by missiles and drones. American posts and batteries were hit by our missiles at the Mohammed Al Ahmed military location. And moments ago, Wave 39 was conducted and U.S. bases were targeted in Persian Gulf. We have also targeted an Israeli ship while it was stationed. The Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces, and our enemies have no right to pass through.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has spoken with the Sultan of Oman after drones struck oil storage facilities in the port of Salalah. Sultan Haitham bin Tariq condemned the attack. Pezeshkian told him the incident would be investigated. Salalah's port has become an increasingly important hub for tankers seeking to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Victoria Gatenby joins us live now in Doha. And Victoria, this is just, again, another attack that we have seen on infrastructure across the region.
Yeah, GCC countries have been calling for de-escalation and dialogue, but these attacks keep on coming, and it seems to be that they're targeting civilian areas, US military assets and energy infrastructure in the Straits of Hormuz. On Wednesday, 2 vessels were targeted. The IRGC have confirmed. The first was a Thai-flagged vessel. It was trying to get through the Straits of Hormuz, quite unusual for these times. Not many vessels trying to do that at the moment, but at about 3 a.m. Local time on Wednesday, it was trying to get through that waterway, that very narrow waterway, and it was hit by a drone. 3 crewmen are missing and 20 had to be rescued by the Omani Coast Guard. Now, the timing of this was quite interesting because it came shortly after US President Donald Trump had warned the Iranians that they should not try to target boats going through the Strait of Hormuz or plant mines. Yet this attack has happened. He told the Iranians that if they did that, they would face military consequences, the like they have never seen. He said they would be hit 20 times.
Breaking in, pausing. Per Reuters, ladies and gentlemen, relayed via our dear friend Yoram, the U.S. estimates, based on intelligence information, that the leadership of the Ayatollah's regime has not been largely damaged, and the Islamic Republic is not in danger of collapse. This was reported by the Reuters news agency, citing 3 sources familiar with the details. According to the report, numerous intelligence reports provide a consistent analysis that the regime is not in danger of collapse and maintains its control over the Iranian public. Mimi, God bless you. I have not been able to get up tonight. I'm feeling okay. I did have some peanut butter M&Ms. They were good. I had a sandwich earlier. I'm feeling well, and I'm glad you reminded me to think if I had eaten. I did indeed. God bless you, Mimi. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just coming up on 7:30 Eastern U.S. wartime, where I have a report that that American soldiers, ladies and gentlemen, have been struck in Dubai. I cannot confirm if there are injuries or casualties, but the bombing of Dubai's hotel does appear to be targeted specifically at American service members, according to initial reports coming across the wire. I will show you a different angle of that attack. It is a very, very high, very, very wealthy area of Dubai. It is in the Harbor Creek Hotel. The Harbor Creek Tower Hotel in Dubai has been struck. Okay, I repeat. I will, Standing Stones. God bless you, my friend. I repeat, it is believed that American military officers were targeted in a strike on the Creek Harbor Hotel in Dubai. I repeat, it is reported that American military officers were targeted in a precision strike on a hotel room in the tower in the Rock Creek area of Dubai. Scenes from the white sands of a car targeting striking an Israeli strike. Israel has targeted a strike. An Iranian drone has struck tower number 2 in the hotel address Creek Harbor in Dubai, the UAE. The geolocation confirmation is lat 25.20951, launch 55.34397. Repeating, the tower number 2 of the hotel address Creek Harbor in Dubai, UAE, has been struck and is burning. It was a specific targeting of American military soldiers per initial reports on the wire. The lat launch confirmation is 25.20951, lat launch 55.34397. Repeating, 25.20951 latitude, longitude 55.34397. This was not a service member on a base. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, this was not a service member on a beach. This was a hotel room in Dubai. I repeat, this was a hotel room in Dubai that has been targeted by an Iranian strike. I repeat, there is extensive damage across the streets of Dubai, and the tower above the city burns, ladies and gentlemen. It burns red with the fire of Iranian drone that has allegedly targeted American military offices. I will show you now the video of the damage across the streets of Dubai right now. Dubai became a ghost town because the very possibility of this was a reality that many knew was coming. And now you can see on the streets of Dubai the damage, the shattered pieces of window and insulation and concrete having fallen following the attack. And I will now show you the pictures of that attack, the highest quality picture I was able to obtain. It is this. That is the hotel room burning. You can see the fire just lighting through the apartment complex in Dubai. And ladies and gentlemen, I need to show you the propaganda. In the Dubai media office is saying that the authorities are responding to a drone that fell on a building. Well, you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, whether the word fell is appropriate for the purposes of describing that direct strike on the tower in the Dubai Creek Harbor area of the city. Trifecta from Maine, God bless you, and welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. If you don't know, if you join the channel, you get special tower emojis, and then, there's no, I found out that this doesn't really get ad revenue, and I'm not doing it for ad revenue. I want you to be informed and erudite, cogent citizens among the agony, and I want you to make good decisions that protect your government from usurpation, and I want you to be informed. The Dubai media office is saying that this was a drone that fell, ladies and gentlemen, fell on a building. Does that look like a drone that fell on a building? No, it does not. Ladies and gentlemen, that looks like a drone that crashed directly into the building. It looks like a drone that crashed directly into that building. We pray, ladies and gentlemen, we pray. The allegations are that American military soldiers were staying in that hotel. We pray for them. This is a stream centered on engendering your knowledge at all costs. I will have a negative net worth. I will go hungry. I do not care. There are innocents in harm's way. There are our soldiers and the soldiers of our allies in harm's way. I want nothing from you other than you being willing to learn. We should be willing to help each other. Please, if you need any help in the chat, if you need donations for yourself, your family, if you need a flight out of somewhere, if you need to be picked up, if you need assistance for your cousins, if you need help for your brother, just tell us. We'll help you. If I need help, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll make it till tomorrow. Right now, don't worry about me. If you need help, wherever you may be in the world, 180 countries, that's what I want you to focus on. Mad P, if you wouldn't mind, ask in the chat when you do your comments. I would rather you change the copy paste to if anyone needs mutual aid. Okay, Mad P, just try to remember this when you do the repost. If anyone needs mutual aid, please let us know in the chat. Mutual aid requests are welcomed. They are embraced. I want you to use this space to provide assistance to each other. If you're in Qatar and you need help, if you're in Lebanon, if you're in France, I don't care where you are, if you have family in harm's way, whatever we can do for you. All right, God bless you. That's how I want you to pay it forward. Eric Hoffman, welcome to the channel, and God bless you. As I mentioned, if you want to help, ladies and gentlemen, please, or if you need help, just let us know in the chat. If you're impacted by this war, if you need food, whatever it is, there is no request too small, there is no request too large. We might not be able to help everyone, but by God, we will try. God bless the United States, God bless all of the countries of the world, and God bless all of you for being so kind to each other in the chat. Now, let me open up. an update from Ever Ryan. Thank you very much, Ever Ryan. Oh, let me separate that. I messed up the chat. Give me 1 second. Al Jazeera reports that Benjamin Netanyahu is holding a security cabinet meeting and that the Israeli government is considering expanding targets in Lebanon to include civilian infrastructure belonging to the Lebanese government. This would be to punish and pressure the government for not working with Israel in disarming Hezbollah. So I will play that now. I've never actually used Threads by Instagram, but I really appreciate this. So I'm going to bring it up on the screen and let's take a listen to it now. I don't really know how this works. Let me click this.
بضرورة توسيع نطاق المواجهة مع لبنان وبضرورة توجيه ضربات للبنية التحتية المدنية التابعة للدولة اللبنانية على اعتبار أن الدولة اللبنانية لا تشارك في عملية حصر سلاح حزب الله، لا تقوم بإبداء أي تعاون مع الجيش الإسرائيلي لتحقيق هذه الغاية، فتعتبر إسرائيل بأن هذه الخطوة لربما ستؤدي بتوليد ضغط على المستوى الداخلي اللبناني ودفع الدولة اللبنانية لممارسة المزيد من الجهود من أجل تحقيق هذه الغاية، وهو بلا شك أيضا من أجل الضغط على بيئة حزب الله بشكل أو بآخر عبر هذه الخطوة وعبر مواصلة هذه التهديدات. طبعا هذه الهجمات الصاروخية أيضا تزامنت مع جلسة يعقدها بنيامين نتنياهو للمجلس الوزاري المصغر للشؤون الأمنية والسياسية، وبحسب التسريبات فإنه في هذه الأوقات عبد القادر يتم مناقشة التطورات الميدانية سواء تلك المتعلقة مع لبنان أو تلك المتعلقة مع إيران، وهنالك توجه في إسرائيل بضرورة توسيع نطاق المواجهة مع لبنان وبضرورة توجيه ضربات للبنية التحتية المدنية التابعة للدولة اللبنانية على اعتبار أن الدولة اللبنانية لا تشارك في عملية حصر سلاح حزب الله، لا تقوم بإبداء أي تعاون مع الجيش الإسرائيلي لتحقيق هذه الغاية، فتعتبر إسرائيل بأن هذه
Okay, so that's the latest report from southern Lebanon about Benjamin Netanyahu holding a war council meeting. This is the latest update I have. An Israeli airstrike hit displaced people on Ramat El Baidaya area in Beirut. Again, I have footage. They hit the people fleeing. Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, there has been an airstrike on the displaced population in Beirut. These are the latest pictures. God bless you as well to God bless you to Trisha. I'm so sorry, I thought it said trifecta, which is a pretty cool name. God bless you to Trisha from Maine. You are so kind to have done that for your fellow Tao friends and for this channel. You are appreciated. This is the list. So we have a litany of different updates going on right now, and you are looking at scenes right now from downtown Beirut, where a camp of displaced Lebanese civilians has been hit. I am sorry to report to you, ladies and gentlemen, it is unclear why the area was hit. It is unclear if this was a falling drone, an intercepted missile, a strike on a building that missed. We do not know. There is no indication at this moment of what caused the hit. I highly doubt that civilians were targeted on purpose. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. And most of the time, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. Most of the time what you find out is that either something was intercepted, something was shot down, or something missed. It is nobody just shoots into fields of civilians. I've never seen it happen. I've heard of accidents or like drones getting shot down and falling on civilians. It's horrifying. I have never heard of someone intentionally bombing a refugee like in the middle of a war zone. I've heard of very serious allegations in Gaza that were not an open field in Beirut where you told people to flee to, and we are not going to make any conclusions about an incident that is just 10 minutes old other than to say this is why we pray for the innocents. There are people you may have talked to over the past 10 days in this chat in that field. It does not mean, without jumping to conclusions for who did it, we don't even start with that. We start with praying for the people that were in that field. They were just displaced innocent civilians. Whether or not they were targeted because there was someone among them, whether or not it was an accident, a drone falling, we do not know. We just begin by praying for the innocent lives, ladies and gentlemen. You are very appreciated here, Tricia from Maine. By the way, you will find this is a very compassionate space. 180 countries in the world over the past, I don't know, however many, 12 days, and they're all very, very kind. Sometimes they get in very ferocious political debates, but I'm kind of like the debate chair, and then I'm monitor, and everyone is generally very amiable to each other, even among the intensity. Now, there have been so many developments tonight, I haven't been able to show you any of the breaks where we try to kind of break up the trauma, so I'm trying to do the breaks by just kind of sending positive energy out there, because I don't have time to actually show like penguins or goats. There's just too much going on right now. God bless all of you, though. Real, it is good to see you. God bless you, Amy Lynn. It is good to see you. Yoram says, for several hours now, the army has been threatening the Lebanese and Syrian armies to start attacking Hezbollah. This is the first sign that the army is losing patience. I did see that. So the Lebanese state is not Hezbollah. The government of Lebanon and its army are pretty weak, but they oppose like Hezbollah in name only, really, because really Hezbollah was firing in missiles from Iran, at Israel, with like at Iran's direction, right next to Lebanese army bases. If you don't understand what's going on in the world right now, it's a conflagration. It is a very wide burning series of fires. Quite literally, the Persian Gulf is on fire. I mean, the water of the Persian Gulf, south of Basra, at this very weird sort of inlet, which is called an exclave, Bene, Penne exclave, Penne, I think, exclave, Pena exclave. It's a piece of land that's surrounded by two other countries, and then one piece of water, and then your country. So there's this Penne exclave south of Basra, Iraq. It's near Kuwait City, and then also the border of Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait. And basically, there were two oil tankers that were driving through there, and they got bombed, and now the Persian Gulf is actually on fire. But setting aside the literal statement, the Persian Gulf is on fire because of oil burning from those two tankers just in the middle of the water. There's also situations whereupon there's kind of, you have to, I'm going to speak very broadly. If you're a Western audience, you'll understand this. If you like baseball, you'll understand this. So there's a farm league system for Iran. Iran's the major league club, all right? You got a single A ball club there up in Iraq. They're called the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance of Iraq. Their English name is the Blood Guardians. They've been attacking U.S. bases in Erbil. They attacked Victoria base in Baghdad, and they attacked a bunch of targets in Basra as well. Now, second to that, ladies and gentlemen, you have the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis, it's a very complicated story. Mr. Houthi was in the Yemenese parliament in the 80s, and then he got expelled, and then he started a rebellion in the north and died in a cave, and then the Houthis started this 40-year movement. Now they're at war with the Yemenese National Congress. The Houthis are backed by Iran. Yeah, the Yemen National Congress, which has a bifurcated split, and it's kind of weak, is backed by Saudi Arabia. So there's a proxy war that's been going on between Saudi Arabia and Yemen vis-a-vis the Houthis and the Yemen National Council, which didn't really exist until like a few years ago, because first it was just like the Yemen government, then it kind of collapsed, then they became two factions, then they rejoined as the Yemen National Council. And yes, this is all happening, like you have to kind of understand the complex geopolitics of these different countries. So the Houthis are like the double A team for Iran, okay? They're not really the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Yemen. They'd call themselves the Houthis, but they're, for all intents and purposes, like the Islamic Resistance. And then you have the triple A team, which is Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, we have to go all the way back to 1949 to talk about the establishment of Hezbollah, and you have to kind of understand what the establishment of the state of Israel did to geopolitics in the state of Lebanon. Let's just kind of like jump from 1948 to 1967 during the Yom Kippur War, and then talk about the emergence of this very militant group in Lebanon that didn't really like that Israel was a state, and so they used Lebanese territory to stage kind of like a resistance movement. They're very sympathetic to the Palestinians, I think is the best way to explain it to you. So they kind of like are at odds with the government of Lebanon, because the government of Lebanon would really prefer not to fight the Israelis. Like, the government of Lebanon's a little more moderate, and there was a civil war in Lebanon in the 80s between, Hezbollah and a bunch of other factions, and that kind of caused a lot of chaos internally. And then the state of Lebanon kind of failed. Then the government became very weak, and then Hezbollah spent 40 years like developing its missile program from Iran. And unlike Hamas in Gaza, which can't really get a lot of weapons, Hezbollah has about 200,000 missiles that it's developed from Iran over the years. So anyway, Hezbollah is a serious problem, and they're kind of the AAA team, and then Iran's the major league club. So you got the A team, the AA team, the AAA team, and then Iran, the major league team, and they're all coordinating simultaneous attacks across the region, but in particular in the villages in northern Israel, and then also in a bunch of different countries like Kuwait, and then Bahrain, and then Qatar, and then the UAE, and then Oman and Saudi Arabia, and also Iraq and Afghanistan, and then Turkey, Italy and Switzerland and Belgium. They both got hit with terrorist attacks in the past 48 hours. Belgium was a Jewish synagogue. Switzerland was a bus outside of a city near Berlin. It was a pretty serious situation. And then furthermore, the Iranians are targeting oil infrastructure, and the current wave tonight is involving a litany of hypersonic missiles. So basically you got like 3 really well-armed Iranian proxies, the A team, the double A team, the triple A team, and they're all combining together with the major league team to fire a number of missiles at specific targets to overwhelm their defense systems and then kill people. God bless you, Jens Dog Jonah. I'm sorry. It's a lot. To put it lightly, Jens Dog Jonah, for your support. I am so sorry to say the number is high, and we pray for them. I forget sometimes that when you actually start explaining the actual sort of like factions involved in this, it's a lot of information very quickly. Oh, God bless you, Aaron. Oh. Yeah, I suppose I have a lot of information and I'm able to relay it. I hope you find it helpful. I don't know where it all comes from. I don't have notes. You might have to listen to it at 0.25 speed occasionally, but that's catching you up on exactly what's going on. I don't need any food right now. I think I'm feeling okay. Thank you very much. I had a big sandwich earlier. I can only eat like 1,500 calories a day, or I get heartburn. And I don't like it. I'm like sewn together too tight. Let us take a look at Al Jazeera for the update while I get you more footage from on the ground, because this is a very serious situation all around, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight there are a lot of people dying, and you should pray for them.
In terms of the continent's poor,
we don't need that. We're going to check Al Jazeera.
بعض المسيرات في قرية كاني قرجالة على طريق الموصل دهوك، وهناك أيضا قرية بستورة وقعت فيها أو انفجرت فيها مسيرة قامت مضادات جوية بإسقاطها، إضافة إلى أن طريق بحرين أيضا أخبرنا بعض السكان المحليين الذين تكلموا معنا وقالوا أن هناك أيضا مسيرة قد وقعت في تلك المنطقة. إذن بالمجمل فأن 17 مسيرة هي مجمل.
Listen. I can't confirm this is real. I really hope that's not real. I really hope that's not real. I can't confirm that's real. Oh, there's no way that's real. Is it? That might not be real. Is that real? The people aren't reacting to it. I'm not sure, Yoram. It might be real, but I can't verify it. I cannot verify that, Yoram. Let me see if I can try to ask for a verification. If that's real, Yoram, it is very concerning. I will tell you right now. I'm going to just take a breath before I show that. I try to verify footage from Israel. But my word, that is very concerning. Any strike is concerning. That is particularly concerning.
قد أعلنت اليوم في قرار وصف بالتاريخي تنسيق سحب نحو 400 مليون برميل من الاحتياطات الاستراتيجية في مسعى.
I have an update. It was not a hit on a camp, from what I can see. So I got footage from on the ground. Okay, the strike was not on a camp. The smoke did go over the camp, but it was not actually on a camp. I have the footage from the ground. It looks, when you look at it from an angle, like it was like on a park. It is not. So I have an update on that. It is actually on a car. It was on a car traveling down the road in South Lebanon. So Israel does do this. They hit cars. It was a strike on a car.
الله أكبر على البحر.
So again, God bless you, Aaron. And again, this was not a strike. on a park. It was a strike on a car traveling down the road. So I just want to reiterate, it looked like it had hit the beach, okay, the park near the beach. It did not. The footage you saw, so just so you understand what you're looking at, the footage you saw from before was from probably 10 minutes after this, when the smoke from the explosion, the car on the road, had enveloped basically the whole area over this beach and this kind of highway. So what you're actually seeing is, thank God, 10 minutes earlier, clarification. Now, I'm not saying this didn't hurt potentially innocent people, but it is not a strike on a field of refugees by any means. The strike was on, and this you will come to learn as this gets more brutal, that Israel, this is in Beirut, what Israel does when it wants to take out like a militant is they know you're in a car, they know where you are at all times, and they have these drones. It's actually really scary. Well, I mean, you're a combatant in war, but if they designate you a military target, they follow you with their drones, and then they find your car and they wait till you have some distance between you and other cars, and then they blow your car up. They can happen at any moment, and you'll never know it's coming. It's very scary. I've seen it in Gaza a lot. It's very sad. Aaron says, your smarts and knowing come from the Holy Spirit because you are a believer in Jesus. It's a very special message, Aaron. God bless you. And I do believe in Jesus. But I respect all religions. I think spirituality is very important. I even learned about the pagans and their love of trees. And that made me very happy because I never want to misunderstand someone's religion. And I thought the pagans were like all like Canaanites, but it turns out some of them just really love trees. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I'm bringing up the what you just showed right now. We might have impacts on Tel Aviv. I cannot confirm it. We might have impacts on Tel Aviv. I'm going to listen to it before I show it. That does look, that looks very real. I'm listening before I show it on screen. And while I'm watching it. Alright, I didn't see any impacts in the video, but I'm going to show you this video now. This is over Tel Aviv earlier. Maybe about an hour or two ago. We prayed for those people. Most recent footage from Tel Aviv. Alright, now I'm going to show you the fire burning in Dubai still right now. Thank you for that, Yoram. That one was the first one. I want to see the first one confirmed before I post a hit. This one very much lines up with the previous primary source footage from Al Arabia. God bless you and God protect those people in harm's way. This situation is active. Here is the situation at the hotel in Dubai right now. The fire is burning, okay, in Dubai, where the American troops were targeted. I'm going to show you it right now.
همین ساختمون بغلی ما اینو زدنش آتیش توشه پشما خاکسترشو میبینی رو هوا همین ساختمون بغلی ما اینو زدنش آتیش توشه پشما
Oh no.
خاکسترشو میبینی رو هوا
Alright, Yoram has given me some footage from Quds, which is normally accurate. They're saying, and I think this was the strike on the car, but let me see if I can get some better footage. They're saying that the strike was near Al-Ramaya Al-Baidaya Corniche, an area where displaced civilians sleep in tents. I need to see where the strike hit. Okay, I saw that it had hit a car. If this is a different strike, I will monitor. We're looking at the ground now. Okay, that looks like the same scene. I cannot tell if it fell on the road on the car. This is from where the... I think it hit a car right there in the middle. It looks like they probably hit a car. It's tough to tell because of how fast. It looks like it might have been a strike on a man on a moped, not a car. It looks like it might have been a strike on a man on a moped, and he is dead. It looks like it might have been a strike. It is near the area where the displaced people are sleeping, but from my analysis, it does appear that Israel struck a man driving a moped. And yes, California, the FBI, according to ABC News, for those of you who missed the flash earlier, although it will be on every major U.S. news station, the FBI has warned police in California that Iran has created plans or shared desires to strike California with drones. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm trying to get you updates from on the ground in Beirut. As you can see, there was a strike. From the best I can discern from the multiple angles, the hit was on a moped. It was a direct strike on a pack of mopeds. It appears that the target is dead. It's very important that I distinguish this from the area. I can't tell if they were I doubt the displaced people were sleeping in the middle of the highway. I think they were sleeping on the other side of the road. I will get you a report from downtown Lebanon, downtown Beirut. I promise you, there are a bunch of reporters who are flying over there right now. My understanding from my analysis of the initial 5 angles is that a man was on a moped, maybe 5 men, but at least one. The strike did not blow up all the mopeds. It did blow up at least a moped or stopped mopeds. Maybe the man was in a car, but I haven't seen footage of the car on fire. All I have seen is the aftermath. It appears that the man did not make it. He was in the road. He was not near the tent. The strike was limited to the road, and at least one person, but multiple vehicles were kind of stopped. The road was still drivable, okay? Now, you may think to yourself, how can you bomb someone like that and have the road be drivable? Oh, wait, hold on. I have a better image now. More clear reports. Again, this is a very rapidly developing situation. It was on the road. You might be right, Ryan. How are you, Terry? God bless you. I'm looking right now. Hold on. X has gone down. Oh, no. During the most intense... Now, I can still use X on my phone, but X on the browser has gone down. And sometimes you can get it to load up again. Right there, and then I got it to I overwrote it and got it to load up again. In a preliminary toll, ladies and gentlemen, this is translated from Arabic. It is not what we initially thought. 5 people are dead on the road in Lebanon, and this is the scene live by the civil defense. This is the civil defense now. This is the actual road. The initial report is that 5 are dead in an Israeli strike. It hit the road. Okay, I want to be clear. It did not hit the tents. The strike, it looks like it might have been a car. Okay, you see over there on the left, it looks like those are bombed out cars. Oh, no, sorry, it's up here on the right. No, that's a tree. Pardon me. It looks like those are the targets right there. So from what I can discern from this footage, it was a car. It was actually 2 cars and at least 4 mopeds, and they're all bombed out. So I can confirm initial... hold on. Oh, hello, Serene. No problem. Hello, Serene. You may just need to refresh. We've been having some of those issues today. Don't worry. If you just reload, it'll be fine. God bless you, my dear friend. Now, let me tell you, according to my preliminary analysis, this Yes, so I'm hearing at least 5. The death toll has risen to 8. I can now confirm it was not just a moped. The angle I had from up there looking down didn't actually show because the damaged vehicles are against the wall. It's 2. All right, I can see it here. It's 2 cars, okay? 1, 2. They were both against, so the road is not damaged. At least the road is passable, okay? But on the left side of the road, like you can see it maybe a little bit earlier, I have a much cleaner view on my phone. These are the targets of the bombing, okay? There was 2 cars on the side of the road. Yes, God bless you. Yes, I absolutely also try to do breaks every hour, but remember your mental health when watching traumatic footage, and always remember that like about an hour at most before you take either like a 2-minute decompression or look at animals or breathe or look at the sky, whatever you, just because I can do it after 15 years of watching war footage does not mean that you should do it to yourself. And I will give you forced breaks, okay? Like, but I'm not going to, like, just give, like, the whole thing can't be a forced break. So just be aware, like, take breaks, and you will get a forced break every hour. Like, on the hour, pretty much. Including of animals. So again, you are looking at footage of 2 cars. I can confirm that the attack on the ground in Lebanon was not on the tents where people were sleeping. It is on 2 cars that were driving on the highway. Both of them are gone. There are at least 8 dead. It is unclear who the target of the bombing was. I'm going to bring it up on Telegram now and see if I can take a look. Thank you very much, Yoram. I'm going to take a look right now on Telegram. It looks like this is a bit clearer footage. Is that actually of the hit? Hold on 1 second. Telegram doesn't play that easy. That was right after the hit, huh? So it looks like this is the clearest footage yet, right after the hit. This is from Telegram. This is from right after the hit. So it was on 2 cars. So that was from right after the hit. So I can confirm that there was 2 hits, at least 2 cars hit in downtown Beirut, right next to, this was right next to an area where displaced people kind of sleep. They're sleeping. Half of the southern population of Lebanon has been displaced. Of the southern yes, actually, that's fair to say. The entire southern half of the country of Lebanon, from like Beirut south, from Beirut all the way like to the Litani River and then all the way down to the blue line, the border with Israel, has been displaced. Literally, all the animals, all the goats. I saw 150 goats being shepherded through the center of Beirut 3 days ago. They absolutely, oh yes, Nature Alley, that was so nice. I wanted to do that again today. Nature Alley, you're so smart. She's like, oh yeah, you know, Gray loves animals. Actually, I have 2 things we're gonna play tonight. We'll look at Nature Alley's channel. So I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna make a list of decompression breaks, and every hour I'm gonna highlight like either one of your channels or your art or whatnot, and then I can show it to people. They're gonna love it. I already have the first one, though. You're going to love the first one. It's only 4 minutes. And then the second one is going to be Nature Alley channel. Very good. Okay, so we will do those once an hour. Your next decompression break is coming up in just 12 minutes. Thank you for making sure to center your mental health and mine. People remind me to eat. Now, I just have this ability. I think it was Aaron. Aaron thinks it's from Jesus. I like to think maybe it's a little bit from that. I very much believe in Jesus. So I'm going to show you right now, ladies and gentlemen, footage from Al Jazeera Arabic. I believe they were in Lebanon earlier. Let's see where they are now. It's going to jump 1 second.
الحرب الإيرانية الأمريكية الإسرائيلية والهجمات الإيرانية على دول الخليج مستمرة، وفي آخر المستجدات يواصل الجيش الإسرائيلي شن غارات متتابعة ومكثفة على مناطق مختلفة في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، شملت الليلكي وحارة حريك والغبيري وبرج البراجنة. الغارات على الضاحية الجنوبية تزامنت مع غارات وقصف إسرائيلي لا يتوقف على مناطق عدة في جنوب لبنان. كما استهدف قصف إسرائيلي منطقة الرملة البيضاء في العاصمة بيروت. وأفادت وزارة الصحة اللبنانية باستشهاد 8 أشخاص وإصابة 17 في غارة إسرائيلية على بلدة تمنين التحت في البقاع شرقي لبنان. الهجوم الإسرائيلي المكثف على الضاحية والجنوب جاء بعد حديث مسؤول إسرائيلي عن أن حزب الله وإيران شن هجوما صاروخيا مشتركا على شمال إسرائيل في أول هجوم منسق. وقد دوت صفارات الإنذار وسط إسرائيل وكريات شمونة والجليل وحيفا والقدس. وفقا للقناة 12 الإسرائيلية فإن طواقم الإسعاف والإنقاذ انتشرت في عدة مناطق بإسرائيل للتعامل مع سقوط شظايا.
I'll show you the impact on the road in Beirut. So you may actually think this is physically impossible based on the nature of how when I say physically, I mean literally the laws of physics you would think would not allow this, but this is how precise the strike is. This is the road. This is what the missile did after it took out its targets. In Beirut. That's the road. That is actually the road. That is the missiles burrowing into the road. You see how it's designed to not cause collateral damage? Again, one thing you're going to come to learn about Lebanon is it's not like a regular state. Like a lot of places you would think you can't just drive up to the site of a bombing. Like literally this is from 2 minutes ago. This is what the ground in Beirut looks like right now. Not the ground footage of the skyline. I mean, that person just walked up, I have pretty good sources in Lebanon. That person just walked up to the site of the Israeli strike, where the cars, what happens is, okay, you're going to think this sounds really weird, but I happen to have a lot of expertise in it. It's kind of horrifying, but I'm just going to explain to you what happens. Okay, so imagine the car is on the road, okay? It's either parked or driving, it doesn't matter. You send the missile through it, and when the missile, it's going very fast. When the missile hits the car, it blows up, but then it kind of keeps going and then doesn't cause any damage except to the car. It blows up while it's going through the car, and then it burrows into the ground, and that's just the hole of the missile that was fired. So you're looking at quite literally the hole in the ground. That's what the missile did. It was one missile. It took out probably, I think I have the car that was targeted. Yes, I do. It was one car. I have the footage of the car that was targeted. It was one car. It was a silver SUV. I thought it was a second car. It may have had a knock-on explosion, but let me show you the footage of the car that was targeted. It was a silver Hyundai, I believe, SUV. This is the strike that occurred just now on the ground in Beirut. Okay, so that's the car that was hit. You see it? It was a silver Hyundai SUV. It looks like it was actually white. Okay, look, I can't tell the exact make and model. Okay, but that is the exact, definitely a high value target for sure, like an IRGC or Hezbollah commander or a Quds Force commander, 100%. Also remember to be compassionate. I'm going to show you again. This is right now. This is the car that was hit. Can't tell the make and model. Again, this was the actual target of the hit. It was an HVT, a high-value target, probably. So again, it was a strike specifically on this car. Okay, you see how the whole car is burning, but there's no Like, it's burning, it causes a lot of smoke, but the car, like, isn't actually exploded. It's kind of like just like damaged and the whole interior's gone. That's advanced precision munitions. When they say like precision munition, that's what they mean. If you've never actually seen a precision munition, that's what it does. It's designed to just do that. Not to like, it's designed to limit collateral damage. They can, if they want, limit collateral damage, but they don't a lot. But they will when they feel that, like if they think that you're using civilians as like cover to move around, they will use this. It's mostly for Gaza, but they're deploying it in southern Lebanon because there's literally a war in Lebanon. And then Emmanuel Macron, hold on, this is the French president, I think. All right, so this is, that's actually a statement from the French president, Yoram, but I'm totally down with reading this statement. So I have the most recent statement from the French president, Emmanuel Macron. I'll have that read out for you if you wouldn't mind, British Announcer Towel, if you wouldn't mind taking over for me. This is my co-host. His name is British Announcer Towel. He will read this out for us. This is the most recent statement from the president of France.
Conversation. I had a lengthy conversation with the presidents of Lebanon and Syria. I am pleased that France is contributing to and participating in these discussions as equal partners, in a new spirit of partnership that Lebanon and Syria now wish to build. This is truly a historic opportunity for these two countries, which have suffered so greatly from Assad's dictatorship, regional crises, and terrorism. President Joseph Aoun, with the support of Nawaf Salam's government and the Lebanese armed forces, is facing with courage and dignity the threats to Lebanon, its security, and its unity. Hezbollah made a major mistake in dragging Lebanon into a confrontation with Israel. It must immediately cease its attacks. For its part, Israel must clearly renounce any ground offensive in Lebanon. President Ahmed al-Shara supports the efforts of the Lebanese authorities to restore full state control over their territory. His support for Lebanese sovereignty marks a clear break with the past. This lays the groundwork for sound and constructive relations between Lebanon and Syria. The coordination initiated by the Lebanese and Syrian leadership is essential. I will continue to resolutely support it. We agreed to remain in close contact.
Latest statement from the French President Emmanuel Macron. Now I will show you some U.S. footage now from Central Command. Hold on one second. This is the targeting of Iranian air assets. This is 2 minutes old, coming across the wires now from U.S. CENTCOM. This is the targeting of Iranian air assets by your U.S. military, ladies and gentlemen, if you are from the U.S. So, if you're wondering how is Iranian air capacity doing, generally it's not doing very well. Someone asked earlier about how Iranian flight-based air defenses are doing. My answer is that Iranian flight-based air defenses are not doing well. In Lebanon, it is great to see you, dear sir. Or dear ma'am. Dear human. You can just be a human in Lebanon. Everyone's a human after all. God bless you, my dear friend. What you are looking at is footage 2 minutes old from U.S. CENTCOM. This is film technologist. If you want to start a fight with the whole country of France, that's okay, but you should know, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a woman. I'm trying to get her to come say hi. She's very busy with Karen Reed things. If you don't know what Karen Reed is, that's okay. Karen Reed is a woman who got framed, and now we're trying to find the mystery man who killed John O'Keefe, and then they framed Karen Reed. But needless to say, Boozy Beauty is the 400-foot-tall baguette queen of France. She has her own emoji. Now, if you want to take on the whole country of France, you got to actually get through Boozy Beauty. She's the 400-foot-tall baguette queen of France. She's very lovely. I don't think you should go to war with her. I don't think she really cares that much about the president of France or his wife, but she does really she likes baguettes. She speaks French, and she's 400 feet tall. So, what you're looking... No, Petty LaBelle, I think Sergeant was saying bye-bye to the Iranian Air Force planes that are no longer in existence. I'm just going to like repeat this footage a few times because a lot of people a lot of our veterans in the U.S. will say, oh, that's very nice. Look at those Iranian planes that would have hurt our soldiers. They can't do that no more. No one's in the plane. Well, some of those planes might have had people in them. But I'm just going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's fair to say those planes do not exist anymore. They were Iranian Air Force planes that could have hurt our soldiers and our civilians and other civilians and soldiers of our allies, but they can't no more. So Sergeant Schultz, I think, was saying bye-bye. I can say goodbye to them too. So you are, where is Boozy Beauty? No, I did message her like 3 days ago. I haven't had a lot of time to do other things other than focus on these very important developments because I'm concerned about the innocents and our troops and the troops of our allies and the journalists, etc. I did message Boozy Beauty about 3 days ago, and I said, Boozy Beauty, when you have some time, would you come in and be kind enough to grace the 180 countries of the world with your royal baguette presence? And she laughed and said, yes, I will find some time. It took her like 3 days to get back to me, which, to be fair, I didn't exactly follow up. It wasn't really on the top of my priority list. It's hilarious, but it like among a time of war, there's intense stuff going on, clearly. But just as a moment of reprieve from that, I just wanted to let you all know that Boozy Beauty, the baguette queen of France, has been summoned. I asked her for her audience so you all could meet her. She's very lovely. She's the 400-foot tall baguette queen of France. All right, now you get your mental decompression. Well, I don't really speak about like who specifically is my allies. I just pray for the innocents mostly. I'm very worried about them and my colleagues and the goats in Lebanon. You don't understand how much I love those goats. You can say, Grant, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why do you care so much about the goats? Well, we saw the video of like 150 goats, and I'm just trying to tell you, like, I can't be like just abandoning those goats. You're about to get a nice reprieve. Did you know we have a nice person in the chat? His name is Yoram. Did you know Yoram makes very, very nice music? And I'm going to play it for you right now because your brain will get some decompression. This is the song The Old New by Yoram Kupernitz, who is in the chat with you. And if you'd like to let Yoram know that you really appreciate this mental decompression break so you don't have to look at intense imagery for hours in a row, you can just let Yoram know. Again, this is a 4-minute mental decompression. It's very nice nostalgia. If you want to come back in 4 minutes, that's fine. But if you want to decompress, I promise you, very rarely will you get an opportunity to decompress from more imagery while listening to this beautiful music of an individual who is quite literally in the chat with you. It's a very special thing, and I hope you will enjoy it. And I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for your listening pleasure, The Old New by Yoram Kupernitz. It is 8:13 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. How beautiful is that, ladies and gentlemen? Yoram Kupermintz, one of the most beautiful compositions you will ever hear, and if you have not taken a few minutes today to decompress, I really, really suggest you take a look at what is an excellent record. Really reflects a very refined level of musical composition. That would be The Old New by Yoram Kupermintz, and you can find that link in the chat as we reset. Come 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time in Boston, it is Wednesday, March 11th, 2026, and I do think that song really does a great job reflecting time as a concept, and it shows how sounds can, in a non-temporal way, transport us across time and space. And it really makes you wonder, what is time? It's a song that shows you that time is not your experience of a given moment. It's what you choose to remember about it. And how you experience your own history, I think, is an embodiment of sort of those moments that you associate with specific sounds and concepts, smells, or otherwise. For me, it's a very musical-based experience. I remember when I first heard, what was it, Ashanti and Ja Rule in 2001. I remember where I was walking. I remember where I was. And for other times, like the band Beirut or Real People, they make songs like Nance and other songs. That takes me back to 2011, when I was a librarian. This song transports me to an age and a time that I never experienced, but that I know intimately just by virtue of the vicarious consumption of Yoram's beautiful soul. And if that is not the apotheosis or the epitome of the great work, which is human consciousness made manifest in art, then I don't know what is, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell me for all you want that the works of Kubrick or the European cathedrals or Shakespeare's canon is what embodies that sort of apex of human consciousness. But no, for me, it is Yoram's music, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, Yoram. I will play the song Sad Cry for us at our next break, and then I will also, later in the stream, check out the very wonderful Nature Alley's videos of ducks. So Sad Cry will be our next break in the next hour. And thank you all for allowing me to show you Yoram's music. It means so much to me, and God bless you, Yoram. So many out there are now experiencing your music among a time of so much trouble, and it gives them so much reprieve and solace, and it gives me that reprieve and solace too, so thank you for that. I will now show you, going back to the updates, the latest footage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Hagensello. Ryan is denying the latest, at least one of the attacks potentially on the ship. I'll take a look in 1 second. Hagensello, was that the denial of the attack on the ship? The latest update I have for you on the ground right now is there is an attack in the Canadian project in Beirut. This is an apartment that has been hit in the Canadian project in Beirut. Oh, Spacey Woman, it is so nice to see you. Oh, Penny LaBelle, what a touching sentence.
ضربوا عنا بالمشروع هلا. قلبي الهي لك يو وهي شقتنا. ضربوا عنا بالمشروع هلا.
This is the latest strike on an apartment in the Canadian project in Beirut.
ضربوا عنا بالمشروع هلا. قلبي الهي لك يو وهي شقتنا.
I'm going to take you live now and check in with Al Jazeera as I obtain more footage. Let's see what Al Jazeera English is doing.
when those rounds of
They're in
strikes have been. They're focused at the moment, that they're talking about, or what's being discussed in the Israeli media, on Hezbollah. And that's the most information that we're getting about the types of things that are being hit in Lebanon and that ground offensive. But of course, this air campaign together with the United States on Iranian targets, well, that's going on all the time as well.
Right, it's a slip of the tongue there, but it does feel like it's been going on for months, Rory. Certainly when it comes to Israel and its attacks on Gaza, that's been happening for years, and now Lebanon. Thanks very much for that update. And in fact, we're going to speak to Ali Rizk, a security affairs analyst, joining us live now from the Lebanese capital.
Oh, from the Lebanese capital.
Beirut, that's where at least 6 people so far we know have been killed on Beirut's seafront in an Israeli attack, from what we understood so far from our reporter. But I want to start with a senior Israeli official telling one of the Israeli media outlets that Hezbollah strongholds will be destroyed, he says, unless...
Now from the Bahraini Ministry of Interior. There are more sirens right now in Bahrain. Ladies and gentlemen, the most recent hit in Bahrain was 26 minutes ago on the fuel tanks at a facility in Murahaka, M-U-H-A-R-R-A-Q, Governorate. Okay, Bahrain is under very active shelling. The Iranian waves are falling unlike anything I've ever seen.
Lebanon's government acts or Hezbollah, Hezbollah's parts of Beirut rather, will soon look like Gaza. I mean, that's a big threat given what has happened in Gaza, a genocide that's taken 2 years. Do you think that will be taken seriously by the government at all in Lebanon?
Well, this isn't the first time we hear Israeli officials making these threats. Smotrich, the Israeli finance minister, threatened a Khan Yunis-like scenario in Dahi in southern Beirut. Now we're hearing these remarks, and now the Israelis are threatening to target government buildings if the government doesn't rein in Hezbollah. But basically, the government cannot rein in Hezbollah, even if it wanted to. The Lebanese Army Chief, General Rodolphe Heikel, has categorically rejected any moves to forcefully disarm Hezbollah or to confront Hezbollah. And I think that this stems, first of all, from the Lebanese army's own doctrine that they won't fight their fellow countrymen. And at the same time, the Lebanese army simply isn't capable. It remains outgunned by Hezbollah. And as we're seeing, judging by Hezbollah's performance now with the 100 missiles, Hezbollah still remains to be quite a force to be reckoned with. So whatever be the Israeli pressures on the Lebanese government, I think that it's basically impossible for various reasons.
Is it a really tricky place, Masali? Because, you know, government after government, we've seen many of them in the last few years in Lebanon. They haven't been strong enough to be able to deal with this themselves. As you said, the military is not strong enough. You know, I don't even know really what capacities it has, if any. And then when you actually look at the divisions in the country, the economic situation, there's more Lebanese living outside of Lebanon than inside of Lebanon. It really is facing a crisis here, surely.
Yes, the Lebanese government is facing a crisis due to the situation, but I think that we also should not underestimate the severity of the Israeli threat to Lebanon, not just to Hezbollah. Of course, there's no denying the fact that the Shias are the main victims of the Israeli onslaughts, given that the main targets of Israeli bombardment is southern Lebanon and southern Beirut, both of which are overwhelmingly Shia. But that doesn't mean that Israel doesn't pose a threat to Lebanon as a country. Recently, we saw a priest who was killed in one of the southern villages by the Israeli bombing. And the Israelis have also made no secret of the fact that they want to build settlements in southern Lebanon. You have to remember that we're talking about the most fascist right-wing government in Israeli history. So the crisis which the Lebanese government faces doesn't necessarily come from Hezbollah as much as it comes from the Israelis, and especially this particular Israeli government. So I think that this is something which we always have to focus on. Another point I would mention as well, is that for Hezbollah, this is basically a fight for its own survival, because if the Islamic Republic were to fall, that would essentially spell the demise of Hezbollah. And another important point, I think, as well, is that many Lebanese Shia, despite the fact that, again, they've suffered more than other sects in Lebanon, they also support, I would say not all of them, but a very, very sizable portion or segment do support the operations or the resumption of Hezbollah's operations against Israel.
Can I just comment on that point, because you made a point earlier saying that the real victims here are the Shia, the main and real victims are the Shia in Lebanon. Of course, that's a sect within Islam. But, you know, some, including, I just want to mention a joint statement here from 30 countries with peacekeeping troops in Lebanon. And of course, that's part of UNIFIL. They accuse Hezbollah of, in fact, dragging Lebanon into the Iran war, one that neither the Lebanese government nor the Lebanese people want, with many saying that actually it is Hezbollah currently in this situation that's putting the country at risk of further misery, perhaps in years to come.
Look, I understand that particular point of view, but I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Now, on the one hand, look, there's no denying the fact that for Hezbollah, this is something existential. Because, again, as I was saying in the previous answer, if the Islamic Republic were to fall, that would mean the demise of Hezbollah. And there were many, many indicators that when they finish off with Iran, if they were able to finish off with Iran, Hezbollah's turn was coming. Now, Hezbollah's calculations are, let's fight the Israelis while the Islamic Republic is still standing, better than to fight it while the Islamic Republic no longer exists, because that would make Hezbollah in a much more difficult position. So we have to understand the logic from which Hezbollah is coming from. Now, some people would say then Hezbollah is putting its own self-interests in front of the interests of the Lebanese state. Now, my response to that would be, again, as I was saying, the Israeli ambitions, particularly for this government, is to annex more Lebanese territories and to undermine Lebanese sovereignty. And I think you saw what the Israelis did in Syria, where the new government in Syria, led by Ahmed al-Shara, has said it doesn't want any trouble with Israel, it doesn't want a war with Israel, and despite that, the Israelis took territories from Syrian territories. Right. So what would prevent the Israelis from doing something similar in Lebanon?
And that's a point that's concerning many across the region, Israel's expansion, as it calls it, buffer zones. But there are fears of increased occupation by Israel, certainly by many in the region. Ali Rizk, so much more to cover there, but we've run out of time. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Bottom of the hour update. Probably from Tehran and Beirut, maybe Jordan. Ramallah.
All right, well, you're watching Al Jazeera's continuing live coverage of the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. And here's a reminder for you of the latest developments. Iraq has suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked. Officials say Iran was behind the strike in Al-Faw. At least 1 crew member was killed, while another 25 were evacuated. And at least 4 people have been killed in an Israeli attack on a residential district on Beirut's seafront. The Lebanese capital has come under another night of heavy Israeli bombardment. A series of explosions also shook the southern suburbs. Earlier, Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran, while Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations across the country.
Bahrain has been hit. I repeat, Bahrain has been hit.
The spokesman for Iran's army says its attacks have caused extensive damage to US bases across the region.
A large number of U.S. forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, was attacked by missiles and drones. American posts and batteries were hit by our missiles at the Mohammed Al Ahmed military location. And moments ago, Wave 39 was conducted and U.S. bases were targeted in Persian Gulf. We have also targeted an Israeli ship while it was stationed. The Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces, and our enemies have no right to pass through.
Right, let's go now live to Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital for us. Mohammed, so we heard a lot of these attacks, including this recent attack on these oil tankers off the Iraqi coast. Have we had any confirmation from the Iranians of this?
Absolutely not so far, Sarah. We have no comment or confirmation from the Iranians about this particular incident regarding those tankers in the Iraqi waters until now. But we know that the IRGC has been talking throughout the day and even before that about strikes on targets in Israel and also in other Gulf countries. By the way, they have never talked about targeting oil tankers related to any other country than the United States and Israel. They have never talked about attacks in the region against civilian infrastructure. They never owned that. And even today, the headquarters of the Iranian army talked about the incident in southern Oman, saying that it is suspicious. And that's inconsistent with other remarks here from the Iranian leadership that there are acts of sabotage, that they think that Israel is doing stuff that is like false flags in order to involve Iran in a kind of diplomatic problems with its neighbors. We understand also that the Iranian president talked to the Russian president and to the Pakistani prime minister about prospects for peace in the region, saying that Iran is for the prospects of peace in the region, but it has conditions. And those conditions are basically three. One, recognition of Iran's legitimate rights of sovereignty in its own country. And the other one is reparations for Iran for the destruction that has been visited on it for the last 12 days. And lastly, the condition of a kind of international guarantees that aggression against Iran is never repeated. So it looks like gestures of openness regarding the prospect of negotiations, even though this voice is probably like just one voice in Iran right now. Only the president is talking about openness, talking about peace, talking about probably returning to negotiations by hints. But all the other military leaders in Iran are talking only about the option of war. They're saying that Iran has zero trust in the other side because of what happened in June and what happened also now. Two occasions when there were negotiations going on and when there were possibilities for peace deal between the two sides, and those two occasions in which Iran was attacked. Also, there is a feeling among the Iranian leadership that there is an instance of double standards in dealing with Iran. On the one hand, the aggression on Iran that happened without international condemnation, and what has happened in the United Nations Security Council tonight, that decision condemning Iran for its retaliations. There is that feeling, and it is driving Iranians to the extreme in terms of their resorting only to arms and saying that there is no other means to get their rights and to defend their nation except by military power. And that's what they are doing. They are stepping up their attacks in the region, stepping up their attacks on Israel, and they believe that only the deterrence of power can help them resolve the situation and impose their demands on the Israelis and the Americans.
All right, Mohammed Val there, that's the latest that we're hearing now from the Iranian capital, Tehran. US President Donald Trump has urged oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran tightens its chokehold on the crucial maritime route. Trump promised safe passage for the vessels, but didn't provide details. A fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas trade passes through the strait. The US president also said the operation against Iran isn't over yet. Iran says it's ready for a long war of attrition that would destroy the world economy.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
All right, let's now go to John Holman, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. So, John, hearing from the U.S. president there, he's been travelling today and speaking to the press, of course, many of them with lots of questions from timelines, how long this war will continue and so on. What are we hearing from him, or what's sort of the idea of what we're getting from him in terms of this war moving forward?
Well, he continues along the line of that this is almost over, that the United States has almost achieved complete success. He said in his last saying that he thinks they should be sending their tankers, their ships through those straits. I think CEOs of oil companies might be looking at the fact of those 3 ships that got hit earlier on when they were on or near the straits, and then the 2 Iraqi vessels or vessels that were carrying Iraqi oil that my colleague Mahmoud just reported on. He said that they've cleared all the mines, but I think we should note, we've been speaking to military experts here as well, that mines aren't the only way that Iran can, of course, attack that maritime traffic. It's been mentioned mini submarines, it's been mentioned boats laden with explosives, and that is what seems to have attacked those vessels carrying Iraqi oils. So the US president painting a really rosy picture of the wall, as if this is a country near the end, when other analysts here that we've been talking to say that Iran seems to be digging in more.
Anti-tank fire on the Lebanon border.
He also mentioned that he
anti-tank fire on the Lebanese border now.
So we can do that in an hour, and it will take them 25 years to recover from that. We don't really want to do that, but we will do if we're pushed to it. It's something that he's mentioned a bit across the last couple of days. It's quite hard sometimes to tell with President Trump if that's a serious thing that's about to happen or just a talking point that will come and then go away later. But we continue to monitor it.
And, you know, you were just mentioning there, of course, we're monitoring everything and it's constantly changing. 1 minute Trump says something, then he seems to change his mind. But what we do know is that the war has rattled global markets. We have heard from Trump just in the last hour or so saying we are in very good shape. How is he being so optimistic? And domestically, are there concerns when it comes to, especially, for example, gas prices?
Yeah, I think he'd feel that he doesn't have any other choice but to be optimistic, because obviously confidence affects the markets and he can't come out saying pessimistic things. But what the US is doing is slightly different. They're recognizing perhaps that they do have those thorny problems in the Straits of Hormuz, because they're among the 32-member a 32-member group of countries that are now releasing 400 million barrels of oil from their reserves. And actually, the United States say that as part of that, they're releasing 172 million barrels of oil. That's come out of the Department of Energy in the United States. So about half of what the 32-member group are doing, or just under half of what the 32-member group are doing as a whole, to try and stabilize the price of oil. He says that this is just a short-term thing, and as soon as it's over, as soon as the United States has got victory, then everything's going to go back to normal and the oil prices will go down. It's interesting, I think, as well, what President Trump is determining now on victory, the things that he hasn't been saying to the press when asked. He's been asked, does victory mean, can you declare victory while there's still the son of the late Supreme Leader in power? He didn't want to answer that question, really. And he was asked as well, can you really declare victory while, and can we withdraw our forces while Iran still has the ingredients, the precursors for nuclear weapons? And he didn't want to answer that either. And both of those were quite clearly stated when he started this campaign as aims for this war. So we've been saying it for a while that things are shifting, but that seems a really definite shift of what the United States thinks they can accomplish.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, every time we will be hearing from Trump, we do sometimes get answers, but often than not, it seems to be vague for now. Thanks very much, John Holman there. The International Energy Agency has ordered the largest release of government oil reserves in its history to help ease the oil price shock triggered by the conflict in the Middle East. The Global Energy Watchdog said its 32 members had agreed unanimously to release about 400 million barrels of emergency crude. Nicholas Huck reports for us from Brussels on how the economic fallout from the war is already being felt in Europe.
The aisles of a supermarket in Athens, a new front in the war in the Middle East. As energy prices rise, so does the cost of food. Oil powers the farms that produce it, the trucks that move it, and the factories that package it. Europeans are paying the price for a war.
I'll show you the hit on Bahrain now. At this point, because no other networks are showing this on-the-ground footage, like, I have to actually make the call how long to wait. So I want to let you know, like, at this point, it's just me. The world's media has abandoned, like, us all, and it's fell to me. Now, I understand, like, maybe some people didn't, really understand what this war was, so they weren't ready, and they didn't put enough resources on their desks. But, I think it's important to understand that, like, relying on Towel is okay. I can do this, but, I think it's getting a little out of hand. It really is just getting a little out of hand. This is the attack on Bahrain that is, like, occurring right now. Okay, the Bahrainian oil field is burning. This is a facility and MUHARRAQ governorate. It is burning. It is on fire as of, I'd say, maybe 30 to 40 minutes ago. Okay, that is the situation in Bahrain right now. That road, by the way, don't go on that road. It's where Bahrain International Airport is located. I would advise not going on that road. Okay, just generally. Evening coffee and a snack. Oh, Conde, my good friend, God bless you. I have been thinking about you. I am so glad you are here. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you for your support of Tao Channel. You are wonderful, and I needed that energy tonight. I do have my coffee, and I'm sipping on my coffee. And I will continue to drink coffee. And if further things come up, I'll do my best to continue reporting. We have about 6.5 hours left in tonight's stream. It is coming up on 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time. You are looking at live footage of the oil tank, the fuel tank, where Bahrain International Airport is located in Murak, MUHARRAQ, burning. It is burning right now. God bless you, Tara. I know I'm not alone. I just met my media colleagues abandoned me, so I had to decide how long to wait before I showed you the picture of the fuel tank burning in Bahrain. And it's going to turn into the situation like in Oman, where the oil field is just burning uncontrollably because it's a fuel tank. Again, that fire has grown exponentially. That is a fuel tank in right now. That is a fuel tank in Bahrain, and it is on fire. It is near the Bahraini International Airport. It is the most recent footage on the ground. I also have footage for you right now. I believe this was the UK MTO trade warning, by the way. They didn't get it out till 25 minutes ago. Bro, those ships were hit like an hour and a half ago. They really were lagging a little bit there. Their warning reads, UK MTO has received a report of an incident 5 nautical miles south of Al-Basra in Iraq, TTW. A third party reported that 2 tankers have been struck by an unknown projectile. The CSO of one of the affected vessels confirmed that the attack had caused a fire on board. The CSO reported that the crew have been evacuated and safe. Investigations to identify the second vessel affected continue. No environmental impact has been reported at this time. Vehicles are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO. Now, I will tell you that one of these vessels was Marshall Island flag, but American owned. The other one was Greek owned. That is the most recent information that I have for you regarding this situation. Now, I will show you the targeting in Lebanon. There was an apartment hit in the Canadian project area of of Beirut. That is the strike from the Canadian project and its environs, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, this is downtown Beirut. This is not the strike on the Ka. This is the strike on downtown Beirut. This is the Canadian project apartment building. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am also saying the Serenity Prayer along with Petty LaBelle. God bless you, my dear friend. May we pray. Now, this is some gunfighting between two families in the Naima Alley area of Beirut. They were fighting before iftar, and they've resumed. It's like the Munifar family and the Shayada family. They're both of Arab descent, but I just want to show you their gunfighting in the Lebanese capital right now. These families have been fighting before iftar, and they're resuming their gun battles. They seem to have gun battles, I guess, between families in the streets of Beirut. Now, I didn't know about this. They seem very casual about this. It seemed they were just like, oh yeah, these families had gun battles before. Now they're having gun battles again. I'm pretty sure. Oh, their gun battle. Again, this is just on the streets of Beirut. They're just kind of shooting at each other. But again, it's not part of the war. There's just this kind of side gun battle. I'm not really a problem, but if I just saw men firing at each other with weapons during a war, I would think that was like part of the war. But I'd to let you know, if you see reports. Now, you might be saying, why does this a man from Boston? Let me check the YouTube. It could literally be the YouTube. Let me check. Let me check the buffer. Okay, let me check the buffer. This could be a frame drop issue with YouTube. All right, so if it's a frame drop issue with YouTube, I'll just pause for a second. What that will allow you to do is wait for it to kind of stabilize. Sometimes while we're streaming, everything's working fine on my end, doing good. It's saying to me that I'm doing all the right things. I use a professional broadcasting software. So think of like a TV network hooking up to the back end, of the YouTube kind of professional RTMP software. And what it does is it tells me how many packets I'm sending up and how many packets it's receiving. And if I'm sending up data and it's not getting it, it tells me. And that's what happened there. That's not actually you. It's not me. What it is just YouTube having a little bump. So you just wait like a minute or two. Thank you for flying AirTowel. I apologize. I do for any turbulence you may have experienced. If you ever run into one of those issues, you can either wait for the cycling to stop, which is normally just YouTube kind of stabilizing, or if it lasts for a minute, you don't get your sound back, whatever it may be, you can just refresh, and normally by that point, you'll be back to flying AirTowel. Thank you very much. And remember, this is a chat with 180 different countries, so please make sure to show compassion. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Again, I am reporting to you live from Boston, and I am also telling you there was some slack. You may hear sources saying that there was gunfire in downtown Beirut that can cause of Arab descent fighting with each other. They had been fighting before iftar. They are now fighting again, and they fight with weapons in the streets. I know that sounds a little odd. I just want to let you know, if you hear reports about shooting on the streets, it is not actually, ladies and gentlemen, anything to do with the war. All right, I'm just confirming that for you now. 100%. All must be treated with respect. Even those with different opinions. You know what I'm saying? So it's entirely okay to have different views about a various country's leader, about a country's politics. But what we do is we discuss the ideas and not the other people in the chat. Now, you do have the ability to use a block button if there's certain people you don't want to chat with, but on the whole, the vibe here across 180 countries, most of us are very friendly. We tend to use that compassion as a position juxtaposition with the ongoing developments. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hello, Penny. It is good to see you. There are a lot of intense developments going on right now, and I'm doing my best to make sure that as we take them in, we're all being relatively amiable with each other. So I'll go ahead and take us back to Al Jazeera English Live now. The YouTube turbulence has subsided according to my RTMP data.
Folding far away.
And so we're making sure that the Americans are operating within the agreement that we have with them around the use of our bases.
The Prime Minister's faced criticism from opposition leaders for not helping Donald Trump with the joint Israeli assault on Iran. He feels his judgment was right.
I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war, and a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing.
British opinion polls show a large and growing majority against the war. The fact that some of it is now being waged from the UK is likely to bring tough questions for the government in the coming days. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
Right, well, let's take a look at some of the day's other news around the world. An Israeli airstrike in central Gaza killed at least one Palestinian man on Tuesday. Israeli attacks have continued despite a US brokered ceasefire that came into effect in October. The Palestinian Health Ministry says that more than 600 people have been killed in these attacks across the Gaza Strip. A severe transport crisis is unfolding in Gaza. After 2 years of Israel's genocide, most vehicles have been destroyed. Fuel has become scarce and the cost of travel has surged. And for many people, the situation is making even the shortest of journeys impossible. Mu'ath al-Kahlout reports from Gaza City.
This is a daily reality. Students, patients, and displaced families waiting for scarce transport. Every journey begins with a struggle for a seat. The transport that is available is costly and uncomfortable.
As an elderly woman, I cannot use a tuk-tuk or handcart easily. When I do, I return home completely exhausted. I don't have enough money to take a taxi on my own.
It is estimated that 70% of Gaza's vehicles and roads have been damaged by Israel's war. Less than 15% of the fuel trucks that were supposed to arrive in Gaza have been allowed to enter. Unsurprisingly, the cost of the fuel has rocketed. Before the war, a liter of diesel cost $2.40. Now it is $11.30. And that is, of course, only if you can find a functioning vehicle to put the fuel into.
We're going to go over to Al Jazeera Arabic because the Iran's wave of attacks right now is just unrelenting. There are so many things being hit right now, and I'm worried that Doha is being shelled because sometimes when they play these just like repeated sort of B-rolls, it means that there's actually attacks in Doha. So I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera Arabic, which sometimes will just like stay on air even if Doha is being attacked.
ذلك تتبنى بسهولة ادعاءات الجيش ورواية المؤسسة الأمنية وتعتبر إيران تهديد وجودي يعني في السابق كان يعتبر التهديد المشروع النووي الإيراني وجود وجود على إسرائيل بعد استبدال المشروع النووي بالتهديد.
Al Jazeera Arabic does not have any live cameras either. Okay, let me show you what other... Oh, this is not a good sign. I think there have been some hits, folks. I'm not sure if it was in Jordan or southern Beirut. Oh, it's Armoon. Okay, not Arman. They just misspelled it. It's Armoon. So there's not been a hit in Jordan, but there is a very serious situation on the ground in Beirut. There was a strike in Armoon, which is in Lebanon. I really don't understand why Israel does, Al Jazeera does not have people like monitoring this. There's very serious civil unrest in Lebanon right now in the past 10 minutes. There's like fights going on between the displaced people who were just like struck near the airstrike and then the residents of Armoon. All right, they're like trying to kick out the displaced people. Like, this is a very bad situation. This is in the last 10 minutes in Armoon on the ground. This is the latest from the ground in Beirut. Yeah, there's a lot of hits right now. Again, you're looking at the ground. You're looking on the ground right now in Armun. It's near Karit Mosque, K-R-E-I-D-I-Y-E-H Mosque in Beirut. I am not sure about South Korea, Cray, but I will read the story overnight. If you want to join the Discord, Cray, I don't know if you use Discord, but the best way to get me links is either email, I'll drop it in a second, or we also have a Discord. So if you really like, especially if you like sharing news all day, the Discord's a really good way to let me know. Again, footage on the ground right now in Armun, where there are clashes breaking out between residents of the area and displaced people in the city of Beirut. This is near one of the mosques. I have the hits in Dubai. I repeat, I have more hits. There must be another Iranian wave being launched now. There must be something very serious happening. I have reports of hits landing now in Dubai. I have footage on the ground. None of the channels are taking it. I'm a little bit worried that Qatar might be being shelled. Here's the footage again from Dubai right now. I don't know if it's going to be loud. This is Dubai. I have an update from Mr. President Trump on the Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. in the past 20 minutes. This is Mr. President Trump on the Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. This is in the past 20 minutes. Give me 1 second, please. Might have been in the past hour. Hold on. Remember, we just don't discuss, we try not to discuss people. There's a lot of different countries. There's just 180 different countries, so we try to show compassion. If you have questions, it's better to ask. I'm going to show you again the scenes right now of Mr. President Trump speaking about the Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. Hello. Oh, not a problem, my dear friend Naomi. It is so good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. I'm going to show you Mr. President now on the Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S.
How many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
Is it dozens?
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before.
Then Mr. President Trump on the Iranian sleeper cells.
Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
It doesn't.
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before.
Okay, so first, I just want to say, God bless you, Job 49. Thank you so much. Enjoy your towel wrench, and you really are just so kind to compliment my coverage. I don't take compliments well or gifts well. I just want to let you know I'm grateful. I kind of was raised in a weird environment where things were held against me. Let's not go down that road. With a few things will make me emotional. I like compassion, so I'm very thankful. I want to refocus and also welcome Job for 9 to our channel. I'm thrilled to have you with us. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and Mr. President Trump, after 9 p.m. Eastern, this is probably from about 20 minutes ago, Mr. President Trump has just confirmed to the American media that there are Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. I am not sure if he meant to do that, or if this was kind of a warning to Americans. But I'm telling you, Mr. President Trump just said that there are Iranian sleeper cells. I thought he would kind of say, if they're here, we would, we'll be ready for them. No, he said we have our eye on them. Do you understand? He's saying that he has got the briefing, and there are Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. This was like 25 minutes ago. He just came out and said it. I didn't think he was going to do that. I'm not sure that, I don't know how the American public's going to react to that. Do you understand? If they pull off, if Iran does a domestic attack, I mean, the public is going to be so infuriated. The people are going to be concerned. They're going to hear that, and they're going to say they're here. They're going to say, oh no, they're actually here. Now, Iran has a network of sleeper cells. They did an attack in Switzerland yesterday that killed 6 innocent civilians. They did the attack on the Brussels. I can't confirm it, but it was very clear they were behind the attack in Belgium on the synagogue. Now, how are you going to tell me, after Mr. President Trump just said that I'm not supposed to be concerned? They can pull off these, like a lone wolf attacks. They just take petrol. They go into the bus. They light the whole bus on fire. If they do even one of those on American soil, Americans are going to be first of all, they're going to be concerned, but they're going to be very mad. And Mr. President Trump just said that he confirmed it. He said that he knows where they are. He knows where these cells are. Yes, there's an Iranian number station. It broadcasts in Farsi, and it is active. I forget the exact frequency, but we listened to it a few days ago. I'm going to play you the full statement from the IRCG now. I'm going to play you the full statement in Farsi from the IRCG. It's going to be hard to understand because it's not translated, but I'm going to play you, actually this is the one from earlier. I'm looking for an English language broadcast of it. You're seeing Mr. President Trump on your screen. I will see if Al Jazeera has actually made progress, but I think there might have been some attacks in Qatar. Oh, Bunny, hello, Kofi and Bunny. Kofi is Bunny's dog. We've been having a night. I think a lot of the Gulf states are under attack, and Israel might be under attack, and it's a problem. I'm trying to monitor, but Qatar stopped doing their live coverage. Here's the latest from Al Jazeera Arabic. They're behind. This is that footage I was showing you like 20 minutes ago of the strike in the Canadian project area of Beirut. Come on, Al Jazeera Arabic. What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? We were looking at this strike from the Canadian project of Beirut over 25 minutes ago. If the state of Qatar is like 25 minutes behind, I don't even know what to tell you. There's been another strike. There's fighting. They need to get to the fighting between the displaced and the residents over in the other area of Beirut. They're just not doing a very good job. This is live on Al Jazeera Arabic. I will tell you that there's a certain amount of ludicrousness that comes when I don't even need to translate the Al Jazeera Arabic, but I'm critiquing them because they're 25 minutes behind in their coverage. I don't have to translate it. I could just tell them what's going on. They can translate me. They don't even need to have a feed. I'm telling you, the entire country of Qatar should just hand its news production over to me. Not make me the director of Al Jazeera. Just put me on the screen. You don't actually need to have a news network if you're the country of Qatar. You can literally just have me. I can just tell the country of Qatar what's going on. I can tell Al Jazeera Arabic. I can tell the Saudi Arabian Al Arabia channel what's going on. The only people I probably can't tell what's going on are Al Mayadeen, because that's literally Hezbollah Hezbollah's channel in Lebanon. Do you understand? Like, we were looking at this footage from the Canadian project in Lebanon, in Beirut, like 15 or 20 minutes ago. I already know what it is. I know where it is. I know what they're going to show after this. They're going to get to the fighting in the neighborhood, which they should have been on, frankly, 5 to 10 minutes ago. I absolutely cannot stand that I have to... It's one thing if I were just like, well, you know, I know Arabic really well, so I can translate what's on Al Jazeera Arabic. No. Al Jazeera Arabic in real time is like 25 minutes behind us. We don't have time for the country of Qatar to catch up on what's going on the ground in Lebanon. Where are their editors? Where's their news desk? How am I simultaneously doing the job of the Associated Press, Agence France Press, the state of Qatar, the state of Bahrain? I just don't understand. What more can I do? I am an infuriated non-Southern accent man towel. I've become incredulous. I demand some kind. I need a meeting. I want the Gulf Council convened. I want to speak to the broadcasters. I need to be in charge of the War Information Office. Forget the War Information Office. At this point, how can I don't even represent an individual country? I've taken on the job of every news broadcast of every single country. That's why every country in the world watches this channel, because none of them are doing their damn job. They're either under military censorship, or they're not getting the information out fast enough, or clearly they don't have good sources in Lebanon and Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait or Iraq or Saudi Arabia or Yemen or Oman or Iran. I don't understand. I frankly do not understand. But yes, I'm just not supposed to do the job of the Arabic media and the Israeli media and the American media and the Canadian media and the Australian media and the French media and the Italian media and the Belarusian media and the Russian media and the New Zealand media. Listen, I don't even think Antarctica has media, but I may as well just start quacking in Penguin at this point, because if they had a news channel, they wouldn't know what's going on. Sorry about that. I had to decompress a little bit. I apologize. Goddamn Penguin propaganda. You don't understand the Penguin, the military blackouts the Penguins impose. No, listen, you think it's tough in some of these areas. You start dealing with Penguin-based military blackouts. Oh, God. You have to start quacking at them in this whole production. You should see the Penguin air defense systems, ladies and gentlemen. They really got it figured out, you know? They just quack really loudly at things and people run away. I do declare, as a Southern gentleman, as a refined Southern gentleman, who single-handedly does the job of the entire world's media every day for 12 hours with no co-host and no production team. I don't know. It's kind of fun. I've never felt like my brain was actually being used to capacity before. Now I feel like it's actually being used to capacity. I was so bored before. You don't understand. Bro, those court documents, I mean, it was boring. I'm not saying like cases are boring in general, they're very important, but bro, I can tear through a 50-page document in like 5 minutes. I had to slow down so much to like read 50-page documents to people. This is what my brain is built to do. Give me as much as information as possible from every country of the world. I'll memorize every city, every state, every faction, every person, every source. I'll memorize all where they're from. You don't understand. This is what my brain is built to do, and then I'll pace Al Jazeera because they don't know what they're doing. They're Qatari, you know, they're a little busy. They're being bombed right now. You can't really blame them. I've never actually spoken to a penguin. I don't really know how they communicate. My friend Lynn does, though. She's a penguin expert. Lynn wants to move to Greenland and take some land from the Dutch, the Danish, and then own a penguin. We're working on that. I think it's illegal to own a penguin. You kind of have to, like, take the penguin, and I don't want to do that. You either have to know a zoo or, like, get a penguin to mate and get it to like give you your its baby, which I wouldn't take the baby from the penguin anyway. Maybe Lynn could raise a family of penguins. The point is, I don't really know. Like, do you just go to a flock? No, wait a minute. I should tell you all something. Did you know that it's not called a flock of penguins? It's called a waddle of penguins. And you might be saying to yourself, wait a minute, they waddle. Are you telling me that a giant group of penguins waddling around is actually called a waddle? You can verbify the word waddle and then make it a waddle? Yes, you can. Like, it is a verb, and then you can verbify it and call it a waddle of penguins waddling. It's a legitimate sentence. You don't understand. A waddle is a formal noun for a group of penguins. It's not called a flock. It's not called a pack. It's not called a strange, like, group of things sliding on their belly down the ice. It's called a waddle. Yes, the waddle of penguins. You can literally say in English the waddling waddle of penguins, and it's a legitimate expression. So anyway, that's what we learned about penguins. Oh no, cray cray. I'm sorry to hear about these series of strikes. This was our, if you couldn't tell, this was our hour 6 break. Every single top of the hour in the stream, I give you 5 minutes of like mental decompression. You don't even realize it's happening. You're just kind of watching war footage, and then all of a sudden you're just laughing about penguins. That's called mental decompression. I tricked you a little bit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it, but I tricked your brain. Did you see how that worked? Did you see how it kind of gave you a little mental buffer? And you weren't even noticing. You know, you were just like, oh, penguins. I like penguins. You know what I'm saying? Well, I was ranting a little bit about how I'm outpacing all the world's media. Oh, isn't this nice? Al Jazeera got to the footage on the ground of the car that was damaged. I'm thrilled for them. You know, frankly, you know, there's really some better footage that they could get if they had like a decent media source on the ground in Lebanon. You know, listen, Al Jazeera, if you're going to show the situation like occurring, at least like do some justice to it, okay? Let me show you what actually occurred, okay? This is a guy who's like actually on the ground. Al Jazeera is doing their best, but like this man actually is there. He was there, I don't know, at 8:36 p.m. So he was there like 40 minutes ago. I saw this like 40 minutes ago. Al Jazeera is a little bit slow. And so that's the car that was hit in Lebanon. It is a Honda CRV. It was white. I can't tell the year. The make and model is a white Honda CRV. It looks like it's all-wheel drive. I'd say like 2016 or newer. This was this car that was struck in Beirut. This man is standing down there. He took pictures of the impact hole from the munition of the strike in downtown Beirut. It is unclear who was killed or why. Israel used a precision munition to target a car in downtown Beirut. That's another one of the vehicles that was targeted in the strike. It appears that one of the vehicles that was targeted was a Honda CRV. The second vehicle was a different color Honda. It seems to be a silver sedan of some kind. The damage to the front windshield of the second vehicle is quite extensive, although it does not appear that that vehicle was the target of the strike. Oh, never mind, that was the target of the strike. It was just a weird angle on the SUV. It kind of looks like a sedan when you look at it from this angle, you know what I'm saying? But you can get easily misled because it's only one car, okay? So that's the Honda CRV that was hit. It seems that a majority of the damage that was done to the car, I can't tell whether there was collateral damage, but it seems that the person who was targeted was sitting in the back of the car, because the front of the car is relatively undamaged. And you may be saying to yourself, is it really possible that you can bomb through a car and like only damage the back of it? Yeah, that's Israel for you. Yep, Israel hates Honda CRVs. Yep, there you go. That is, Naomi, you nailed it. Yep, Israel was mad because this man was driving a Honda. I don't mean to be glib. I just think that helps some people process sometimes what's going on. But yeah, if you're thinking to yourself, it is not possible that Israel managed to use a bomb that like is that thin. It's very thin. It's only like maybe like 6 inches in circumference. I'm not kidding you. It's only that, and it like burrows into the ground. And what it does is it like penetrates it. I can't tell where it like went through the car. It looks like it might have gone through the back window. Probably more likely though it came through like this window. It's a little bit tough to tell. And what's weird is like the explosion goes inward. So I'm almost thinking it might have hit like right here. I think that's actually very likely. I think what happened was it was targeting the person in the back of the car and they didn't want to kill the driver. So the best I can discern, the bomb like went behind the car and probably exploded like right here, because that's the only way that you could get that metal blown in right there. You see what I mean? If it were an explosion that ripped through the car or penetrated the hood or the ceiling or the roof, then the metal would have gone the other way. So the metal is blown in. You see what I mean? So that's a very strong indication, and the back bumper is blown down. So if I had to guess, this missile impacted or exploded like right here. You see, like right here. So it was designed to kind of fling shrapnel at the head level of the person in the back of the car, probably the front of the car. I don't think the person driving lived either, based on my analysis of this video. In fact, you are kind of looking at what I'm now discerning to be a very serious lethal strike. So basically the munition comes down behind the car, and then it explodes. I'm gonna guess it has a targeted warhead that specifically ejects projectiles into the car, and then you can see the force wasn't very big. If you know what a bomb is, I mean, a bomb from the military would decimate this car. Okay, this car would not. If a bomb from the military hit this car, like a real bomb, like a 1-ton bomb, that car would be maybe its skeleton, like the metal frame would be there, but none of that paint would be there. Okay, do you understand? There's no damage to the paint. That's how precision this munition is. And it's just for, other people died, unfortunately, from what I understand. But the point of this munition, and you can see the area of impact was behind the car, is to just blow in with extensive force into the car and only damage the car. But yeah, this is you may think it's not possible. It is. The munition is very small. And it doesn't even, you can, oh yeah, so I think what you're seeing, those are unfortunately, the kill shots. It looks like, I can't tell where they penetrated. I would guess those are all the kill shots. Those are very special, I would guess, type of, fragments or projectiles that come off the thing. And they, shot through the car. You see that one. They didn't come through the front windshield. They came from the back of the car, and they're all where your kill zone would be, the head and the chest. So see, the car is alive, but there are special projectiles that are kind of shot through the front of the car from the back to the front. And then there's one there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, hold on, that's a crack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's 24 pieces of shrapnel that just kind of flew forward through the car. And I would guess anybody in that car, probably 4 people at least, are dead. I can't tell the extent of the collateral damage. It looks like there is some collateral damage, but on the whole, this was designed to incapacitate permanently any person driving in that car. Some of these munitions are similar to a flechette round, F-L-E-T-C-H. I've never heard of that, Sergeant. Thank you very much for letting us know. Hello, Miss Clutch. It is good to see you. It is a very active night, my dear friend. I'm just showing you now. This is what Al Jazeera really should have been showing. If they want to show the damage to the car, you may as well show the car. I am hearing reports, again, that there were recent rounds of missile launches. These, by the way, have you ever wanted to see someone smoking hookah while bombs land on Beirut? Well, now you can. God protect those people. They're smoking hookah. They're just watching Beirut be bombed while smoking hookah. I'm a little bit baffled, but I suppose that's all you can really do. Really incredible footage, but it's very sad. It's just commonplace. The bombing. Not just now, but previously. Well, Petty LaBelle, you have some kindred spirits with you looking out over Lebanon. The pictures you are looking at on your screen right now from about an hour ago are a hookah lounge, a very beautiful hookah lounge. Just look at Lebanon. It's such a beautiful country. Imagine sitting there, just all you want to do is look out upon the landscape. You can look for miles. You can see all the lives of your country, and then of your countrymen and women. And then as you're sitting there smoking your hookah, you just want peace, and you watch the bombs fall. And you're just sitting there. The restaurant doesn't close. You just buy, oh, can I have my next tea and hookah? And that's why my heart breaks for those people. Because war does not mean life stops. War just means you watch death and continue to drink your tea and smoke your hookah. And that's why all I can do is show you these images, smoke my cigars, and pray. And I hope all of you, in whatever way that you find spiritual solace, whether it's through the people here, whether it's through your family, friends, or otherwise, look for reasons in these moments to pray. Because what else can you do? This is the two ships that are on fire were on fire earlier, south of Basra, at the intersection of Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait. It's called the Benet Peninsula. Excuse me, Benet Exclave. Hene Exclave, or Benet Exclave.
طبعا هذا من سفينتين مو وحده ولد خطيتي حاصروا
Again, this is the footage from south of Basra. Alright, south of Basra, an American and Greek war tank. You're looking at the evacuation of the crew onto other ships. Hello, Team Video Games. I love your username, but yes. So again, you're watching the crew who was safely evacuated.
الحمد لله تم إنقاذ الناجين من الباخرة بعدما تم قصفها من قبل طاقم الباخرة الفاو.
Wow, so, I mean, that's some pretty impressive video. That is the crew of, so that ship is the one that's on fire, and that is the crew safely evacuating on a lifeboat. We pray, thank God that some of them are alive. We don't know if there are any casualties, but you are literally looking at the moment that the crew arrived. It's incredible.
من الباخرة بعدما تم قصفها من قبل طاقم الباخرة الفاو. الحمد لله تم إنقاذ الناجين من الباخرة بعدما تم قصفها من قبل طاقم الباخرة الفاو.
Very, very large fires breaking out in Bahrain right now, I believe in the area around the international airport. Allow me to load this for you 1 second. Very intense fires breaking out in Bahrain at the area around the international airport. Okay, I believe that these attacks were at the Bahrain International Airport. There is a major fire around the fuel tanks. By the way, remember how I mentioned that the residents of Amman, which I thought was spelled Arman at first, but someone just misspelled it. It's actually Armoun, A-A-A-R-M-O-U-N in the Arabic. That is a picture from our moon from the most recent Israeli strike. This is another apartment. Al Jazeera Arabic should have this one in an hour if they're doing their job. Maybe 30 minutes if we get lucky. Maybe if I just say it on stream, there you have some guy in Qatar monitoring it being like, hey, that guy in Boston, he's talking about our moon and he's mocking us again. I think we should probably put that picture up. Otherwise, he's just going to keep laughing at us. You know, he doesn't think we're very good at our job. We're the ones who speak Arabic, and somehow he's the one that's getting the pictures first. I think we should probably step our game up, even though I have sympathy for the people of Qatar and Doha because they might be under bombardment. You know, so I try to have sympathy. I live up to my job. I'm really not frustrated with my colleagues. If we're going to do this, I think can I just have the resources? Shouldn't Qatar just like fund like a nonprofit that only I answer to? You have to give me the money unconditionally, and I don't want it. I want the nonprofit to have it. Shouldn't they just give me like all the money and I'll just have a news desk? Like I'll have Hashim Karim on the sports desk. I'll have Bunny Towel on the Kofi desk. We'll have hourly updates about what Kofi's doing. Kofi will be like, wait a minute. Why are we reporting on me? And we'll tell Kofi he's the distraction so people's brains can rest. We'll just have hourly updates where Bunny films Kofi and is like, Kofi, what do you think about what's going on? And Kofi just kind of looks quizzically at the camera, probably barks a little bit, asks for some food. And then Bunny's like, okay, here you go. And then we go back to our coverage. Put me in charge of an international news operation. I'm already doing that just by myself. I think we should, instead of cloning me, we should just let me get reports from people. Like, you do that, you tell me what's going on. What is your passion? What do you love doing? Tell me about it, and we'll highlight the stories of the people from around the world. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for all your patience and indulgence as I show you a strike on a neighborhood in our moon of Lebanon and Beirut, which Al Jazeera and Qatar should get to showing you on their Arabic channel in the next 15 minutes. Just mark my words now for when I show you Al Jazeera Arabic Live and they bring that picture or video up of that specific place in our moon. You know. Anyway, so yeah, Bunny is our official Kofi Tower reporter. Here are the fires burning in Bahrain. This is at the international airport. I'm going to mute this for you. Hold on. That's the channel in Iraq that often gets these puts like music over them, like to make it like playable for news stations because it doesn't have any audio. But the point is, that is the picture of the fire burning right now in Bahrain. Crews are attempting, ladies and gentlemen, with what looks like fire suppressant spray. Yes, you are looking at images on the ground in Bahrain right now near the international airport. Yes, there is a massive inferno. I repeat, a massive inferno. Yes, cray, we are looking at live images on the ground in Bahrain, near the international airport. Fire crews desperately, this is looping footage, it's not live. Fire crews, oh my goodness, that is a massive fire. Ladies and gentlemen, there is just a massive uncontrolled fire burning across the Bahrainian International Airport. It seems to be filling the sky with clouds of smoke that would make one think there is some type of apocalypse occurring. I pray for the residents of Bahrain, although I don't think they actually live near the airport, but that looks very dangerous. A lot of toxic chemicals are releasing into the air. The fire crews seem to only have the plan of spraying this fire suppressant spray. I don't think that is going to put out an oil refiner or like an oil storage tank afire. It appears to be that there are very serious conflagrations engulfing the international airport in Bahrain. Oil prices, ladies and gentlemen, the futures have been trending for Brent oil upwards of $100 a barrel. It was at 98.06 the last time I checked. I will tell you right now, there is no doubt in my mind that there are multiple conflagrations burning in Oman, burning in Bahrain, and burning elsewhere. But in particular, in southern Beirut, there are bombs falling. But you are looking right now at pictures from about maybe 30 minutes ago of a serious conflagration engulfing the Bahraini International Airport. And it is a fuel storage tank that was struck by Iran within the last hour. And that fire, unfortunately, due to the inflammatory properties of fuel, has now engulfed a major area of the Bahraini International Airport in a large fire. Unfortunately, the Bahraini Fire Department is ill-equipped. I think any fire department would be ill-equipped. As you can see, the fire is so intense that you can't put it out because the fire just blows away the suppressant spray. You are looking at the fire burning so intensely that when they spray, the firemen go up there. They are very brave Bahraini firemen. When they go up there to spray the fire suppressant foam on the fire, it just blows it back. Yes, it is just blowing it back at them. That is what you are looking at. The spray goes up to the fire, and the fire says, well, I think I will actually put you out to fire suppressant spray. And generally, when you have a fire that entails it pushing away the fire suppressant spray, it's not going to be put out. It might burn itself out, or it's going to burn everything in its path. Either way, the Bahraini International Airport is engulfed in flames. It is a very dangerous situation for the people of Bahrain. I will show you the footage from farther away if you're wondering, is it possible the people of Bahrain are literally looking at this? Yeah, I'm very concerned that the people of Bahrain are currently looking at this, because from very far away you are able to see these flames. I will bring them up for you right now. Give me 1 second if you wouldn't mind. This is the most recent update from the people of Bahrain. It's right here. Okay, this is from like miles away. It is just burning. All towels are created equal. That's for damn sure. We're just utilitarian objects that pick up various spills. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the fire burning over Bahrain International Airport from miles away. There was a very serious attack in Oman as well. If you missed it earlier, this is the update from Bahrain right now, 18 minutes ago on Al Arabiya.
البحريني يواصل مكافحة الحريق الذي شب بخزانات وقود بمحافظة المحرق. إذا نتابع هذه الصور لجهود فرق الإطفاء للتعامل مع هذا الحريق الذي شب بخزانات وقود في محافظة المحرق بالعاصمة البحرينية المنامة.
Again, that was the most recent report from Al Arabiya in Bahrain. Okay, there's a very serious fire. Okay, there's a new interception of missiles. Let me see if this was earlier. Hold on. This might be from Tel Aviv earlier. I can't tell. Hold on, please. Yeah, it's from earlier. That was an interception of missiles over Tel Aviv at about 1:30 this morning. I have an update from Al Jazeera Arabic from Lebanon. I'm going to play this short clip for you now. The information and clips are coming out so fast that it's almost not worth it to watch the live news because they're not even trying anymore. So what I will do is I'll just get you the updates from these stations in Arabic or in English that I think are the most relevant. Here's the update from Beirut 17 minutes ago on Al Jazeera Arabic.
الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية يتوسع بشكل لافت. لا نتحدث عن استهدافات تطال الضاحية الجنوبية فحسب. الضاحية الجنوبية التي يتم إنذارها مسبقا بالاستهدافات التي تطال رقعة جغرافية واسعة من الضاحية. نتحدث عن تقريبا أكثر من 80% خلال الأيام الأخيرة وفقا للإنذارات الإسرائيلية يتم استهدافها بشكل متكرر في الضاحية الجنوبية. ولكننا مع بداية هذا اليوم كنا على موعد مع استهدافات طالت مناطق أخرى. نتحدث عن الاستهداف الذي طال الرملة البيضاء وهي منطقة سياحية على الواجهة البحرية في بيروت. وتتحدث وزارة الصحة عن أن حصيلة هذا الاستهداف وهذا القصف الذي كان يبدو من خلال الصور المتداولة عنه بأنه قوي وكبير. تتحدث وزارة الصحة عن 7 شهداء و21 مصابا في حصيلة أولية، أي أن حصيلة هذه العملية مرجحة للارتفاع. أيضا نتحدث عن قصفين آخرين استهدفا.
نعم. أعود إليك ميساء.
بالضبط، هذا ما كنت سأتحدث عنها. عرمون التي كانت على موعد مع غارتين واستهدافين خلال هذه الليلة. إذا نطاق الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية يخرج من محيط الضاحية الجنوبية، علما أيضا أن خلال نهار أمس وفي الساعات المبكرة من صباح أمس كانت منطقة عائشة بكار بالعاصمة بيروت على موعد مع استهداف إسرائيلي أيضا، وبالتالي يتوسع نطاق الاستهدافات الإسرائيلية فيما يبدو بأنه تصعيد لافت قد يتطور خلال الساعات القادمة. وعلما أيضا نشوان بأن الاستهدافات التي لا تطال الضاحية الجنوبية غالبا وفي كل الأيام الماضية كانت تأتي دون تحذيرات وإنذارات مسبقة، وهو ما يزيد ربما من حجم أضرارها باعتبار أن الناس لا تتهيأ لمثل هذه الاستهدافات التي تكون مفاجأة، وهو ما رأيناه في حصيلة استهداف الذي وقع في الرملة البيضاء أيضا نتيجة الاستهداف لمنطقة عائشة بكار والتي كانت الأضرار كبيرة في البنية التحتية، في المحلات التجارية وفي السيارات التي كانت رابضة في المنطقة. كل هذا يأتي أيضا مع تصعيد واضح للمعركة في عديد المناطق على مستوى الخريطة الجنوبية في لبنان، وأيضا يأتي بعد إطلاق حزب الله لعملية العصف المأكول والتي قام فيها بإطلاق صواريخ، عشرات الصواريخ، فيما بدا بأنه منعرج لافت وقوي وكبير في هذه المعركة. جملة ومجموعة من الصواريخ التي طالت مناطق في العمق الإسرائيلي، ومنذ ذلك الوقت وحزب الله بياناته تتتالى بشكل كبير عن عمليات أخرى استهدفت تجمعات لجيش الاحتلال.
Okay, thank you very much to Naomi for the translation. This reporter is talking about Israel expanding its target zones in Lebanon. The reporter is translating, summarizing. The reporter is also saying that there is an escalation expected in the next few hours, ladies and gentlemen, on the Lebanese-Israeli front. We thank Naomi, translator Towel. God bless you very much, my dear friend. And then the reporter was also reporting on the car attack that I mentioned earlier. Okay, now I'm about to show you new footage. It is from 2 minutes ago. It is from the Blood Guardians in Iraq. Remember, there is an Iranian axis. Iran has for the first time tonight openly saying what this channel has been reporting for 4 days, which is that there is an A team, a double A team, and a triple A team for Iran, with Iran being the major league club. Okay, and the triple A team is Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. The double A team is the Houthis in Yemen, and the single A team is the Blood Guardians, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Now, this group has been targeting U.S. troops in Baghdad at Central Victory Base. They've also been targeting U.S. troops in the north of Iraq at Erbil Base, and they have been targeting targets near Basra, which is a Bene or a Pene, I believe it's a Bene Oblast or a Bene exclave, which is the sort of area where Iran and Kuwait border Iraq near Basra, and the reason it's called a Bene or a Pene exclave is that area near Basra in Iraq is bordered by on one side by the Persian Gulf, where two ships, one Greek-owned, one American-owned, although flying the flag of San Marino, were bombed this evening, and you saw them on fire in the crews evacuating just a few minutes ago. But the Blood Guardians, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, have been doing a lot of attacks, including in that area near Basra, which is the land border that links Iran, Iraq in the middle, and then Kuwait City to the east, so to the west. So in that area, you got like the Persian Gulf kind of to the south, you got Kuwait City and Kuwait to the west, and you got Basra and Iraq in the middle. It's a very small, as I mentioned, Bene exclave, and then to the right you got the western portion of Ihran. Now, there was a question about whether or not folks in America understand geography, and I'm doing this all from memory. I'm not looking at a map, so if you're wondering if Americans understand geography, I suppose I don't represent the American polity on a whole, but yeah, I know a lot about geography. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to say that. Yoram, thank you very much for the update. I'm going to look at this right now. Yoram has provided us an update. I'm monitoring the situation in a number of places right now. I'm about to show you an update from the Blood Guardians. That is just 3 minutes old as I check in with Yoram. For Hajaport is ablaze. I'm not. Oh, that might be in Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen. I believe for Hajaport. I want to check right now. Give me just 1 second. It is Fuja IRAH, Fujairah port. It could be Saudi. I believe it's Saudi Arabia. No, this is the UAE, ladies and gentlemen. So the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates, after strikes, this appears to be, let me see, when was this? This was in the last hour and a half. It was posted from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but it does appear to be that one of the Dubai oil refineries is also on fire. We saw the initial hit and then heard reports of strikes in the Dubai area. So I will show that to you in 1 second. And then I also want to show you right now. So this is the reported strike on Dubai. This is the Fujairah port, reportedly. So I'm going to play this for you twice. Thank you, Yoram. God bless you. And may God protect all people in harm's way tonight, whatever side they may be on, all innocent people, the children and otherwise. Again, latest pictures, Fujairah port in the last few hours in Dubai, on the ground, unconfirmed, but certainly very concerning, in line with the reports about the strikes on oil facilities around the Middle East. I'm now going to take a look. Thank you very much for that, Yoram. I'm now going to take a look right now to show you the latest footage. I believe this is from the Blood Guardians, the Islamic Resistance, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. So I'm going to play that for you now. This footage is, again, from the Blood Guardians, the Islamic Resistance, the Mujahideen. They have been targeting U.S. forces in Iraq. I, of course, do not condone any of this. I'm just showing you what the sides are putting out, and this is from the Blood Guardians in Iraq, Iran's proxy, just a few minutes ago.
أنتم تعرفون قاسم الجبار حيا تجدون تلزيهم يا صواريخ القيامة واحرقيهم بإلهي وإمامة وحسين يا نثارات اليتامى وحسين نحن أصحاب العلامة.
Again, if you need that again, this is from the Blood Guardians. I'll play without volume this time. I don't know why they play that music. This is from the Blood Guardians in Iraq, if you need to see any of their tech that they're firing at U.S. soldiers. Yes, I do think that the targeting of oil tankers is certainly designed to put pressure on President Trump and raise oil prices. I'm following futures right now. Again, you are watching the latest footage in the past few minutes from the Blood Guardians, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Okay, I don't know what that says. Hold on one second. They might be trying to like prove what day it is. They're showing what they targeted. Okay, and then they're showing this sign. I don't know if that's like meant to be like an indication of what it was that they did. But there's that. And I have some footage from Kashan, Iran as well. I will have that coming for you shortly. I have an update on the oil tankers from Al Arabia, where the Iraqi government is working to extinguish the two fires on those ships that you saw burning earlier. So I'll give you that update now. It's going to be in Arabic if you'd like to get the update. This is just 2 minutes ago from Al Arabia. This is a Saudi Arabian channel.
بأنها نجحت في إخماد الحرائق التي شبت في ناقلتي النفط داخل المياه الإقليمية. إذن الموانئ العراقية تؤكد نجاحها في إخماد الحرائق التي شبت في ناقلتي النفط داخل المياه الإقليمية.
He's just saying the update in Arabic. The video was of Beirut. There's an update right now from the Ministry of Bahrain. I'm going to read it to you. Quote, this is coming from the Ministry of Interior in Bahrain. Quoting, translating to English. The Ministry of Interior urges citizens and residents in the Al-Had, Arad, Kawalai, Kawali, and Samahaj, Samahij areas to remain in their homes, close windows and ventilation openings as a precautionary measure against possible exposure to smoke from the ongoing fire being combated. The relevant authorities will provide you with any updates in due course. Thank you for your cooperation. Repeating, I agree how long. I'd like to read that book, Anatomy of State. I haven't read it. I've heard of it. Repeating, ladies and gentlemen, repeating right now, again, repeating. No, I'm glad my ad block was updated, but repeating, ladies and gentlemen, quoting the Ministry of Interior in Bahrain, the Ministry of Interior urges citizens and residents in the Al-Had, Arad, Kawali, and Samarhaj areas to remain in their homes, close windows and ventilation openings as a precautionary measure against possible exposure to smoke from the ongoing fire being combated. The relevant authorities will provide you with any updates in due course. Thank you for your cooperation. Repeating, if you are in Bahrain and you can hear the sound of my voice, and you are in Al-Had, Arad, Kawalai, or Samahaj, please remain in your homes. Close your windows and ventilation openings as a precautionary measure against possible exposure from the smoke from the fire being combated in the area. So from the Bahraini Ministry of Interior, residents of those areas, please ensure to close your ventilation openings and do not leave your home. I do believe that it may be true that the government of Bahrain wants to keep its majority Shia population, which doesn't align with the religious sect of the king, off the streets as well, but this is a little different. I have seen, obviously we all have seen the pictures, ladies and gentlemen, in the past hour of the Bahraini port actually on fire, so I think it's incredibly important to consider that. The fire in Oman is burning extensively at the port of Salah. It has not yet been contained. As of 4 hours ago, it was burning so intensely in Oman at the fuel storage port that it's almost incredible and impossible to believe the intensity of the fire in Oman. And there was an initial picture of the drone hitting the storage facility in Oman. I'll show you. It led to one of perhaps the most intense fires of the war. Well, Bahrain is a very interesting country. I do not know a lot about Bahrain, but I would love to learn more. I will show you right now, ladies and gentlemen, footage from earlier tonight. There are a wave of attacks going on across both Israel. That started earlier in the Holy City with some interceptions. There are now expected to be further raids on Beirut and Lebanon. Iran simultaneously has attacked Dubai. You are watching the attack on U.S. soldiers in the Dubai Creek Harbor area hotel. Iran has also attacked 2 American ships with sea-based vessels, surface-based vessels in the Persian Gulf south of Basra in Iraq, in the Pede exclave bordering Kuwait and Iran. So where Kuwait, Iran, and Iraq meet, it's actually Kuwait, then Iraq, then Iran. There has been an attack on 2 ships that is the responsibility of Iran. Furthermore, the Bahraini International Airport is also burning this evening as a result of Iranian strikes. But I will take you earlier, maybe 5 hours ago now. The events tonight have been fast and furious. Right now, Brent oil futures are holding at 98.50, although they are up 5.90% in after hours trading. Oil is not trading at $100 a barrel just yet, but it is holding at 98.51, but it has certainly gone up close to 6% in after hours trading. Now you're going to see the actual burning of the port of Oman, but I have to take you back maybe 6 hours to show you the actual Iranian drone flying into the port of Iran, and I will show you that now. I believe that actually, I'm trying to determine if that started before we began, might have, or if it was before this. It was a lot of activity very quickly. I think our day actually started with the, actually no, it did start way before the, with that, the initial attack on Oman was close to 7 or 8 hours ago. I believe it was before the attacks on Tel Aviv, or excuse me, Jerusalem earlier in the day. Give me just 1 second. Yes, I think this is it. This is the actual moment the drone hit in Oman. And then started a massive fire that is still burning. So that fire burning in Oman, you're watching the moment the drone hit the tank. It's still burning. That whole area is still burning. This is Oman, south of Saudi Arabia, east of Yemen, right across from Iran. Again, this is what caused that fire. Well, okay, I suppose you can say it could be the Houthis, but, I mean, what drone do you think that is? I suppose we could just look at the drone, cray-cray, you know, but it has the Shahzad. There's a certain Iranian drone that makes a certain sound. I know what the sound is. It has a very specific acoustic signature. So, yeah, smoking cigars. I think as a war reporter, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but as one of the better war reporters covering this, not in theater because I'm disabled physically, like without nicotine, I would not be able to cover the war. Yes, these are Chinese ship workers. Listen, cray-cray, I know that Iran has denied the attack. I know that. But what drone is that? I mean, you think it came from the Houthis? It might have, but Iran still has to take responsibility. The Houthis didn't build their own drone. I'm telling you right now, they did not. So, if that's an Iranian-made drone, whether the Houthis launched it or Iran launched it, it's their responsibility. We don't listen. Like, each side could lie during war. I think we all know that. We just look at the primary source footage. So, if it's an Iranian drone, it's an Iranian drone. They have nothing to gain. I agree with you, cray-cray. It might be the Houthis, okay? The Houthis are a little bit like, I don't know, I think it's fair to say they're militant. So it's perfectly reasonable to think that the Houthis sent the drone. Cray-cray, you might be right about that, but that you actually, you have to prove the counterfactual. If the starting point is it's an Iranian-made drone, then the first thing we're going to question is, did it come from the Houthis, which are reasonable because they're right next to Yemen? I mean, Oman, Yemen is right next door. Or did it come from Iran? If you can rule out both of those definitively, then we can start talking about who might have copied the technology. But you got to start from ruling out the two possible suspects. Cray-cray, again, I'm willing to entertain your perspective. I totally am. But you got it, it's a logical process. Like, say that was an American drone striking that target. I would say to you, I think until proven otherwise, that was probably an American, hit. That's just how I have to start. Now, if it were an Israeli drone, I would be saying to you, cray-cray, I think you're 100% right. I get your point, though, which is if they were mimicking and trying to do a false flag, it would not be an Israeli drone. We'd still have to, contact Bellingcat. We can't start from the position of it's a false flag attack automatically. I know Iran has denied it. I just have to, I got to be fair. That's how I do the coverage. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to take your viewpoint into consideration, but I need more than just a suspicion and a denial from the IRCG. Welcome, Philip. How are you this evening? God bless you. Hello, Great Tier Sector. I love that username. I hope you are doing well. But that was the attack on the Oman port. Whoever is responsible, the Iranians, as Cray-Cray has made clear, are denying responsibility. Whoever is responsible, that's the primary source footage. Listen, I'm Cray-Cray. I am not debating your logic, but we gotta. If you prove that, I will be the first person to stand up here saying to you, "Yep, they got a copy of the Iranian drone and they sent it to try to blame Iran." But I have to do a whole investigation. I have to see the footage. I have to see where the drone originated from. Did it come off a ship? Did it come from land? If it came from Iran, did someone with the IRCG send it? Did they do it without permission? We got to find out. Here is the state of that oil refinery after 3 hours once it turned night. I agree with you. Cray-Cray, there was one attack in southern Oman 6 days ago on an oil refinery, but it was small. And then there was one attack on a tanker off the coast of Oman, which frankly does have the signature of the Houthis. Hello, 845 Bear. God bless you, my dear friend. It is a pleasure to see you. But yeah, it has the hallmarks of the Houthis. If you Cray-Cray, if you want me to really jump right to the analysis of the responsible party, it has every hallmark of a Houthi attack. They have drones. They are right next door. They first targeted something small a few days ago. Then they hit a tanker off the coast of Oman. Some yellow stuff washed up on the beaches. The environmental authority in Oman was a little concerned. And then this happened. So it just has all the footage. No, it's okay. Listen, Yellow 6Z, all opinions are welcome here. We the only rules in the chat are no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lion, and no trolling. Only I get to troll because, you know, I'm boxy, you see? You know what I mean? So, but in that regard, like, it's a pretty amiable chat. We do entertain different perspectives. And for now, unlike the strike on the two tankers south of Iraq, Kuwait, and Iran at that sort of border there near Basra in Iraq, other than that, which the Iraqi state security services are attributing from intel through Reuters and Al Jazeera to an Iranian surface vessel, other than that, okay, setting that aside, there is a dispute about who is actually responsible for the images you see on your screen, which is the, like, oil field, like an oil refinery in Oman just burning. I personally believe more than 70% plausibility that it was the Houthis. I'm not saying, listen, I promise you, Cray Cray, if it's proven that this was a false flag attack, Cray Cray, I will make a sign. I will write on a sign, Cray Cray was right. I will hold it up on the stream, and then I will sing a song for you. I will do that anyway, but if that is actually what happened, and there's intel and mapping, and we can look at the radar and prove it, I'll say it. But Cray Cray, in return, I must get a gentleman or gentle person agreement or gentle towel agreement with you that if the radar comes out showing that this was an attack from the Houthis, which I think is 70%, or Iran, which I think is 20%, then you got to say, well, okay, that's what the radar shows. That's what, you know, I think an honorable person, I'd be willing to admit if you were right. But that's my analysis of the situation in Oman. Potentially the Houthis. Not confirmed, potentially. Okay, and again, this is the footage. That is that, like, facility in Oman burning. This is not the Bahraini fire. This is Oman. So, again, I'm willing to indulge the dear Cray Cray in the chat. God bless you, sir. I will indulge the potential that the Iranian denial of responsibility is legitimate. What I will not indulge, though, is a denial that this is burning, because the oil refinery in Oman is burning. It's a serious deal. Obviously, Iran doesn't want to take responsibility for it, because if they did indeed do that, they would get in a lot of trouble. That's why they don't want to take responsibility. I'm now going to take us back to Al Jazeera Arabic for a live report.
يجب أن تقدم
الخليل الخبير بالشؤون الإسرائيلية.
That is over Beirut.
الخبير بالشؤون الأمريكية وإبراهيم حيدر من بيروت الخبير بالشؤون اللبنانية. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا. هذه صور مباشرة من الضاحية الجنوبية. التغطية متواصلة معكم مشاهدينا مع زميل محمد حمدان في رأس الساعة. محمد.
شكرا جزيلا لك نشوان. إذا رأس الساعة وإليكم التطورات للحرب الإيرانية الأمريكية الإسرائيلية والهجمات الإيرانية على دول الخليج. في آخر المستجدات يواصل الجيش الإسرائيلي شن غارات متتابعة ومكثفة على مناطق مختلفة في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت، شملت الليلكي وحارة حريك والغبيري وبرج البراجنة. الغارات على الضاحية الجنوبية تزامنت مع غارات وقصف إسرائيلي لا يتوقف على مناطق عدة في جنوب لبنان. كما استهدف قصف إسرائيلي منطقة الرملة البيضاء في العاصمة بيروت. الهجوم الإسرائيلي المكثف على الضاحية والجنوب جاء بعد حديث مسؤول إسرائيلي عن أن حزب الله وإيران شنا هجوما صاروخيا مشتركا على شمال إسرائيل في أول هجوم منسق، وقد دوت صفارات الإنذار وسط إسرائيل وكريات شمونة والجليل وحيفا والقدس. وفقا للقناة الثانية عشرة الإسرائيلية فإن طواقم الإطفاء والإنقاذ انتشرت في عدة مناطق بإسرائيل للتعامل مع سقوط شظايا. وفي منطقة الشارون وسط إسرائيل تسببت شظايا صاروخية في دمار واسع. تزامنا مع هذا الهجوم أعلن حزب الله لأول مرة منذ بدء الحرب إطلاق عمليات العصف المأكول، وقال الحزب أنه قصف بالصواريخ والمسيرات مناطق في شمال إسرائيل. كان الحرس الثوري الإيراني قد أعلن إطلاق الموجة 40 من عمليات الوعد الصادق 4 بالاشتراك مع قوات المقاومة الإسلامية. وقال الحرس الثوري الإيراني أنه وجه ضربات مهلكة الليلة على 50 هدفا في الأراضي المحتلة. في الأثناء تواصلت الغارات الأمريكية الإسرائيلية على إيران، وفي أحدث تطور أعلنت وكالة مهر أن هجوما أمريكيا إسرائيليا جديدا.
Alert, ladies and gentlemen, alert over Israel from Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, alert, incoming over Israel from Iran. This text will be a few minutes before we actually get the alert. I'm going to bring up the live cams now. Again, alert over Israel coming from the direction of Iran. Okay? To Eilat, ladies and gentlemen. Eilat in Israel. Okay? Incoming to Eilat. The warning is Eilat. Eilat, Israel. So if you are listening to me, it's the southernmost city in Israel. Potential incoming to Eilat, okay? Potential incoming from Iran to Eilat right now, okay? This is the warning. Potential launch incoming to Eilat. Eilat is the southernmost city in Israel. It's on the port. It's almost basically touching Saudi Arabia, I believe that, or Egypt. It's right near the Sinai Peninsula. It's touching Saudi Arabia, basically, near Egypt, basically south of, very south of Jerusalem, very, very south. It's literally on the Sinai Peninsula at the border crossing with Egypt, and it is right on a port. It is a main port. It is south of Timna Park. Okay, this is the city that they are talking about. This is the warning. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the cams right now. I do not believe there is an Eilat live cam, but I'm taking the feed now. This is the warning. Okay, I'm going to see if I have a live cam from Eilat. I don't believe I do, but I will check it right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are listening live. There will be an ad for 1 second. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. Mimi, I absolutely will do that. And Mimi, first of all, you are so kind. If I ever forget, Mimi, you just email me, okay, Mimi, and I'm going to give you my email. It's grantsmithellis@gmail. I promise I will respond. Just be like, it's Mimi, and I will know it's you. All right, I'm going to go to the live cams right now as we get a report over Eilat incoming from Iran. 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. 2 minutes incoming. I'm going to bring up the cams right now. I have the live cams. 2 minutes. We pray for the people of Israel and the innocents right now. I'm going to bring up the cams. You're going to see them right now. Okay, we are looking live. Launch from Iran incoming within the next 2 minutes. I'm not guaranteeing you will hear it on this cam. Okay, I have southern Lebanon, I have northern Israel, I have Haifa, I have audio over Tel Aviv, I have central Israel, I have north Israel, I have Haifa, and I have Haifa. And remember, in these moments, we try our best to show compassion. Alert incoming. Alert incoming. Every time you hear one of those, it's an alert. Alert incoming. Alert incoming. We pray for the people of Israel. Alert incoming. Expect an incoming within the next 50 seconds. The area appears to be Eilat. However, there are more incoming alerts right now. Yep, we debate ideas here. It's a very intense time, but it's a channel that has managed to show the very best of the world among the very most intense times. Why did CENTCOM warn Iran people around ports? I don't know, Michael Barron. That's a great question. If you show me more information or a report that I can read, I would be happy to analyze it for you. God bless you, and thank you for your comment. Don't, Mimi, don't you worry about it. Your comments, your energy, you just keep being you, Mimi. Don't you worry about it. Don't you burden yourself at all with that. You just be you. I appreciate all your comments and compassion. It really means the world to me. Hey all, it is welcome, Dr. Dambu. All I can say is war is such a waste of energy and resources. My God, what is the point? All of the suffering of innocent people trying to just live their lives the best they can. God bless you, Dr. Bamboo, and welcome to the channel. The Razor 25, you've come at a time when there is an expected alert. A launch was incoming from Iran. It seems to be heading towards the southernmost city of Eilat. I do not have a camera live on Eilat at the moment. However, I do have cameras around other areas of Israel, in particular Tel Aviv, and if sirens sound, you will hear them. However, the caveat is that although we heard some sirens on the Jerusalem cam last night, tonight we did not hear sirens on Tel Aviv, even though there was a strike on Tel Aviv. I'm going to listen to the Jerusalem cam live now as well. Sorry, you're going to hear that. This is, I have Jerusalem in the background. I'll tell you if I see anything. Launch from Iran now. Wow, Iran, this is the first time Iran has targeted Eilat. Ladies and gentlemen, Iran, there's been another launch. Right now, you're going to get the alert. There's been another launch. Estimate, ladies and gentlemen, a wave of attacks is incoming to Israel right now. It's 4:07 a.m. local time, Thursday, March 12th, 2026. Expect a wave of, there's another launch alert from Iran expected to be incoming in the next 6 minutes. I do not know which cities are being targeted. There's an initial launch alert from Iran towards Israel. The waves of attacks continue from Iran right now. Expect another incoming within the next 6 minutes. I do not know which city is targeted, but the alert should have just gone out. The alert in Israel should have just gone out. Well, the Razor 25, I think Iran had a lot more missiles than anyone anticipated. That's my best explanation. Again, you have about 5 minutes. It is just because Iran launches doesn't mean they actually get anywhere close. A lot of these get intercepted, but there is another launch. The Israel launch alert went out about a minute ago. You have about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Israel will tell its citizens where to go. Shooting alerts for Tel Aviv too. Okay, thank you, Yoram. Shooting alerts over Tel Aviv. So again, 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're within the sound of my voice, 5 minutes. There was a recent launch alert, which means they get a text message, okay, before the actual missile strike. If there is an actual imminent alert, there will be, you will hear like more alerts, like more bells and sirens, and then if the missile actually gets to the Israeli territory near where the camera is, you will hear the siren. What we want is for this whole timer to go down, and then for the timer to pass without any sirens over Tel Aviv. I'm listening to Jerusalem as well, but be aware I don't actually have cameras over Eilat, which is where the last place was targeted, because Eilat has never been targeted before. The Razor 25, I don't even know if it's a matter of that. I think it's just a matter of Iran having more missiles than anyone expected. I really do. About 4 minutes now. I agree, 845 Bear. I'm right there with you, my dear friend. I would have said the same thing, and I like to think of myself as a relatively informed and erudite analyst, and I would not have seen this coming. I knew it was going to be tough, but I thought it would have been quick. I did not see this coming. I was expecting like shock and awe and then like over, not this. And then I realized it was going to be a war. God bless you, in Mansten. I appreciate you. I would be typing right now, but the chat's going so fast as we await this countdown. It's very hard for me to chat right now. And we do respect all people of all cultures: Palestinian, Israeli, Iranian, Iraqi, Afghanistani, Bahraini, Kuwaiti, South African, the penguins in Antarctica, the people of Mexico and the United States and Canada. The call to prayer is starting over Jerusalem. Oh, they timed it with the call to prayer. That, of course they did. Yoram, do you realize they're timing this with the call to prayer? This is so scary. They timed it with the call to prayer. They actually timed it with the call to prayer. It's so eerie. Are you hearing that in the background? This is the call to prayer over Jerusalem, which is normally such a peaceful thing, but they time... Listen, this is getting really creepy. Iran is timing their waves of missiles with the call to prayer. That's so creepy. Sorry about that. It went to an ad. I love the call to prayer normally, too. It's so peaceful. We've been listening to it on this channel. We've been listening to the call to prayer. This is eerie, though. This is the call to prayer in Jerusalem. It is a song, but it's more of like a sung part of the Quran. Georgian chants are very nice too. These are all alerts right now. These are all alerts. Air raid over Tel Aviv. Air raid now. Air raid over Tel Aviv right now. Air raid over Tel Aviv right now. As the call to prayer plays in the holy city. Oh my word, this is so scary. As the call to prayer plays in the holy city, the air raid sounds in Tel Aviv. Very active air raids right now. You are listening to Tel Aviv. Oh, it's getting very loud. Another launch from Iran just now. Don't ban anyone, please. Like, I don't know how Carl got banned. If I want to ban someone, I'll do it. Don't ban anyone. Then I have to go into the settings and undo it. There's been another launch from Iran. It's coming up on 4:15 in Tel Aviv. But no, Cray, I definitely didn't ban you. I wouldn't do that. In fact, I'm going into my channel settings live while there are alerts over Tel Aviv to make sure no one banned you. In fact, you can't ban other mods. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, maybe something happened where you got timed out on YouTube or something, but you can't ban other mods. So no, I don't think anybody banned you. There were no missiles landed in Tel Aviv that I heard. I heard the alarm. There's another launch right now. Literally right now. No, Cray, you were not banned. Cray, you were not banned. Cray, I'm looking at Cray. I am looking at my ban list. There has been no one added to it. I moderate this channel by myself. I know my ban list. It only has like 7 people on it. You are not on it. Your original account's not on it. Your backup account's not on it. You were not banned. I'm just telling you, Cray, I can prove to you, because I moderate my channel by hand at all times, that you are not banned, good sir. In fact, I was happy to debate you at any time. So no, you were not banned. We are actually praying for the people of Israel, and I'm simultaneously troubleshooting and telling Cray Cray that he was not banned, was never banned, will never be banned, because no other mods can ban, only I can ban. Literally, you can't ban each other, it's impossible. Only I can ban. That's like how it works. I set it up that way. If you do ban people, I would see it. First of all, you can't ban other mods. But then I can just go to my channel moderation settings, which I'm looking at right now, and I can tell you that Cray Cray is not on the ban list. So Cray Cray, I have fact-checked you, sir. I mean, not fact-checked you. I've just absolved your concerns. You are not banned. I'm glad I was able to do that for you, sir. Thank you, though. I'm going to continue to monitor. Well, Cray Cray, first of all, I'm praying for you, too. So, you know, I think I'm more just trying to show you I pray for the people of Bahrain, of Kuwait, of Iran, of Iraq. When I say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him. Do you know why I do that? I was watching the Iranian TV one time, and this really mean reporter who was saying that death to America and all this terrible stuff, you know what she said? In the middle of her speech, she said Jesus, and then she said peace be upon him. And I said to myself, well, you know what? If that very angry Iranian TV presenter who just wished death on people can still love Jesus enough to say peace be upon Jesus, then every time I say Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I'm going to commit myself to saying peace be upon him. You know, I did that. I don't think that Iranian TV presenter was necessarily trying to get me to do that. But that's the type of channel this is. Cray Cray, you know what I'm saying? So I just ask you to respect that spirit. I come from a part Jewish family. I come from a part Irish family. I come from a part Catholic family. I come from a very mixed family. We lost my lineage because they were Jewish people who were subjected to Russian pogroms in Lithuania in the 1800s. They tried to escape. They got to Lithuania and then they changed their name. We traced them down to a village in Lithuania before they came over to the nice man in Ellis Island. That's why my name's Ellis. The nice man couldn't pronounce my family's name. So instead, he said, you can be Ellis. No air raid in that second round. Cray Cray, I entirely understand your consternation with the army of Israel. I understand Americans' consternation with the army of Iran. I understand some Iranians' consternation with the American army. I'm sympathetic to all perspective. It's just a vibe. You know, Aristotle might call it a hexis from chapter 8b of the categories. It's just an ethos of the chat. We're just in a very amiable chat. I bet if you tell people why you have that perspective, you'll get much further than just saying that. Like if you just say, well, the IDF did this in like Gaza in November of 2024. I was very mad about the attack on Al-Shifa Hospital. I was actually mad about that. So tell people about that. Tell people about what happened in Khan Yunis. Tell people about what happened to Waleed's son, the Al Jazeera Arabic reporter. Tell them. But you'll get more flies with honey. I think that's, you know, the general, wisdom I would impart upon you, my dear friend. And God bless you for listening to me. You didn't have to, but I wanted to tell you. It might be a false equivalency, but it's more just like an ethos, my dear friend. I'm just a very compassionate man. I try to understand all perspectives. I try to understand your perspective. I try to understand the perspective of the other side. I try to understand the perspective of people not involved. I try to understand the perspective of everyone. That's the only way I can, kind of process all this. So. And in your own homes. I'm not sure, welcome, Paula. I'm not sure the context there, but welcome indeed. And we are watching right now, just to make sure all stays calm. There were a round of Iranian launches towards a number of cities in Israel during the call to prayer. All is now calm after sirens blared in Tel Aviv just minutes ago. No, Carl, I heard the call to be a priest in the spring of 2013. I was praying to the Virgin Mother outside Baptist Library at Boston College. Carl. I was praying to the Virgin Mother outside of Boston College, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I was a librarian, and I thought, I would go into philosophy like Habermas or Rawls and, kind of go and teach the students about philosophy. I really liked Immanuel Kant, the categorical imperative, I thought that was a very nice way to live. Act only as a way you could will as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. So I was praying to the Virgin Mother, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, and I heard the call to be a priest. And the Virgin Mother, I don't know if it was from the Virgin Mother, it was a bit disembodied. It sounded like a man's voice. I guess you could say it sounded like a woman's voice. I don't know, it didn't really sound like a specific gender. It was more just like a phrase. It was like booming. It was very soft, actually, but the phrase was, "The world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations." And then the next day I woke up and I never wanted for anything again. So I don't know. I have a very nice life, I suppose. I don't have a lot of money, but I'm very happy. I don't really want money. I just want to teach people things. And I love people very much, and I want to listen to them and learn about their cultures and visit their cities and learn and hang out with them and go, generally go on adventures and pray for them and learn about their belief system and tell them about mine. I'm a very pluralistic kind of guy, and it's very authentic, so I'm glad you kind of understand where I'm coming from. But yeah, if I could just wander the countryside preaching to people in a robe for food, I would do that. But that's not really a job these days, so I just go on YouTube and I cover world events and court cases, and I set up a regulatory body in my state, and I legalized adult and medical use, and I made my state $9 billion of revenue in the past 7 years. And then I think we got $1.2 billion worth of tax revenue for that, and that was nice. That helped us close the budget gap a little bit. Then I put a dedicated levy on that excise tax, and I help small businesses in my state get $30 million worth of grants every year in the form of $500,000 to $500,000 0% interest-free, never need to be paid back grants. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to break up market oligopolies. So I do lots of things. I try to make a positive impact on the world. I hope I've done so. I don't really do it for money, though. I just try to be helpful, and I think you kind of have come to understand that. Why do I talk like that, Classy Kambuda? Well, I could talk in my actual voice, but I don't have a co-host, I don't have a co-anchor, and when I have to enunciate my syllables, it's actually quite stressing to talk with my northeastern sort of voice, because I have to really force my throat to do a lot of work, my vocal cords. If you talk with a southern accent, you can put less stress on certain words, even lazier, less damage to your vocal cords than if you're dropping the AR, like if you're from Boston. Like if you got to go down Fall River, kid, you know what I'm saying? My actual accent is probably more like I got to go out the Pike, or I got to go down Revere, Peabody, Scituate, Worcester, whatever it may be. But is that really what you want to hear? It's very harsh. There's a lot of cuss words. It's not really the most efficacious delivery mechanism for complex, overwhelming emotional developments. I could use my academic voice as well if I wanted to give you a lecture about the various geopolitical histories of the different countries, but when I'm delivering news that's very emotionally overwhelming, I use kind of a general Southern Mayan voice. And my friend Lynn says it sounds like I'm from Virginia, and it's meant to kind of relax your brain during intense developments. It's a sort of modicum of solace among an otherwise intense series of events. I also like to use my voice like an instrument, so I can kind of flow back and forth and use the various intonations on the various syllables, as I mentioned, to kind of play with language. I talk for 12 hours a day, so you got to kind of figure out what you're doing. You ever ask Mr. President Trump about how hard it is to talk 3 hours a day? He used to love Mr. Rush Limbaugh because he could talk 3 hours a day. I can talk 12 hours a day, every day, all the time. Haifa now watching. Thank you, Twin Beast 24. I have cams over Haifa. I do not have audio over Haifa, but I do have cams. Monitoring Haifa now. Carl says, Grant, you're basically Rain Man, but with a greater vocal range and some slight Talmudic covering protection tendencies. Carl, I'll take that. That's actually the best description of me I've ever heard. That's better than when someone said my pronouns were towel. You don't understand. That became a whole thing. Now we have towel emojis. My point is, Carl, that's a hell of a description. You have a way with words, my dear friend. That was wonderful. I enjoyed that. I'm serious. That was great. I loved everything about that. God bless you. I hope you hang around for a long time, Crawl. I enjoy your perspective. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was really nice and fun. Yeah, well, how long? That's why I use, like, what's the word? Subsidies to help local mom and pop companies. Big companies can play that game. I can as well. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm monitoring over Israel right now due to a litany of waves of attack. Right now, here's the latest statement from the Kuwaiti army. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much, Donald. I've decided to release my book, Elucidating Christianity, on YouTube. Chuck Sindwell, Jr. Well, thank you so much, Donald Patrick. You always have the best suggestions. God bless you, my dear friend. Carl, you are wonderful. I appreciate you. What happened in Haifa? Well, I'm monitoring right now. I don't have any reports on the ground. The latest statement I have for you 13 minutes ago is from the Kuwaiti army. It reads, quote, the official spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait. Kuwaiti air defense intercepted a number of hostile drones that breached the airspace in the north of the country at dawn today. May God preserve Kuwait safe and secure. So I do not have an update over Haifa. I could check for you on some of the channels. I was monitoring the live cams. I could check for you on Al Jazeera Arabic. I use live cams when we hear actual sirens and get alerts of launches. There was like 4 specific waves of launches right there, so I'm going to take you live on Al Jazeera Arabic.
هذا يوم من أكثر الأيام الذي شهد قصفا إيرانيا داخل إسرائيل وأيضا على القواعد والمصالح الأمريكية في المنطقة. ربما أعلن اليوم عن نحو 6 موجات ولكن مجموعة من الدفعات من الإطلاقات الصاروخية وأيضا الإطلاقات بالمسيرات سواء باتجاه الأراضي المحتلة أو باتجاه القواعد والمصالح الأمريكية في المنطقة. ويتزامن ذلك محمد طبعا مع التقرير الذي نشرته وكالة تسنيم وهي وكالة رسمية تابعة للحرس الثوري من أن هناك عملا صبرانيا وهناك حربا صبرانية تتم وأن الإيرانيين نجحوا في أن يضربوا الدفاعات الإسرائيلية ويربكوا عملها بحيث تعمل الإنذارات خلال وقت لا يكون فيه إطلاق للصواريخ بينما لا تعمل عندما يكون هناك إطلاق للصواريخ وهو ما سمح للصواريخ الإيرانية بأن تحقق إصابات بالغة وتصل أهدافها بدقة إضافة إلى استخدامها لصواريخ تزن رؤوسا متفجرة كبيرة بعضها طن وبعضها طنين إلى جانب الصواريخ العنقودية التي تحمل رؤوسا عنقودية متفجرة تحمل عشرات القنابل وهو ما يحدث أضرارا بالغة كما تقول. ويقول المسؤولون الإيرانيون إن الإسرائيليين يخفون خسائرهم الحقيقية. طبعا الإسرائيليون والأمريكيون حسب ما يقول الحرس الثوري الإيراني يخفون خسائرهم الحقيقية. طبعا هذه الضربات
Very concerning report coming out right now of, let me see when this was, no, that was earlier today, but very concerning reports coming out about fighting on the ground in the Palestinian territories as well, with multiple reports of settlers from Israel using this sort of chaos as an opportunity to sort of, there's ground fighting, and there's ground fighting actually between Arabs as well in South Beirut. Like the cover of the war is leading to skirmishes and civilian populations are suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an impact near Haifa. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an update for you. There is an impact near Haifa. I am also monitoring Al Jazeera English. Thank you very much, Natalie Diane. You keep just doing that, my friend. It is very helpful. You let me know if you see anything. I have the first footage coming in 4 minutes ago from a potential impact near Haifa. Okay, potential impact near Haifa 4 minutes ago. It is unconfirmed. I do not have confirmation. Okay, but this is reportedly near Haifa just within the past 20 minutes. Looking for confirmation. Loud. Volume warning, volume warning. Haifa. Latest report from Haifa. I'm also seeing missiles right now. The most recent report over the Palestinian territories, over Tubas, T-U-B-A-S. This is the most recent report from 15 minutes ago over Tubas. You can hear the call to prayer. They timed it with the call to prayer. Yurmaz, thank you. Yurmaz, I'm sorry if I didn't see it. Did you send it in the comments? Eliot, Haifa, and Tel Aviv. Eliot, Haifa, and Tel Aviv. Okay, and so that's the footage with the call to prayer. Yes, France is making humanitarian efforts in Lebanon. I'm scrolling back up. I'm sorry if I wasn't looking at the chat as links were coming in. Thank you, Yoram. Yoram has this footage for us from Tel Aviv right now. Give me 1 second. Yoram, I'm sorry. I forget if I was not looking correctly, but sorry for this footage. We're playing multiple times. I'm going to show you the footage from Tel Aviv right now. Let me see if it's shown this. This might be Tel Aviv. No, that was earlier today. Yoram, that was, I think 4:04. But yes, that was Tel Aviv earlier today. I believe this was Tel Aviv earlier today. This was the 1 a.m., I believe, round over Tel Aviv. This was that serious round of rockets. There have been, this was wave 40, I think, that you have sent here. This was one of the interception rounds over Tel Aviv. This was a few hours ago. This started the Iranian interceptions. And then here I have for you the newest wave within the past few minutes. This is Suleiman Ahmad. This is unconfirmed, but take a look at this video is the one I just showed you from Tel Aviv. I believe this is Haifa. This was Haifa. It's very loud. Okay, and then this is also, I believe, the newest wave right now over central Israel. Serious number of interceptions. This is a 32-second clip. This was from the most recent wave, I believe. Yeah, this was the 4:10 a.m. call to prayer. The most haunting thing about this wave is Iran timed it to arrive with the call to prayer. Spacey 118, 4 of them defected, but one of the defectors was an IRCG, like a double agent. And then the defector, one of the fake defectors, waited for all the other defectors to get to a safe house, and then they ratted them all out to the IRCG. This is the most recent footage over central Israel of the latest wave of Iranian attacks right before dawn. Serious wave of attacks in the past 15 minutes. This is the first footage coming in. Those are all intercepts. I mean, the Iron Dome did its job there. This is, I mean, it's under heavy fire, but it did not do its job with the first video in Haifa. It did do its job with this video. That is the Iron Dome doing its job. Not this one, sorry. This is the Iron Dome doing its job. I mean, do you see all those intercepts? All of those are intercepts. Brent oil just passed $100 per barrel. Brent oil just passed 100 per barrel. The most unsurprising, the futures probably, the most unsurprising update of the night. Brent oil just passed 100. So these are the most recent updates from over Israel right now. I'm going to drink some water and I'm going to show you, I don't think Al Jazeera English will even have a live report. They're in Singapore. They're not even trying to cover the military blackout. Hold on, there's going to be a loud boom. Let me close this one. All right. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to take us to the live cams. Let me see if there's anything going on. Nothing after that recent wave, so there has not been another wave. There were a number of missiles fired. Haifa at the port. Okay, I'm checking now. I believe the Haifa strike was at the port. I'll see if this is footage or what this is. Hold on one second. I'll let you know. It's you gotta verifying footage sometimes can be one of the most difficult parts. Let's take a look. No, that is not recent. That is from the June 2025 war. And I know it can be like it's so frustrating because the Arabic propaganda accounts like try to manipulate people's perception of like the ongoing like attacks to try to get footage out there, but that was the June 2025 war, or it might have been February 28th, I believe. It was actually June 2025 during the 12-day war. All right, stay with me. Yeah, so the 3 pieces of footage I just showed you, those ones are legit. Okay, so I have footage right here of militias affiliated with the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, showing them targeting the state of Kuwait with a drone mounted on a boat. Alright, so I'm going to show you a drone boat-mounted attack on the people of Kuwait by the PMF in Iraq. Alright, so this is the PMF in Iraq launching an attack on Kuwait. Interesting music choice. So that is from the PMF. All right, I will take a look at what the various networks are covering. Hold on one second. Al Jazeera English is taking a report from, it looks like Singapore, and here's Al Jazeera Arabic.
منطقة الرملة البيضاء. على العموم المصابين أيضا ارتفع عددهم إلى 31.
Thank you, Yerman. I'll check that clip now.
إلى أحمد هزيم من واشنطن مراسل الجزيرة. أحمد، تصريحات كثيرة للرئيس الأمريكي يتحدث فيها تارة عن أمد هذه الحرب، ثم عن القدرات الإيرانية التي يجري تدميرها شيئا فشيئا، وكذلك عن التي لا يريد تدميرها.
نعم محمد، والمشهد الذي يتحدث عنه الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب مغاير للغاية عن المشاهد التي نشاهدها في الشاشة والتي نقلها الزملاء ميسا وفاطمة وعبد الفتاح وحافظ عن استهدافات بالصواريخ والطائرات المسيرة لعدة منشآت وأهداف عسكرية في المنطقة من إسرائيل إلى منطقة الخليج ومناطق أخرى في العراق. الرئيس الأمريكي يتحدث أن مقدرات إيران العسكرية قد تم تدميرها بشكل شبه كلي، وأنه لم يتبقى أهداف يمكن استهدافها في تصريحات لأكسيوس، ويتحدث أن نهاية الحرب ستكون قريبة للغاية لكن يجب تحقيق أهدافها بالكامل. يتحدث عن أن أي قيادة مستقبلية لإيران يجب أن تغير مسار وسلوكها وسياسة
Okay, there's a hit on Herzliya. There was a Herzliya, Herzilya. There was a hit on Herzliya. Okay, I believe this is, I need to double check it from multiple angles. I believe there was a hit just now on Herzliya. Okay, this is the latest footage I have. I cannot confirm it, but I believe this is a hit on Herzliya in Israel just now during morning call to prayer. This might be loud. No, I'm not sure if I can call that real. I didn't hear an actual impact. I mean, it might be real. The camera might just be too far away, but I didn't hear like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Unless he's like 5 miles away, I should have heard the shockwave. So, no shockwave on that. I can't confirm whether or not that's real. Here is a report, again, of the most recent Iranian shelling over central Israel, maybe southern Israel. That was that footage. Okay, I cannot confirm it. There is no strike. There's no sound. There's no shockwave from the strike, so I cannot confirm this. I'm doing okay, Mimi. God bless you. This is, again, a potential impact. That might have been that missile. I think it was. It's going to be loud. I think I can confirm a strike over Herzliya, which I think is in Haifa. Yeah, I think I can confirm that Herzliya was struck. Herzilya. I can confirm that Herzliya was struck because it's the same missile, 2 different perspectives, same exact trail. One of them was very far away. This one is actually like where it hits. So I think I can confirm that there's been a strike in the past 45 minutes in Herzliya. Yeah, I'm willing to say this is real. It's real. There was a hit in Herzliya. Here's another angle of it. It'll be loud. Sorry about that. I couldn't get the video to replay. I don't know why. Yep, I'm seeing military movement in the north of Israel. I'm not supposed to report it. No one makes me do anything, which is why I'm so respectful of all the different sides. I've never got like a call from Israel telling me you can't do this. And mind you, I'm very respectful of the people of Israel. I don't report things in real time. I've never got a call from any country like yelling at me. I've never gotten a threatening email. So I'm like very respectful of all the different sides. But yes, there is active Israeli military movement on the north border with Lebanon right now. I have the footage. I actually have the tanks. I will show you it. I need to wait, like, I don't know. My general editorial policy for Israel footage is 10 to 15 minutes. Like with a tank, though, I would rather wait like 30 minutes. I'm not trying to tell Hezbollah where like the Israeli tanks are. Yeah, this is that footage. How long has it been? Like an hour? Fine. All right, we can show it. So this is the footage of the Merkaba tank heading into Lebanon. I delay all footage from Israel by like 15 minutes. This I saw this, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. I hold a lot of this because like Hezbollah does not need to know in real time where Israeli tanks are. I'm not going to be part of that. I'm also not going to tell Israel where Hezbollah's weapons are. Like, my job as a journalist is not to be a source of real-time information for combatants. I do not want any of my information used to kill anyone. I don't care what side they're on, so I hold information so it has no tactical value for any military or combatant. So, yeah. This footage, though, is an Israeli Merkaba tank heading to the north. So that's one of the Merkaba tanks. The Merkaba tanks are not doing too good in southern Lebanon. It's like not, I'm just telling you right now, it's not an effective weapon against Hezbollah. It really isn't. Sorry about that. Hezbollah has like better anti-tank weapons than Israel thought. Those tanks are getting like slaughtered. They can't get past Qaim. They really can't. And I don't know what Israel's going to do about it, frankly. I'm going to show you now more footage of wild interceptions over the north of Israel in the past few minutes. Just absolutely wild series of interceptions. This is in the past 20 minutes. This is the north. I got another intercept for you now. It looks like it's filmed from the occupied Palestinian territories. Yeah, I think Beirut is going to get shelled, is being shelled very hard. Take a look at footage from the occupied Palestinian territories. Yo. Interception. Yo. Again, there's a lot. So what's weird, it might feel imbalanced right now, but there's a lot of footage, like everything that fires over Israel you see, because there's like people in the occupied Palestinian territories that have what are called the eSIMs. And these eSIMs, like what they do is they like allow the Palestinians to have really good internet. I know one of the women who actually set up the eSIM program in Palestine. And that, so you get a lot of it. You don't get any footage of Tehran. Like in recent days, we've gotten a little bit, but it's all like 24 hours delayed because they have no power and no internet. And what I found out is the regime has a whitelist, so the Iranian regime does allow internet for some people. They have special ways of letting them on the internet, but the blackout of the internet in Iran is not by the U.S. They blacked their own internet out domestically, the whole internet in Iran. Checking now. Reviewing Haifa. Oh wow. I can't confirm that. That looks very concerning. But I can't confirm it. Let me listen to it.
אנשים צועקים. אוי ואבוי, אלוהים ישמעו. אוי וואי 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 יאו 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 יאו.
I can't confirm it. It's concerning. It really is. I mean, I gotta check her, like, history. No. She's not accurate enough. It might be Iran, but she's not accurate enough. She shows, she sometimes gets it wrong. I mean, to put it lightly. Let me see what I have for you here. I'm taking a look at some of the... well, you want to see the rain in Kuwait? This is actually a nice palate cleanser. Here's the rain in Kuwait. Here's some rain falling in Kuwait for you. This is a nice way to...
الله بالخير ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. اليوم الأربعاء الموافق 11 مارس 2026. اللهم بارك. أمطار الكويت السابع أخوكم حسين تعبان العزي. أمطار غزيرة وكذلك بردي. ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. اللهم بارك. سيول وخير وبركة. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. غزيرة جدا يا جماعة.
Thanks, buddy. Should be unmuted.
لا إله إلا الله. مساكم الله بالخير ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. اليوم الأربعاء الموافق 11 مارس 2026. اللهم بارك. أمطار الكويت السابع أخوكم حسين تعبان العنزي. أمطار غزيرة وكذلك بردي. ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. اللهم بارك. سيول وخير وبركة. ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. غزيرة جدا يا جماعة. لا إله إلا الله. مساكم الله بالخير ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن. اليوم الأربعاء الموافق 11 مارس 2026. اللهم بارك. أمطار الكويت.
There's the rain in Kuwait. Okay, it's just some nice rain in Kuwait. There's no war footage. It's just a man in Kuwait who was pleased that it rained. I thought that would be a nice way to reset your palate. I try to do that from time to time for you, especially when there's a lot of intensity going on. Yeah, I think there probably is a significant amount of oil in the water, so I don't know if that man was like concerned. I don't speak Arabic that well. I only am learning. I don't know if he was mad. I don't know if he was happy. I don't really know. But it was raining, and I thought it was just kind of a way to, like, listen to the rain falling, you know? Let me skip this ad for you. These are the live cams. I'm taking a look at the skylines. All is quiet. Yes, I imagine the UAE is having an ER meeting, an emergency meeting. Yes, that sounds about right. So these are the sky cams. We're about to see the sunrise. You want to see the sunrise over Beirut in like an hour? It's nice. It's become a tradition. Every day we watch the sunrise. It's a very peaceful thing. In like an hour. I don't know if Beirut's going to be the best sunrise to watch today. It might be a little violent. We'll pick one that's peaceful, you know what I'm saying? And we'll watch that. That's normally like our midnight Eastern break. It's coming up on 11 p.m. Eastern. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're about to get the top of the hour briefs on both Al Jazeera and Al Jazeera English and Arabic, and I'm going to take us around live for those now. Again, coming up on 5 a.m., I believe, local time in Tel Aviv, 6:30 a.m. in Tehran, and it is 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime, Wednesday, March 11, 2026. You are watching Grant Smith Ellis's coverage of the U.S.-Iran war. This has been a particularly, well, every night has been particularly bad. This night has been one of the most just ridiculous. I said the sentence 6 hours ago, the Persian Gulf is on fire, and you would be forgiven for saying, okay, Grant's accurate. He's saying the Persian Gulf is on fire because the region is burning. No, the water of the Persian Gulf was burning south of Basra near Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, the border, literally burning because two ships, one Greek flagged, one Marshall Island flagged but U.S. owned, were bombed by the Iranians, who took credit for it, by the way. They're not denying that one. And then the Persian Gulf was set on fire because the water was burning because there was oil. You're now looking at footage you're looking at Al Jazeera with live footage in the bottom right of Beirut. Footage from 10 minutes ago over the Palestinian territories of hits that eventually landed in an area of Israel. I believe it is called, let me get you the exact name. I don't have this city memorized. Herzliya. There was a hit in Herzliya. Okay, we're now looking live at you're looking at some interceptions that flew up over Tel Aviv just minutes ago. That was not earlier. This was the most recent round of interceptions. It might have been over Haifa or Herzliya. In the bottom right, you're looking at very heavy, dense smoke over Beirut. In the bottom left, I think you are looking at what is, that one's tough to tell. I think that is Tel Aviv in the top left, and then in the bottom left, I don't know what one that is. That might be. I don't think it's Haifa, is it? I think it's the city to the. Well, there's only a few options. It's either. Well, it's gone now, but the one in the bottom left, it's probably in Israel, but there's only so many options. So if you know which one it is, let us know. But Iran is still, they not only do they have like capabilities. Hello, Witchy Was, you don't understand. You are such a wonderful human, Witchy Was. Every single time I talk about now the different faiths and religions, I tell people about nature. I don't mention you specifically, but I just tell people about nature and how it's a form of spirituality, and they like it very much. So, God, may nature bless you, my dear friend. You see what I did there? That was wonderful. You know what I mean? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to take you to the Al Jazeera top of the hour update. There is a lot of intense things going on.
Conflict. Israel's latest strikes on Beirut kill at least 8 civilians. A prominent seafront neighborhood is targeted. It follows large-scale airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. More than 630 people have been killed by Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Offensive on northern Israel. Hezbollah and Iran carried out a wave of coordinated attacks. And the UN Security Council adopts a resolution condemning Iran's attacks on Gulf countries and Jordan. Iraq has suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked in the southern port of Al-Faw. It comes as the escalating conflict in the Middle East enters its 12th day. Officials say Iran was behind the strike. At least 1 crew member was killed, while another 25 were rescued. And in Lebanon, at least 8 people have been killed in an Israeli attack on a popular beachfront district in Beirut. More than 30 people were injured in the strike on Ramlat al-Bayda. The Lebanese capital has been under another night of heavy Israeli bombardment. 6 people have been killed and thousands displaced since hostilities resumed between Hezbollah and Israel 11 days ago. Earlier, Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. All right, we have correspondents covering developments from Amman, Tehran, and Doha. But first, let's begin with Heidi Pett in Beirut. Heidi, earlier, we know that Beirut's been coming under increasing...
One sec, watch what I'm going to do for her. I clip these live. She doesn't have anyone to do this. So what I do is, watch, I'm going to go quiet. I start the recording here so it shows her face in the clip for Twitter. And then I'm going to record her whole piece and then sum it up, tag her, and repost it live because she doesn't have anyone that can do that for her. And that's what I do because the reporters do such a good job. So I got to go quiet now.
Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. All right, we have correspondents covering developments from Amman, Tehran, and Doha. But first, let's begin with Heidi Pett in Beirut. Heidi, earlier, we know that Beirut's been coming under an increasing number of attacks by Israel, and you had been at the scene of that strike on the Ramlat al-Bayda, which is a popular beachfront district. Just bring us up to speed with all the latest. What did you see there, and what did you hear from the people there who've been impacted?
So we headed down in the immediate aftermath of that strike, which appears to have been another Israeli targeted assassination attempt. You know, it's not the large-scale airstrikes that have been leveling buildings in the southern suburbs behind me, which we saw, in fact, earlier this evening. There's been a number of large airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs and across the south. But these are, they're smaller munitions that Israel uses when it's seeking to assassinate one or a small number of individuals. And this happened down at Ramla al-Bayda, which is it's a palm tree lined seaside boulevard in Beirut. It's a place where normally when there is no war on, people go for an evening walk, a morning run, kids play on the sand. Tonight, it is home to many, many displaced people who are sleeping in their cars and in tents. And we understand from speaking to witnesses on the scene that it was, in fact, a group of displaced people who, I'm hearing a jet overhead. We might be about to get another strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. They've been flying very low and very loud all evening, in fact. Sometimes the strike immediately follows and sometimes it doesn't, which, many people here feel is maybe an attempt to further intimidate and terrorize the people of the capital this evening. I can't emphasize enough how often we've been hearing the roar of warplanes just this evening. And the people that I was speaking to down in Ramlat al-Bayda, the witnesses, they said that had woken them up. They were sleeping in their tents. The roar of the jets overhead woke them, and then there was an impact. And they popped their heads out of their tents in time to see the second one. So it was a double tap strike, two separate incidents. And in that second one, they were among the many, many people who were injured. So the Lebanese Ministry of Health has now updated the death toll that 8 people were killed and 31 people were injured in this strike. And so I think when we talk about a targeted assassination attempt by Israel, or we talk about these precision strikes, we've seen a number of them in Beirut over the last week, and they have been in areas outside where you would traditionally expect to see these strikes. It's indeed outside areas where Israel has delivered evacuation warnings, these forced displacement orders. They've been in downtown Beirut, in different parts of the capital. And we talk about a precision strike, but in the one this evening, 31 people injured, 8 people killed. In the one yesterday evening on an apartment block in a heavily populated residential area, an entire floor of that apartment block was taken out, and the number of people were injured. We spoke to paramedics on the scene of that attack, and they described pulling out, carrying children down the stairs of that apartment building, and a man in his 90s. And so, let's talk about the definition of precision.
Heidi, you mentioned just a moment ago that you heard jets overhead, and often that precedes strikes happening in different parts of Beirut. So let me just first say, if you or your team needs to take cover, please feel free to do so. Just go ahead and move whenever you need to. Let me just move along and ask you, you did also mention the fact that in this latest strike on the Ramlat al-Bayda, that there were people that had been displaced that you spoke with. And that's what I want to ask you about next, because it's not just Beirut that's been affected. There are other parts of Lebanon that have come under heavy bombardment by Israel, and hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced as a result of all this. Where are those people going, and what is being done to help them?
So the official numbers that we have is that there's more than 800,000 people displaced across the country right now, but that is the people who have registered with the government. That's probably because they're trying to enter some of the shelters that have been set up. So we've seen schools, universities closed and turned into people sleeping in the classrooms as shelters. They've opened up a stadium here in Beirut as well. But the estimated number of people who are displaced across the country is expected to be around 1 million, if not more. And that's because not everybody is registered. Some people are sheltering with friends and family. You know, almost everybody I speak to has, you know, they've welcomed somebody in themselves, a friend or a cousin who's sleeping on their floor. In parts of Beirut and across the country, but many people have actually tried to leave Beirut. They've tried to go to other areas. And in fact, some of the witnesses that we were speaking to down by the beachfront this evening told us that they had attempted to go to the north of Lebanon. They thought they'd, go to a village outside the capital where it might be a little bit safer, but they were not welcomed there. And part of that is because these Israeli airstrikes are beginning to follow people who have been displaced, people who are fleeing them. And so what that has done is it has sown division here in the country. It has sown a sense of suspicion and fear among people who, during the last war, there was a wave of solidarity here. People really welcomed in the displaced. They were cooking meals. People really did try to support each other. And it took several weeks for the sort of geographic expansion of those airstrikes in the last war to begin to see them follow people into other parts of Beirut, into other parts of the country. But that has happened extraordinarily quickly this time. And so it has really sharpened this level of fear here. And it's created a humanitarian disaster because people, if they have nowhere else to go, if they can't get into a shelter, if they can't enter, another village, they are sleeping on the streets of the capital. And we saw that a number of those people were injured in this strike this evening.
All right, that's Heidi Pett joining us with all the latest from Beirut. Heidi, thanks so much.
Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have our dear friend Yoram heading to bed in Israel. We say our blessings to him. We pray with him and say good day or good night as he gets some rest. The people of Israel, the innocent people everywhere, we pray with them, of Lebanon, of Iran, no matter where they may be, we pray with them. And we wish that our friend Yoram will get some sleep tonight and or today, and he deserves that rest, and we will see him later today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, as well to our friend Standing Stone. You, my dear friend, I hope you enjoy laying down a little bit. You deserve it. And yes, Yoram, you need me at any time, just email me, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'm always with you in spirit, my dear friend, and I think you are just a wonderful soul, and it's been my honor to get to know you. We are going to monitor updates now, and I'm going to write up the situation with Heidi Pett that she just, her report she just delivered, and I'll let you listen to Al Jazeera English as I do that. You'll see me typing.
As we mentioned earlier, Iraq has suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked in the southern port of Al-Faw. Mahmoud Abdelwahed has more from Baghdad.
Huge explosion because these 2 tankers were hit by an explosive-laden boat. Iraqi officials have been cited by news agencies saying that it's an Iranian explosive-laden boat. These 2 tankers were full of crude oil from the Iraqi port of Qasr in southern Iraq, and they're sailing on their way across the Gulf towards the Strait of Hormuz. This comes, of course, as you know, after Iran has been threatening to target oil tankers approaching the Strait of Hormuz. But the Iraqi officials say this is a flagrant violation of Iraq's sovereignty, given the fact that this act of, as they say, act of sabotage has happened in Iraq's territorial water. And the SOMO is the national oil firm here in Iraq, says that such attacks threaten the safety, the maritime safety, and also it's affecting Iraq's economy and oil production. As you know, that as a result of this, the oil operations have been halted in southern Iraq, and also this is
a huge blow to Iraq's economy, which is already overstretched. As you know, that Iraq relies on about more than 90% of its budget from oil revenues, and it has decreased its oil production from 3,300,000 barrels a day to 1 million barrels a day.
A drone has crashed into a residential tower in Dubai. A minor fire broke out in the building in the Creek Harbor district. Authorities say no one was injured. It was one of several attacks on the UAE on Wednesday, including a drone strike near Dubai's international airport. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has spoken with the Sultan of Oman after drones struck oil storage facilities in the port of Salalah. Sultan Haytham bin Tariq condemned the attack. Pezeshkian told him the incident will be investigated. Salalah's port has become an increasingly important hub for tankers seeking to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Mohammed bin Abdurrahman Al Thani has addressed Qatar's Council of Ministers, urging resilience in the face of Iranian attacks.
نجتمع اليوم والمنطقة تمر في ظروف عصيبة.
We meet today as our region is going through grave circumstances due to the ongoing military escalation that has affected the region and has also targeted the state of Qatar, regrettably, with repeated attacks from Iran, which have not been limited to military targets alone, but have also struck civilian targets, showing little regard for the harm inflicted upon Qatar and the resources of its people. At this stage, it is important to recognize the significance of the moment our country is going through. Qatar has faced many difficult challenges in recent years, and each time, by the grace of God, we have emerged stronger. Such experiences have taught us the importance of perseverance and the need to continue strengthening the resilience of our country in the face of such challenges. Therefore, under the current political and economic circumstances, I urge you all to prioritize spending in ways that strengthen our resilience. And when this hardship passes, God willing, we must maintain this same level of commitment.
All right, let's cross now to Victoria Gatemy, who's joining us live from here in Doha. Victoria, we heard a few moments ago from Mahmoud Abdul Wahid in Baghdad about those two oil tankers that were attacked off the coast of Iraq. There have also been similar attacks on ports in Oman and Bahrain. Tankers near the Strait of Hormuz were also targeted. How much concern is there right now when it comes to the fact that energy infrastructure is increasingly being targeted in the region?
Well, I think all GCC countries are concerned about these attacks that the Iranians are perpetrating. There was a fuel tanker in Bahrain that was struck in the last few hours, according to the Ministry of Interior. And just on Wednesday, in the port city of Salalah in Oman, fuel tanks were targeted by drones. So there is concern across the region that the Iranians are increasingly targeting this region's energy infrastructure. Also, on Wednesday, the Straits of Hormuz were targeted. There was a tanker there, or a cargo ship, that was targeted by the Iranians. That caused 3 sailors to potentially have lost their lives. They can't find them at the moment. And also 20 sailors had to be rescued by the Omani Coast Guard. Now, the timing of that incident was pretty interesting because it came just shortly after US President Donald Trump had warned the Iranians not to target ships in the Straits of Hormuz and not to lay mines. The Iranians have said that the ship that they targeted, a Thai-flagged vessel, was targeted because it had been ignoring their orders. They said in a statement after that attack that all ships now had to get permission from the Iranians in order to pass through those straits. And they also said that what they called American aggressors and their allies would not be allowed to pass through that very narrow waterway where 20% of the world's oil supplies pass through.
And Victoria, of course, it's not just oil energy infrastructure and oil ports and those types of sites that are being targeted repeatedly. Several other countries throughout the Gulf were targeted in the last 24 hours. Could you just walk our viewers through what's been going on?
Yeah, that's right. Increasingly, civilian areas seem to be targeted. So in the last few hours, the authorities in the UAE say a tower block in Dubai Creek Harbour, a sort of residential area, has been targeted when a drone hit that building. They say that it's sort of a family area where people live and work. So that was concerning. Also on Wednesday, Dubai International Airport was targeted by 2 drones. They landed very close to the vicinity of that airport and caused chaos for a short while. 4 people were injured there. And in Saudi Arabia, the oil field, Sheba oil field, has been targeted again with 9 drones overnight, all intercepted. But that facility run by Aramco has been repeatedly targeted by the Iranians. It normally produces about 1 million barrels of oil a day. So despite the GCC calling for de-escalation, calling for dialogue, it seems that the Iranians are targeting not only the energy infrastructure, but some civilian areas and, of course, US military assets.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Victoria Gatenby joining us here from Doha with all the latest developments. Thanks so much, Victoria. The UN Security Council has passed a resolution put forward by Gulf Cooperation Council members calling on Iran to halt attacks on Gulf states. Al Jazeera's Gabriel Elizondo reports from New York.
Will those in favor of the draft resolution please raise their hand?
The message to Tehran is clear. Stop attacking your neighboring countries in the Gulf.
The draft resolution has been adopted.
It condemns Iran's attacks on Gulf countries and demands they stop.
The adoption of this resolution today sends a clear message, a united message from the Security Council that missile attacks and drone attacks perpetrated by the Islamic Republic of Iran that targeted a number of regional states, including the Kingdom of Bahrain, are completely rejected and are flagrant violations of the Charter of the United Nations and international law and the principles of good neighborliness.
Before the meeting, Qatar's ambassador said Iran's attacks are illegal.
Let us be clear. These attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran have targeted our sovereign territory, endangered civilian populations, and caused damage to civilian infrastructure in the state of Qatar. These actions are a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter.
135 countries co-sponsored the resolution. That is the most co-sponsors of any Security Council resolution ever. The level of support is unprecedented.
Iran's ambassador said Tehran would not recognize the resolution because it doesn't condemn the U.S. and Israeli attacks on his country.
The very purpose of this biased and politically motivated text, which was pushed by Israeli regime and the United States, is clear: to reverse the roles and position of victims and aggressors. It rewards the regimes of the United States and Israel, which have violated the UN Charter and committed acts of aggression.
Russia and China agree with Iran, but abstained rather than using their veto power.
And this meeting is adjourned.
The world has now spoken. The big question now is, will Tehran listen? Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, the United Nations.
No, it will not.
All right, Mohammed Val is in the Iranian capital.
Live from Tehran.
So let's cross now to him live. Mohammed, the UN
the only English language reporters in Tehran.
By GCC member states calling on Iran to stop its attacks on regional third parties. Has there been any reaction to this development from Iranian officials?
Mohammed, the only reaction is that we've just heard from the UN, the Iranian envoy to the UN overnight. We haven't really been able to find any other reactions from the government officials here. Understandably, in the morning, maybe we will have some, because they have been, they have been talking about this even before this resolution, and it's not going to be a surprise to the leadership here in Iran, because from day one, they have been talking about the double standards from the international community, because there was no meeting like this and no consensus like this from day one about the aggression, what they describe as aggression by the United States and Israel on Iran, and the decapitation of the country's supreme leader and other leaders, political and military. Iranians have been waiting or were expecting to be treated on an equal footing with other countries, that when there is an aggression from a country by another country on Iran, there should be something like this in the United Nations Security Council, a meeting and condemnation and so on, but that didn't happen. So there will be no surprise today here in Iran about what happened in the United Nations Security Council. They have been expecting it. They have been talking about it, about double standards and so on. They are very unhappy with the approach that the UN and other countries have taken regarding this war. And that's why right now there is little talking about peace, little talking about reconciliation with other countries, except the president who had a phone conversation with the Russian president and the Pakistani prime minister over the last couple of days, and also with the Sultan of Oman. And he's the only voice here in Iran talking about the possibility that Iran might consider returning to negotiations if some conditions are met. 3 conditions he made clear. One of them is recognizing Iran's legitimate rights as a sovereign country, and that's what I have just been talking about, and reparations for Iran after the destruction that has been visited on its infrastructure and public life and so on, and also internationally guaranteed, firm international guarantees regarding the repetition of such aggressions, that there should never happen again. If these conditions are met, Iran might consider returning to negotiations, might consider peace. But again, as I said, this is the only voice here in Iran now talking about this. All the other components, even the foreign minister and other politicians and the military, are talking in one voice, which is that Iran has lost faith in the international community and has no trust in the Americans and Israelis, whatever they say. And now the only approach they have is to continue to fight and to rely on their military might to impose what they want to impose and to achieve what they want to achieve, including peace and the sovereignty of Iran and the respect internationally of Iran's legitimate rights as a sovereign nation.
And Mohammed, if you could just bring our viewers up to speed on what the latest is you're hearing when it came to the latest wave of attacks on Israel.
Yeah, that has been announced just hours ago, the latest wave, and they said that this is the first time since the beginning of this war that they targeted with some missiles the port of Eilat. We understand the port of Eilat was constantly bombarded by the Houthis over the last couple of years, but now in this war, this is the first time they mention it. It's the closest, I understand, to Iran, considering that it is at the southern tip of Israel, but Iran has been basically bombarding only much further points like Haifa, like Tel Aviv, which has also been mentioned today in the latest wave. So that targeting of Israel is constant in every wave. But they also mentioned other targets across the Gulf, as usual. But let me remind us that they have never owned or never said that they targeted civilian infrastructure in the region. And they insist, particularly in Oman, they say that they have never targeted Oman, and they are talking about suspicious acts of sabotage when it comes to the missile strikes or drone strikes on oil facilities in the south of Oman. That was subject of a phone call between the Iranian president yesterday and the Sultan of Oman. Iran promised again an investigation in this regard, and again reminded that there are acts of sabotage by Israel in order to stoke hatred and divisions between Iran and its neighbors in the Gulf region.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live for us from Tehran in Iran. Thanks so much, Mohammed. Let's turn now to Rory Challenge, who's live for us from the Jordanian capital, Amman, with all the latest developments in Israel. Rory, there's been another round of missiles fired on Israel, not just from Iran, but also from Lebanon. What more can you tell us about all those developments?
So, Mohammed, this night has been characterized by 2 synchronized bombardments of missiles and rockets, synchronized between Hezbollah in Lebanon and Iran, of course, across a couple of countries away. And there have been 2 of them, one at the beginning of the evening and another one about an hour ago, just as the dawn was coming. The first one was by far the biggest, with at least 100 rockets launched by Hezbollah across that border from Lebanon into Israel. And the Iranians backed that up with a salvo of missiles as well. We've heard that there has been damage, there has been some injuries. We know that there was some damage done to a village called Emek Hefer, north of Tel Aviv. Several houses have been damaged there. That's according to that place's mayor. But beyond that, we don't know much more about how much has been damaged and exactly where it is. And that's because Israel at the moment has very, very tight military censorship. Basically, there's a military censor that has to clear information to be publicly released, and it will only be released, videos, etc., damage assessments, all that kind of thing, if the military censor decides that it is safe to do so. There is prosecution threatened against anyone who violates that. So anyone who might take a video of a damaged site and upload that to social media,
yeah, you got to be really careful.
They could end up being penalized for that. We do know, though, what the Israeli response to all this has been. And of course, that is, as Heidi was saying earlier in the program, it's been big bombardments of Beirut's southern suburbs. Benjamin Netanyahu has been in security consultations this evening, and there is talk of expanding Israel's ground operation in Lebanon, where it's trying to create this buffer zone and push Hezbollah further north in the south of Lebanon. And there has also been talk on the Israeli media of warnings being put out, basically by the Israeli government through its intermediaries, governments like the United States and other European governments, to tell the Lebanese government, you better rein in Hezbollah, and if you don't, it might be government buildings in Lebanon that are targeted next.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rory Challenge live for us from Amman in Jordan. Thanks so much, Rory. Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran on Wednesday. Ali Rizq is a security affairs analyst based in Beirut. He says it's not within the Lebanese government's power to control Hezbollah in order to prevent further escalation with Israel.
The Lebanese government is facing a crisis due to the situation, but I think that we also should not underestimate the severity of the Israeli threat to Lebanon, not just to Hezbollah. Of course, there's no denying the fact that the Shias are the main victims of the Israeli onslaughts, given that the main targets of Israeli bombardment is southern Lebanon and southern Beirut, both of which are overwhelmingly Shia. But that doesn't mean that Israel doesn't pose a threat to Lebanon as a country. Recently, we saw a priest who was killed in one of the southern villages by the Israeli bombing. And the Israelis have also made no secret of the fact that they want to build settlements in southern Lebanon. You have to remember that we're talking about the most fascist right-wing government in Israeli history. So the crisis which the Lebanese government faces doesn't necessarily come from Hezbollah as much as it comes from the Israelis, and especially this particular Israeli government. So I think that this is something which we always have to focus on. Another point I would mention as well is that for Hezbollah, this is basically a fight for its own survival, because if the Islamic Republic were to fall, that would essentially spell the demise of Hezbollah. And another important point, I think, as well, is that many Lebanese Shia, despite the fact that, again, they've suffered more than other sects in Lebanon, they also support, I would say not all of them, but a very, very sizable portion or segment do support the operations or the resumption of Hezbollah's operations against Israel.
U.S. President Donald Trump has urged oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran tightens its chokehold on the crucial maritime route. Trump promised safe passage for the vessels, but did not provide details. A fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas trade passes through the strait. The U.S. president also said the operation against Iran is not over yet. Iran says it's ready for a long war of attrition that would destroy the world economy.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone. bottom of the sea.
President, how do you respond?
Mr.
President, how have they laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
The U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran led to angry scenes in the UK's House of Commons on Wednesday. UK public opinion is against direct involvement. But as Richard Gaisford reports from the main U.S. base at RAF Fairford, preparations are well underway for further heavy bombing raids.
Bunker-busting JDAM bombs are loaded into B-1 Lancer bombers at RAF Fairford. It signals a change in choice of munitions technology, with a different type of standoff missile system being removed from the aircraft. A US Air Force cargo plane delivers supplies to a base that's fast become an active hub for strategic bombing operations. Trolley loads of JDAM bombs were seen being taken across the runway. 3 B-1 bombers returned here to Fairford after what's believed to be the first US mission to Iran from a British base during this conflict. And throughout the day, along with the rest of the world's media and the public who live round here, we've been watching the ground crew maintain those aircraft and rearm them. MPs on the House of Commons Defence Select Committee have been briefed on the use of British bases for what should be defensive operations.
What I do know is that there's been a continuing conversation between the British government and the Americans, and the British are actually looking at each individual target and clearing them, as is standard procedure. And so we're making sure that the Americans are operating within the agreement that we have with them around the use of our bases.
The Prime Minister's faced criticism from opposition leaders for not helping Donald Trump with the joint Israeli assault on Iran. He feels his judgment was right.
I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war and a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing.
British opinion polls show a large and growing majority against the war. The fact that some of it is now being waged from the UK is likely to bring tough questions for the government in the coming days. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, Fairford, England.
You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Here's a reminder of all the latest developments. At least 8 people have been killed in an Israeli attack on a popular beachfront district in Beirut. More than 30 people were injured in the strike on Ramlat al-Bayda. The Lebanese capital has come under another night of heavy Israeli bombardment. Iraq has suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked in the southern port of Al-Faw. Officials say Iran was behind the strike. At least 1 crew member was killed, while another 25 were evacuated. Meanwhile, Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran on Wednesday. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations across the country. The International Energy Agency has ordered the largest release of government oil reserves in its history to help ease the oil price shock triggered by the conflict in the Middle East. The global energy watchdog said its 32 members had agreed unanimously to release about 400 million barrels of emergency crude. Nicholas Hawk reports from Brussels on how the economic fallout from the war is already being felt in Europe.
The aisles of a supermarket in Athens, a new front in the war in the Middle East. As energy prices rise, so does the cost of food. Oil powers the farms that produce it, the trucks that move it, and the factories that package it.
Outdated.
A catastrophe that still shapes how Japan thinks about
so they're running B-roll. Let's go over to Al Jazeera Arabic. I know some of you English speakers don't speak Arabic, but this actually has live updates. So I'll get some footage from you, and you can listen to Al Jazeera Arabic. Al Jazeera English is waiting for the 8 a.m. reset in Doha. So if you watch this coverage every day, they do take 24/7, but they tactically break. They don't have people. They have people in the studio, but they have a night crew that's a little bit more they're ready for breaking news, but it's a little bit more down. Their daytime crew in Doha, as soon as it's 7 or 8 a.m., really more what they'll do is 7 a.m. So in the next 25 minutes, they'll take another live show till 7:30. Then at 7:30 a.m. on Al Jazeera English, they'll do Inside Edition, which lets their whole crew like reset. And then at 8 a.m. Doha, they're immediately ready with like the briefing, because they got to tell, like, the network is really for the people of Qatar, even though like a lot of the English world uses it now for this war. Like the Al Jazeera network isn't really suited. The English network is not suited to go 24/7. They can do like 20 hours a day, which is fine. I can't even do 20 hours a day, but they take like, their break time is 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. in Doha almost every day, unless there's like a massive emergency. Al Jazeera English is never live from 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Doha time. I know their routine. It is unclear what was hit in Iraq. 2 ships were hit. Neither of them were British, as far as I'm aware. One was San Martin, I think, flagged or something, but it was a U.S.-owned ship. The other was a Greek flag shipped, ladies and gentlemen. And so I'm keeping an eye on Al Jazeera English. If you want to hear, this is probably an English language interview translated to Arabic. The sun is about to rise over Tel Aviv as well, and Beirut. Maybe we'll take the sunrise over Beirut. Give me 1 second. Let's take a listen.
استمرت في الرفض التوقف فهذا سيطيل أمامنا الحرب.
أنا بشارات يعني أنا كنت أسأل عن التنسيق. اختلفت يعني الأمور، وحتى اختلفت الأهداف بالنظر لما هو حاصل. إذا كانت الولايات المتحدة معية بالأسواق، هل إسرائيل ما زالت.
So if you've never watched this before, I do a reset every hour. This is our sunrise hour. So I'm just going to let you watch some sunrises. Okay, I'm here with you. It's a very nice and peaceful way to reset, isn't it? You're watching northern Israel and Tel Aviv and central Israel and Haifa and South Lebanon. It's really a nice sort of view, isn't it? Just a very peaceful way to refresh. And, you know, unlike other networks, I don't have a co-host. I have my adoptive mom, Lynn. Lynn kind of just monitors me to make sure, like, I like eat. And other people do too, like Mimi. She's wonderful. But if I need to actually raise some donations this week, because you'd be surprised, but, like, I have autism. I know you probably figured that out by now. A lot of you are probably like, yeah, we kind of figured that out, Grant. But, yeah, I'm on the spectrum, so I have really high analytical intelligence. But you know how kind of, like, when you're blind, you have better, like, hearing, and then you have better smell than other things. Well, okay, I'm autistic, so I have really good analytical intelligence, and I can teach you all sorts of things. But I don't, you know, have good executive functioning or emotional intelligence, but I'm learning the emotional intelligence thing. So anyway, if you want to help me, my dear friends, they do help me when I run into emergencies, which is like every week, because I like have expenses. Like I go to briefings in the morning. I can't tell you. I do things in the morning where I need to drive around, and I have a car, but I don't have a car at the same time. It's a long story. My family dynamic is confusing. I don't have a family support system. In fact, my mom is tormenting me because she is involved with what I think is a state police cover-up of the Karen Reed case. She's like involved with Michael Proctor's uncle. If you're saying to yourself, Grant, I have no idea who Karen Reed or Michael Proctor or your mom are, well, my mom's Wendy Murphy. You can look her up. Anyway, this is your top of the hour reset. This is a one-man run public information service. I do this 12 hours a day. I've been covering the war since day one. I covered 24 hours the first day, 12 hours a day each subsequent day, and I will continue to cover this war in the honor of those who are in harm's way, both the innocents, the troops, and otherwise. There's about 180 countries that have watched this stream over the past 10 days. A lot of you seem to tune in. I'm working on getting some interviews set up for you. I'm trying to get a news desk going. I think my friend Hashim Karim, he's sleeping right now. He's in probably the Middle East. He's going to be our sports reporter. He's going to keep us updated on the Champions League and various happenings throughout the day. I'm going to have a sports desk. I'm going to have a local desk. I'm going to have a Massachusetts desk. I'm going to pick one of you and make you be the Karen Reed reporter. I know it's a big responsibility, but I'm going to be like, okay, tell us Karen Reed things, and you come on and tell us Karen Reed things. Anyway, I need some support. So there's a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant E1. And then there's also a, what is the other way you can donate? Oh yeah, there's a PayPal, paypal.me/@Grant Ellis, /Grant Ellis. And then there's a Revolut if you're in like various regions of Europe, REVOULT.com /@Grant Smith Ellis, or if you're on the Revolut app, the tag is @Grant Smith Ellis. So yeah, that's just kind of the top of the hour reset. I've been reading some trauma research that says I should take like 5 minutes at the top of every hour, which I forget sometimes, not to do donation reads. It did not say that in the research. It said I should take a little time at the top of every hour to give your brain a break. So I'm showing you like pictures of a sunrise. It's very peaceful. There's some birdies chirping in the background. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. But yeah, you can also donate by like scanning the little thing on the screen. I don't know, I need some extra help this week, and my friends will help me. Like, I just don't want to keep burdening them. They are so great. I'm so grateful for their help, but I just like have every day I get up in the morning to prepare for these streams, and I get like 2 energy drinks, and then I get a coffee for the morning and a coffee for the evening, and then I get a lunch. I like to go to a fast food place because they have coupons and free things in the rewards app, and I like to get like a $5 cheeseburger or a chicken sandwich and a french fry, and then I get a bag of Cheez-Its, or like today my dinner was a bag of M&Ms. Yeah, I'm a very simple man. That's all I really need. Then I need a little bit of my medicine, and then some like cigars, and I can get through the day. And then like the rental car is kind of expensive now. But anyway, I'm working on my like management of my financial affairs. I have like people around me. I'm not very good at it. I just want to keep my head down and do my work and help people, and ideally preach to people about Jesus for food. But that's not a profession, so I just have to help you all learn about things, and I hope that it's been helpful. It's a public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use 40% education, 40% information, and 20% education, such as to engender the standard, 20% entertainment, such as to engender the cogency of public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. So, yeah. You can be the Idaho 4 reporter. I love it with USU. Tell me all about what you think about Brian Koberger. Is he an informant? Is he working for the state of Idaho? Was there something deeper about the fraternity? I want to know all the details. Yes, I'm 100% on the spectrum, and my mom is really like very powerful, and then she was on the side that Karen Reed was guilty, and I was too, but then I found information that Karen Reed was framed, and as soon as I started exposing the state police cover-up of Karen Reed, and then it's also when I found out that Jeffrey Epstein was running a brothel in Stoughton, Massachusetts, and as soon as I started talking about how the pimps in the brothel were state police and cops, my mom got really mad at me, and she was kind of dating this man who was like the uncle of one of the cops in the Karen Reed case, and I think I found this like paramilitary unit, kind of like Interpen with the JFK cover-up, but they were in Massachusetts, and they did bad things to children. They would like find them in the Police Explorers program, and then they would groom them, the children, when they were young, and then what they would do is they would set the girls up in brothels that looked like restaurants, and then what they would do is if the girls got out of line, like Tiffin Overstreet in the fall of 2013 and the summer of 2014, the state police unit that worked for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Massachusetts would bring fake criminal charges against them if they ever tried to expose what these bad men were doing. And that culminated on February 1st of 2021 at 9:27 p.m. exactly, with Matthew Farwell, then a Stoughton police officer in Massachusetts, going to the home of Sandra Birchmore, who was one of those young girls who had been groomed in the Police Explorers program, and murdering her by hanging her from a door. She was pregnant with an unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy. Then that same state police unit, which had tormented other girls and kept them quiet, covered up the murder. And if it weren't for the federal government charging Mr. Farwell with murder of a cooperating federal witness and a second superseding indictment for murder of Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby, there would never have been any criminal charges, because Massachusetts is a den of iniquity and corruption, whereupon the most vulnerable are forsaken, and they live in an open-air prison and are forced to be prostitutes for powerful cops, firefighters, and politicians. And then the Democratic Party doesn't do anything about it because it's a one-party state that's been under the control of the same group of people for like 40 years. Then I infiltrated them and tried to bring them all down, and they used my mom to punish me, and she tried to evict me, and she hates me, and she told me she doesn't love me. I know there's like everybody says this work has side effects. I cover war, so I don't really care about the personal side effects of my mom being involved with this very dangerous group of people that vis-a-vis the Learning for Life Foundation connected to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell was in turn funding the Police Explorers program in Stoughton. Now what gets really wild about it is the man who linked up the contract involving the Police Explorers program and the Learning for Life program related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. His name was Robert Devine. He only got to become the deputy chief of Stoughton there in setting up that program because then U.S. Attorney Carmen Ortiz took out 2 other members of the Stoughton Police Department with a federal investigation. And I have my questions about Miss Carmen Ortiz's role in all of this and the Mr. Epstein scandal, and I will get her dragged in front of Congress. Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, that's kind of an aside. I'm mad because she forced my friend Aaron Swartz into a corner and made him take his life, in my opinion. No one made him take his life, but she cornered him, deprived him of resources, and was going to make his family take out a mortgage on their house, and so he took his life to spare them that economic hardship, and I hate her for it. I hate Carmen Ortiz with every bone in my body. There's a reason she never became senator. I'll tell you that right now, ladies and gentlemen. She took Aaron Swartz from us. I know technically it was his decision, I understand, but she did it. She did it, and I hate her for it. Anyway, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell first appeared, according to bank records, in the Epstein files in Stoughton, Massachusetts in 2003. The first contract with Learning for Life was inked in 2006. The brothel was most likely in the area of the Dunkin' Donuts near the IKEA off Route 95 South in Stoughton, Massachusetts. Now, what is absolutely horrifying about this, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this right now. What is absolutely horrifying about this is that Jeffrey Epstein himself, his bank records put him in the town of Canton on July 8th to July 9th of 2014, the very same day that Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk District Attorney, and Robert Devine were hosting a basketball camp in the town of Stoughton. And Jeffrey Epstein's bank records coincide with a very serious series of developments related to Tiffany Overstreet, the woman who, after she tried to expose Robert Devine, who I believe was Jeffrey Epstein's point man in the state of Massachusetts, Miss Tiffany Overstreet was faced with a series of intense criminal charges in the fall of 2014 following Mr. Epstein's visit to Stoughton in the area of what I believe to be a brothel. And I believe that Tiffany Overstreet was arrested and charged with criminal charges to make sure she wouldn't expose Mr. Epstein's network. This was just some of the reporting I did before, well, along with my coverage of various conflicts around the world. You must understand, I break a lot of stories. I was the first reporter in the world on February 5th, 2026, to report that Miss Kathy Rumler, President Obama's deputy White House counsel, was indeed telling Jeffrey Epstein on January 15th, 2015, that Miss Rumler got the CIA Agency Award, the highest award in the CIA, from then Director John Brennan, Agency Director John Brennan. Now, I reported that on February 5th. Then the next day, on February 6th, I reported that Miss Rumler was emailing Mr. Epstein, and Mr. Epstein wanted to come to Washington to see Miss Rumler for NSA, CIA, and boy stuff. Now, then I emailed Goldman Sachs on like November 9th about Miss Rumler, and she lasted like 3 days, and then she resigned from Goldman Sachs. So that was my reporting, And then I also took a look at the Rumsey Hall School, in Connecticut and its connection to Mr. Epstein. Then I found out Adnan Khashoggi stole my damn paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Then I found $3.2 billion worth of paintings. Did you know Jeffrey Epstein, through a holding company, owned The Scream by Monet, along with like 50 other paintings? My goal is to repatriate all those paintings from the holding companies. I found the law firms that own Mr. Epstein's paintings and control them, and I found all the holding companies. Leon Black owns some of the paintings, so I got to figure out what's going on there. But I want all that wealth put into a fund, and then I want all the victims, every little birdie that Mr. Epstein harmed, all the boys, all the girls, all the adults. I want them all paid. I want them paid. I want to liberate the paintings and then pay them with the money so they never have to be prostitutes again. Oh, you don't understand. Good night, Island Girl. Yes, and I know Hank Brennan, and I know Dick Layer, who wrote Black Mass. He was my friend when I was 11. I read the book Black Mass, and then I was in school with Mr. Layer's son, and I was 11 years old. I was watching Garfield in the morning before school, and I liked WWF. It was when The Rock and Stone Cold were fighting at WrestleMania 17. And I was reading Black Mass by Dick Layer as an 11-year-old in 6th grade. I was in public school. It was a very humble upbringing. And I tell you, I said to Dick Layer's son, would you mind if I came over to your dad's house so that I could get my book signed? Now, Mr. Dick Layer's son did not know that his dad had written this book. I think he knew his dad worked for the Boston Globe, but most 11-year-olds were not reading books about Whitey Bulger and the Winter Hill Gang and federal prosecutors at 11. So anyway, I go over to Mr. Dick Leah's house, and I got that book signed. And Mr. Dick Leah kind of looked at me like, what are you doing here? You're 11. And I was like, I read your book every morning before school. I have read it like 6 times by that point. You don't understand. I read Black Mass when I was in 6th grade like 45 times. I read it over and over and over and over again. It turns out later in life, my dad, he kind of kept it secret his whole life. He worked on the task force that targeted the Angelos at 95 Prince Street. My dad and my mom were prosecutors. They met together in the Middlesex DA's office working under Scott Harshbarger in the 80s. You know, I apparently met the governor when I was like 2. I don't remember. I met Mr. President Trump. You don't understand. He was very nice to my grandpa in 2009. My grandpa was down at Mar-a-Lago. My mom was hosting some benefit of some kind. I don't really remember. Anyway, Mr. President Trump was very nice to my grandpa. He sat there for like 3 hours with him. My grandpa was a fireman. He was a naval midshipman. Well, he didn't actually get into the war because he like almost died from the uniform that was made of wool. But anyway, my grandpa knew Mr. President Trump. Mr. President Trump was very nice to him when we were down at Mr. President Trump's house for some kind of event in like 2009. I don't know. So I've met a lot of people. Montel Williams gave me my first GameCube. That was pretty cool. I know Mick Jagger's daughter. She knows my mom. She's pretty cool. I don't know. I met a lot of interesting people. I knew Mr. Donahue. He had a TV show. I went to his TV show. And then I sat in the audience with Mr. Donahue. And then we met him afterwards. I went to dinner. He was a very nice man. I don't know. I've met all sorts of interesting people over my time, I suppose. I would just go around, meet interesting people. Who else did my mom know? She knew that nice man, Geraldo Rivera. She knew the nice man, Mr. Bill O'Reilly. Mr. Bill O'Reilly's a very nice man. Now I want to ask him about his time in Dallas working for WKTV in 1974. I have questions about Agent James Hosty. Anyway, Mr. Bill O'Reilly's a nice man. Very tall when you meet him in person. Very strapping man. Just very larger than life. Kind of like Jay-Z. I met him one time at the Strawberries on Memorial Drive in like 2001 when he put out the blueprint. He signed a CD for me. He was a nice man. Anyway, so yeah. Thank you very much, Major Blazer. Sometimes we have top-of-the-hour decompression sessions, and this is one of those. So, I mean, I know normally I talk about my history. I guess I didn't talk tonight about my time at UNIV, or the visit to the astrological clock in Praha, or the trip to Gray Area, or Barney's Farm, or that very nice particle physicist that I met at the Oxford Club while I was drinking vodka Red Bulls. That was a very nice time. Or that time I was hanging with the porter and his dog at UNIV, and then I was mocking the administrator of Oxford because she was talking to me about her dad owned a snuff factory. It's like tobacco that you snort up your nose. And British aristocrats, I don't know if you ever met British aristocrats, they're a little hoity-toity. So this woman, I wanted to take her down a peg, so I was like, oh, how do you do snuff? Oh, I've never seen a British aristocrat so offended in my entire life. She looked down her nose at me and she said, Grant, you don't do snuff. And I was totally trolling her because I wanted to make her feel like a cocaine addict. So I looked at her and I was like, but you snorted up your nose. It was really funny. She was like some high-ranking Oxford administrator. It was really funny. I wanted to, come on, if you're going to snort tobacco up your nose, bro, what is the difference at that point between that and cocaine? I mean, I get that it doesn't work on the same neurons as cocaine, but you can't just be, sitting around being like, well, I'm such a refined aristocrat. I snort tobacco up my nose, and, how dare you imply that's drug use, Grant? Well, you know what, ma'am? Have you considered that maybe snorting tobacco up your nose is no different than snorting other drugs up your nose? You're just telling yourself that it's socially acceptable so you won't feel like a drug addict. I mean, I'm just saying, I just want to make a point about that. British aristocrats are just really weird. Her reaction to that, I was totally trolling her, and she was so offended, and I thought it was the funniest thing in the entire world. I used to wear sweatpants through the quad in the middle of UNIV. I was just like, I don't care about your aristocracy. You can call me the modern Jane Towell Austin. They used to read Sanditon and walk around these aristocratic British towns and just troll people. It was really funny. My program was great, don't you want to work for the government? Or don't you want to work for Parliament or all the military? And I was like, no, I want to talk to the homeless people and who sell the big issue. And that's what it did. But yes, we will be back to our updates in 4 minutes, okay? That this is your mental reset. After about 8 hours and 45 minutes, you are watching the sunrise, and the coverage will resume in about 3 minutes, all right? That'll be the top of the hour. Yes, this is the top of the hour changeover. It's about to be midnight Eastern wartime, Wednesday, March 11th, heading into Thursday, March 12th, 2026. What you just heard, and you might be saying, there's no way this man has lived like that much in his life. Yeah, if you were sitting with me like right now overlooking one of these cities, and like your vibe was like awake and you could handle all the information, oh, I could tell your stories. Oh, I've read Behold a Pale Horse like 6 times. Good night, my dear friend Lucky L. You sleep well. You know, you enjoy that Indian food tomorrow. I want to hear all about it. You just inspired me. Maybe I'll get some Indian food tomorrow before the stream. We'll start after 3 p.m. tomorrow. We still got about, I'd say 3 hours and 15 minutes left tonight. But this is your 11:57 to 12 a.m. sunrise. Every night we've been watching the sunrise as a break around midnight Eastern. All right, this is the sunrise in the Middle East. I will have your roundup in just 3 minutes. You will get a roundup, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see where we are, and then we will start tomorrow. It's technically the next morning already in the Middle East. We don't have a damage assessment. I'm honestly like a little bit worried about looking down. I did see some initial reports of fires in the south of Tel Aviv. And normally what happens is in the last few hours of the stream, as we begin to see daybreak, we get what are called damage assessments. It has been relatively blacked out in Israel over recent nights. But I do think that some of the damage assessments you are going to see now are going to be... That's a bus. Don't worry, that's just a bus. You did not hear any sirens. It's just a bus. You're going to hear the sounds of birds. There normally are not daytime raids, okay? But the nighttime raids that were aligned with the morning prayer at about 4:40 this morning hit across Israel. Okay, I want to let you know that. There were hits across Bahrain. There was a hit in Oman that burned all night. There was a hit on 2 ships in the Persian Gulf in Iraq. Okay, you're going to hear all of this coming up on the top of the hour update. So this is the very end of your time with the sunrise over a very beautiful region of the world. Something that I wish people understood a little bit more. It sounds like it's some like far off like region of the world for a lot of Americans. It's a very beautiful place. It is just a very beautiful place. Oh goodness, some of you sent some donations. Allow me to go through. Oh, God bless you. That is such a special thing. I didn't look down at my phone because, sometimes I just don't look down. But if you get a heart right now, I want to let you know you helped very much with this week's donation fund as we get ready to start our next hour. God bless you very much. You are both absolutely wonderful. So if you got a heart right now, I want to let you know I did look down. And I'm going to update my donation total as we head into this midnight hour. There's about 3 hours left on today's stream. Depending on the developments over the next few minutes, you may see some very intense scenes, okay? We're up to now $560 of our $1,000 weekly goal. This week's going to be a little tough. I think it will get easier Friday. I don't know. At a certain point, I just get overwhelmed and give up. I'm a very sad man. But my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I just want to keep relaying information to you and explaining to you that which I know in the hope that telling people of the world about what's going on will maybe make things better because they'll make informed decisions. So I'm now going to take you live to the top of the hour updated
for elections
midnight
in
Eastern.
May, and people in Tigray are calling on all sides to de-escalate before fighting erupts again.
So you'll watch
Catherine
this
Soy,
end,
Al
and
Jazeera.
now they'll do the top of the hour update. Call them.
It's 0400 GMT. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the ongoing conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom with the latest developments. Iraq shuts down oil port operations after 2 foreign oil tankers
That's a
are
problem.
attacked in another escalation of the Middle East conflict. Israel's latest strikes on Beirut kill at least 8 people. A prominent seafront neighborhood is targeted. It follows large-scale airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. More than 630 people have been killed by Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Offensive on northern Israel. Hezbollah and Iran carried out a wave of coordinated attacks. And the UN Security Council adopts a resolution condemning Iran's attacks on Gulf countries and Jordan. Iraq has suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were attacked in the southern port of Al-Faw. It comes as the escalating conflict in the Middle East enters its 13th day. Officials say Iran was behind the strike. At least 1 crew member was killed, while another 25 were rescued. And in Lebanon, at least 8 people have been killed in an Israeli attack on a popular beachfront district in Beirut. More than 30 people were injured in the strike on Ramlat al-Bayda. The Lebanese capital has been under another night of heavy Israeli bombardment. 600 people have been killed and thousands displaced since hostilities resumed between Hezbollah and Israel 11 days ago. Earlier, Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. All right, we have correspondents covering developments from Washington, D.C., Tehran, Doha, Amman, and Seoul. But first, let's begin with Heidi Pett in Beirut.
This is important.
Heidi, we know that Beirut's been coming under an increasing number of attacks by Israel. Earlier, you were at the scene of that strike in the Ramlat al-Bayda. That's a popular beachfront district. Just bring us up to speed with all the latest. What did you see when you were there? What did you hear from the people there who've been impacted?
So when we arrived on the scene, first responders and the army were already there, and they had taken away a number of injured people and people who had been killed in that strike as well. The latest numbers that we have from the Ministry of Health is that 8 people were killed and 31 people wounded in what appears to have been another attempted Israeli assassination strike. We've seen a number of those on the capital over the last couple of days. This is the 4th one. And when we talk about a targeted assassination strike, you know, we sometimes use language like precision strike or indeed targeted. But I think the number of people who were wounded and the number of people who were killed in this strike gives you some indication of how wide the impact these can be. They're different, of course, to the large airstrikes, which we have seen, you know, over the capital just in the last 6 hours overnight. There were a number of enormous strikes which hit the southern suburbs. You can see the dawn behind me. The capital is wreathed in smoke. There is a blue sky above me, but the skyline over Beirut looks cloudy, and that is because there have been a number of very, very large airstrikes across the southern suburbs of Beirut this evening. We know that there have also been some in the mountains, just about 20 kilometers south of here in the village of Aramun. It was targeted a number of times tonight. The initial toll that we have for that is that 3 people were killed and a child was wounded. It's not the first time that Aramun has been targeted. And what is unusual about the strikes on Ramlat al-Bayda down by the beachfront and also the strikes on Aramun is that these are not Shia areas, right? These are not areas where Israel says that it is targeting Hezbollah. It says that it's targeting Hezbollah individuals, infrastructure, weaponry. And so because the support base for that group is traditionally Shia, we've seen a concentration of strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, in southern Lebanon and areas of the Bekaa Valley. But what has really frightened people about the expansion of these strikes, whether it is on villages like Aramun, which is more of a Druze and Sunni village, or parts of downtown Beirut, is that people can't really predict where they're going to land anymore, and that makes people feel incredibly unsafe. And it has also really inflamed community tensions here. It's raised the level of fear and suspicion of anybody coming into somebody's neighborhood or their village or their town who they don't know. And it means that some of the people who have been displaced across this country, and we are talking about hundreds of thousands, possibly close to 1 million people across Lebanon who've had to flee their homes, are not necessarily always being met with solidarity. They're being met with suspicion.
Yeah, and Heidi, that's what I wanted to ask you about next. I mean, you're talking about the fear that's setting in throughout many parts of the country. And of course, as you mentioned, it's not just Beirut that's been affected here. Other parts of Lebanon have come under heavy bombardment by Israel. Hundreds of thousands of people, as you said, have been displaced as a result of all this. Where are those people going? And what's being done to help them?
So some of them have been able to make their way to government-operated shelters. They've closed a number of schools and universities across not just Beirut, but across the country. And they've turned those classrooms into places where people can sleep. People are also sheltering in religious institutions, and they've opened up a stadium in the capital as well for people to stay in. But the numbers that we have on how many people are displaced, it's about 800,000, but that's just the people who've registered with the government, the people who are seeking shelter. There are also many, many Lebanese, everybody I talk to either knows someone or they are themselves sheltering friends and family, cousins, friends, sleeping on their floors across the capital as well. People who are fleeing either these direct strikes or these mass forced evacuation warnings, which have been issued by the Israeli military. But people are also attempting to scatter across the country. The government has said that shelters in Beirut are totally stretched over capacity. They've encouraged people to head north. But some of the people who I was speaking to down in Ramlat al-Baida earlier this evening, they were displaced from Dahir. And they said they had tried to go north, but they were not welcomed there. And so they gave up on that. They came back down to Beirut. They were sleeping in a tent on the streets of the capital. And in this double tap attack, once they popped their heads out after the first attack, they were actually injured in the second strike there. And so it is a desperate and frightening humanitarian situation for people who've been displaced across Lebanon right now.
All right, that's Heidi Pett bringing us all the latest from Beirut in Lebanon. Thanks so much, Heidi. Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities as the conflict in the Middle East enters its 12th day. As we mentioned earlier, Iraq suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were hit in the southern port of Al-Faw. At least 1 crew member was killed, while another 25 were rescued. Multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah in Oman. The strike triggered explosions and towering flames. Salalah's port is an important hub for tankers seeking to bypass the Strait of Hormuz.
He's getting this all right.
A Thai vessel was hit by a projectile while transiting the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday. The UK Maritime Trade Operations Center said a fire broke out on board. 20 crew members have been rescued following the attack.
They're doing really good this morning.
Mahmoud Abdul Wahid has more from Baghdad.
Huge explosion because these 2 tankers were hit by an explosive-laden boat. Iraqi officials have been cited by news agencies saying that it's an Iranian explosive-laden boat. These 2 tankers were full of crude oil from the Iraqi port of Qasr in southern Iraq, and they're sailing on their way across the Gulf towards the Strait of Hormuz. This comes, of course, as you know, after Iran has been threatening to target oil tankers approaching the Strait of Hormuz. But the Iraqi officials say this is a flagrant violation of Iraq's sovereignty, given the fact that this act of, as they say, act of sabotage has happened in Iraq's territorial water. And the SOMO is the national oil firm here in Iraq, says that such attacks threaten the safety, the maritime safety, and also it's affecting Iraq's economy and oil production. As you know, that as a result of this, the oil operations have been halted in southern Iraq, and also this is a huge blow to the Iraq's economy, which is already overstretched. As you know, that Iraq relies on about more than 90% of its budget from oil revenues, and it has decreased its oil production from 3,300,000 barrels a day to 1 million barrels a day.
The spokesman for Iran's army says its attacks have caused extensive damage to U.S. bases across the region.
A large number of U.S. forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, was attacked by missiles and drones. American posts and batteries were hit by our missiles at the Muhammad al-Ahmad military location. And moments ago, Wave 39 was conducted and U.S. bases were targeted in Persian Gulf. We have also targeted an Israeli ship while it was stationed. The Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces, and our enemies have no right to pass through.
All right, Mohammed Val is live for us from Tehran, the Iranian capital. Mohammed, let me ask you first to please bring us up to speed with all the latest developments when it comes to the attacks that the U.S. and Israel have been conducting on Iran.
Mohammed, I can say that this was probably the calmest night in Tehran. I'm talking about the night. Yesterday there were bombardments across Tehran, particularly. A strange development there is they began to pound security checkpoints in the streets. So that's a new development yesterday, but overnight it was calm. However, other cities like Isfahan, there was a big blast overnight in Isfahan. There was also Mariban in the west and Ahwaz. So strikes in other cities, more than in Tehran, but they are continuous. And we have news of also an industrial zone south of Tehran that has been hit overnight. Several industrial complexes there and villages have been targeted overnight. So that's the overall picture of the what's happening here in Iran, but not as intense, particularly in Tehran, as before.
Mohammed, let me also just check in with you about a post on the social media site X from Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, in which he talked about potential conditions to end the war, as I understand it. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, Pezeshkian has had phone calls with the Russian President Vladimir Putin and also with the Pakistani Prime Minister yesterday, and he tweeted after that he had expressed Iran's desire to participate in the peace in the region, and also like intentions of Iran towards peace in the region and its commitments to that, but also for Iran to be able to move ahead or to move away from the present conflict. It has to be three conditions have to be met, and those include guarantees for non-repetition of aggression on Iran, reparations for the destruction that happened against Iran over the last 12 days, and also respect of Iran's sovereignty like any other country. So those are three conditions for Iran, and it is a gesture. Again, the president here is the only voice right now remaining, talking about peace, talking about reconciliation, and calling regional neighbors to reassure them that Iran is not going to the direction of, out and out war or hostility towards them. And he's surrounded only by war hawks, people who are talking only about, even including the foreign minister, Iranians are talking mostly about war as the only solution, because they express a lot of frustration regarding the international community, comparing what happened yesterday, that decision that condemns Iran with a lot of countries on board, and the lack of something like that when Iran was attacked on the day one of this war and its leadership was decapitated. In a normal circumstance, a normal country should have received a lot of support after such incidents like the decapitation of the leadership and aggression by other countries that was not invited by the country itself. That's how they express it here, double standards. And that's why they are losing faith, they say, in negotiations and losing faith in mediation. And they have zero trust towards the Americans and the Israelis once those countries express a kind of desire to go to the negotiation table. That's the situation in Iran. Everybody talking about war as the only solution, military power as the only thing Iran should resort to in order to enforce its rights and get what it needs from this conflict.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live for us in the Iranian capital.
Okay, so that was actually live. What you're looking at from me, listen, I know it's bad now. Okay, I have looked at images out of Iran from the past 11 days. Iran images are never censored, ever. I have seen so many pictures from Iran. This is Afaz, okay? Like, this is Afsand, ESFAND. This is literally, like, the Iranian regime must be, like, killing people who are uploading footage. Listen, I promise you, I trust my gut on this one. I'm pulling my erudite informed towel card here. That right there is the first image. Like, first of all, no footage was coming out overnight. A little bit of bombing in, where was it? I want to say it was like the west of Iran, not in Tehran. One like footage from bombing overnight, even though there were intense raids. This picture came out this morning, so it's daytime already in Tehran. It's about 8.5 hours ahead. This was like 7 a.m. this morning. They must be actually arresting and like shooting people, because I've never seen the Iranian people have to do this. Listen, I'm not saying they're not, Carl, but like I've watched other countries, right? Let me give you an example. When Hezbollah releases footage, they censor it, okay? When people in various other countries release footage, they censor it. You know what never is censored? Footage from Lebanon. Ever. You know why? Because the government doesn't... No, let me explain, Carl. The government doesn't have, in the Lebanese territory, as you know, the ability to restrict the citizenry from filming things. Do you get the point that I'm making here? So in Israel, you don't really see a lot of footage, and if you do, like landmarks sometimes are censored. There's a lot of blurs. Why? Because the government has a lot of control. Lebanon, you don't see a lot of censored footage because no one is in control. Iran, for the past 11 days, and I'm not the expert, I don't live there, but I'm the expert on a lot of footage. I've probably seen 20,000 clips from Iran. I know how to say Tehran. I've been watching for 11 days, 12 days straight. I have never seen them have to censor it. The civilians in Tehran or Iran or any city. I'm telling you, like, I can kind of read the developments. Oh, yeah, let me back up. I heard a report about protesters or potential protesters being targeted by the Bashi. Let me scale that back. I don't think I should go that far, okay? I think it's fair to say that people sharing images are now being targeted more than they were before in Iran. And I appreciate Carl for keeping my journalistic kind of integrity there. I get worried about civilians, that's all it is. I'm a little bit worried, like that the people trying to show the world what's happening are being targeted. And I can sometimes jump to extremes. So Carl was right to kind of check me there. I appreciate that, Carl. God bless you for that. So, yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, it's just a little different than the past 11 days and therefore induces a certain level of concern about the people taking the pictures. That's really all. Like, you very rarely see, like, landmarks blocked out, things like that when you see. In fact, by rarely, I mean this is the first ever one I've ever seen. It only came out 17 minutes ago. Mind you, it's like 8:30 in Iran right now. This picture's only like probably an hour and a half old. It's only 17 minutes old on the internet. So I'm just trying to say, my initial reaction may have been a little overboard. I hope you will forgive that, but my level of alarm is certainly heightened. Seeing like the fact that the civilians who for 11 days in Iran have been able to share imagery starting to self-censor. It's a sign that like geolocation is being used, you know, and not by the enemy. They're sharing this because they're giving it to like what the Iranian regime would call infidel channels. They're giving it to them anyway, but now like there's something that changed that's making them censor it. That's my analysis. I think we'll leave it at that. Because I must be fair. And I must be fair to the sides in Israel too. And when I say there is wartime censorship in Israel, you should believe me. I watch the difference between what is put out on the channels in Israel and what is put out on social media, like from the Palestinian territories, from the cell phone footage. I know it's a lie. I call it out when I see it. Allow me to read this statement now for you from the Iraqi Marketing Authority, which is going to tell you about the attack on the tankers. Take it away, British man.
Conversation. Iraq's state organization for marketing of oil on the attack on 2 oil tankers. The management of the State Organization for Marketing of Oil, SOMO, expresses its deep regret over the targeting of 2 tankers operating within Iraqi territorial waters. The tankers affected are the SAFE-SEA Vishnu, which flies the flag of the Marshall Islands and is chartered to one of the Iraqi companies contracted with SOMO, and the ZEFYROS, which flies the flag of Malta and is loaded with condensate product from Basra Gas Company. Both were attacked while in the ship-to-ship loading area within Iraqi territorial waters. The tanker ZEFYROS was about to head to enter the Khor al-Zubair port this morning, corresponding to the 12th of March 2026, for the purpose of loading an additional shipment of naphtha product amounting to 30,000 tons. After completing the ship-to-ship loading operation and discharging the previous quantity with the aforementioned tanker. This incident negatively affects Iraq's security and economy, and represents a threat to the safety of maritime navigation and oil activities in Iraqi territorial waters. 2 oil tankers attacked in Iraqi waters. Global supply chains don't ignore incidents like this.
Yes.
Energy routes are becoming new conflict zones.
Yes. It's just continuing to read.
Watch oil prices and geopolitics closely.
I don't need that read. Thank
2
you.
tankers torched in Iraqi waters. US-linked Safe Sea Vishnu and Zephyrus hit
It's
near
now
Basra,
gonna just
fires
read all
raging,
the
1
comments.
dead, terminals offline.
All right, well, I can do
SOMO's
this.
statements.
How about that? I turned it off. It was intent on reading you all the comments. And I was like, you don't really have to read all the comments for them. The British man got a little overexcited. He's my AI voice that reads long articles when I get tired. I have some footage coming in for you now, I believe, of the attack in Bahrain, but I can't confirm it because I don't speak Arabic. I'm bringing you footage right now. I believe it is of Bahrain. Al Jazeera Arabic beat me to footage, oh no. I'm failing you. I believe this is Bahrain. I can't confirm it. I'm looking for confirmation this is Bahrain if anyone speaks Arabic. Alright, let's remember our chat rules. We just try to be kind. So that last footage might be from Bahrain. I'll try to confirm it for you. Yes. That is Bahrain. Hold. I have the footage for you now. Give me 1 second, please. I believe there has been a strike on a residential building in Bahrain. Also remember, there's 180 countries here. I do moderate the chat personally too, so, just try to be friendly and kind. And remember, there's a lot of people who love, different faiths. I love Jesus. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I think he's very nice. There are other people, other faiths that are very nice. I really like the trees and the nature. I personally can totally vibe with the energy of nature. I believe in Jesus. He's my savior personally. But the trees are totally cool. I think Jesus liked trees on the whole. If you read the Bible, trees come up a lot. He also one time told people to steal a donkey, but it wasn't really stealing a donkey. He was just borrowing it because he needed to go to Jerusalem. I think he heard people were doing bad things in the temple. Did you know the last thing Jesus did in his life, right before he got arrested by the priest that ran Jerusalem or whatever it was, he went into the temple and he flipped over the table that the money changers had brought into the temple? Don't you think that's kind of symbolic, that the last thing he did in his life before he was taken out by the powers that be was kind of drive the money changers out of the temple? And if you don't believe me, you can read about it in the Bible. It's literally the last thing he did before he got arrested. No. Bless him for that. He sacrificed himself for us. He was a very
خلال هذه الليلة
person.
قد أعلنت عن أنها تصدت لأهداف
My name is Grant Smith. Here's the report from Bahrain.
الاستهداف في الكويت جراء مسيرة. كما يقول الجيش الكويتي أن هنالك أكثر من مصاب أو مصابان إثر استهداف مسيرة معادية فجرا عمارة سكنية جنوب البلاد. إذن هذا ما يقوله الجيش الكويتي وما نشاهده على الشاشة. تبدو أنها عمارة سكنية استهدفت من قبل مسيرة يصفها الجيش الكويتي بالمعادية. استهدفت عمارة سكنية. وأيضا في عاجل آخر وكالة الأنباء الكويتية تقول فرق الإطفاء سيطرت على حريق اندلع بمبنى سكني جنوبي البلاد بعد استهدافه بمسيرة معادية. وكانت الكويت خلال هذه الليلة قد أعلنت عن أنها تصدت لأهداف صاروخية ومسيرات اخترقت الأجواء الكويتية، وهذا آخر حدث أو آخر الأخبار فيما يتعلق بالاستهدافات في الكويت. وسيكون لنا متابعة حول آخر التطورات في الكويت مع مراسلنا من هناك خلال هذه الساعة.
Okay, so that's the latest from the attack on the residential building in Kuwait. It was hit. Hello, Marsha. Oh, Marsha, God bless you, my dear friend. You always brighten my day. It is so nice to see you. God bless you. It has been a long night. We have a couple more hours, probably 3 hours, 2 hours or 40 minutes or so left together. And I have just reported for you via Al Jazeera Arabic that there was a hostile drone attack on a residential building in South Kuwait. It is very, very intense pictures that we just had up on the screen. And our dear friend Naomi is saying, she's just saying it's a residential building. They don't have any extra info. Yes, this has only happened about 10 minutes ago. Here's the most recent uncensored footage I have for you from Iran. This is from Avaz. Okay, it was around 7 a.m. this morning, so about an hour and 45 minutes ago. And I'll take a look, right, I'll show you. This is uncensored, but it's only 4 seconds. This is Avaz. This is Iran this morning. It's the only pictures I can get from Iran, the only video. Right? So this is from Iran. Yeah, and there's a lot. I will say, like, it's also important to remember that there's a lot of places that either don't have internet or they don't want, like, their civilians to share footage. Like, there are things that happen, like, in the day. There are things that happen even in the night that never actually make it to the internet. We tend to get a little more footage at night because there's heavier bombing raids. But at this point, like, our footage from inside Iran is getting a little harder to get. And yes, there was an impact. If you're just tuning in, there was an impact on Israel overnight. It was in Herzliya, north of Tel Aviv. I'm going to show you that right now. I believe this is a confirmed impact overnight. And this is a confirmed impact. Again, this is loud. The first one is going to be loud. This is in Herzliya. There's going to be an explosion about 10 seconds in. Okay. I'm not going to have it. And then the same missile, you're going to see about 1 minute and 30 seconds now of it flying over Israel. I'm still here, it's just full screened. Okay, so that's the footage of the strike on what I believe to be Herzliya, which is north of Tel Aviv. Okay, it was a pretty hard hit. It was during morning prayers. The scariest part of tonight's broadcast, I mean, there was a lot of intense things, But the scariest part was that I was listening to the Jerusalem live feed on the AP, which had morning prayers playing. The attack that Iran launched this morning, for the first time ever, I realized what they were doing. They launched a wave that was designed to hit as morning prayers were playing in the occupied territories. I'm kidding you not. It was a like this. You can tell certain things about a regime's capabilities based on inductive hermeneutical reconstruction. You can get inside the mind of an actor in a war if you know enough about a given situation. It's kind of how I read a text. I'm reading what you're writing, but I'm really thinking about what were you thinking when you wrote. I gotta be smart enough. I have to profile you as a writer before I read you. But then I'm that's the real reason I study everything. But what I'm really trying to do is I want to know what was in your mind before you put pen to paper. What did you hold back? What did you highlight? Why did you do it? Yes, we can talk about double tapping. It is a very serious technique in war. But I want to talk a little bit about the Iranian command and control structure right now and how it's definitely still around. Much like reading a text, when I want to think about what is in your mind, what are you holding back from me when you're writing, what did you lie to the reader about, what did you mislead the reader about, much like Adorno and Horkheimer's Chapter 8 of Dialectic of the Enlightenment, first, second, third degree of simulation. I want to reconstruct the second and first degree of simulation when I'm reading. It's a little bit of a different act, a subtle sort of reconstructive act when I'm looking at war footage. But here, there was a moment where I kind of had the light bulb where, remember, I'm trying to think about what are the capabilities of the Iranian regime, what is their command and control structure, what does total war look like in the sort of IRGC hierarchy. It's really the IRGC that is running the Iranian state. So, what is their, how are they thinking? Well, what tells me a lot about their capabilities and their, command and control? That they had it all together enough to coordinate both the the three waves overnight, coordinated with Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, probably, although that's unconfirmed. I think the Houthis kind of went a little wild in Oman, and kind of Iran had to kind of scale that back a little bit with the Omani kind of ruler. The Sultan there, we'll figure that out in a minute. I think the Sultan was mad. Very mad, and Iran has to probably calm the Houthis down. But the Blood Guardians in Iraq, who of course have been attacking U.S. bases in Erbil and near Basra, and then also the U.S. victory base in central Baghdad. So Iran, for the first time, owned up during the fourth wave of Operation True Promise 4, the 40th wave, to the fact that there were coordinated strikes between those arms of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance. Okay, and then almost immediately after that, about 3 hours later, there was a specifically timed wave of strikes that hit in Israel that were you have to understand, it takes 6 minutes for a missile, depending on the speed of the missile, to get from Iran to Israel. The strikes were timed before morning prayer starts, and then as morning prayer is playing, the missiles start flying over, and then they hit during morning prayer. No, Carl, listen. But Carl, what are you going to do if I'm proven right? What's going to happen, Carl, if it turns out that the Houthis really did bomb that thing in Oman? What are you going to say? What if the Houthis are yeah, we did it? The Houthis are kind of reckless. I hope you're aware. I know you know that. They don't give a damn. They really don't care. Do you really think Iran has to probably scale it back? But have you ever listened to a Houthi press conference? Red alert? Where? Patrick, where? What city? Patrick, in Israel? Right now? Alright, I'll bring up the live cams. Going live. I don't see any alerts on this one. I'm keeping an eye though, Patrick. If you tell me what city. I have normally Intel cams live will get the text messages from the Israeli incoming alert. Yep, it's coming. Yep, you were right, Patrick. I pray for you, my dear friend. That's the early warning alert. Potential incoming. I need a few seconds before I can give you it. Potential incoming. That's the early warning text. No way is there going to be a daytime attack. That is the early warning text. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please pray for the people of Israel, whatever side you're on. Pray for the innocents. I saw someone yesterday, my dear friend Alpha and Omega. He is very opinionated, and I love him dearly for it. But even he said, you know what? The children of my enemy, if they are in a position where I can help them, he said it much more eloquently than me because he speaks a very beautiful language. He said, I will help them. So we pray, ladies and gentlemen. We pray. Because of my dear friend Alpha and Omega, Carl is pretty opinionated. But listen, Carl, you got to meet Alpha and Omega. You're going to like him because you and him share a lot of similar views. But, he's very opinionated. And he came in here and he said the most beautiful line I had ever heard in my life. I made a whole post on X about it. A bunch of people saw it. A couple thousand people saw it. I was pleased. I wanted to give Alpha and Omega his time in the sun. Everyone should get their flowers where they can still smell them, as I pray to watch as this alert plays out. Northern Golan, Southern Golan. Thank you, Unity. I have cams right here that will only play us the sound over Tel Aviv, but we will see normally if he's awake, or at least I think it's automated. We will normally see when those alerts go off. If it's an actual launch from Iran, we will see an alert go up. If it's a drone from Hezbollah, they don't normally do the actual countdown, but I can still monitor the skies over each area. All right, so with the red alerts, depending on if it can be a drone alert, which is an attack from Hezbollah in the north. If it is an attack in the north, that is also very serious. It is a Hezbollah attack if the alerts are in the north. I did actually hear the text, but it doesn't sound like an Iranian wave. I can't tell, though. It sounds like, it does sound like a Hezbollah wave. Haifa. Okay. Haifa is also in the north, which could be an indicia of a Hezbollah wave. I'm thinking this is from Hezbollah. Yes, X1R110, we have the live cams up. I'm thinking this might be Hezbollah from Lebanon, but I cannot confirm it. I am thinking right now there is a wave from Hezbollah going towards the northern part of Israel, including Haifa. I only have Tel Aviv audio, but I do have cams from each area. So you can kind of see Haifa. It is morning. It's 6:30 in the morning in Israel. It's just coming past 6:38 a.m. Eastern wartime. I hear ambulances in Tel Aviv, but not sirens. It's coming past 12:39 a.m. Eastern wartime, Thursday, March 12, 2026. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 6:30 a.m. in Haifa, just about 6:30 a.m. Excuse me, 6:40 a.m. Is this camera delayed? No, it's 6:39. It's just the white lettering makes it hard for me to see the actual time of the cam. It is 6:39 a.m. in Haifa. That's the sounds of the airport around Tel Aviv that you're hearing. It appears that there is a wave of missiles coming in from the south of Lebanon. They might be drones. I can't see the type of alert. The alert that the Israeli people get will actually say, like, hostile aircraft, which is normally a drone. I learned that overnight. And it's normally less serious than a ballistic missile attack. Now, a ballistic missile attack, it will say on the text from Iran, whereas like if it's from Hezbollah in the north, which it sounds like based on the Golan being targeted here with or sirens in the Golan or alerts in the Golan, plus alerts in northern Israel, this seems like a wave from Hezbollah. But remember, Hezbollah is armed with rockets and drones as well. They have launched probably 78 attacks over the port, to be specific, over the past 48 hours. But I need to pay attention to these cams because if there is an attack on Tel Aviv, you will hear it. Let me show you Hezbollah's most recent footage. If you're wondering, keep me updated if anything plays. If you hear any sirens, I will immediately go to the live cam. Here is Hezbollah's most recent footage that they put out. This is from Hezbollah maybe in the last 30 minutes about what's going on in the mountains of Lebanon.
מקרב ירושלים, בית קוע תקעו שופר, ועל בית הכרם שאו מסעד, כי רעה נשקפה מצפון, שבט
well, that, I don't know if that's from the last war or this war. If that's from this war, Hezbollah is getting a lot better at its propaganda. I just want to let you know that Hezbollah is getting better. I mean, that was some serious production value on that right there. I don't think people should underestimate Hezbollah. I just want to say again, we can watch it one more time. I mean, I'm just telling you, you really should not whether you use this for tactical intel, whether it's from the past war or this war, just understand what you're up
בנימין מקרב ירושלים, בית קוע תקעו שופר, ועל בית הכרם שאו מסעד, כי רעה נשקפה מצפון.
Wow. You see him? Welcome, watcher. Welcome to the channel. It does almost look generated, but that's him. He's in there. I don't think the shot is real by any means, but he's in there.
Sure.
The shot is definitely fake because it's production. It's a video. But that actual man in the camo, I think it's real. So again, if you were looking at that footage as a neutral, as just someone trying to analyze that footage, what you're pulling out is, like, first of all, when is it from? I think it's probably recent, but I'll try to determine if it's from this war or the Gaza conflict. But either way, it's an insight into Hezbollah. What type of weapons do they have? What series is this? Yeah, that's not a series. That is real field footage. What type of weapons does Hezbollah have from their command and control? And if you're thinking that production value is really, really good, well, listen, we might have some friends in the chat from either Syria or Lebanon or Israel. They can tell you a little bit about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not Hamas. Hamas can kind of produce videos with a little red triangle, but Hamas is fighting in an open air prison. Hezbollah is an army with a full production team and broadcast quality footage, and they send you need decent insight into Hezbollah. I don't have as much as the reporters on the ground. Carl has given me a link. I will click it, Carl. Let's see if it's insight into Hezbollah. Mostly I just see their kind of press releases. I also know some reporters on the ground, obviously. Alright, let me see. This is Khan Yunis, though. How did Hezbollah... Oh, God, yeah, no, I would never just play that on screen. Carl, I know that it is permissible to show war footage, but Carl, you have to put a disclaimer. Carl, I'm an imposer, so don't click Carl's link. Don't click Carl's link without understanding the disclaimer. So, Carl, I have to impose a rule. You may link to that. No, I'm not playing it, Carl. I am not playing it. But, Carl, you have to understand, I have to impose a rule, not just for me. I screen everything. I don't just show videos. But, for the other people in the chat, you can show that to help people understand the impact of war. But you gotta put a disclaimer. Because, think about it, a lot of people have not been exposed to that. So, no, it is okay. I never put them, right up on the screen, ever, for that reason. But listen, we have other people in chat, and I don't mind. It's war. This is a war stream, Carl. Don't feel bad at all. It's just more you got to put a disclaimer on the link because mods can link, so you have to say disclaimer, and just tell people what the footage is so they can choose before they click. That's the only rule. And again, it's not your fault. I didn't make this clear. I do make it clear, like, when it comes up. But yes, if you want to link to footage of war, it is okay. But you should put a disclaimer and just say, this is what the footage is. Not for me. I screen all footage anyway. But you're going to want to do that for, you know, the other people. Not a problem. Thank you very much, Carl. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And I know it was not in bad faith. You wanted people to understand, like, the impact and the context, so it was not by any means malicious. And if anything, it was for edification, which is why I actually appreciate your access to various historical videos. But yes, in terms of like sharing stuff on stream, you can always suggest that for me, but I'll always review it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We will take a look right now, live, as I just showed you. The most recent update is coming out of Bahrain, Kuwait, where a residential building hosting American troops has been targeted, okay? That means that the strike targeting American troops overnight was, strike overnight targeting American troops reported in, I want to say, Bahrain was not the only one, because there was also the strike targeting American troops in the Millennium Tower Hotel in Manama 36 hours ago. Excuse me, correction. There were 3 different strikes targeting American troops in the past 36 hours. The first was in Manama, Bahrain at the Millennium Tower. The second was in Dubai. It was in an area of Dubai, like a residential area, in the past, 6 hours. And then the third is in the past hour in Kuwait, where a residential building, then known to host American troops, is burning. Yep, 100%, Carl. I entirely understand. Very different war there. And it is. It is a very different war. Gaza in particular. I covered that war. Just so you know, Carl, I know you were showing folks in the chat, but I was actually one of the few journalists that you can go look on my X feed. You can just search kind of like Al-Shifa or Al-Nasser, or you can search like Waid. You remember Walid, the wonderful Al Jazeera Arabic reporter who was the bureau chief for Gaza for Al Jazeera. So, you know, back in the fall of 2023, after the war started between Israel and Hamas, I, was covering that very closely. Not as many people followed it, unfortunately. I guess a lot of people in the Middle East did. But, you know, that I spoke a lot of Arabic, so I would watch the Al Jazeera Arabic stream. And, you know, there were only a few journalists that cared about what was going on, like Walid, of course, and then his son was murdered, and that was very sad. Very, very sad. I remember the funeral. It was just so sad. Al Jazeera wouldn't stop reporting from their Gaza bureau, and then Walid's son got killed. It was so sad. And then the real culmination of that, and I guess why Zina Kador and Ali Hashem and all those wonderful folks have followed me for so long, is so Agence France Presse and Al Jazeera had a bureau in Gaza, and they had a camera, and the cameraman and Walid would sit up on the top of the building and do their reports every day, and I would listen to Walid do his report in Arabic, and I would just kind of sit and listen to him, and he would tell us what was going on in Gaza. Now, Al Jazeera's bureau in Gaza was just kind of sitting right in the middle of the city. And then one day, it started to get bombed, and I remember I was watching on Al Jazeera Arabic, and I said, oh no, that bomb is very, very close to the bureau. And then the very next day, the bomb actually hit. So 2 very sad things happened now that I really remember. It was very traumatizing, I'm sure, for the people involved. The first thing was, so Walid, who was the Gaza bureau chief for Al Jazeera, he was on the phone during a live shot, and he was like trying to do his reporting, and he got an emergency call about his son dying. It was really, really sad. And he took the call on air, and I'll never forget that moment. It was in Arabic, but I understood what was happening. And Waleed got the call. That's why I understand that version of Arabic so well, because I spent so much time trying to understand what Waleed was saying. And I hope he's still alive. I think he probably is not a reporter anymore. That was a very traumatizing experience, I imagine. But so he gets the phone call about his son and his wife dying, and I remember it was on air. It was just so sad. It was just so sad. I remember he got the call over. He was on the roof of the Gaza Bureau, and he was just on his cell phone. You couldn't see him because the camera would just zoom in on the bombing behind him, but you could hear him just crying. They left the mic on, and he just walked away. And you could hear him like 5 feet from the mic, and he got the call about his son dying, and you could hear him saying like, no, like it was so sad. And he went back to the mic, and he just said he had to go. It was very sad. And then like 3 hours later, he was back reporting, and that's when the bomb hit, and it damaged the Agence France press building, and then it damaged the Gaza building. I think Waleed himself was pretty much hurt. I saw the impact of that shell. It's forever memorialized in my mind. It was kind of like, so there was like a square at the base of the Al Jazeera bureau in Gaza, and then like there was like a parking lot kind of, and then like a road, and then some buildings right like this, and then some buildings over here. And the bomb, it did hit right like in the middle there, like past the parking lot, but before the other side of the buildings. And I remember that crater. Oh, it looked like someone drew permanent marker on the middle of the road. It was probably like 17 to 25 feet wide and like 40 feet long. And I remember the pieces of the bomb penetrated into the Agence France press building and into the Al Jazeera building. So I did call Trey Yinks, or I guess I messaged Trey. That's how I met Trey actually all those years ago. He's a very good man. So I reached out to Trey Yinks. I said, Trey, I don't think anyone's paying attention, and I don't think like Yumna al-Sayed and Waleed. Yumna al-Sayed was the heroic English journalist for Al Jazeera at the time. And I said, I don't think Yumna al-Sayed and Waleed for Al Jazeera are very safe, and I'm a little bit worried about the Agence France press people. And so, Trey started doing his Trey Yinks thing, and then I reached out to Barry Malone, who was with Reuters at the time. Barry doesn't work with Reuters anymore. I think he works on his own. He has a Substack now. So I reached out to Barry, and we tried to figure out what was going on. And I don't think they lasted very long at the Gaza Bureau after it got bombed. They had to march south, and I remember the footage of Waleed on the march south to Khan Yunis before that got bombed too. It was a very, very sad series of events. I tried to document it all. You don't understand. I clipped all day, every day for months and months and months and months and months. I just clipped it. When the Al-Shifa bombing happened, I just clipped it and clipped it. I would just do my best to tell the people of the world, but they didn't understand Arabic. So what I had to do was explain it to people, and then I would watch the Al Jazeera English stream so I could understand where in Gaza the images were on the Al Jazeera Arabic stream. That's how I learned how to kind of understand Arabic. So yeah, that was going back, I would say, to the fall of 2023. I did that all through the fall. I was in law school at the time, but it was more just a hobby. What I was really focusing on, all of 2023 now that I think about it, and into 2024, was my CCC reporting kind of, but all I did was just follow the war. That's how I became such an expert on the Houthis and South Lebanon. And, Iran and Israel and Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jerusalem and all the different nice cities in Israel and all the different nice cities in Lebanon. I really learned a lot about Lebanon during the war because Hezbollah was in the conflict as well, because they just kind of joined it. And it kind of upset the Lebanese state. So I followed along there, and Zina Kador would go all around the areas in South Lebanon. Ali Hashem would too, and they would just kind of talk to the different people and show the impact of the war. And so I came to know the people. Well, I had known people from Lebanon for a long time. I dated a very nice Lebanese princess. She liked macaroons. That was a long time ago. Anyway, my point is, so, I don't know. I know a lot about the area, and all my colleagues are there. And one time I was at the Karen Reed trial, and I was talking to the man from the Boston Globe. Not the nice man with the curly hair, but kind of the pretentious man with the glasses. He's a little too stuck up for me. He thinks he's something special because he works for the Boston Globe. And I'm like, bruh, even if I were in John Henry's presence, I would be like, you're cool, Mr. Henry. But, like, can you debate Kant? Like, bro, I don't know. So anyway, I didn't think that man from the Boston Globe was really hot shit. And I used to, sorry for cussing, I used to talk to the man outside the Karen Reed trial from the Boston Globe. Well, I talked to all of the nice media people and the nice cameramen. But I like the WBZ cameraman the best. He was awesome. But anyway, so my point is, I was talking to this Boston Globe man, and I told him I get up every day at 3 or 4 in the morning, and I like to keep an eye on the developments in the news in South Lebanon and Yemen. And this man from the Boston Globe looked at me and said one of the most offensive things I've ever heard a colleague say, which was, like, why would you ever do that? Like, just like this, like high schooler who was, like, judging me for watching a show he didn't like. And I looked at this man, and without missing a beat, I said, because my colleagues are there and I'm worried for their safety? No, I didn't scold this Boston Globe journalist by saying, show some respect for the fact that your colleagues are putting their lives on the line in those areas to report on the humanitarian crisis they're in. Instead, I tried to look at him in a way that was respectful, and I said, well, Mr. Boston Globe man, have you considered that I'm worried about the safety of my colleagues in that region that work for Al Jazeera? And then the Boston Globe man paused, and I saw a little twinkle in his eye. I broke him in that moment, and he said, oh, okay, that makes sense. Then he didn't talk to me anymore after that. You know, I gave him the old, like, towel eye. I kind of looked him in the eye, and I kind of humbled his, like, non-humility. You gotta take those, like, hoity-toity people down sometimes. I don't like people who think there's something just because they have some institutional backing. Put up or shut up, that's what I say. You got to stand on your own merit. If you can debate, I don't care how much money you have, who you work for, who you don't work for. Some of the smartest people in the world don't have a title, they don't have a backing, they don't have a business card or a fancy email address. They're just smart and humble. That's who I like. I don't care about you because you work for some newspaper. Sorry, I know plenty of nice people that work for the newspaper, but, like, I don't think they're like anything special just because they work for the newspaper. I know a lot of dumb people that work for the newspapers. I know a lot of cool people that work for the TV. I know, like Julie Grant. I just want to take a moment to say God bless you to Julie Grant. Court TV got bought by some new anchors. And, you know, in all seriousness, Julie Grant is a wonderful human being. She hosted a show for 7 years on Court TV in the morning. She's my friend. She's a very nice woman. She really is very smart. She can put together a whole television quality production every single morning. Someone should hire her. If you're a TV network out there, there's a wonderful woman named Julie Grant. Court TV got this new owner, and they want to change their formatting, so they got rid of Miss Julie Grant. She's done a morning show every day on Court TV for the past, like, I don't know, 7 years, from like 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern. She's really smart. Court TV is very stupid to let her go. I don't understand these new owners. They must be vulture capitalists or something. Sorry, Court TV, you get rid of Julie Grant. I'm never going to go on you. I was never going to go on your program to begin with. I would have done it for Julie Grant. Personally, I prefer Anjanette Levy with Law and Crime, so, you know, sucks to suck, Court TV. Anyway, you lost, like, your best talent, but why you would ever do that, I have no idea. I mean, just to be straight up, like, you can talk all you want about Vinnie Politan. The dude gets like 4,000 views on his streams on X. Julie Grant is, like, beloved across the country. People, like, watch their people, like, eat their breakfast and drink their coffee and watch Julie Grant, and then they post about it, and she loves it. You don't understand. They got rid of, like, their whole network. It's gonna be decimated. I'm only watching Law and Crime from now on. I just want to note that's a little political protest of mine. I'm very mad at Court TV. Julie Grant was a great anchor. There's only a few of us who can do it really well, and she was one of them. So anyway, I apologize for that slight reset. I'm a little bit concerned about the situation in Kuwait and Bahrain and otherwise. And a lot of you probably do not follow American television, but Julie Grant's 7-year career came to an end abruptly at Court TV today, and I just thought I would take a second to honor my colleague, and I do pray your indulgence. We got about 2 hours left in tonight's stream. It's coming up on 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Here, wartime here in Boston. It is March 12, 2026, and you know what that means. I talked right through the top of the hour update, which means it's 8 a.m. in Doha.
100 people have been killed and thousands displaced since hostilities resumed between Hezbollah and Israel 11 days ago. Earlier, Israel was the target of a coordinated attack by Hezbollah and Iran. Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed it was the first joint attack since the start of the war on Iran. Across Israel, strikes and interceptions were reported in several locations. Iran has been targeting fuel storage facilities as the conflict in the Middle East enters its 13th day, sending Brent crude oil prices up to $100 a barrel. As we mentioned, Iraq suspended operations at its oil ports after 2 foreign fuel tankers were hit in the southern port of Al-Faw. At least 1 crew member was killed while another 25 were rescued. Multiple drones struck fuel storage tanks at the port of Salalah in Oman. The strike triggered explosions and towering flames. Salalah's port is an important hub for tankers seeking to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And a Thai vessel was hit by a projectile while transiting the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday. The UK Maritime Trade Operations Center said a fire broke out on board. 20 crew members have been rescued following the attack. Mahmoud Abdelwahed has more from Baghdad.
Huge explosion because these 2 tankers were hit by an explosive-laden boat. Iraqi officials have been cited by news agencies saying that it's an Iranian explosive-laden boat. These 2 tankers were full of crude oil from the Iraqi port of Qasr in southern Iraq, and they're sailing on their way across the Gulf towards the Strait of Hormuz. This comes, of course, as you know, after Iran has been threatening to target oil tankers approaching the Strait of Hormuz. But the Iraqi officials say this is a flagrant violation of Iraq's sovereignty, given the fact that this act of, as they say, act of sabotage has happened in Iraq's territorial water. And the SOMO is the national oil firm here in Iraq, says that such attacks threaten the safety, the maritime safety, and also it's affecting Iraq's economy and oil production. As you know, that as a result of this, the oil operations have been halted in southern Iraq, and also this is a huge blow to the Iraq's economy, which is already overstretched. As you know, that Iraq relies on about more.
Oh, so it appears Law and Crime might have purchased Court TV. You know, I'm going to have to think about this now. See, I don't have time to keep up with all the news developments. I only saw Miss Julie Grant's statement saying she was leaving Court TV. I did not see who purchased them or who the new owners are. Let me just say, like, you know, I'm just a towel. I reach 180 countries, so I'm kind of an independent man. But, you know, I know a lot of these people. So give me like a week and I will revisit this. Let me just say, you know, it puts me in a little bit of a tough position, but I always find a way to find a solution. I always just pray for the right answer and then God normally tries to give me some advice. I don't know how it works. I just pray. This situation is going to be a little difficult though with Law and Crime and Court TV. I'm a little concerned. Anyway, hopefully I pray and things just work out for the best. Anyway, let's go back to the update from Baghdad.
Than 90% of its budget from oil revenues, and it has decreased its oil production from 3,300,000 barrels a day to 1 million barrels a day.
U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran have continued overnight. So let's get more now from Tawhid Asadi, who joins us live from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Tawhid, let me ask you first to please just bring us up to speed with all the latest on the attacks that the U.S. and Israel have been conducting on Iran.
Well, let me just begin not with the latest, but something that happened on Saturday night, and it was the explosions that happened in the oil facilities across the Iranian capital, including in southern parts of the capital. The reason I'm just raising it is the very fact that right now you can see this black cloud, which is the result of the actually thick smoke drifting through the air. And now we've got different reports, concerning reports about the contamination of the air that people are right now breathing, as well as contaminations of soil and water, which could put a long-time impact on the very ordinary citizens who have been living in this city, in the capital. And for our viewers, we are talking about Tehran province, in which roughly 14 million people have been living. Part of that have decided to evacuate the city following the initiation of the strikes, but still another considerable proportion of the population in the capital have decided to stay. And then speaking of the latest, we know that last night we heard, and I personally heard actually sounds related to the activation of the air defense system in the Iranian capital, as well as the active presence of drones across the skies of the Iranian capital. Meanwhile, we've got reports of explosion from different cities beyond the capital, from, I can say, an industrial complex in southern parts of the capital, as well as Isfahan, Kashan, Ahvaz, and Saqqez. These are the cities that we have footages and reports coming about the explosions taking place, and we have to also keep in mind that it's more than 200 cities from the initiation of these confrontations being targeted in different parts of the Iranian territories. This is one point. And then there is another concerning point, which is related to the death toll. We know that more than 1,300 people have been killed. Even though, seeing the continuous nature of these strikes, we can unfortunately say that there is a risk potentiality for the number to grow even up. So they are dealing with a tough situation for ordinary citizens, as this is not just the police stations, the military headquarters or state buildings, but also residential areas such as the schools and hospitals being targeted. On the other hand, we've got the Iranian army side, the IRGC in particular, talking about their retaliatory actions, and now the situation seems to be anywhere close to de-escalation, as they talked about the 40th wave of their retaliatory strikes. And meanwhile, we've got a security official in Iran who told Al Jazeera last night that the regional war will soon enter a new phase. He continued to say that if the United States makes such mistakes as initiating the strike on Iran, the situation could become much more complicated. And again, another important line that he mentioned is speaking of one of the strategically important choke points in the region, Strait of Hormuz. He said that another key strait will face the same fate as the Strait of Hormuz. So it seems that regionally speaking, Iranians are trying to rebalance, to reshape their behavior as the escalations ramp up to next levels.
All right, that's Tawhid Asadi live for us from Tehran. Tawhid, thanks so much for all that. Let's turn now to Zaina Khudr, who's live for us in Beirut. Zaina, we know that Beirut's been coming under an increasing number of attacks by Israel, and there was that strike on the Ramat al-Bayda where you are, and which is a popular beachfront district. Could you just bring us up to speed with all the latest developments on that?
Well, there's been a marked escalation in this conflict. We are in Ramat al-Bayda, like you mentioned, a seaside boulevard in the heart of Beirut. The car behind me targeted in the early hours of the morning by an apparent Israeli drone strike. When people gathered around the car, another strike came in, a double tap strike. People here are sleeping in their cars, in their tents. They are people displaced by the ongoing conflict. It wasn't just the only attack. Beirut's southern suburbs suburbs came under intense bombardment. There were strikes in the south of the country, in the east of the country. The death toll is climbing. What is clear is that we have entered a new phase in this conflict. Last night, the Israeli military really promising an extensive wave of attacks, which it did carry out, following Hezbollah's largest rocket barrage since the start of this latest confrontation. According to Israeli media reports, Hezbollah fired 100 rockets across the border at the same time. And it wasn't just Hezbollah firing, it was in coordination with Iran. And a statement by Iran's Revolutionary Guards calling this a joint and integrated operation, these rocket launches with Hezbollah really, marks an escalation in this conflict, a new phase in this conflict. We knew from the start Hezbollah opened the front in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian supreme leader, but now it's really official that it is the same front. This is not a separate theater of military operations, but one front, with yesterday Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Assim issuing a statement pledging allegiance to the new supreme leader.
Zaina, I just want to talk for a moment about the fact that, of course, it's not just Beirut that's being affected right now. Other parts of Lebanon have come under heavy bombardment by Israel, and hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced as a result of all this. You were speaking just a moment ago about the people that were displaced as a result of this latest strike on Ramlat al-Bayda. The rest of the people, all these people that have been displaced, where are they going, and what's being done to help them?
Nearly 1 million people displaced by this conflict, people from southern Lebanon. The east of the country, not many people have left the Baalbek region and the Bekaa region because they are poor. They have nowhere else to go. And that's why you see these high casualty numbers always in strikes in the east of the country. Those people don't leave their areas. This happened in late 2024. The government is struggling to put up enough shelters. They've opened the stadium. They've opened schools across the country. It's just not enough, with the social affairs minister saying approximately 100,000 are in shelters, and the rest, yes, some can afford to rent apartments, to stay in hotels, some have family members, some have left the country, but the majority do not have the means to do so. And the majority are afraid to go to other areas of the country. This is a deeply divided society, a divided political landscape, polarized communities. Those who support Hezbollah are mainly from the Shia community, and they are coming under fire. Other communities in Lebanon blame Hezbollah for dragging the country into this war. So there are already underlying tensions here. And also, when you see these targeted strikes hitting buildings across the country outside Hezbollah strongholds, people are starting to worry and not allow people who are displaced to live in their buildings. So this is really a social crisis as well, humanitarian crisis, and the war is only escalating.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Zaina Khudr, live for us with all the latest from the Ramlat al-Bayda area in Beirut, Lebanon. Thanks so much, Zaina. Nida Ibrahim is live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, good to see you. There's been another round of missiles fired on Israel, not just from Iran, but also from Lebanon. So what more can you tell us about those developments?
As we've been reporting, this was a coordinated attack between Hezbollah and Iran, according to the Israeli army, the first of such intensity. They've noticed around 8 p.m. yesterday local time that Hezbollah fired an opening salvo of 100 rockets into northern Israel. This is the largest batch since the conflict began between the two parties on March 2nd, when it started with...
Okay, so I have some new footage. I've actually never heard of this group, all right? So this is the Islamic Resistance Sara Awali al-Dam targeting sites in Kuwait. Okay, so I have... This is I didn't know there was an Islamic resistance group in Kuwait. I guess now this is another group that I will be tracking. So I have two things to show you. The first is a piece of footage. If you missed the strike on Combs yesterday, the strike on Combs, they used a Moab. It's very loud. Volume warning incoming. Volume warning. This is a Moab that fell on the holy city of Qom. QOMS. It was actually where Ayatollah Khamenei was born. It's the holy city of Homs. There's nuclear reactors there. This is a Moab. It's a 30 kiloton bomb. It's the biggest bomb in the United States military. Okay, it's the biggest bomb that we have. It is the kiloton perhaps, Moab, mother of all bombs. Here you go. It's very loud. It doesn't hit civilians. This is only for underground facilities. Yeah, you don't want to get hit with a Moab. It's so big. It is, listen to the shockwave. It is so big that people thought this was a nuclear explosion. Do you understand? There were people on the internet who had never seen a Moab. You know, I have seen a Moab only once, not in person. I saw a Moab fired in Afghanistan, which is really what the Moab was invented for. The only reason this bomb exists is because the Taliban, like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, like they are really good at fighting, like really good at fighting in the mountains. Like imagine like the Viet Cong, but of the Afghanistani mountains, okay? They're like super, super good at it, okay? So they would just like burrow, and I mean burrow in mountains, okay? Like, yeah, like I'm telling you, when you take a hit from a Moab, this is meant for like the mountains of Afghanistan, where you burrow like for 30 years as the Taliban into like a mountain in the hills of Afghanistan, and the U.S. wants to like get you out of that mountain and you never go back to the mountain. That's when you use a Moab. So a lot of people on the internet thought this was a nuclear bomb. It is not. I just want to be very clear. It's a 30 kiloton, I believe. I don't think it's megaton. 30 kiloton explosion. Let me just tell you what the Moab is. I know what it is, but Moab, USA bomb. The Moab it's the mother of all bomb. Okay, so here's what it is. Let me just tell you what it actually is. This is the GBU, I believe. Okay, I can't I was not there, thank God. I cannot tell you like the exact make and model. I didn't see it fall. But based on like my understanding of ordnances, this is very likely. I'm not saying it's 100%. It's very likely this ordnance. It's called the GBU 43B. It's a massive ordnance air blast. I call it the mother of all bomb. The formal name is the massive ordnance air blast, okay? It's the most powerful conventional non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military arsenal. It weighs 21,000 pounds. It's a satellite-guided weapon designed to destroy caves. Hey, I was right. Tunnels and fortified ground targets, famously used in 2017 against ISIS in Afghanistan. I saw that footage. Destructive power. It contains 18,700 pounds of H6 explosive, equivalent to 11 tons of TNT, creating a massive blast radius. So it was actually 20,000 pounds of H6. I got it a little wrong. I thought it was 20,000 kilotons or whatever. I'm not a munitions expert. It's 18,700 pounds of H6 explosives, which is equivalent to 11 tons of TNT. It's not a conventional bunker buster designed to actually go like deep underground, but it detonates kind of like just above ground to create a massive pressure wave to collapse the tunnels and underground buildings. You see what I'm saying? It's a Moab. Due to its immense size, it has to be dropped from the rear cargo door of a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft, and it was developed in 2003 as a replacement for the Vietnam-era BLU-82 Daisy Cutter, and the first time it saw combat operations was in Afghanistan in 2017. So yeah. How about that? It was created in just 9 weeks in 2017 by the Air Force Research Laboratory to be used in the Iraq War. No, excuse me, it was created in 2003 to be used in the Iraq War in just 9 weeks, but it was most famously deployed against ISIS in Afghanistan. So you are looking at the raw force of the U.S. Army. Now, it's such a big bomb that literally people were running around on Twitter today convinced that like there was a nuclear bomb dropped on Qom. And I didn't say this because I didn't need to like be correcting people, but the people who said it was an underground missile facility, they're the ones who got it right. Of course, X1R110 linked us to someone who actually got it right, but there was a lot of other people, let me just tell you right now, who were going around saying that this was footage of a nuclear explosion because they just had never seen a bomb like that. Now, I have footage for you of the group that's claiming responsibility for the attack in Iraq. Mimi said, you remembered exactly where you were when you were 11 and remembered everything you read and shared this information in March of 2026. That's right, Mimi. You know, one time I was at a campground. I was like 3. It was the 4th of July. I was holding sprinklers. My uncle had got a campground from someone in a bankruptcy or something. I still remember sitting at the picnic table. I was like 3 years old. I can tell you all sorts of things. I remember the exact dates and places and documents, and I can just tell you about like indictments and histories of countries and presidents and rulers and geopolitical constellations at the time of things like Suez in 58 and Nasser and Habermas and Hegel and Adorno and Horkheimer. My brain is just this never-ending sort of repository of information, and the only time I feel like I'm living up to my eudaimonia or summum bonum, my greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, is when I'm just telling people all the things in my brain you don't understand. Anyway, I have to show you this group, this footage from the group that claimed responsibility for the attack on Kuwait, because I've never heard of them. This is called the Islamic Resistance Sarwa al-Waliya al-Dam, which is claiming responsibility. It's an Iranian proxy group in Kuwait. I did not know they existed until about 10 minutes ago. They have just released this footage showing the targeting of vital American sites in Kuwait with a swarm of drones yesterday evening. Let's take a look. Might have been yesterday in the day. Oh, God bless you, Mimi.
أولياء الدم أنتم تعرفون قاسم الجبار حيا تجدون تلزمهم يا صواريخ القيامة واربطيهم بنداء وإمامة وحسينا نحن أصحاب العلامة.
One more time, this is the group claiming responsibility for the U.S. Locations targeted in Kuwait overnight. So if you need to know who did that, if you're someone out there who needs this intel, this is the group.
أولياء الدم أنتم تعرفون قاسم الجبار حيا.
Okay, I think that's like their proof. It's kind of like 4chan, bruh. Like they're straight up like B. You know what I'm saying? This is like really reminding me of 4chan right now. Like they're literally like putting up like 4chan style, like, you know, like like proof posts. Bro, I guarantee these dudes use like 8chan. They get bored, they just like browse like 2chan and 8chan and 4chan. That's exactly what they do. I bet they have Arabic versions of 8chan. You don't understand. Like, that's a very specific thing to do, bro. Like, I'm telling you, these dudes been on the internet for like 30 years. They definitely troll on like strange Arabic forums. Which, I mean, everybody has like strange forums. The English have strange forums. You should see the Japanese, bro. Listen, the Japanese can pretend to be wonderful, and they are really smart. I like Gargura. You don't understand. I think Gargura is just the most talented person ever. When she sings, my heart sings. I would like to meet her one day. But, like, you can't really go, like, meet her because she's so freaked out. by like the fan population of VTubers that I don't think ever wants to meet anyone, but I would meet her. She seems like a wonderful woman. Anyway, my point is, like, you want to talk about weird internet forums, bro. You ever seen like a Japanese internet forum? Do any of you even understand Japanese culture? It is a little strange. They pretend to be very like professional, but bro, they're into some weird shit. Not the whole country of Japan, but I've seen those internet forums. Do you know where 4chan started, bro? It started as like 2chan or whatever the fuck it was. Sorry, whatever the hell it was called over in Japan. My point is, these dudes are doing like 4chan style like proof for their videos. I mean, it's a little amateur hour. Like, I get that, like, bro, hold the newspaper up. Like, I don't understand why you're writing in permanent marker on a whiteboard. It really makes you look like you just learned about the internet. And frankly, you're a target of my soldiers. So I don't really care about mocking you, you strange people in Kuwait. You're bothering me by target. And I didn't mock them first. They decided to target my soldiers, so I'm allowed to mock them for writing a 4chan style thing over there, like missiles targeting my soldiers. I'm all mad about it. I'm very mad. But that's them. I'm not showing this because I'm endorsing it. I'm showing it for intel purposes. So whoever the hell is out there hunting these guys can find them. No, Carl, I don't think you understand. I was around back in the 1990s. I was just a simple man, okay, when the internet first came around. All I wanted to do, Carl, all I wanted to do was learn how to write programs in Lua, okay, and defeat digital rights management on specific pieces of firmware by plugging my Xbox 360 DVD drive into the SATA connection of my computer. Do you understand? As like a young washcloth at age 12, all I wanted to do, Carl, was make sure that I could run unsigned Lua code on my devices. So that's why I had to learn about UMD emulator and fastloader, you know, all the way back in the day. Remember Humanitarian? If you were around in the PSP scene in like 2004, bro, I'm telling you, I'm like that old school. So like, no, like, yes, I kind of had to like understand internet culture, but I was around before internet culture existed. When the internet was born, when like news groups were a thing, when like Net Zero and AOL were the only way to get on the internet, I was on the internet. Like, I know what the internet looked like when it was like free webs in like 1997. And then by the time like 2004 came around, bro, like, oh my God, like, you don't understand. Like, I was one of the first people on the internet before Reddit was around, before Dig was around. Then when Alexis and Steve came around and they made Reddit, you know, that was right over in Cambridge. And then Aaron was involved. Then I saw Reddit get born and I knew all the people there. And it was very interesting. And then I knew all the different people involved in the different websites. And then my very nice friend Brewster runs the Internet Archive, so I just know all sorts of, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I know all sorts of things about the internet. I've been around. I was there when the internet was born, not like the intranet at MIT in 1981, but the modern internet as you know it. There was an Eternal September in 2012. It kind of messed up my internet. Carl, you don't understand. Carl, you have to watch my lecture at Aaron Schwartz Day. Carl, you don't understand. Carl, I try to preserve Aaron's legacy. It means so much to me. Hold on. You must see my speech, Carl. I know Brewster. You don't understand. I'm very involved. You must watch my speech at Aaron Schwartz Day. You want to watch it now? Can we watch it together? Oh, wait a minute. Let's do it right now. We have like 20 minutes. We can do it. You want to see me speak at Aaron Schwartz Day about Aaron? I was with all Aaron's friends and I was talking to Brewster. I really like Brewster. He runs the Internet Archive. I got my first computer in 1995. I remember it was in black and white, and I used to play the Prince of Persia game on it, where you would jump onto the tiles, and then it was really hard because the man like was kind of heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you would jump, he wouldn't really like land right, bro. It was so frustrating. But anyway, and then like when I got my own first computer, I don't know, probably like 1999 or like 2000, and then I was plugging SATA drives. Like, I was plugging my motherboard while the computer was on into the Xbox 360's like SATA drive to rewrite, like to reflash its firmware by the time I was like 13. So yeah, Carl, you don't understand. I was there when Reddit was founded. Oh, Carl, you must understand. Didn't you know? You should have heard me talking about how Ann Utensil and Maxwell Hill, you see, they were around when Reddit was founded. And, you know, they used to, like, talk to me. And they wanted me to, like, help them with Reddit. And they knew this guy, QGYGH2, and he ran all these big subreddits. You know, really big subreddits, Carl, like, very, very big. And these people, Maxwell Hill and Ann Utensil, they used to talk to me. And, you know, I didn't know they were Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, so I have a lot of guilt, Carl, you must understand. Like, I didn't know it was them, and, you know, I was very involved with moderating, and they just kind of took advantage of my naive nature, and they, like, Ann Utensil would mother me, and I think that's the account that was Ghislaine Maxwell. And Maxwell Hill was definitely Jeffrey Epstein, because Max was kind of like more the guy in charge. And I think the Newhouse family wasn't actually the original owners of Reddit through Paul Graham with that $20,000 seed money that they got in the summer of 2005 at the Y Combinator thing at MIT. I think it was actually Jeffrey Epstein. And the Newhouse money was just kind of a front, because the people actually in control of Reddit were Maxwell Hill and Ann Utensil. I'm telling you, you should listen to me. I've been trying to tell the government. Yeah, I've been trying really hard. And they would, like, talk to me, and Max, like, was kind of the guy who brought me on. It was very big subreddits, very, very big ones. And, you know, the other people didn't understand why Max and Anna would only talk to me. And, you know, Ann Utensil, it's like Ann Ensil. Ensil's like this defense contractor I found out up in Toronto, but I always called it Anu, A-N-U, because I couldn't say a nutsil or Ann Utensil. I thought her name was Ann Utensil. But if you go to her Reddit account, it's A-N-U-N-T-N-S-I-L. Now, she was the woman. A lot of people think Maxwell Hill was Ghislaine Maxwell. You got it wrong. Maxwell Hill was the guy. He wasn't around as much. And so, like, Max would kind of, like, the way it worked, you can look at their karma. They ran the whole website for the first, like, 10 years of its existence before Reddit did the IPO, which was actually right after Maxwell got arrested and Epstein got arrested. So, yeah, anyway, like, Maxwell Hill kind of, like, brought me on. And, like, I don't know, I knew a lot about Reddit. And Maxwell Hill wanted me to, like, do things. And he was definitely the guy. Like, he was hard to get in touch with. And all the other people didn't understand why Max and Anu only talked to me. And QGHYGH2 was not actually a real person. He was just their front. Like, they just pretended that he ran the subreddits, but it was really them. And Max was the decision maker. And Anu was very motherly. And she was super liberal. But that's what people didn't understand. Epstein was the Maxwell Hill account. That was not Ghislaine Maxwell. Epstein was Maxwell Hill, and what happened was, after Epstein got jailed, Ghislaine Maxwell logged into his account, like logged into it once to throw people off the scent, and she sent a message out from it, like, because she knew his passwords, and was like, hey, I'm still around, but it wasn't actually, like, Max, it was actually Anu pretending to be Max. And then when Ghislaine Maxwell got arrested, Ann Utensil never posted again, and it was very, very traumatizing. But yeah, though, I knew them. I talked to them. I called the FBI about this. I'm hoping they'll call me back. I called the Congress, too. I was like, Congress, I think, like, you know, and they were a little concerned. So, anyway, remember that whole Stone tier thing with Paul Gambetta and the Hillary Clinton emails? Guess who helped to expose that? You know, I didn't like that he was doing that on my Reddit. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that on Reddit, Mr. Paul Gambetta. That wasn't very nice. Your username was Stone Tier, wasn't it, Mr. Paul Gambetta? See what I mean? I'm very helpful, Carl. I've been around. I know lots of things. Some people are probably like, oh my God, this man has seen absolutely everything. Yeah, you want to hear my speech at Aaron Swartz Day now, and then I'll talk to you in the comments. You could learn about it. It's like 17 minutes. It's really good. This is a break at the end of the day. And then we'll see how I'm feeling after the 17-minute speech, and then maybe I'll talk to you some more about developments. Really depends on how I'm feeling. It's a good speech, though. And it's younger me. You're going to get to see me watching younger me. It's so fun that this is me from... by the way, I did this speech with no prep, without notes, and I was producing the event. I was doing the live stream. You don't understand. So Lisa was like, Grant, didn't you have a speech? Like, you have your presentation ready? I was like, oh, yeah. I didn't have anything prepared. I completely winged this. It's really, really good, though.
Thank you to
That's me!
Lisa and everyone involved with Aaron Short Stay for putting this great event on, as well as to the Internet Archive for their wonderful hospitality. I have spoken at Aaron Short Stay before, but I will give a quick refresher. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a grassroots drug reform policy activist and advocate. I do have a number of different hats that I wear. I also do some grassroots journalism, but I'm here in my personal capacity today, so that disclaimer off the mark. I'm also I'm studying law at the New England School of Law in Boston, Massachusetts, and I find so many of these talks interesting because I think the intersection of public discourse and law and the internet is an emerging domain of democratic legitimacy, which reflects the very best of what our modern world has to offer in a time when those very best labels are few and far between, unfortunately. So initially, I was going to talk about something which is a theme of a lot of the talks I give at Aaron Schwartz Day events, or at least I have given in the past, which is weaponizing the Overton window, which is the range of acceptable topics of discussion in the public forum about a given issue or person or debate. Weaponizing that Overton window to achieve grassroots policy victories in the context of legislative framing or regulatory policy implementation, or even sub-regulatory guidance documents, which are far more important and effective than most people realize. But we'll talk all about that a little bit more in a second. But my point is, dating back to the early 20th century, there's been a theme of sort of corporate domination of the public sphere by way of propaganda. It was pioneered, the discipline of public relations or propaganda, by the nephew, interestingly enough, of Edward Bernays. He was a gentleman, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, a gentleman by the name of Edward Bernays, exactly. And what's really fascinating, and why I find this sort of emerging domain of propaganda at that time so interesting, is something that Corey talked about earlier, which is the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, and the implications of the, Corey didn't necessarily agree with my term appropriation, but I do want to talk a little bit more about that as well. The corporate appropriation of the language of liberty that was so crucial to the post-Civil War period for formerly enslaved Black Americans, by corporate interests to, in essence, indemnify themselves from oversight by state governments. And so that sort of emergence of this corporate appropriation of the 14th Amendment, and at the same time the emergence of this corporate weaponized propaganda by Edward Bernays, really forms the basis for why a lot of public policy in the 20th century in the United States, and then unfortunately due to the colonial inclinations of this country still to this day around the world, it became such a force to centralize that corporate control. Now, what's fascinating about the cannabis industry, of course, is that in some ways, in particular as to social equity, which refers to facilitating pathways to ownership of regulated cannabis companies by individuals from communities that were disproportionately impacted by the drug war. What's somewhat fascinating about this new emerging market is that it's created an opportunity to break from the norm in the American tradition and shift away from that consolidated corporate control in some regard. Not every state by any means has done well at this. Some states are just completely controlled by corporations through something called regulatory capture, where well-funded interests manipulate the lawmaking or regulatory process to centralize control and, in essence, pull up the ladder. So they get the first shot at the new market. No one else gets to come in, and then they get a monopoly or oligopoly in law forever. Some states do that. Other states, however, like Massachusetts, have done the opposite. Now, I've talked in the past about how Massachusetts created special licenses where you can only get that license if you are someone who was from a community disproportionately harmed by the drug war. But something else we did this year, which very much came about by way of grassroots advocates taking charge, framing the public discussion in a way which gave lawmakers no choice to do but what I'm about to tell you all about, and following through in a way that was meaningful. So we, as a group of advocates, went to our state lawmakers and said, you know, two of the biggest hurdles to getting into the regulated cannabis industry are funding and municipal apathy. Because banks, traditional banks, can't lend to cannabis companies or even get involved with them really in any way. So why not have the state oversee 0% interest loans and grants for social equity companies and give them directly to these companies? And what I want to talk about is the way that that debate played out and how that is a microcosm of these kind of Overton window discussions in real time and how it can have a real impact on public policy. So when this idea of a state-run loan fund, which by the way does not exist anywhere, there are no governments on the whole that give 0% interest loans and grants to private companies to open. There are subsidies, don't get me wrong, but those are multinational companies normally getting it, and it's not necessarily framed as a 0% interest loan or grant for many reasons. So when this idea was first proposed, the legislative language was 10% or 20%, either or, of the yearly excise tax on adult use cannabis in Massachusetts will go towards this 0% interest loan fund.
If I had a little more time there, I would have explained that the way it started was actually two budget amendments, number 867 and 868 from Senator Sonia Chang Diaz to the Massachusetts fiscal year 2021 budget, if you want to cross-reference that. But I only had like 15 minutes to give my speech, so I didn't want to start talking about the evolution of budget amendments to actually legislative text. But if you must know the real timeline, which is interesting, I suppose, what happened was this loan fund started as two different budget amendments, as I mentioned, number 867 and 868 to the FY 2021 budget in Massachusetts. Then they didn't pass, sadly, but in the January of 2022, when the next two-year bicameral legislative session started, we took the text from budget amendments 867 and 868 and proposed them as two new bills through the legislature. So what I basically did was truncated that 6-month period, and I just combined the budget amendment and the proposal of the legislation into one piece of information so I wouldn't overload my audience, and I didn't have a lot of time, and I didn't want to talk about budget amendments, but they're very interesting. They're a good way to get laws passed. So in Massachusetts, we have a 2-year session. If you want to get a law passed late in the session, bro, you don't do a late file. What are you doing? You're never going to get a late file bill passed unless you got the leadership on board. What you really want to do if you want to backdoor the BASTA DARDS, you know what I'm saying? And if you really want to kneecap them Boston style legislatively, you sneak that in as a budget amendment. It doesn't always work because the leadership sometimes gets all mad, but as long as you know what you're doing, you can really kneecap them at the last moment with a budget amendment. But if the budget amendment fails, screw it. Wait a few months, then just go kneecap them with a piece of legislative text that you forced through both houses with a vote of 39-0 in the Senate. Might have been 40-0. I think Senate President Topeka might have voted for it. I don't remember. She might have abstained. She normally abstains unless it's like the revenge porn vote, which when we banned revenge porn, which I also helped to do. That we got 40 votes on. That was actually unanimous in the House too, 159-0. I was proud of that one. And we didn't get unanimous on the omnibus reform bill of the Chapter 180 of the Acts of 2022. We got 156-3 in the House and 39-0 in the Senate. But Governor Baker done signed it. He even liked the provision of the bill about the social equity loan fund. I was so thrilled. He complimented it in the signing statement. He's a Republican. I was so happy you don't understand. So let's keep listening.
Well, about a year later, obviously the legislative session ends, so the bill gets reintroduced. That was 2021 or so. When the bill gets reintroduced, somebody suddenly, no accountability, changes the language from a 10% dedicated yearly levy to fund the 0% interest social equity loan program to a 1-to-1 match program where up to 10% of the tax revenue would go in every year if there was a matching corporate donation first. subtle change, but very much entirely undermines the program, because therein, the people making the donations could ensure there was not enough revenue to give out the loans in the fund. So the policy advocates involved in this picked up what was going on. They got in the room, so to speak, and they said to lawmakers, the debate can't be between a one-to-one match or a dedicated levy. The debate has to be between, should it be 10% of the yearly tax going for this loan fund or 20%? And out of that room came a group of lawmakers who sold to the public the idea of either 10% versus 20%. And that's what I'm talking about, a subtle, small shift, but that's the Overton window in real time. If the discussion is, should it be a one-to-one matching contribution or a dedicated levy, and you lose, you get that one-to-one matching contribution, the loan fund's undermined, you lose on the policy issue. But if the discussion is 10% versus 20% yearly dedicated levy, you win no matter what the outcome. And that is, in essence, how to weaponize the Overton window in a benevolent way to achieve public policy victories in the cannabis arena, but also it can be applied elsewhere. I do want to touch on one other thing, though, because coming back to the 14th Amendment and what corporations have done to the United States by virtue of their appropriation of an amendment that was meant to benefit a race freed from slavery, I think is one of the most abhorrent trends over the past 150 years in this country, and that's saying something. In particular, to come back to something I put a pin in earlier that Corey was talking about, the way that corporations went about doing this in the context of public relations and propaganda is really something we can take a lesson from if we can pull out their tactics, not the content, obviously, right-wing fascist nonsense, but the tactics, the form of what they were doing. Someone once said that to understand Hegel's philosophy, you have to look at how its form and content met at Stalingrad in 1944. And I think that a lot of that is true in terms of taking lessons from how corporations deployed propaganda over the course of the 20th century to learn how to do it in a benevolent way. You're looking for pulling out its form rather than its content, and then turning those tactics around, weaponizing them, and then using them to achieve public policy victories. Something that I think I wanted to dive into as well is, how did corporations do this? And I told Brewster earlier that I would send him this court decision, but I encourage other folks to read it as well. There's a great court case from 1939 called Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson. And the dissent in that case was written by a man named Justice Hugo Black. Now, on the whole, not a good man, but in terms of this decision, very on the ball. Now, Corey talked earlier about how the 14th Amendment from its very inception was intended to benefit corporations and cover their personhood. But if you read Justice Black's dissent in Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson, what you'll see is that's not the case at all. Dating back to a case from 1886 called Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, what you'll see is that the first time this idea of the 14th Amendment protecting corporations in the way that our modern legal system understands that concept was a court reporter's headnote on a Supreme Court decision talking about a secret purpose on the part of the framers of the 14th Amendment in secret congressional meetings to have it extend to corporations. That's the origin of the doctrine of corporate personhood, and Justice Black spells it out word for word in that dissent. And so we, even Corey, take it for granted in some regard that this is just an established constitutional principle, when in reality, this fight, I think, should never have been ceded, and as a result of doing so, we have almost lost the Republic. Perhaps we have indeed lost the Republic. And I guess to tie it all together, The cannabis arena represents a very unique opportunity to achieve these kinds of wins because the language of social justice matters. It's a people-centered form of discourse that cuts through a lot of the profit-driven incentives that otherwise exist in policymaking on the legislative or regulatory level. And I think there's an insight there, which is that when policy is centered on the human being, it can change the world. When policy is centered on money, it tends to be regressive, fascist, and extremely domineering. And so I guess, and I never know what I'm going to talk about before I give these talks, but I guess that's the theme of what I really wanted to convey today, which is whatever field it is you may be working within, if you're finding your ideas running into a wall, if you're not getting legislative action, if regulators are ignoring you, if newspapers won't cover your stories, don't accept that as a commentary on the work that you're doing. Look for ways to use narratives, much like a corporation would use an advertisement, to achieve your work or the goals of the work that you're doing in an applied way. And do not be afraid to play dirty in the narrative context. So if you're up against a foe, in particular if you're dealing with consolidated corporate interests, government actors, police forces, whatever it may be, I assure you they have press secretaries and communications departments who are weaponizing the Overton window against your work every single working day. And so leaving yourself susceptible to that by not actively fighting back is pretty much a way to seal your own fate before the game even begins. So I want to leave a few minutes for questions. I think I went just, long enough. I tried to only go 10 minutes and was not allowed to, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, so I'm staying.
Questions in a minute, all right. And who has a question? Any questions?
Please.
If they were to deschedule cannabis and make it so that banks could lend, would that how would that play out from your perspective in Massachusetts, given the kind of unique loans that are happening in the vacuum of traditional banks lending to these types of businesses? So if they were to deschedule tomorrow, would it screw up the 0% loan thing that you talked about?
Oh, so very interesting question for a number of reasons and a topic I wish I had dived more into, so thank you for it. On the loan fund, no, it would probably make it a little bit easier actually, because banks wouldn't be restricted from the FDIC rules from lending to companies, so it wouldn't impact the 0% loan fund, which is state administered, and if anything may make reasonable access to low interest capital more accessible. But there's another reason it's a huge threat, which is there's something called the Dormant Commerce Clause of the Constitution, and it has to do with states' ability to discriminate against out-of-state commerce. And it's not, right now states obviously are forced to not allow out-of-state commerce in the cannabis arena. If there were a flood of interstate cannabis commerce, it would almost certainly result in a big tobacco or big alcohol situation. And for that reason, the Safe Banking Act hasn't passed. For that reason, descheduling has not really moved forward in terms of a lot of groundswell of support from the activist community, because it's a threat. It's a threat to sort of small craft markets. However, there is a potentially functional solution, which is interstate compacts for interstate cannabis commerce only for small businesses, small locally owned companies. That might be a viable approach. I'm at the internship that I work for at the Parabola Center for Law and Public Policy does a lot of work related to this. I encourage you to check it out if you're interested in it. And there may yet be a way for the federal government to take an intentional approach to descheduling, which wards off corporate consolidation and facilitates interstate commerce, but it's certainly an evolving area and well worth watching.
Any other questions?
So it ended up being really good, and they do clap at the end. I don't really care that much about that. But now listen. So I did a good job, I thought, there. I know a lot of you liked the speech about the 14th Amendment, but that little loan fund, I took some time. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a writer, and I have written probably 30 million words about this subject. Not just this, but like regulatory oversight and companies doing bad things. And then I got in the middle of a war between the commission's like chairperson and the staff. They called me racist in an official governmental promulgation. Then Judge Gordon in Suffolk Superior Court vindicated my honor by calling me a journalist. And then I got invited back to the press conferences. You don't understand. Thank you. So now I have just one more thing I'd like to share with you. I wrote, if you go to my Patreon, you don't have to go to it now, but like a lot of you don't maybe know me. And at the end of these streams, I take a little bit of time to kind of decompress from the day and get ready for the next day. You can take a look at patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis. It's all free. Everything I've ever written is free. But I have written, I don't know, probably 30 million words about this industry. Like it got to the point where the Globe couldn't keep up, and the Herald couldn't keep up, and Mass Live couldn't keep up. Nobody could really keep up. So they would just kind of be like, let Grant do it. And then they would cover like some things. But bro, the pace of my coverage was so ferocious that the newspapers just gave up. Everybody gave up. So, oh, God bless you. I'm not actually a lawyer. I just want to be clear. I went to law school, but my mom never paid my last semester tuition. So I never got my JD. And I can't take the bar because it costs thousands of dollars. My mom kind of abandoned me. She promised she would pay the tuition, then she never did. I keep telling the school she promised she would pay it, and they just want me to pay them. I told them I can't pay. I don't have money. What am I going to do? So I don't even have my degree. She took that from me. I put all those years into law school. I never got the degree because she didn't pay the tuition. I was like, fuck it, screw it. I'm sorry for cussing. I didn't really want the degree. I just wanted to steal the knowledge so I could use it against them to reform the system. They were so confused. The administration of that school, you don't understand. By the end of it, they were like, listen, this kid is like very prominent. He's bigger than our entire institution. What do we do? I was like, oh, I don't know what you should do. I suppose you just accept that I have taken this knowledge and hope that I will use it for the betterment of humanity. They were a little baffled. No, Carl, my mom does not like me. That's what I mean. You're right about the red flag. Her and I are not friends, Carl. You must understand. She's my mom. I love her dearly. But just imagine, like, that is your mom. My mom is very intense. It's like, it was like having the TV in your house as a mom. I'm just going to let you read about the Social Equity Loan Fund. This is my favorite piece of writing that I have ever created. I hope you will enjoy it. Reminder, this was written on May 4th, 2023. Like, I never used AI in my life. Let me rephrase. I have used AI to, like, spell check, to grammar check, to do a little syntactical formatting from time to time on X, but never for a piece of journalism. I don't believe in it. I don't like it. This was written by hand. Every single thing that I've ever written on that Patreon was by hand. I'm proud of it. I'm a very, very good writer, and I hope you will enjoy what I think was the greatest piece that I have ever written. I've written more impactful pieces that, like, changed government and did things and, like, got bad people fired, and we had good people, like, put in good places and vindicated people's honor, protected the vulnerable, helped women who were getting abused, all that good stuff. But the thing I think that is the most beautiful piece of writing, perhaps that I'm not most proud of substantively, but in form, the greatest thing that I have ever written is this piece I wrote in honor of my little loan fund that could. And you are going to learn about the sacred cod. Yes, lawmakers in Massachusetts worship a fish, the holy mackerel and the sacred cod. We have some very strange lawmakers, you must understand. This is the greatest piece I've ever written. Not substantively, but in form. It was so I was waxing poetic, you don't understand. I felt the muse while writing this. And as we get to the end of our day, allow me to have my British man read it for you. You're gonna like it.
Breaking, exclusive, for sources in the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, EOHED. Joseph Gilmore has been hired as the administrator of the Massachusetts 0% Interest Social Equity Loan Trust Fund. Grant Smith Ellis. In a move sure to send celebratory shockwaves throughout the state's tight-knit grassroots advocacy community. Joseph Gilmore has been hired as the Social Equity Trust Fund Administrator by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, EOHED, to oversee a remarkable new program recently passed into law in the summer of 2022. Administrator Gilmore, a mainstay in Massachusetts cannabis policy circles dating to the inception of the regulated industry, was previously working for the administration of Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, assisting a highly talented team, including Department Lead Shegan Adowu. The Mayor's Chief of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, tasked with oversight of the city's local support fund for aspiring entrepreneurs from communities harmed by the war on cannabis seeking to enter the regulated market. According to a profile on the City of Boston's website, Gilmore was born and raised in Dorchester and an economics graduate of UMass Boston. The bio goes on to say, J.O.'s lived experiences prompted his advocacy for socially equitable cannabis policies and mobilizing residents across the state to engage in the political process throughout the development of the legal cannabis industry. He worked closely with former City Councilor Kim Janey's team to develop the 2019 ordinance establishing equity in Boston's cannabis industry. At his core, the bio concludes, Joe is a community-oriented grassroots organizer, passionate about creating economic opportunities for our most marginalized demographics in the city of Boston. Boston's Equity Grant Fund program, rooted in successful efforts by then City Councilor and former Mayor Kim Janey, has been celebrated by local, state and federal policymakers as an example of a prescient framework to address a long-standing issue facing locally owned companies in the cannabis sector, without access to traditional banking services, including viable loan terms. Such companies are forced to seek funding on the vulture capital markets, notorious for predatory loan terms, straw person ownership requirements and sweat equity provisions requiring social equity owners to work for free until investors recoup their principal. In a simple twist of fate that would go on to change history, it was that state of affairs which prompted Gilmore, then president of the non-profit Massachusetts Recreational Consumer Council, and other advocates to approach legislative superhero and, at the time, Senator Sonia Chang Diaz in early 2019 to seek her assistance in the creation of a state-run loan grant program for equity companies that would remove such predatory market forces from the application, fundraising process to at least some degree. In turn, Budget Amendments number 867 and number 868 to the Massachusetts FY 2020 budget were born, establishing language to create a 10% or 20% dedicated yearly levy. Lawmakers eventually settled on 15% after inspiring efforts by Representative China Tyler on the floor of the House in 2021. To defend the program, on the existing Cannabis Regulatory Fund, which is comprised of the yearly state-level excise tax on the industry along with fees collected by the Cannabis Control Commission. Those amendments sadly did not pass at the time, but, to those paying close attention, the parameters of the Overton window were already established. So many things happened over those next few years to threaten that original language, including an ill-fated attempt by corporate AstroTurf forces to change the funding mechanism for the 0% interest grants, loans from a dedicated levy, where their money for the program would be automatically set aside each year, in perpetuity, in a way that scales with total industry revenue, to a one-to-one corporate donation match program, where up to 25% of the yearly excise tax revenue plus fines and fees could go into the program. But only if there was a matching contribution from a private donor first. Who added the mysterious language in December of 2020, January 2021 is unclear, but the reality of the problem caused by the change set in for advocates statewide almost instantaneously. Again reflecting a level of foresight reserved for only the most astute political minds, Senator Chang Diaz, who, by spring of 2021, had become Senate chairperson of the powerful Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, also realized the danger of such a one-to-one match program, according to sources familiar with the deliberations at the time, and took action. Under no circumstances would lawmakers countenance the possibility of existing market forces, who had every incentive in the world to prevent more competition from entering the industry, being able to limit the total amount of funding for the 0% interest social equity loan grant fund by withholding or otherwise impacting the amount of donations thereto. At that point, nothing short of a legislative miracle began to take hold under the ever-present gaze of the General Court's sacred cod. Yes, our lawmakers really do worship a cod and, frankly, I find it entirely endearing. The language attempting to create a one-to-one match program to fund the Equity Trust Fund was thrown out, and in its place the original language of Budget Amendments number 867 and number 868 came roaring back with an authenticity of purpose that, in the end, no amount of corporate influence could fight off. A dedicated levy is the way, came the clairvoyant clarion call from Beacon Hill, and with that advocates saw the homestretch of a 4-year marathon quickly appearing in sight. No desert mirage, this was instead a moment of historical oasis, the great conflagration having bitten the dust. Goodbye one-to-one donation match program, hello perpetual yearly dedicated levy, Chairperson Chang Diaz. And a rising tide of support that is probably best described as just short of constitutional reformation, forged Bill S-3096, the Omnibus Equity Reform Bill of 2022, as it became known, in the fires of grassroots passion. Supported by nearly every corner of the state's political establishment. Even the state's regulatory body, the CCC, did their part. despite years of two then commissioners, Shailene Title and Steve Hoffman, pleading into the legislative void for the agency to embrace a format for cohesive outreach to policymakers in the Massachusetts State House. Such efforts sadly fell to the wayside because of a, perhaps justified, need to stand up the new industry as soon as possible. A task that, to the credit of all involved in the early days of the CCC, was accomplished with aplomb. The industry has generated over $4 billion in total sales within the Commonwealth in just 5 short years, leading to a tax windfall to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. For a state with a yearly budget gap that ran as high as $500 million under then-Governor Charlie Baker, the new industry had quickly become the golden goose, with all due respect to the lottery. Nonetheless, the efforts of then-Commissioners Title and Hoffman were not in vain. Within just a few months, a new slate of appointments to the Commission, including policy visionaries Ava Concepcion, Neres Camargo, Shannon O'Brien, Bruce Stebbins and Kimberly Roy, took up the reins. Worked in unison to craft and deploy a legislative outreach policy for the CCC and, as a capstone of sorts to those efforts, formally launched the new process by voting 5-0 in the spring of 2021 to support the core principles that would eventually come to pass into law as S 3096. Those principles included expanded access to expungement of prior convictions that were preventing tens of thousands of people from obtaining housing, employment and other basic services, reform of the way local cities and towns issue permits, so-called host community agreements. Provisions to mandate those cities and towns take an applicant's equity status into consideration when issuing such permits and, perhaps central to its eventual passage into law, support for the creation of a 0% interest loan grant program, capitalized with existing cannabis tax dollars, to allow equity applicants access to a state-run pool of capital in an effort to ward off predatory lending and abuse of the state's ownership and control regulations. In 2019, multi-state cannabis operator Tilt Holdings, for example, was fined $500,000 after the CCC uncovered a pattern of management agreements with equity operators that the company had used to, allegedly, control more than the number of licenses allowed under state law. In turn, following the successful outreach effort by the CCC, coupled with years of work by organizations such as the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts, Equitable Opportunities Now and other allies, the final vote on Beacon Hill was an all but foregone conclusion. The numbers of that vote, however, blew away even the most optimistic observers. 156-3 in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. 39-1 in the state Senate. Both numbers far above the required 2/3 that would be needed to override a potential veto by the state's then Governor Charlie Baker, a staunch opponent of the legal cannabis industry dating to the mid-2010s. That veto, however, was never to be. Instead, to the shock of seasoned political insiders, Governor Baker didn't just sign the Omnibus Equity Reform Bill, his office put out an enthusiastic statement celebrating the equity provisions of the legislation. The little-known fund that could, with its origins as but a mere conversation between legislators and advocates in those halcyon days of 2019, had traversed the hallowed halls of power, paid due homage to the sacred cod, and could now take its place among the pantheon of public policy for decades to come. How appropriate it is, then, that our story ends with the hiring of Joseph Gilmore himself as the administrator of the Massachusetts Social Equity Trust Fund. Administrator Gilmore will work closely with the CCC, the EOHED and a newly appointed advisory board over the coming months to create the policies and procedures necessary for the 0% interest loans, grants provided for by the new law to come into existence. Sources close to the CCC tell me that the agency is hoping to see the rollout of the funds begin by Q3 2023, a goal which another source tells me the EOHED also supports. Whatever the date may be, the news of Administrator Gilmore's appointment demonstrates a willingness on behalf of Governor Maura Healey and the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development to make this new loan grant program a priority. That, in so many ways, will be music to the ears of those listening closely enough to see which way the wind may yet blow. This exclusive story is breaking and will be updated. Thank you for supporting independent news media. You, the reader, are the cornerstone of authentic democratic will formation, and I am forever in your debt should you have read this far or, at any point, supported my work. Picture attached equals Massachusetts.
Oh, that was really good. All right. Thank you very much. You have a great night, Carl. It was great to meet you. You have a great, and you sleep well. You come back anytime. We start every day right after 2 p.m. Eastern, maybe around 3. God bless you, and very good to meet you. Thank you for listening to my article as well. Yeah, I don't really use tariffs. How long? I wouldn't really call that a tariff. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's past 2 a.m. We've gone into hour 11. I think, despite the day very much being intense, let's take a look at the live cams. Let me see if there's anything. Oh, I'll mute the ad. I mean, I do recommend leaving your ad blocker off. I should get some rest. I'm going to be with you again. There's a trial that starts tomorrow. It's the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. That's a very, very sad situation. Kelsey got her baby taken away, and then there was some scheme to target her. It was very intense. All seems to be quiet. All right, as it comes up on 2:15 a.m., I'm so glad you all enjoyed that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, as I get ready to go to bed, you know who's going to come join you? All right. If you're new to this stream, you won't be surprised, but at the end of every day, with so much intensity going on, I do like to wind down around 11 hours. Peace be upon you as well, Lex Anime, and Miss Missy, and Marcia, and Mimi. God bless all of you, and Lynn, and PMLASYR. God bless you as well. I do think Richard Pry is awesome, by the way. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. There's ways you can support me if you want, as we watch the cams quiet, hopefully for now, over the Middle East in the morning. It is coming past 2 a.m. I've been live for the last 12 hours. Mercury Star, God bless you. You are a wonderful human. So this is Pete Bunnytow. He's the mascot of Towel Channel. He only shows up. He's kind of an elusive Pete Bunnytow. He's a stuffed mascot. So what happened was I got him from my mom for Mother's Day. It's kind of a sad story. And then she abandoned him. She didn't want him. She rejected him. So I took him and I brought him up to my bookshelf, and he sat there for 8 years. He didn't really do anything. And then one day, there's a hearing tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you, Serene. I knew the trial was starting in March. I didn't know if it was a hearing tomorrow, the trial, but I knew the trial was starting in March. Enjoy your morning as well, Rigged Outcome. But yeah, my mom abandoned Pete Bunnytow, so I put him on my bookshelf. Then, maybe a year ago, someone was talking about bunnies. I think it was my friend Bunny, or someone else was just saying they saw a bunny. I don't remember how it happened. I just brought this Pete Bunnytow out a long time ago, and this Pete Bunnytow, see, he's very nice. And now he sits on this little nightstand in my office. He has a little blanket and a little pillow. He just kind of watches me. He's like, I don't know. He's the one thing I can be responsible for. He doesn't need food. He does lettuce, I suppose, but he does he went out in the snow one time. We took a picture on Twitter, but he doesn't bother me. Well, I don't know about that. He doesn't ask for anything. He doesn't need me to take him anywhere. He's just the most adorable, useful thing for me to have as a channel mascot. You know what I'm saying? I can't really have an animal. I don't know if I could be around an animal. I would feel very responsible. I like dogs and cats. They're very nice to me, but actual managing its doctor's appointments or its veterinarian appointments and things like that. What if I screw up and I hurt it by accident? I can't be responsible for that. What if it has some kind of internal disease and I don't pay attention because I'm busy with the war? I can't have an animal. What was it, your buddy in Gladio behind the Iron Curtain? Well, Pete Bunnytow has done some things in his day. He may have been a stay-behind anti-communist militiaman in World War II and afterwards. He spent some time behind the Iron Curtain. I don't know how. He's a little bit baffled. Paul Sar, if that's how your name is pronounced, I'm sorry. Palsyr. You can teach me phonetically. He doesn't know how you figured out that he was actually part of Operation Pete Bunny Gladio. He's a virulently anti-communist Pete Bunnytow. I don't even know how you figured that out. This is kind of a secret. He does announce it from time to time, but he's not. He does kind of pull a little bit of a Charles William Wiley every now and again. He just kind of starts ranting about how he hates the communists. But listen. The bunny, you would never even figure out if you listen to the bunny rant about communism that he was a part of Operation Pete Bunny Gladio. Alright? I just want to tell you right now, you have just blown his cover big time. The Soviets, they're going to reveal themselves as the Russians. They're going to specifically come and poison this bunny with plutonium. Oh, you blew his cover, you don't understand. He spent his whole Pete Bunny life not revealing that he was actually a stay-behind Pete Bunnytow during Operation Gladio behind the Iron Curtain in Tito's Yugoslavia. All right, listen, whoever said the towel has seen things, you absolutely figured it out. Yes, his traversals through Tito's Yugoslavia in the time of the Iron Curtain were the things of legends. I heard he has a star on the Pete Bonnetal Operation Gladio Hall of Fame. Yes, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he is one of the most renowned communist hunters since Jack Ruby after his Loves Tonight ejection from the Communist Party in 1929, leading him to become alienated and go hunt trade unionists, hunt commies in the trade unions in the 30s. Then he became a signals intelligence agent in 1945. Then in 1959, he went with Max Ida and Sam Giancano's man down in the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, and they did a lot of bad things, and I think he had a tax debt, and that's why he killed Lee Harvey Oswald, and then he didn't die in Parkland Hospital in 1964. I found an FBI document saying that he died in 1967 in his mom's home in Miami, and Max Eder went with the FBI to pick up his body. So anyway, Jack Ruby was a communist hunter, you know what I'm saying? So, Pete Bonnetal, there was actually this communist in the 30s who got caught by Jack Ruby and then tried to frame Jack Ruby as a communist, and then the DOJ prosecuted the communist who tried to frame Jack Ruby as a communist. I found all the documents you don't understand. I read through the declassified church committee files from Mary Farrow Foundation, and then I found all this very interesting stuff about the CIA's role in Watergate, and they lied to the FBI about it. It was pretty bad. And then I emailed the Richard Nixon Foundation. They were very happy with me when I reported my findings. Then I did an investigation into Interpen and the JFK situation, and I learned all about how Frank Sturgis and his men got arrested in December 1962 in the No-Name Key area of Florida for violating U.S. neutrality laws. And then they went up to the old CIA base on the north of Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans, and they did train a bunch of men, and then they murdered President Kennedy. I think they were working with this old man named Biddle. He was one of the attorney generals in the 40s. There was this other man named, what was his name? Hydell or something like that. Anyway, I think Alex Hydell, the name that Lee Harvey Oswald used when he was doing his CIA work, I think that was a portmanteau of these two generals that kind of had him down in Dallas and New Orleans in that time doing some stuff. Anyway, I know a lot about that whole situation, and I know a lot about how Frank Sturgis was involved with Fidel Castro in the Air Force in Cuba in 1958. See, Mr. Castro was overthrowing the Cuban government of Batista from 51 to 59, and Mr. Sturgis was his head of the Air Force, and Mr. Castro wasn't a communist in 58. He wasn't even a Marxist. He told the U.S. people and Lucky Luciano and some of the other gangsters of the era that he would be nice to them and let them run the casinos, and so that's why Frank Sturgis helped him in the Sierra Mastrada mountain range from 51 to 59. But then after Mr. Castro overthrew the Batista government, what Mr. Castro did is he kind of let the Grand Hotel in Havana and some of the other mobster hotels stay open, and then what Mr. Castro did was he expelled Mr. Luciano and he expelled Santo Trafficante, and that's a really bad idea. You really don't want to mess with Lucky Luciano or Meyer Lansky or Momo at the time. That was San Giancana or Santo Trafficante for that matter. So anyway, Castro kind of stole all Meyer Lansky's money and then kicked the mob out of Cuba and kicked the U.S. out of Cuba and then turned it into a communist dictatorship to give himself protection because he stole all the mob's money. He's the only person I know in the history of the world who stole the mob's money and lived. Anyway, so, the mob was pissed about this. You can imagine that, Johnny Roselli, was not pleased that, Meyer Lansky's money had been stolen and Frank Sturgis and all those guys were kicked out of Cuba. And then, furthermore, the CIA was kind of mad because, Fidel Castro became a communist and they were kind of worried about the USSR after Uncle Joe got a little hostile, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, what was going on basically was you had this geopolitical constellation where Momo and Johnny Roselli and Santo Trafficante and Meyer Lansky, they were really mad at Castro. And then the CIA, they were really mad at Castro. They set up this JM wave station down in Miami, and the whole University of Miami is a CIA front basically. But anyway, I don't have time to talk about that. So the point is, so these guys, you had these mob guys, Santo Trafficante being, and really it was Meyer Lansky and Momo, Sam Giancana up in Chicago, they were really the ones who were coordinated. And, Momo was kind of like a hitter, like a big-time hitter. So if Momo wanted you dead and Meyer Lansky wanted you dead and Johnny Roselli wanted you dead and the CIA wanted you dead, they were going to try to kill you. So the CIA and Johnny Roselli met at this, hotel. I think it was in Nevada. I don't know. And they had these, 3 initial plans in 59 and 60. I want to say it started in 61. Might have been Operation Mongoose. I don't remember the exact name of it. It had a code name. Anyway, so they were gonna meet in the hotel room, and they had 3 plans to kill Mr. Castro. The first plan was a gangland style shooting. Then they were like, no one will do that. That's crazy. The person would die. So no, they wouldn't do that. And then the second option, I think it was some girl going to him and doing something. They couldn't really figure out how to get the girl close to him. I don't remember. So the third option was a cyanide pill. It was this very unique form of poison that the CIA had created. They gave it to Johnny Roselli, 6 of them. I don't know why the CIA gave a mobster. Well, I do know why, because the CIA and the mob are just 2 different heads of the same 7-headed dragon. But anyway, so the CIA gave Johnny Roselli 6 poison-tipped caps and told him to go kill Fidel Castro, and they paid $150K for the hit. Personally, I don't know why. The mob didn't actually want the money. Johnny Roselli was caught on a wiretap years later being we'll do it for free, and the government still was we'll give you $150,000. That's the going rate. Anyway, so Johnny Roselli middlemans is 3, I wouldn't call them 3 failed assassination attempts. It was more 1 assassination attempt that never got off the ground because the mob couldn't figure out how to get these poison pills into Castro's bloodstream in Cuba. Even with the best minds, they couldn't figure it out. Cuba must have been very well defended. So anyway, here's the problem. See, Frank Sturgis, he's a very entrepreneurial man. I'd call him a soldier of fortune. Now, Frank Sturgis and this other man, Gerald Patrick Hemming, you see, they wanted to set up something called the Intercontinental Penetration Force. Now, that was what was, it was the parachute battalion of Mr. Sturgis's kind of larger, what you guess I'd call a paramilitary contractor organization. Now, the Intercontinental Penetration Force was the parachute regiment, and it was headed up by Mr. Gerald Lee Patrick Hemming. Now, Mr. Gerald Lee Patrick Hemming was an agency man with agency code number 436239, if I remember correctly. Now, Mr. Gerald Patrick Hemming, you see, now this is where it gets a little problematic. You got to think back to first, you got to think a little bit about the whole situation with the Bay of Pigs. The Bay of Pigs comes first in I think May of 61, and it was not a good situation. The CIA kind of undermined the integrity of the administration of Mr. President Kennedy by launching an invasion on, Cuba, and then telling Mr. President Kennedy, if you don't give us air cover, these men are going to get slaughtered. And Mr. President Kennedy said, how dare you do this to me? I'm not giving you air cover. I'm not invading Cuba. You need to ask for permission, not spring this on me. I'm going to splinter your organization to the wind like a million little pieces, which frankly he was probably within his rights to say, but he should not have said that. Mr. Allen Dulles and others in the CIA establishment did not like that Mr. Kennedy said that. So anyway, Mr. Kennedy was a little mad, as you can imagine. And so, after the Bay of Pigs, there was kind of this escalating series of tat between the USSR and Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Khrushchev and Mr. Kennedy. They were kind of peace seekers, but they had this establishment domestically that was kind of embodied in the movie Dr. Strangelove or the movie Failsafe. They're both very good commentaries, bit different stylistically, but very similar about the nature of that time. It was just a crazy time in the military. You had some good military men, but you had some very, very hardliners in the USSR and in America at the time. And so anyway, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, after the Bay of Pigs, there was a little bit of a lull. There was kind of an attempt at escalation between the military forces, which culminated, frankly, a little bit before October of 1962, but it really was the October 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis that brought things to a head. You see, because we had been trying to assassinate Mr. Fidel Castro for a very long time, and eventually, the Soviets got fed up, and so they just put nuclear missiles on Cuba. Now, what you have to understand is that, there was a bit of a problem because, Mr. President Kennedy could not just go out there and admit that we were trying to assassinate Mr. President Fidel Castro. So what happened was, in summation, like Mr. Khrushchev and Mr. Kennedy made a deal when Mr. Kennedy took missiles out of Turkey, you know what I'm saying, a NATO country basically, and then Mr. Khrushchev, and we ended the naval blockade of Cuba, and then Mr. Khrushchev took the nuclear missiles out of Cuba. But what no one really knows is that Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Khrushchev made a deal to stop what was called quote, anti-Castro activities domestically in Cuba. That's a very nice way to basically say that, you know, we would stop trying to assassinate Mr. Castro. So I have that. You can look at all my research on Twitter about this. I have all the files from the Mary Farrell Foundation. But anyway, in December in 1962, you know, you could say that the part of the deal that Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Khrushchev negotiated about, you know, members of the, members of the Interpen unit not trying to kill Mr. Castro, and Mr. Roselli and his friends Momo and, you know, Maya Lansky not trying to kill Mr. Castro. They didn't respond very nicely to this deal, so what they did was they went down to No Name Key in Florida. It's where Mr. Frank Sturgis had his Interpen unit kind of operating out of. Now, what this unit would normally do is, like, they would launch out of, like, the No Name Key area in Florida. They'd go down to Belize or Guatemala or British Honduras or whatever, and they would try to overthrow the government, as one was wont to do in that era, I suppose. The Monroe Doctrine was kind of still a thing. We would 1951, 1952, you know, the United Fruit Company, yada, yada, yada. I don't want to get into the complex geopolitical history of the revolutions that were sponsored by the CIA in Latin America. You can talk about Allende in Chile. You can talk about what happened with, who the hell was that guy, El Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. Read a book about the Los Mariposas, the Butterfly Sisters, if you want to learn about that. The point is, you know, we had facilitated a series of, you know, regime changes in Latin America, and a lot of them were done with Mr. Frank Sturgis's Interpen unit because it was a very successful way to go into other countries and invade them and then implant foreign guerrilla fighters who were very well trained and run them lots of military weapons, and then they would overthrow the government. So anyway, Mr. Sturgis was used to getting his way, and down in No Name Key in December in 1962, him and his unit got arrested by Mr. President Kennedy. And I don't think Mr. Sturgis and Mr. Hemming liked getting arrested very much for violating U.S. neutrality laws by Mr. Kennedy. So you see, now you have this problem where you got this very, very pissed off CIA establishment that, like, doesn't like the Mr. Kennedy, like, not only made the deal with Mr. Khrushchev, but also said he was going to splinter the CIA to a million little pieces because they did the Bay of Pigs without his permission, and then he abandoned them and a bunch of guys got killed, so they were mad at him. So anyway, you also had, like, you know, Johnny Roselli and Maya Lansky and Momo, and as you've probably learned, like, the mob gave JFK Illinois in 60. So, bro, you can't piss the mob off. Like, Momo had, like, that state on lock, you know what I'm saying? Listen, these kids these days, they think they're gangsters. Bro, you don't know what a gangster is. Like, influence the election in 1960 by, like, winning Illinois for JFK, and then get JFK to sleep with Marilyn Monroe and use it as blackmail, then you're a gangster. All right, you want to tell me what a gangster is? We haven't had a gangster in the United States live up to Momo's reputation, and everybody knows it. My point is, anyway, so, you know, Momo is Sam Giancana, Sam Gold Giancana, as opposed to you. I know the name Momo, though, so we're going to call him Momo. Okay? So anyway, you know, you pissed off Momo. JFK pissed off Momo. He pissed off Meyer Lansky. He pissed off Joe DiMaggio. I mean, how the hell do you piss off Joe DiMaggio? Do you understand? JFK called Harold Macmillan during the Jack and Mac special relationship. Do you know that's why the UK has Trident Polaris, because of the Jack and Mac special relationship? You can actually attribute the birth of the Anglo-American special relationship. You could argue it was Anthony Eaton, you know what I'm saying? But come on, it was Jack and Mac. But anyway, my point is, well, JFK was on the phone one day with Harold Macmillan. He says to him, Mr. Prime Minister, you know, I get a headache if I don't sleep with a different woman every 3 days. How is it for you? And Mac was like, oh my God. He didn't know how to respond. He was like, I don't have that problem, Mr. President. So anyway, JFK's weakness was kind of women, you know, and he kind of pissed out Joe DiMaggio because he slept with like every woman in the country that was famous, in particular Marilyn Monroe, and that really broke Joe DiMaggio's heart. He loved that woman. I don't know if you should fall in love with a woman like Marilyn Monroe, though, the kids have a term for that these days. She was just meant for bigger things. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, like, she fell in love with her, and that man, Joe DiMaggio, brought flowers to her grave till the day he died. He was a very honorable and noble man. You could see it in his eyes. She was a bit of a, she was tormented, though. So my point is, JFK's weak spot, though, was women. So if you piss off Momo and you're, like, blackmailed by the mob and they won you Illinois in 60, like, should you really do that? Probably not a good idea. JFK, though, was the president, and what are they going to do? Shoot the president? Well, yeah, so you pissed off the CIA, you pissed off Interpen, you pissed off Johnny Roselli, and you pissed off Momo, and you pissed off Meyer Lansky. What do you think they're going to do to you? Well, they got Gerald Patrick Hemming and Frank Sturgis's guys up around the north of Lake Pontchartrain from, I'd say right around December 62 through to November 63. And then they got Mr. Oswald, who of course was Lee Harvey Oswald, was out in El Toro working on the spy planes in like 59 when they had him leave El Toro. They told him to say that his mom dropped a glass on her head, but that's not what really happened. They were sending him deep cover as like a double agent into Russia. They originally were going to send him on a slow boat and have Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald go to this boarding school in Switzerland. He just never showed up, and then he did like a 2-year tour in Russia, got a bunch of information on like radar sites, married like some radar technician or something like that. That was Marina Oswald. She was definitely a Soviet spy. He flipped her, had a baby with her, brought her home, came to New York, got hooked up with Ruth Murat, aka Ruth Payne. Then Ruth Payne brings him down in 62, where he's under FBI surveillance, to like the Dallas area. Then he goes over to New Orleans. Now what's wild is when he goes back to Dallas after spending some time in New Orleans, where Lee Harvey Oswald in the summer of 63 gets arrested for handing out like pro-Castro pamphlets because they're trying to set up Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald to look like he had been persecuted for his political beliefs, so they could send him to the Cuban embassy in Mexico so he could get a visa, so they could preemptively put the visa on Oswald when he was blamed for Kennedy's killing and make it look like Castro did it. But anyway, that plan didn't really work out because the Cuban embassy in Mexico sniffed that plan out. So anyway, they went with a different plan. Oh, God bless you, rigged out. I will respond to that in a second, but thank you for your super chat. So Lee Harvey Oswald is spending some time like with Henry de Montcherlet and Ruth Payne. They're his handlers for the CIA. Her name was Ruth Murat. She's dead now, so I can say this. She was in the CIA. Okay, straight up. Her uncle worked at MIT. He was her handler. Her sister as well out in North Carolina was in the CIA. But anyway, and her sister was actually a commie that got flipped. That's why she had to be in the CIA. They found her doing like subversive communist activity, and I want to say like 48, maybe 58 out in California. Ruth Murat's sister. I tracked this shit down really deep. I looked at all the files. So anyway, my point is, what happened was Lee Harvey Oswald's kind of being monitored, and they have him like arrested in the summer of 63 under these like weird false charges. Ruth Murat goes down to the jail, gives a fake name. You got to read the police reports from that interview. It's fascinating. So anyway, Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald is like a CIA asset, but it's really hard to understand what they had done with him. You have to understand he was not a well man mentally. He was like a shooter, like a really good shooter, but he was James Bond didn't exist, but he wanted to be James Bond basically, and he was being sold this bill of goods. Oh yeah, you're gonna go be a spy, you're gonna leave the military, you're gonna go over to USSR. But eventually what happened was he was useless. The Soviets busted him, expelled him as a persona non grata. We took him back, and once 63 came around, he became the perfect patsy for this play, and it's truly unfortunate. Because what happened was Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald was kind of sent up to the north of Lake Pontchartrain, where he spent some time training with Mr. Gerald Patrick Hemming and Mr. Frank Sturgis and the rest of the parachute battalion, of Interpen. And then in November of 1963, you see a few things happen. On November 1st, 1963, Special Agent James S. Hosty of the FBI in Dallas, he went up to Marina Oswald while she was sitting with Miss Ruth Payne / Ruth Murat while they were in Miss Murat's home where the Oswalds lived in Dallas. Now, Mr. Oswald wasn't home at the time. Now, here's the problem. When you're a CIA asset and you're running around pretending to be a communist, when you're not a communist, you think maybe you might attract the attention of the FBI. And sometimes the CIA doesn't tell the FBI exactly what's going on, you know what I'm saying? So on November 1st, 1963, Mr. James S. Hosty, this is actually what Bill O'Reilly was looking into in 74 for WAK-TV in Dallas. That's how I think they recruited him into the intel community. That dude was a really good reporter, and he basically figured out this small part of what I'm about to tell you. On November 1st, 1963, okay, James Special Agent, he might have actually been SAC, Special Agent in Charge, James S. Hosty of the Dallas Field Office of the FBI. He goes to Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald's house asking questions, but he runs into Marina Oswald and Ruth Payne / Ruth Murat, M-U-R-A-T, and Hosty asks, like, where's Oswald working? Like, what's he doing? Now, they had an extensive file on Oswald. The FBI was monitoring him from the second he got off that ship in New York and tried to come down to Dallas and whatever it is, New Orleans. They had like 48, 57, 68, 90, whatever reports on. But one report you really got to look at the Church Committee files to learn about, because it was excised from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover's overview in like 1964 for the Warren Commission. It didn't come out till 75. Was this series of events. November 1st, as I mentioned, 63, Hosty goes looking for Oswald, only finds Marina and Ruth Payne, Ruth Murat in Dallas. All right, so 10 days later, between the exact date is unknown. It's between November 9th and November 12th of 1963. Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald shows up at the FBI Central Field Office in Dallas. He leaves a note threatening to attack the FBI if they keep asking questions about his wife. That was November 9th to November 12th, 2 weeks before the assassination of Mr. President Kennedy. Nothing was ever done. You should read the Secret Service's interview with the write-up. I have the raw files from Mr. Oswald's interview. You know, he was interviewed 3 times, November 23rd and November 24th. He died at the hand of Mr. Jack Ruby, right? Now, Jack Ruby, who was Momo's man down in Florida, had that tax bill. Jack Ruby, the Lubstonite communist, that was an anti-Stalin communist who got expelled from the Communist Party in 29, then started hunting commies in the trade unions, then was doing SIG intelligence work in 45, then disappears from 51 to 59, then shows up with Makita, who was Momo's man, down at the Fontainebleau, and is running tax schemes. He's got a tax bill owed too, by the way. He's under FBI surveillance. And he shows up in Dallas after 2 warnings come in at 2 a.m. on the night of the 24th that men are going to go at 9 a.m. when the Dallas Police Department, which had announced that they were going to move Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald, they announced it to the press. They were going to move him at like 9 a.m. that morning. While they got a call at like 2, 3 a.m. telling them, the Sheriff's Department and the FBI, telling them that that man was going to be attacked and shot. And that's exactly what Jack Ruby did. But I'll tell you, Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald, when he was being interviewed by the Secret Service man, it was his 3rd and final interview 10 minutes before he was shot. He was presented with a map that had been drawn where there was 1 circle over the Texas School Book Depository. And you know what Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald said is documented in the Secret Service report? Where are the other circles on the map? That's where I went to apply for jobs. They set me up. That's why he said I'm just a patsy. And they killed him right then and there, on the spot. And Ruby did not die in Parkland Hospital in 64. That was fake. Ruby lived as a free man until 1967 in Miami Beach, Florida. And he was found dead in his mother's home in December of 1967 by Max Eater and the FBI, and all of it's in the documents. and I can prove every single thing I just said, because I have a photographic memory, but also because I wrote this all up on my Twitter, and you can find all the primary sources. So yeah, was that helpful? I hope that was helpful. I did all that from memory. A lot of people will be like, no, you did. Yeah, I did. I just like see documents, you know what I'm saying? So, and I also just want to say, oh, I ran out of time to reply to your super chat, Rigged Out, but I just want to say, Rigged.com, you are very awesome. Did you all think that was good? Did you find it helpful? That was all primary source information from the Mary Farrell Foundation, and I did it from memory after like 11 and a half hours. I didn't know this would become a JFK stream, but I hope you all were educated. You know, I know a lot of information, and I just have it in my brain. Oh, good. I'm so glad you learned things. I solved the JFK murder a few months ago. Also solved Watergate, but I kind of knew about the break into the Chilean embassy and Dr. Fielding and all of that good stuff. So I knew, like, Mr. Sturgis was also involved in Watergate. That's how I kind of went down this kind of long, complex investigative trail. The Mr. Richard Nixon Foundation people were very pleased with me. I don't think they wanted to touch the Chilean embassy burglary or any of the other national security implications. Listen, it's not my fault that the Democrats had a, secretary at the Watergate that would send people to the prostitution house down the street that was actually run by the CIA. Maybe don't buy prostitutes. If there's one lesson I've learned from covering politics, is that you shouldn't buy prostitutes. Just on a moral level, though, you shouldn't buy prostitutes. That's my lesson. I want to pontificate a little bit. If you listen to me and learn things today, I'll have my closing in a second. But please don't buy prostitutes. It enables human trafficking. I know it seems like just buying cheap sex. It's not. It's actually enabling human trafficking. So I'm just begging you, please don't buy prostitutes. Please don't patron brothels. We can all work together to end the profession of prostitution once and for all. Not because the girls and men don't have a right to sell sex, but because the only way that market can function is within the context of sex trafficking. There's no way to regulate it to reduce the harms. There's no way to make it any better. I just implore you, be nice to prostitutes, but please stop buying them. Please stop patroning brothels if you care about the world. It's one of the things I'm trying to work on. The war is very concerning to me. Regulatory capture's pretty bad, but sex trafficking, it really hurts the kids. And somehow the doggies. Don't get me started on the Epstein files. Just please stop buying prostitutes. If we can just, if you could tell your family, most of you probably don't buy prostitutes, but if you could just, tell your uncle, tell your brother, maybe your sister, I don't know who buys prostitutes. I don't really I don't want to ask. But if you don't have to ask them if they do buy prostitutes. Just kind of start saying to them, hey, it's really not a good idea to buy prostitutes. I watch this man who covers the war and knows a lot of things about history and whatnot, and he just wanted me to let you know that he kind of asked me to pay it forward because I learned a lot from him, and he just doesn't ask for anything. He just sometimes he needs help because he's kind of dumb with finances, but he just tells me things, and all he wanted me to do was tell you not to buy prostitutes. Okay, you just please, you just tell your uncle, tell your dad, your mom, your sibling, whoever it is, just gotta go up to them and be like, listen, please don't buy prostitutes. It causes sex trafficking, and my friend, it just causes him, by 6 degrees of separation to have to research the Epstein files and see this video with a dog. It was censored with a doggy and a kid, and he really didn't like it, and basically sex trafficking is bad. If they have questions, just immediately default to, you're enabling sex trafficking, stop buying prostitutes. They're going to be really mad. You can say, no, you can have. Now, listen, I'm not saying sex is a problem. I have to caveat this. A lot of people are like, Grant, you're just trying to tell us not to have sex. No, I'm not. I want to be very clear. Sex for procreation, very good. Go forth, populate the earth, all that good stuff. I have no problem with that. It's not sinful. We don't need to be bashful about it. In fact, I think being bashful about sex is what enables human trafficking, because people think it's some taboo stuff. It's just sex. You're just trying to have babies so that they can grow up and be the next generation, hopefully leave the earth a little bit better than it is now. But if you're not going to have sex for procreation, I understand it's expensive to raise a baby. At least do it for love. Please do not buy humans. Please don't do that. It's not healthy. It's really not. It enables sex trafficking. So anyway, my point is, go forth, populate the earth, have sex for love, don't buy people, try to be kind. I think all of those are reasonable. And treat other people as if, especially the most vulnerable, as if like no one were looking, and, make good decisions, and hopefully follow Matthew 25:31 through 46 if you like Jesus. If you don't believe in Jesus, I hope there's other parables that are very similar. Peace be to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all of our other friends, and peace be to the people who believe in the trees. I don't know if the trees actually wrote me like holy books. I bet they did. They kind of like sing them and then people write them down. It's an interpolation. That's how oral traditions start anyway. So I got to talk to the pagans a little bit about how they actually like write their holy books. This is going to be a whole lesson for me. I love all of the different faiths though. Even the pagans, they really won me over. Sex is just a drug like everything else. It just activates oxytocin and dopamine and other things like that. It's really not for me. I tried it a few times. It was okay. I see why you folks like it. It's alright. You gotta put a lot of effort into like making it happen though. There's just too many things that you have to think about. Like to get to that point, and then I don't know. I don't want to talk about this. Pete Bunnytown, what have you done? I just wanted to talk about JFK. Now we're preaching about not going to prostitution houses. Oh goodness, Pete Bunnytown. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. As we reach the end of our day, and yes, I get the last hour to myself. You may have watched the stream for a few days and you're like, I like the last hour. He just tells us stuff. Yeah, because you're watching war coverage. This has been a tough conflict. You should not at all feel like you are alone and being overwhelmed. But the last hour is my hour. I get to kind of talk about what I want. I de-stress a little bit. I relax. And, it's the only way I can do this. I do 12 hours on, 12 hours off. And the last hour, it's for me. And we get to spend time together. But I don't let the news cycle drive my coverage in the last hour because, try doing this for 12 hours straight with no co-anchor. I do it as a labor of love, and I do it with the thought of the vulnerable and the innocents and our troops and soldiers and all the people in harm's way. But you need that hour at the end where you just get to talk, because I'm not actually decompressing when I'm giving you news. It's 11 straight hours of just giving you what's happening out there. And sometimes you just need a little time at the end to think about it all. Oh, Mimi says she loves all 12 hours. Yes, God bless you. Iceberg says no more massages. I didn't say no. Well, yes, I suppose that does lead to human trafficking too. But like regulated massages, like licensed massage therapists, certified by the board, all that good stuff. I think massages are fine. I haven't had one in probably like 10 years. Well, let me rephrase. Maybe like 3 years. I don't know. But, they're expensive. I think the one closest to me is, $99 or something. I don't know. But that's the point. Massages aren't really a problem. But, to do a regulated massage parlor is very expensive. And, it kind of is limited. But that's not the problem. I know what kind of massages you're talking about. Those places are being shut down around here, every single day, thank God. I thank the Lord for that. Those places are very exploitative. I've seen some stories in the past couple weeks around Massachusetts about those massage parlors. Let's just say I think the police are on it. All right. My name is Grant. Oh, the Underground Railroad. I do like the Underground Railroad. It's a very fascinating story. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. All right. Thank you very much for watching today. Ifti Ahmad and Twin 82 and Miss Missy and Mimi and Rigged Outcome. Oh, you're also wonderful. And PLASYR. Now listen, folks, ladies and gentlemen, God bless each and every one of you. Rigged Outcome, you were so interested in that JFK stuff. I'm so glad I was able to relay that. Now, this is a public information service, so if you learned something today, if you benefited, there's a few ways you can help. You don't have to donate. There are donation options. There are super chat options, all sorts of good stuff, but there are direct donation information. Okay, you're able to donate directly. I'm trying to get to a weekly goal. There are people out there that will help me if I run into emergencies. Please don't be burdened. Do not donate if it would take food off your table. Do not donate if it would make it unable for you to feed your pets. Do not donate if it would cause a burden on your loved ones. Do not donate if it would take away from causes you need to support. Do not donate if it would undermine your ability to save for the future. Okay, I would not like that. But if you are out there, I don't know, maybe you struck it rich in Bitcoin. Maybe you just like, I don't know, maybe you live on an oil well. I've never seen an oil well. I heard it was like discovered in Pennsylvania in like the 1860s, just on a river. Like for the first time, it was just floating. They called it Oil River. They were just paying the oil off the river. But anyway, maybe you live on an oil rig or like an oil field. I don't know. Like maybe you're just one of those people that just like struck it rich. But I don't know. And you're like, oh, this man, he has a negative net worth, but he works so hard. I'll try to make his month a little bit less nerve-wracking. You can do that. There are people out there that will do that if I tell them it's an emergency. We're probably not going to hit an emergency for like another day or two. But yeah, I totally live day to day and I love everything about it. I never want to know a life that is anything but just my basic needs being met, because I want to always live among the people and know their struggle, and I never want to be comfortable, and I never want to be wealthy, and I never want to forget what it is to live among those who are actually like going day to day and seeing what the world is about. I don't want to become alienated. So it's very important that you never allow me to become rich. We must I only want my daily needs met, and I always want to know what it's like to live day to day and what it's like to be nervous about where my next meal will come from. I must do that. That's all I ever long to do. But I also can't like fall so below that then I like am like literally out of food and money and can't do my rental car, and then I'm so nervous all the time I can't do my work because I'm like, oh no, I'm going to become indigent. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I try not to think too much about it. But yeah, there's a Cash App, $ Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal for our international towel friends, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. There's a Revolut as well. I just added that one for our dear friends in Europe. I learned how to do it. REVOLUT. .me or something. The username is at Grant Smith Ellis. I have no idea what a Revolut is. I haven't opened the app. My friend did send me $2.48, which was super cool, so I want to open it again. He wants me to learn how to do crypto. I don't understand crypto. I don't understand money. You don't understand. It's so complicated. But yes, of course, the most important thing to me is you put yourself first. You do not donate if it would be a burden. Just know your presence, your questions, your contributions, every single way, your likes, your subscriptions, your kindness to each other, all of that, every single way. I don't want, I would imagine me, who does not like money, thinking that you felt it because you can't support money you're not supporting. I know no one said that, but I want you to know, like every single way you contribute, with your hearts, with your compassion, with your solidarity with different people, with your willingness to embrace other countries and viewpoints and cultures, that is how you can pay it forward. That just warms my heart. It makes my heart sing. I just want to tell you things you don't understand. I am. God bless you, G Reaper East 1999. I can't show it to you. Oh, I can show it to you right now. So, G Reaper East, check this out. I do exactly that. So I don't know if you can see it, but I actually do that. You see the vertical feed running up there in the top right? I run that one, and I run the main one. They run, you see how they both run? And this is, by the way, if you've ever wondered what's it like when Tal's producing, like this is what I'm doing. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm seeing? You see all the data. I don't really care about the numbers or anything, but it gives me all sorts of useful feedback. You can just call me Reaper. All right, Reaper. I am honored, my dear friend. But yeah, you see that right now? I have the vertical stream going. I have the other stream going. I have all my back-end monitoring. Let's see. So what I have to do on my screen, if you like saw what I was looking at, there's like my phone here, which I monitor like Twitter, and I'm refreshing and getting you updates and screening them and determining the legitimacy. Then to my left, I have a monitor with like all the webcams, and then Al Jazeera Arabic and Al Jazeera English. Then on my right, I have the producing software like directly ahead. And then to the right of that on the save screen are your comments. So like I'm like doing all this at once, and then there's also the producing, so I have to monitor whether like it's getting enough like bit rate and whether the stream is healthy, and like you see it says that I'm not like using enough of a good audio bit rate, and like it gives me feedback and tells me like all sorts of real-time information. So yeah, you know, that's what it's like. That's what it's like being Little Tao. I'm doing it all at once. It's just me. I gotta go to bed soon now. Okay, let's do the outro. So, setting all that aside, if you really benefited today, if you enjoyed today's stream, if you found camaraderie, if you're a wonderful super towel, all of you are so wonderful. It's not about me. There's a way you can pay it forward. You can pay it forward by looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for people around you. That's the way that I feel that you can really pay it forward. And one of those ways you can do small acts of service and kindness is by looking for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Especially now, there should not be a single homeless veteran, whether in my country or other countries, homeless against their will in the United States or other countries. They served us, they helped our country, they protected our country, and you can help them today by donating to homeless veterans. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not just our veterans. You can also, have you considered donating to our fur friends who are animals? Pete Bunnytail's not an animal, he lets me know that. But you can donate to our fur friends. You could donate to an animal shelter, for example, run by veterans, and you could help animals and veterans at the same time. You might also consider donating to animals on their own, though. They need our help, their fur friends, especially in times of war. So do consider donating to our fur friends today. But it doesn't have to be a donate. Oh, also, if you're in the UK, you may consider donating to the Big Issue. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK, and they do a lot of good work. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend, a family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, ladies and gentlemen, even gifting someone 200 tomato plants, like Francis Frutrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore in the outro. In that way, may we change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and unconditional love. And in that way, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thereabout bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all, and I'm very grateful we've been able to spend this time together today, even among the intensity of war. I appreciate and love you all very much, and I'll look forward to seeing you later today after about 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to go sleep now. It's very important to sleep while these long days are occurring with the intensity of the war and so many innocents and soldiers in harm's way. We pray for them. I pray for you. I thank each and every one of you, and I am grateful that you and I got to spend this time together today. I appreciate you so much. I can't wait till we talk more. If you want to talk to me overnight, you can come on the Discord. Did you know we have a towel Discord? You can join it. It's pretty cool. You can ask me questions. I see them in the morning. It is a public chat, though. I also have an email. It's grantsmithellis@gmail.com. All right. So, give summary. Rekha, I would love to give summary. Basically, there are attacks in Israel, on Tel Aviv, on the northern part. There were attacks in the south. There were ongoing shelling of Beirut. A car was struck, 8 dead, 31 wounded. Attacks on civilian infrastructure by Iran and Bahrain in the south, on the oil port, on the oil facility in Oman, on 2 tankers in Iraq. It's been a very tough night. I'm exhausted, though, and I should get to bed. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for being with me today. Until we see each other again tomorrow, God bless. Be well. Thank you for watching. You can find more at youtube.com at youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis, x.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Until next time, God bless you. Be well, and pray, ladies and gentlemen, for those in harm's way. Towel friends on the YouTube, you know you got a few minutes. The Towel friends on the X got a few minutes at the beginning of the stream, so you get a few minutes at the end. God bless you. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. I appreciate each and every one of you. You absolutely can hop in the Discord. You can chat away. Thank you so much for being with me, all of you. It means the world to me, your compassion with each other, even in the tense moments. I watch the chat. I know how kind you are, and I love all of you dearly. I see all of you in the chat, and I promise you it means the world to me to see you each day. Until tomorrow, I love you all very much, and I pray for peace every moment, and I pray for the safety of the innocents and those in harm's way. God bless you very much, and from me and Pete Bunnytow, be well. Signing off now. 3 a.m. Eastern, U.S. War